Chapter 1. A hellish beginning? Straight to the cheat. Shinbe, you have no choice. We need to sacrifice one person to lure the corrupted wolves' attack out of the cave, buying us precious time to escape. If you don't die, our survival is bleak. Inside a cave nestled in the desolate valley, Xiaolong's gaze was filled with hatred as he spoke heavily. Shinbe leaned against the wall, a cold handgun pressed against his forehead. He resembled a rigid statue, his eyes vacant and dull in an instant. A myriad of sensations cold, stinging, itching, numbness overwhelmed him, radiating from the void of his mental realm, causing him to gasp for breath like a bellows. His eyelids trembled slightly, gradually regaining a faint awareness of his body as Shinbe slowly opened his eyes. As his vision focused, he finally discerned his surroundings. Within the cave of the corrupted wolves, various unknown beast bones lay scattered, marred with canine bite marks. The stench of decaying animal fur and foul excrement assaulted Shinbe's senses, relentlessly irritating his brain. Simultaneously, not far away, several humans watched him with predatory eyes, their malicious intent glaringly evident. Have I crossed over? Shinbe, a special forces soldier, momentarily bewildered. Are you listening to me? Xiaolong, gun aimed at Shinbe's forehead, maintained a piercing gaze filled with pressure as he continued. I give you 1 minute. After that, you'll either die by my gun or run out to attract the wolf pack. Shinbe's expression darkened, his heart sinking. What kind of hellish start is this? In the next moment, fragments of the original owner's memories surged through his mind. After processing these memories, Shinbe was struck with horror, his heart racing. This was an apocalyptic world of survival. 80 years ago, an unknown disaster had caused this world to undergo a sudden transformation. A multitude of unknown, ferocious beasts emerged, and sinister entities descended. Initially, due to the rich energies of this world, many awakened extraordinary abilities. But the sudden onslaught of powerful beasts caught humanity off guard, leading to catastrophic losses. However, thanks to the existence of these abilities and the continued effectiveness of technological weapons, humanity managed to scrape by. While capable of defending against ordinary beasts, the ability users could not contend with the sinister entities, whose physical prowess was immense and unfathomable. No matter the heat weapon or extraordinary ability, they could not inflict any harm. They had become indestructible at least until now. No one had managed to kill a sinister entity. Cities ravaged by these beings had turned to ruins, leaving vast stretches devoid of life. Thus, humanity abandoned their fortifications, opting to migrate continuously across the wasteland. The only glimmer of hope was the discovery of a natural sanctuary, offering humanity a fleeting breath of respite. This sanctuary was unlike any common refuge. It was a colossal, mobile creature. Humans clung to the back of this being, wandering through the wasteland. At this very moment, Shinbe grasped the gravity of his perilous situation. Days prior, this team had traversed nearby, discovering a wolf den unguarded. Under Xiaolong's misguided leadership, they intended to enter the cave and effortlessly slay the wolf pups for meat. The outcome was they were trapped inside by a cunning ambush set by the corrupted Wolf King. Now, their food supplies were nearly depleted, with hunger gnawing at them. If they lingered any longer, they would perish, while the corrupted wolves would feast without effort. In desperation, the group had resolved to sacrifice Shinbe. Shinbe felt a sharp pain in his heart. This beginning was nothing short of hellish. Countdown to death. 1 minute. At this moment, others were trying to reason with him. Shinbe, don't you understand? Personal sacrifice serves the greater good. You must have awareness. Don't say that going out to attract the wolves might not guarantee death, as long as you run fast enough. Indeed. Shinbe, give a try. If you survive, I will owe you a debt of gratitude. Shinbe, broaden your perspective. Rather than die by a bullet, it is better to take a chance outside. I don't think you can run faster than my bullet, Shinbe. What do you say? While they appeared to be persuading him, there was an unmistakable undertone of coercion and manipulation. Shinbe was not easily swayed by their words. However, he was acutely aware of the gun in Xiaolong's hand. Moreover, it wasn't just Xiaolong who was armed. The others in the cave also had bulging waists, presumably carrying handguns. Some even bore AK-47s and M3A rifles on their backs. After a moment of contemplation, Shinbe smiled. But you must give me a sliver of opportunity, right? Xiaolong asked, what do you mean? I need a gun. You just need to run, Xiaolong replied somberly, continuing. Rifles will not be given to you. A handgun is of little use against the corrupted wolves. Unless you can hit their eyes, bullets will merely bruise without causing fatal damage, instead provoking their ferocity. Shinbe remained silent, his gaze resolute as he extended his hand, demanding a firearm. After a brief silence, Xiaolong's eyes subtly shifted to a man behind him. The man nodded and produced a battered handgun from his waistband, tossing it to Shinbe. Shinbe caught it and opened the magazine. .1 yellow bullet rested inside. Click. He reinserted it. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Handgun LV1, 15. AP2, 26, semi-automatic handgun. Effective range, 50 meters. 1 bullet. Tactical rail accessories missing. Sight blade missing. Rifling severely worn. 100 likelihood of catastrophic failure. Cannot be used. Shinbe momentarily lost focus. A cheat. Though the text was succinct, it was somewhat perplexing. What was the purpose of this cheat? Did the act of inserting the magazine just now increase his experience points? More critically, this group had given him a gun that could explode. Shinbe suppressed his anger and refrained from voicing any curses or accusations. He wanted to test what would happen when the handgun upgraded. He removed and reinserted the magazine again. No experience points were gained. Shinbe furrowed his brow and disassembled the grip, barrel, recoil mechanism, bottom frame, and trigger mechanism. He also cleaned the sand from the internal components. Upon reassembling, the moment he finished, the text in his peripheral vision flickered again. Handgun LV1, 55 upgradable indeed. Disassembling and reassembling items increases experience points. With a flicker of his consciousness, Shinbe commanded, upgrade. Chapter 2, taking you to the grave, racing a full-speed handgun LV2, 010. AP2 26, semi-automatic handgun. Effective range 50 meters. 1 bullet. Tactical rail accessories missing. Sight blade missing. Rifling severely worn. Usable, with slightly increased lethality. Aside from a change in level, the description of the P226 had undergone subtle alterations, from unusable to slightly increased lethality. Is it truly this marvelous? Shinbe muttered to himself. Indeed, this world of extraordinary powers completely disregards the fundamental laws of physics. He resolved to upgrade once more. He disassembled his handgun entirely and reassembled it. Regrettably, this time, he did not gain any experience points. Shinbe's lips twitched. Was that it? There must be other paths to upgrade. I need to explore it. A myriad of thoughts surged in Shinbe's mind. The minute is up. We must hurry out. At this moment, Xiaolong was becoming increasingly impatient, urging him on. Shinbe pondered how to break the deadlock. The ferocity of the corrupted wolves outside was beyond his capacity to withstand. However, at this moment, several individuals across from him raised their handguns and rifles, aiming directly at Shinbe. If he dawdled for even a second, they could turn him into a sieve. Suddenly, a fragment of memory surfaced in Shinbe's mind. Before Xiaolong led the group into the cave, he had sent someone to position a lookout at the cave's entrance. According to protocol, if any dangerous beasts approached the cave, the lookout would be the first to notice and signal the others inside to evacuate, to avoid being caught unawares. Yet, the fact was that when the group was besieged by the corrupted wolves, they received no warning from the lookout. This could only indicate one thing. The Wolf King had silently ambushed the lookout from behind. This was the most fatal reason for the group's predicament. But this lookout was a sniper, equipped with a Barrett M95. Shinbe's expression shifted as he recalled the lookout's position. Very well. If you all wish for my demise, you shall strive to survive, yes? A cold smile crept across Shinbe's face as a plan formed in his mind. Then, under the watchful eyes of the group, Shinbe slowly approached the mouth of the cave. This was Shinbe's first glimpse of this world. The sky was adorned with wispy gray clouds that shifted, revealing a breathtaking expanse of blue. The sunlight poured down like fire, soaking into the parched, cracked earth below. In the distance, a robust pack of corrupted wolves prowled back and forth, their saliva dripping onto the scorching rocks of the valley, creating hissing plumes of steam. Yet, despite their hunger, they lingered 500 meters away from the cave's entrance. It seemed they understood that beyond this distance, the power and accuracy of automatic rifles would diminish significantly. Over 300 corrupted wolves surveyed the valley. If they ventured outside the cave's protection, the swift and agile corrupted wolves could easily encircle them and tear the entire squad to shreds in a single charge. However, time was not on their side, and Shinbe was pushed forward as a sacrifice. Shinbe observed carefully. Among the pack, he noticed one wolf that stood out, a massive creature with sleek, pure black fur, a rarity among corrupted wolves. However, What truly astonished him was that this wolf was standing upright. The alpha wolf occasionally dropped to all fours, yet most of the time it stood bipedal, issuing commands to the pack with varying howls and gestures of its forepaws. Shinbe listened intently. His heart raced with excitement. This alpha wolf emitted at least 30 distinct vocalizations. If these sounds could be combined, it would resemble a language. Could this truly be a corrupted wolf? Taking a deep breath, Shinbe glanced back at Xiaolong and the others. Xiaolong, growing impatient, lowered his voice, which sounded somewhat hoarse, and urged, "Act already. What are you waiting for?" Shinbe forced a smile. "I want to bid you a final farewell. And Oni, just complete your task." "Oh, very well, bang." A blood hole suddenly appeared in Xiaolong's forehead, the bullet piercing through his skull and exploding from the back of his head. In an instant, red and white splattered everywhere. A torrent of blood, mixed with other fluids, sprayed onto the faces of the others. Xiaolong collapsed, his body lifeless, without even a scream to mark his end. The scene left everyone in stunned silence. And Shinbe, holstering his smoking handgun, wore a satisfied grin. "Damn it, you gave me a defective gun and expected me to die? Let your last bullet be your end." A gentleman bears no grudges over knife, avenged himself on the spot. At the same time, Shinbe felt an unexpected thrill. With that shot, his experience points increased. Pistol LV2, 110. At this moment, the others in the cave could hardly fathom the unexpected turn of events. How could that damaged handgun still fire? Even if it could fire, how had Shinbe managed to shoot the last precious bullet at Xiaolong in the final moment? What the hell? That gun was clearly broken. Incredible. How could it still shoot? Damn it, are you all daft? Why are you still pondering whether the gun is functional? Shoot him. Blast that bastard. As the others in the cave angrily grabbed their weapons, aiming to shoot Shinbe at the cave's entrance. His figure had already vanished. They were left seething with rage, frustrated and cursing profusely. Meanwhile, Shinbe was sprinting, not charging straight into the wolf pack. Instead, he exerted every ounce of his strength, veering left as he ran. This direction not only allowed him to escape the cave's line of sight and avoid retaliation from the others, but, more importantly, it would lead him swiftly to the mountaintop to retrieve the sniper rifle. To break through the throng of over 300 corrupted wolves without the aid of extraordinary powers was nothing short of a fool's errand. An exercise in futility that would lead to self-destruction. There was only one solution: the sniper rifle at the summit at this moment. The alpha wolf, upon spotting Shinbe's form darting out, did not command the entire pack to surge forward. It seemed to understand that Shinbe was merely bait thrown out by the humans. The alpha stood upright, emitting a series of howls to coordinate and direct the wolves' movements, dispatching a few to pursue while maintaining order among the others. When necessary, it would still walk bipedal, but never linger in one spot for too long. More often, it blended seamlessly into the pack. From every angle except its wolfish form, it resembled a calm, ruthless, and cunning human commander. Shinbe glanced back with his peripheral vision to see several corrupted wolves charging toward him. Their speed so great that the stones on the ground were sent flying, but it was akin to a car accelerating rapidly. Damn it! Shinbe had underestimated the speed of the beasts in this world. The corrupted wolves moved with a speed that sent chills down his spine. With a deep growl, Shinbe pushed his stamina to the limit. His heart raced as blood surged, and he felt blood spurt from his nostrils due to the exertion. Ignoring all else, he felt as though he needed 8 legs to escape. In mere moments, the distance between them closed rapidly. The fastest corrupted wolf was now less than 20 meters behind Shinbe. He could feel the overwhelming pressure from the corrupted wolves, as if they were dragging him backward. Finally, in Shinbe's line of sight, a small ridge less than 3 meters high appeared, like a wall standing in his path. Shinbe crouched and leaped, with both arms extended, fingers gripping the edge, leveraging the force of inertia. A roll upward ensues. Turning the head to the left, a glimpse is caught. A dismembered corpse, gnawed upon in fragments. And beside it, a Barrett M95. Chapter 3. Rejoicing too soon. Sniping the teammate at that moment, Shinbe exhibited no hesitation. With a few swift rolls, he seized the sniper rifle from the ground. Chambering around, an on-screen notification flashed instantaneously. Sniper rifle LV-105. Modified Barrett M95. Range 900 meters. 5-round magazine. Detachable bipod missing. Adjustable monopod missing. Scope absent. Significant lethality. There was no time to regard the notification. Although the absence of a bipod would result in considerable recoil, this firearm was equipped with an effective muzzle brake, capable of reducing recoil by 70. Regardless of the missing bipod, he had to press on. He turned around, and the nearest corrupted wolf had not only leapt to the summit, but was also baring its gaping maw as it lunged toward him. The distance between them was less than a meter. Shinbe could even detect the foul stench emanating from the creature's mouth. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his wildly beating heart. There was no need to aim. At such a close range, he would fire blind. Bang! The recoil from the shot struck Shinbe's shoulder like a heavy blow, leaving it sore and numb, as if it might dislocate. The tremendous force of the recoil pushed him back by 10 centimeters. Sniper rifle LV-115 for Shinbe. Having observed the situation through the words of Xiaolong and the cave entrance, it was evident that a handgun posed little threat to the corrupted wolves. However, anything above an automatic rifle would certainly inflict damage. Otherwise, how could these wolves have suddenly become so astute? They seemed to understand how to set traps and evade the most lethal range of automatic rifles. Despite their hunger, not a single wolf dared to cross that invisible line. Their behavior resembled that of a disciplined army. Only fear could elicit such conduct from the corrupted wolves. Thus, a sniper rifle, with its superior power over an automatic rifle, was undoubtedly a lethal weapon. Indeed, after Shinbe fired blindly, a large spray of blood erupted from one of the corrupted wolves. The searing bullet completely tore apart its abdomen. This was a robust male wolf, weighing at least 30 kilograms, and it was sent flying several meters by the force of the bullet. After landing and rolling a few times, it was astonishing that it could still struggle to rise despite having nearly all its innards expelled. Though gravely injured and rendered incapable of fighting, it still shook as it emitted a low, threatening growl towards Shinbe. This continued until another male wolf leapt to the summit and bit through its neck. This was the law of survival. A gravely wounded corrupted wolf, unable to hunt, faced a swift demise. After a brief moment of astonishment at the wolf's tenacity, Shinbe wasted no time. He swiftly fired again. Sniper rifle LV-125. The bullet, infused with power, severed another corrupted wolf in half. Yet, even then, that wolf continued to gnash at the air, crawling towards Shinbe. He paid it no mind. It would not endure for long and would soon succumb. With a swift motion, Shinbe turned the gun to blast the head of the final corrupted wolf that was attempting to leap up. Sniper rifle LV-135. The bullet shot straight into the mouth of the decaying wolf, sending it crashing to the ground like a discarded rag doll, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. After neutralizing the pursuing, decaying wolves, Shinbe turned to lie on the mountaintop. The antiquated sight above the muzzle slowly settled upon the head of the leading wolf below. At this moment, Shinbe understood that to escape the encirclement of the decaying wolves, he must strike at the leader first. To eliminate all the decaying wolves would require far more ammunition than he possessed. Only by slaying the alpha would the remaining wolves be thrown into disarray, perhaps even scattering in chaos. His hypothesis stemmed from observing the pack at the cave entrance, where several male wolves had openly defied the alpha's authority. This indicated that the group was a conglomeration of several smaller packs. Once the alpha fell, the entire pack would undoubtedly collapse into disorder. Shinbe's rifle protruded slightly over the edge, revealing an old yet modified Barrett sniper rifle, featuring some artisanal enhancements. The rifle had undergone simple yet effective modifications, allowing it to fire more potent rounds, with an extended steel barrel increasing its range. However, it lacked any advanced targeting devices, not even a vintage sight, only the most rudimentary of front sights. The straight-line distance from the muzzle to the alpha exceeded 1 kilometer. Under optimal conditions and wielded by a seasoned marksman, this weapon could achieve a range of 2,000 meters. Yet due to its poor maintenance and modifications, it resembled an antiquity. Even if the rifle's range was sufficient, hitting the target would depend solely on luck, extraordinary luck at that. The muzzle of the sniper rifle swayed slightly with the movement of the alpha. This motion was nearly precise to the micron. Bang! Sniper rifle LV-145. The tremendous and brutal gunshot reverberated throughout the valley. The searing bullet carved a white line through the air. In an instant, the alpha wolf's robust chest erupted, and as it lowered its head to witness its horrific wound, it collapsed to the ground. With the alpha down, the decaying pack immediately descended into chaos. Most of the decaying wolves, incensed, raced through the valley, seeking the audacious assailant who dared to challenge the pack. Yet, amidst the echoing winds of the valley, aside from the acrid scent of gunpowder, there was no other unusual odor. A few of the most keen-sensed decaying wolves charged up the mountain, only to find it utterly deserted. Dozens of enraged decaying wolves then surged towards the humans nestled in the cave, a charge that was tantamount to suicide. Over 40 strong decaying wolves approached within 10 meters of the cave's entrance, only to be mowed down by a hail of bullets. The sole outcome was the depletion of 1/3 of the squad's ammunition. After another half hour, the decaying pack grew increasingly agitated and restless, as a robust male wolf began to roar and howl frequently, attempting to usurp the alpha's position. Upon witnessing this scene, the humans within the cave grew tense. Although this wolf was merely stronger than the ordinary corrupted wolves and did not possess the exceptional intelligence of the former alpha, the resurgence of a new leader among the pack left them uncertain about the implications. Bang! Another thunderous gunshot resonated, and the new alpha collapsed in response. At last, the occupants of the cave noticed a wisp of smoke rising from the opposite mountainside. Someone produced a telescope to peer across, but the lens revealed nothing but a barren expanse of rock, devoid of any human presence. Could it be Shinbe? Him? Bah! He was supposed to lure the wolves, but where had he vanished? It seemed improbable. The distance was nearly 1,200 meters, and he had no training. How could he shoot with such precision? I suspect it was someone else who saved us. Perhaps Shinbe was merely accompanying this individual. Regardless of who it was, it appeared we were spared. With the pack again leaderless, they likely would not charge forth again. Alas, what a pity for the Xiaolong. Their demise was most tragic. Once we escape, I shall certainly hold Shinbe accountable. The people in the cave sighed in relief, yet they began to cast blame upon Shinbe, conveniently overlooking their own persecution of him. The valley returned to tranquility, the afternoon sun blazing ever more fiercely, deprived of their alpha's restraint and guidance. The corrupted wolves transformed from a disciplined army into mere beasts acting on instinct. As dusk approached, they lost their last shred of patience and began to disperse in small groups from the valley. Eventually, once the last of the corrupted wolves had vacated, the inhabitants of the cave cautiously emerged. On the opposite ridge, amidst the chaotic rocks, Shinbe donned a brown hooded cloak, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. He observed the jubilant survivors of the cave celebrating their narrow escape. A sardonic smile curled upon his lips as he aimed his sights at their heads. They rejoiced far too soon. They would pay a bloody price for their actions. Shinbe showed no mercy. This was the moment of the hunt that he relished. Chapter 4. A ruthless pursuit. At this moment, the people in the cave, witnessing the complete disappearance of the corrupted wolves, were filled with exhilaration as they rushed outside. Neither the fallen Xiaolong nor the missing Shinbe crossed their minds. Their gaze fixated on the lifeless bodies of the dozens of corrupted wolves. Brothers. This time it was worth coming out. The ground is littered with crystal source cores. A bountiful harvest. This substance serves as currency. Hurry and extract the cores from the wolf skulls. Leave me 5. I intend to trade them for a new arrow rifle. This antique in my hands must be replaced. I plan to purchase 2 pairs of wheels, so I won't have to rent a place in the shelter and endure the disdain and exploitation of landlords. The crowd wore expressions of greed as they drew their daggers, beginning to reap the crystal source cores from the wolves' brains. This item was not only currency, but also a means for enhancing the abilities of extraordinary individuals, gradually transforming into a tradable commodity. Yet, they remained oblivious to the happenings amid the rocks on the opposite side of the valley. The crosshair of Shinbe now loomed ominously above their heads, akin to the scythe of death itself. To Shinbe, the moment they had driven him from the cave, using him as bait to lure the wolf pack, was the moment that established an unending enmity between them. As long as Shinbe drew breath, the only resolution lay in vengeance through the hunt. A slightly twisted smile graced Shinbe's handsome visage. May hell be devoid of refuge. This phrase, a commonplace saying in this world, typically found its place only amidst funerals. The sniper rifle in Shinbe's hands resembled a slumbering lion, awakened and poised for action. Holding his breath, his gaze sharpened like that of an eagle. As he gripped the cold barrel, his heart synchronizing with the rhythm of the Barrett. In that fleeting instant, his finger gently pressed the trigger, and time seemed to freeze. The thunderous crack shattered the valley. A fierce flame erupted from the muzzle, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, a bullet marked with the seal of death. The projectile burst forth, tearing through the air with a velocity surpassing sound, leaving behind an invisible yet vivid trajectory, igniting a searing ripple in the atmosphere. A man in the valley, engrossed in extracting the core of a crystalline resource, found his lower body obliterated in an instant. The lethal bullet rampaged within him, shredding flesh and bone, leaving a gaping, horrific wound. Blood gushed forth like blooming crimson lotuses, mingling with fragments of shattered entrails, painting half the sky a deep red. This grotesque scene plunged the others into a state of bewildered horror. Some trembled in shock, their faces betraying their disbelief. Others gasped as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them mute. Rage and shock ignited within the eyes of some. Emotions crashing like tumultuous waves within their souls. An enemy attack. Someone is sniping us. Damn it, who could it be? Could it be Shinbe? Whoever it is. Find cover and stop standing around like fools. The group in the valley scurried like startled chickens, desperately seeking shelter from the sniper's wrath. Yet, before the cave lay an expanse of open ground, with scant stones to conceal their forms. Shinbe swiftly replaced his magazine and chambered another round, unleashing a barrage of death-dealing bullets. Despite the chaos of the fleeing crowd, Shinbe was a former elite special forces soldier, adept at hitting moving targets. Even S-shaped live ones, with remarkable precision. Bang, bang, bang. After a rapid succession of 5 shots, 3 more bodies crumpled to the ground within the valley. Shinbe retreated momentarily, maneuvering in a circular path while reloading. 3 adversaries remained, hiding behind a massive rock. Shinbe narrowed his eyes, sleek and agile like a leopard, crouching low as he moved stealthily. As he circled, he began to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper rifle LV1, 10.5, modified Barrett M95, effective range of 900 meters. 5-round magazine, missing detachable bipod, adjustable monopod, and scope, with considerable lethality. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV2, 510, modified Barrett M95, range of 1000 meters, 5-round magazine. Detachable bipod missing, adjustable rear monopod missing, scope missing, significant lethality. Increased shooting distance by 100 meters. A thought flickered through Shinbe's mind. He pondered whether further upgrades would yield effects beyond merely enhancing shooting range. After all, this is a realm of energy where even extraordinary abilities exist. Transcending the confines of physical laws is indeed plausible. In a fleeting moment, Shinbe had circled back to the original vantage point atop the mountain where he had sniped the Wolf King. He set up his sniper rifle and scanned the area. A smirk curled on his lips. The 3 adversaries remained huddled in their initial positions, intermittently peeking toward the rocky outcrop opposite, attempting to locate Shinbe for a counterattack. Bang! Without hesitation, Shinbe aligned the enemy's head within his sights and squeezed the trigger. A muffled gunshot reverberated through the valley. Sniper rifle LV2, 610, as the first shot echoed in the air, another gunshot followed. Sniper rifle LV2, 710, before the sound reached the ears of the 3 men, the enemy on the left collapsed in response. The extraordinarily powerful bullet penetrated the rock, obliterating half of his chest and sending a mangled arm flying to the ground. The second shot exploded the head of the enemy in the center. The man on the far left felt his muscles twitch violently. Each gunshot resonated like a hammer upon his heart. In a sudden realization, he whipped around, only to discover a figure crouched at the cave's apex. The dark barrel of the rifle was slowly being aimed at him. Overwhelmed by shock and horror, he recognized the face of the sniper, Shinbe. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. He never imagined that the weakest member of their team, Shinbe, not only survived, but had taken up arms to exact revenge. How could this be possible? An indescribable regret, fear, and resentment clawed at his insides like a swarm of ants. If only he could turn back time, he would have undoubtedly prevented Xiaolong from unleashing this demon. Bang! Suddenly, he heard a strange, piercing shriek, a high-frequency vibration emitted by the approaching bullet, faster than sound itself. Intense regret and cold dread surged within him as he hoarsely cried out, "No!" Thud! The bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, exploding like a smashed watermelon. A crimson mist filling the air. At that moment, Shinbe's finger remained on the trigger, emptying the magazine in a cathartic release of emotion. Sniper rifle LV2. 1010. Shinbe exhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upgrade. Chapter 5. The Peculiar Sanctuary. Sniper rifle LV3. 030. Modified Barrett M95. Range 1100 meters, 5-round magazine, missing detachable bipod, rear adjustable monopod absent, scope lacking, high lethality, enhanced accuracy during dynamic shooting. Upon absorbing the information, Shinbe's pupils contracted ever so slightly. This latest upgrade introduced an entirely new attribute, a significant enhancement in accuracy during mobile combat. It is crucial to understand that attempting to target an enemy while in motion is exponentially more challenging than blind firing. The vigorous movements of the body while running make it nearly impossible to achieve precision, even with a handgun, let alone a sniper rifle. The only viable option remains the automatic rifle, relying on chance for spray fire. Even for a special forces operative like Shinbe, achieving a perfect score in dynamic combat, or even hitting 3 out of 10 shots, is largely a matter of luck. It appears that my external enhancement possesses remarkable practicality. Shinbe stowed the sniper rifle across his back, donned a hood to conceal his face in shadow, and proceeded toward the valley. Soon, his field of vision was filled with the gruesome remnants of both corrupted wolves and human beings. The mingled scent of blood from these two disparate beings assailed Shinbe's nostrils with great intensity. After a moment of acclimatization, he began to scour the battlefield. According to the original owner's memories, the ferocious beasts of the wasteland yield crystal source cores, which serve as vital currency in this world, as well as essential items for those with supernatural abilities. With this thought in mind, Shinbe picked up a dagger from the ground and commenced collecting the crystal source cores. Some had already been extracted by the enemies and could be directly retrieved. He grasped one of the cores, lifting it for examination. By this time, night had fallen. The solitary moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow that provided a modicum of visibility. The crystal source core was approximately the size of a fingernail, exhibiting a diamond shape with a radiant azure halo. Inside, milky white lines, reminiscent of flowing cream, meandered slowly. Regrettably, as per the original owner's recollections, this body lacked the requisite conditions to awaken any supernatural abilities, relegating it to mere currency. With a soft sigh, Shinbe did not believe that survival in this peculiar world was contingent upon possessing supernatural powers. Even the ordinary individuals he had slain managed to get by, and he himself was equipped with boundless potential through his enhancement. The future appeared exceedingly bright. After approximately an hour, Shinbe gathered all the crystal source cores, totaling 37. Due to partial gaps in the original owner's memories, he could only ascertain their precise value upon reaching his sanctuary. Subsequently, Shinbe rummaged through the enemy's remains. Aside from some rifle ammunition, he found only a bottle of water, a dry biscuit, and a half-smoked cigarette. It seemed that time was of the essence, and a breakout was imperative. With a smile, Shinbe settled into a cross-legged position, savoring small bites of a dry biscuit. After replenishing his energy, he lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, allowing the smoke to linger for 3 to 4 minutes before exhaling a faint cloud. It was evident that he possessed a refined appreciation for tobacco. After a few final puffs, he extinguished the cigarette, but firmly into the earth. He also managed to procure 30 pounds of wolf meat. Rising to gaze towards the east, cloaked in the silvery glow of moonlight, I hastened forward through the night. According to the memories of the original inhabitant, shelter number 36 lay to the east. Despite its mobile nature, the shelter typically does not stray far. As long as one avoids significant turns, it can be encountered, whether by night or day. Traversing the wasteland requires vigilance against both ferocious beasts and the malevolent entities that inhabit it. Naturally, this also includes other humans. While one may evade the beasts, the fate of encountering the malevolent is singular. Either one flees or meets death. With a steady gait, I advanced towards the east. As dawn broke, my vision was met with a barren expanse where a colossal creature emerged in the distance. A titan, measuring 5 kilometers in length, approximately 300 meters in width, and towering over 10 meters high, resembling a continuously undulating slug. This was shelter number 36. Such gigantic beings are referred to as titans by humanity, yet their appearance and essence bear no resemblance to the titans I had previously known. There may be some misunderstanding surrounding the term in this world. Nevertheless, this creature serves as a natural sanctuary, harmless and slowly traversing the wasteland. Its most significant attribute is that no malevolent entity can approach within a radius of 500 meters. The reasons behind this characteristic remain unknown to humanity, yet it is of little consequence. The mere fact that malevolent beings cannot approach offers a glimmer of hope for human survival. Currently, there are 56 known such shelters, scattered across the wasteland. Humanity follows in the wake of the Titan, perpetually migrating alongside it. Wherever the Titan roams, humans trail behind. Within these shelters, a hierarchy exists. The influential reside upon the Titan's back, where numerous dwellings and various facilities are constructed. In contrast, individuals like myself, of the lower strata, lack the privilege to ascend to the shelter and can only follow in the Titan's shadow. I quickened my pace, striving to catch up with the shelter. Soon, my line of sight was entirely obscured by the Titan's immense form. Within a few kilometers, a peculiar scene unfolded. An intricate web of countless ropes connected one end to the Titan's body and the other to innumerable wheeled houses. These dwellings stretched endlessly behind the Titan, extending nearly 5 kilometers. One can imagine that when malevolent entities approach, the area within that 5-kilometer radius becomes perilously unsafe, necessitating a chaotic rearrangement of these houses into the protective 500 meters. This would inevitably lead to friction and conflict. The only truly secure location is upon the Titan's back. However, entry into the shelter is not granted to all. Upon entering the vicinity of the houses, I slowed my pace, cautiously exploring this wondrous realm. The cacophony of countless wheel tracks mingled with the sound of the Titan's vast body grinding against the stony ground, creating an indescribable symphony. The houses varied in size. Some served as residences, others as taverns, and still more as shops selling various wares. Generally, the more wheels a house possessed, the larger it was. This is precisely why, in the valley, the lifelong ambition of the enemy was to acquire 2 pairs of wheels. For that was the true essence of home. Shinbe wandered through the streets until he arrived at a modest shop, marked solely by a simple droplet emblem, a purveyor of water. Ascending the ladder, he pushed open the door. "Welcome," greeted a bald proprietor seated behind the counter. A massive water tank looming behind him, crafted from ultra-durable alloy steel, impervious to bullets, reinforced with numerous steel bars for added protection. Shinbe retrieved a crystal core and presented it. "1 bottle of water, please." The shopkeeper, smiling, accepted the bottle. "Certainly. By the way," he turned around, adding, "the price of water has increased. It now requires 5 crystal cores." Shinbe was taken aback. Such exorbitant pricing seemed outrageous. Chapter 6. Is the alarm clock upgraded to a bomb? The bottle in Shinbe's hand was modest, a standard 500 milliliters mineral water bottle. To think that a single bottle of water would demand 5 crystal cores. How could humanity survive in such a world? Shinbe understood that water was a precious commodity. In this realm, both groundwater and surface water were nearly always contaminated. To obtain water, humans relied on titans, gigantic creatures that would often halt their movements, open their colossal mouths, and extend a rotating hollow tube to bore into the earth. They would extract underground water, which, after passing through their specialized filtering organs, would be stored in their stomachs, providing the essential water for their survival. Humans would then create a passage into the titans, directly accessing their stomachs to extract clean water for consumption. Though arduous, this process sufficed for the needs of Shelter 36. The shopkeeper explained, "The titans have not ceased drawing water for nearly 2 months. Scarcity elevates the price." He placed a bottle of pristine water on the counter. "Thank you for your patronage." Shinbe shrugged and handed over 5 crystal cores before departing the water shop. He carefully set the water bottle down and, guided by the memories of the previous owner, navigated through a series of mobile homes until he reached an apartment building. Modest in height, barely 3 stories tall. In the corner of the 3rd floor, a small room served as his residence. "Back already?" The landlord, a greasy middle-aged man of considerable girth, gnawed on the bone of some unknown beast, his yellowed teeth tearing into semi-raw flesh. "How was your venture?" Shinbe maintained a calm demeanor. "All fell. This damned world is just as it is," he remarked, wiping his hands. "Yesterday, we were drinking and laughing. Today they VE kicked the bucket." Nodding, Shinbe turned to ascend the stairs. The landlord's large head poked out. "Why the long face?" Shinbe halted, slowly turning back with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" "It's time for the rent." It dawned on Shinbe that the previous owner had embarked on this perilous hunt for the very purpose of gathering crystal cores to pay the rent. Counting out 20 crystal cores, he handed them to the landlord. The landlord, wearing a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower, waved his hand and remarked, "The harvest seems quite satisfactory. I thought you would have to venture out several more times to gather enough for the rent. Please, go ahead." Shinbe gently curved his lips into a smile and continued his ascent up the stairs. According to the memories of the original owner, the landlord had once been an extraordinary being, enjoying a period of great prosperity. However, during a fierce battle with a ferocious beast, he fell victim to a divine punishment mist, which rendered his abilities sealed and caused him to descend into the realm of the ordinary. Fortunately, he had amassed a considerable fortune in crystal cores, which enabled him to purchase a 4-wheeled vehicle and construct a 3-story apartment building, thus becoming a landlord and leading a fairly comfortable life. The so-called divine punishment mist is an erratic gas that can appear at any moment and place. Once contaminated by this gas, no matter how powerful the ability wielder, their powers are irrevocably sealed, and they inevitably become a mere mortal. Humanity in this world perceives this as a punishment from the divine for daring to probe the energies of the universe. Thus, it has been dubbed divine punishment mist. Shinbe pushed open the door to his abode. The interior space was modest, with a bed occupying nearly 80% of it. The room was relatively clean, though the bedding bore a sheen from usage, dark and glossy. Water resources in this world are scarce, particularly drinking water. Even the affluent seldom indulge in bathing with pure water, typically relying on secondary water sources filtered through purification devices. This water contains a certain degree of radiation, leaving a tingling sensation on the skin after use. While enduring it may not pose a significant issue, it is far from the comfort of a proper bath, resembling more a shower under electrified water. Consequently, most inhabitants rarely bathe, leading to a naturally unclean state. Within his room, Shinbe rummaged through the few drawers available, uncovering items of little value. Yet, in one packaging bag, he discovered a photograph. The front of the photo depicted a small boy and girl, likely around 5 years of age. On the back, a delicate script suggested it was penned by a woman. Year 67 of the new era, my sister Shinnan accompanied me to shelter number 7, the Crimson Empress, personally written. Sister, the Crimson Empress? Shinbe was taken aback. This fragment of memory had not been inherited at all. Had he not searched through the drawers, he would have remained oblivious to such matters. The name Crimson Empress seemed quite formidable. Shinbe pressed his lips together, temporarily setting aside this reminiscence. With his current abilities, he had no means to locate shelter number 7. Subsequently, he picked up the alarm clock from the table, tilting his head as a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Alarm clock LV105. Internal components damaged, time inaccurate, alarm malfunctioning, unable to report time. With deft hands, Shinbe swiftly disassembled the alarm clock into hundreds of tiny components, then proceeded to reassemble it. Alarm clock LV105 upgrade. Alarm clock LV29510 upgrade. Alarm clock LV50 an intact alarm clock, accurately reporting time, with a crisp ringing sound of excellent quality. Nearly impervious to external damage. If 10 crystal source cores are installed, they can serve as detonators. What? A time bomb? Shinbe was taken aback. He never anticipated that a mere clock could be transformed into a detonator after a series of upgrades. It is essential to understand that crystal source cores are fundamentally a form of energy, merely absorbed by those with extraordinary abilities. Now, under the influence of the clock, this energy can be detonated. What a surprise. Holding the clock, Shinbe grinned, initially believing that only firearms could undergo upgrades. But now it seemed that all mechanical devices could be enhanced. Just imagine a Gundam or a battlesuit. Such thoughts were too exhilarating to entertain. Shinbe's mind began to race. Currently, the lower-level areas where he resided lacked the facilities for manufacturing machinery. However, the upper levels, specifically atop the Titan S back, housed places for weapon and machinery production. After a brief rest, Shinbe could hardly contain his excitement and wished to test his luck, hoping to attempt the creation of a mech to bolster his combat prowess. This was closely linked to his own external enhancements. As he stepped outside, he traversed the removable wooden planks in the center of the house. Along the way, Shinbe purchased a piece of earth powder cake, a food made by blending fine soil with flour. Truly, it was the taste of nature. The texture was gritty, somewhat reminiscent of chewing on aged tree bark. Nonetheless, it constituted a staple for ordinary humans. Shinbe gradually acclimated to the somewhat unpalatable flavor of this food. Soon, he arrived at the staircase, the sole passage leading to the Titan's back. There were two modes of ascent. One could walk or take the elevator. The latter was typically utilized for transporting goods. Powered by an electric ability user, who, with hands grasping the wires, emitted sparks of electricity, his face reddening as he controlled the current output. The motor gradually turned, elevating the lift upwards. After undergoing a security check and surrendering 10 pounds of corrupted wolf meat strips, Shinbe was finally permitted to proceed. It stung a little, primarily because he had not properly prepared the meat, which could have been divided into smaller pieces. Perhaps surrendering just 1 pound would have sufficed. Naturally, the upper shelter allowed residents from his shelter to come and go, provided they departed before sunset. The guards merely utilized their authority to exploit the situation. Upon reaching the summit, Shinbe's eyes widened in astonishment. If one were to disregard the current environment of widespread disaster and the lurking malevolence, the scene atop this colossal creature resembled that of a small city. Factories were interconnected, producing a spectrum of goods ranging from canned food and cement to steel and weaponry. On the other end lay a small power station providing energy. While the scale of production here could not be compared to that of the bygone era, and thus lacked any semblance of economies of scale, it was a necessary arrangement in these tumultuous times. The streets boasted even more opulent shops, well-paved roads, an array of buildings, and abundant greenery and flowers lining the pathways. In the distance, vast expanses of farmland stretched out, accompanied by steam-emitting power turbines. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, the privileged and powerful continued to thrive, seemingly untouched by the chaos surrounding them. Shinbe couldn't help but express his astonishment. After strolling along the street for a while, he stumbled upon a small factory brimming with modernity. This establishment served as a facility where humanity employed technological means to purify contaminated water sources and also functioned as a bathhouse. Shinbe lowered his head to catch a whiff of the foul odor that enveloped him. If he sought employment, he ought to do so with dignity. Without hesitation, he resolved to take a bath first. Even a fleeting moment of relief was preferable to the stench that could suffocate a person. Upon entering the premises, he was greeted by the thunderous sound of machinery and the rush of flowing water. Moreover, numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities were coming and going, evidently there for a bath as well. These people were clearly more concerned with their appearance and image, demonstrating a stark contrast to the lower-class individuals who struggled for survival. Inside, he observed 3 pipes branching off from the water outlet. One directed water outside to other residences for cleaning, street sweeping, and irrigating trees and crops. Another led to the nearby steam power plant, while the last one connected to individual bathing stalls. Curious about the cost of a bath, Shinbe leaned over the counter to inquire. A staff member, engrossed in a novel, did not bother to look up or open their eyes, and simply responded, "Are you an extraordinary ability user? Please present your license." The license served as identification for those with special powers. Scattered across the wasteland were numerous shelters, each issuing licenses to their extraordinary residents. Although the designs varied, the shelters recognized each other's licenses and provided certain conveniences. The fee for extraordinary users to bathe was 3 energy cores, a price universally applicable across all shelters. For those without extraordinary abilities, the cost was 5 energy cores. Shinbe was taken aback. A bottle of drinkable purified water had only cost 3 cores before the price hike. To bathe for 5 cores? The staff member, noticing Shinbe's bewildered expression, understood he was naive. "Do you think that's expensive?" They quickly clarified. "Do you have any idea where our water source comes from? If Titan doesn't cease its movements, the purification plant cannot draw surface water." Shinbe acknowledged this with a nod. It appeared that water resources were indeed scarce. As long as Titan continued its relentless motion, water would remain a significant issue. Gritting his teeth, he handed over 5 energy cores. "Room 7, you only have 2 minutes. The staff member warned. Upon hearing this, Shinbe nearly lost his footing. Only 2 minutes for a shower? What a ripoff. He hurriedly dashed to room 7. swiftly shed his clothes, and turned on the shower. The powerful stream of water cascaded over him, sending electric sensations through his skin. Shinbe moved with great haste, ensuring every inch of his body was scrubbed clean as torrents of black water were washed away. He knew he couldn't linger too long. Although the shower water had been treated and its radiation significantly reduced, it was still far from potable. Over time, prolonged exposure can inflict irreparable damage upon the body. Despite various constraints and exorbitant costs, the privilege of taking a bath remains a source of pride for the residents of the shelter. The flow of water from the showerhead diminishes rapidly before finally ceasing. The last reluctant droplet falls, creating a small splash upon his skin, smooth as jade, before trickling down the gentle curves of his body. Upon concluding his shower, he merely wipes himself down, feeling a significant sense of relief as he exhales deeply. Someone has emerged. Shinbe tidies his hair before donning his clothes and stepping outside. However, as he passes the counter, a staff member observes his refreshed visage, his long, strong, slightly arched eyebrows, sparkling eyes, and the contours framing his gaze all converge to form an almost perfect portrait. Suddenly, he feels a dryness in his throat. Despite his masculine physique, in this era driven solely by survival, desires have shed their shackles, and both sexuality and violence have become instinctual for the masses. Men and women, adults and children, humans and non-humans. All boundaries blur swiftly in the eyes of those yearning for stimulation and climax. Hey, the staff member calls out. Shinbe halts and turns to inquire. Is there something you need? I merely wish to remind you. The staff member grins. Sometimes, dirt can serve as a form of protection. I hope you understand. Initially perplexed by the staff member's meaning, Shinbe soon grasps the implication as he observes the finger-tracing circles on his face. Thank you, he replies, returning to the street and pulling up his hood. At that moment, a violent tremor shakes the ground beneath him, akin to a minor earthquake. The disturbance quickly subsides, and soon, numerous people on the street erupt in cheers. The Titan has halted. Heaven has smiled upon us. The price of drinking water may decrease. Hurry, let us explore. There are no mines in sight, be it coal or iron, which can be sold for profit. Damn it, surface water lies 1,000 meters away. Let us hire someone to fetch it. We should fell some trees, whether for firewood or lumber, to prepare for winter. After 2 months of incessant movement, the Titan finally comes to a standstill. This marks the busiest period for all inhabitants of the shelter. Numerous tasks await, necessitating the collection of various materials and presenting a rare opportunity to repair their mobile homes. The lower-class populace, particularly the landlords, must first untie the ropes tethering their houses, maneuvering them within a 500-meter radius of the Titan to avoid sudden attacks from lurking threats. Naturally, chaos ensues as owners of the mobile homes jostle for position, hurling insults and even engaging in physical confrontations. Typically, the commanding general overseeing the shelter dispatches a judicial enforcement team to maintain order. At this juncture, Shinbe could descend from the Titan and easily find employment with any employer, securing payment for labor. However, his ambitions extend beyond mere menial tasks. He seeks to craft a customized mech. Soon enough, Shinbe arrived at a private workshop, a place where firearms could be processed. At first glance, various models of guns lay scattered about, resembling discarded refuse. The proprietor even used a 98K as a roasting stick, skewering large chunks of meat over the flames for grilling. What firearms could one purchase? One could peruse at leisure, selecting as one pleased, all at scrap metal prices. Upon noticing Shinbe, the owner regarded him as a guest and began to introduce the offerings. Shinbe surveyed the surroundings. Do you have revolvers? The owner clapped his thigh in delight. You've come to the right place. You might not find a revolver at other shelters, but I happen to have one right here. Chapter 8. Your request seems a bit farcical. Shinbe's understanding of firearms in this world had ascended to a new level. Frankly speaking, the weapons in this private workshop, if transported to Earth, could equip a band of armed marauders in a small African nation. Yet in this world, these firearms were mere antiquities, utilized solely by the impoverished and ordinary. Currently, Shinbe possessed a handgun and a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle performed adequately and was gradually leveling up, remaining a viable option. However, the handgun left much to be desired. The revolver, with its greater firepower, was precisely what Shinbe sought to replace it. The owner rummaged through the pile of weapons for quite some time before producing an M500 revolver and casually tossing it to Shinbe. Upon inspection, Shinbe noted it was heavily rusted and clearly lacked maintenance. The trigger was stiff, almost as if it might seize. M500 revolver LV105, no ammunition. Trigger movement is erratic, cylinder axis slightly jammed, pulse sluggish. The rifling is intact, with substantial lethality. Numerous malfunctions, not advisable for use. Shinbe's lips twitched. This revolver, on Earth, would surpass the Desert Eagle in lethality by a factor of 2. A single shot could fell a mighty rhinoceros. Yet now, it appeared to be nothing more than scrap metal. Nevertheless, Shinbe remained unfazed. With his extraordinary abilities, transcending the laws of physics, he could upgrade and restore it. What about the ammunition? Shinbe inquired. The owner was taken aback. Aren't you a collector? For combat use, Shinbe clarified. The owner scratched his head. The ammunition for this revolver is quite specialized. Let me think. Shinbe interjected. 500 SW Magnum rounds. Yes, that's the one, the owner grumbled. But I have no stock of those bullets. If you need them, I can manufacture them on site. He gestured toward the lathe and production line in the back room, boasting. To be frank, all the ammunition for Shelter 36 is produced by me. Of course, I can't handle the newfangled weapons used by the Evolved. Newfangled weapons? Shinbe asked. Intrigued. The owner chuckled. Those are the types that use crystal core energy as kinetic power to unleash force. Oh, Shinbe replied, maintaining a calm facade while his heart raced with excitement. So even the Evolved are equipped with firearms? Moreover, one's beyond my comprehension. I must witness this opportunity firsthand. How much? Shinbe inquired, fiddling with the revolver. The proprietor was rather candid. This antique can be yours without charge. But you must order no fewer than 300 rounds of ammunition, which will cost you 50 crystalline cores. Shinbe rummaged through his pockets, finding only 6 crystalline cores remaining. He set down the 20 pounds of corrupted wolf meat he was carrying. For the time being, I don't have that much. Would it suffice if I considered this as a partial deposit? The proprietor stroked his chin thoughtfully. Show me your residence permit. Shinbe produced the original owner's residence permit. The proprietor scrutinized it for a moment, jotting down the details, an old resident. After pondering further, he stated, for the 20 pounds of corrupted wolf meat, I can only value it at 4 crystalline cores. I can prepare 300 rounds of ammunition for you, but you must return to me 80 crystalline cores. Do not think me mercenary. I am being quite generous. To put it bluntly, if you were to perish in the wilderness tomorrow, would I be able to pursue you to the depths of hell to reclaim my crystalline cores? The interest is indeed steep. Nonetheless, the proprietor's concerns were not unfounded. When one dies, all debts are extinguished. Normally, 50 crystalline cores would yield 300 rounds of ammunition, translating to a price of 1 crystalline core for 6 rounds. In the wilderness, when facing ferocious beasts, if luck is on one's side, one might kill a beast within 3 shots, thus earning 1 crystalline core. The overall returns were still promising. Shinbe nodded, agreed. After reaching an accord, they pinned an IOU. The proprietor rummaged through ammunition schematics and headed to the workshop. Come back in an hour to collect. Meanwhile, Shinbe sat on the ground, disassembling and then reassembling the revolver. Revolver LV-155. It appeared he had discerned a pattern. As long as a new item was acquired, based on the number of detachable components, it could almost always be upgraded by 1 level, with the exception of the alarm clock. Upgrade. Revolver LV-2-010. No ammunition. The cylinder slightly jams, the pall is unresponsive. The rifling is intact, and the lethality is significant. It is operational, but caution is advised regarding the jamming. Observe the pall S functioning during continuous fire. Success. The trigger functions smoothly once more, from unusable to operational. This was the effect of the upgrade. Delightful. Shinbe grasped the weighty revolver and retrieved sandpaper, beginning to polish, buff, and lubricate it. Soon, an almost brand new revolver emerged before him. The firearm boasted a striking design, exhibiting a grayish-black hue, reminiscent of a small alien pistol from a science fiction film. At that moment, Shinbe also discovered a bullet adorned with intricate engravings on the table. Curiously, he inquired of the proprietor about its significance. The proprietor answered candidly. It's something concocted by mysterious side abilities practitioners. They claim it enhances the bullet's power, but I personally do not believe it. What difference does it make from consecrating the revolver? Shinbe acknowledged this with a nod, opting not to dwell on it, and pocketed the bullet for future exploration. Seizing the opportunity during the ammunition processing, Shinbe continued deeper into the shelter. Before long, he arrived at a site adorned with a gear sign. Inside, numerous practitioners were laboring. Upon entering, Shinbe observed individuals continuously transforming chunks of iron ore directly into metal. Soon after, individuals began to transform metal into an array of shapes. There were firearm components and various incomprehensible objects. Shinbe's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the manifestation of superhuman abilities, the most rational utilization of productive forces. Who are you looking for? An elderly man within the courtyard warily observed Shinbe from behind a fence. Shinbe candidly replied, I wish to customize a piece of equipment. A customer, I see. The old man chuckled. I am Chinanji, the supervisor here. Please, come in. Shinbe shook his hand and followed Chinanji into his office. Now tell me, what would you like to customize? What are your specifications? Chinanji was straightforward and never one for pleasantries. Shinbe pondered his words, contemplating how to articulate his request appropriately. After a moment of reflection, he stated, I would like to customize a portable mech. I am unsure if it is feasible. Portable? A mech? Chinanji paused, momentarily bewildered, as if he were attempting to envision how one might reduce an elephant to the size of a teddy bear. Surely you jest? Chinanji rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Rather than reacting with anger, he patiently inquired, how do you envision this portability? Shinbe clarified his requirements. If possible, I would like it to collapse into a briefcase that can be carried easily, and when needed, with the press of a button, it should unfold into a form-fitting mech. Chinanji was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shinbe with astonishment. Pray tell, how much would such a portable mech cost? Might I procure one for myself? Shinbe responded, and Chinanji continued, young man, what age are we in? With superhumans emerging continuously, what utility does a colossal mech serve? The energy consumption alone is prohibitive. This is not a black technology factory. You have come to the wrong place. An individual transforming or into metal scoffed. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh, Shinbe remained unfazed. He was merely testing the capabilities of these individuals, curious to see if any possessed the extraordinary abilities to fabricate such wondrous devices. Witnessing their inability to create his desired object, he lowered his expectations. What about a form-fitting battle armor? Your demands exceed even those for the mech. Chinanji nearly leaped from his seat. Shinbe pursed his lips. What then can you create? My requirement is for it to be as streamlined as possible, with portability as the primary focus. Chapter 9. Custom battle armor. Shinbe's inquiry was evidently contradictory. How could one produce a form-fitting battle armor while also ensuring it remained streamlined? Such a creation would necessitate numerous components and modules, including exoskeletons and armor plating, power modules, and more. The construction would inherently be exceedingly intricate and complex. Chinanji stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before stating, in truth, our research institute has attempted to design battle armor before. While we have superhumans among us, there are also many ordinary individuals. Equipping them could yield considerable combat effectiveness. Moreover, with the unique materials shaped by superhumans, combined with a crystalline core, It is theoretically possible to design a form-fitting battle armor. Upon hearing the word theoretically, Shinbe sensed impending disappointment. They may have attempted it, but it was clear they had likely abandoned the endeavor midway. Shinbe tentatively inquired, to what extent can you achieve your envisioned ideal battle armor? Team Leader Chen pondered for a moment, gently stroking his chin, and replied, setting aside the current state of our research, the real question is whether you truly desire it. Naturally, Shinbe nodded. If he had no interest, there would be no reason to squander time. Provide me with 1 million crystal source cores, and I can procure armor that disregards both cost and manpower. Shinbe retorted, honestly, that joke is hardly amusing. Clearing his throat, he added, you truly possess a sense of humor, Team Leader Chen. Chun Anji shrugged, chuckling awkwardly. If I had that much money, I would simply purchase a fighter jet. Indeed. With such a sum, one could acquire 10 fighter jets. Team Leader Chen sighed, continuing, power armor has been a long-standing research topic for us. Since the world underwent its transformation, with the advent of various new materials and energy sources, our research progress has significantly accelerated. However, we are still some distance away from achieving functional power armor. What step are we missing? Shinbe inquired with curiosity. We are lacking. A nearby technician hastily cleared his throat. You be quiet. I know what should and shouldn't be said. Focus on your work. Team Leader Chen shot a glare at the technician before turning back to Shinbe. The shortfall lies in the power aspect. Our power armor struggles to sustain high-speed movement due to its weight. It is challenging to make such a heavy suit run like a human. Unless we recklessly use crystal source cores as energy, which results in immense consumption and is ultimately not worth it. Shinbei's interest was piqued. I wonder how heavy the armor you have developed is. By the way, what is its size? 1 ton, standing at 2.5 meters tall, humanoid in form. Team Leader Chen stated. To ensure impact resistance, we have utilized the lightest materials possible. This is indeed the lightest we can achieve. Upon hearing this, Shinbei's eyes brightened. If we used ordinary materials, could we further reduce the weight? Team Leader Chen, with a peculiar expression, remarked, if you do not require defense, you could eliminate many modules and even use cheaper materials. But to be frank, purchasing such armor would be a waste. The quality of materials is too poor, leading to easy wear and tear. It would likely fail without even needing to be attacked by the enemy. After a moment of contemplation, Shinbei asked, what capabilities can this power armor achieve? What is the price? Team Leader Chen, you guessed correctly. I am merely seeking to experience the sensation of wearing power armor, fulfilling a childhood dream. As for its combat effectiveness, that is of little concern. Money should not be squandered so recklessly. Team Leader Chen was momentarily speechless. But he eventually said, this power armor can enable you to run. Its weight would be around 100 kilograms, but that is only for running. Its speed may not even surpass your own. As for the price, he calculated in his mind. If you require no weapons, just the shell, I can assemble it for you with 1,000 crystal cores, and we can begin the process immediately. 1,000. Shinbei pondered for a moment and then asked, will the materials you use be bulletproof? What if we opt for non-bulletproof materials? Even with mere handgun bullets, I aspire to create something akin to Iron Man's armor. I seek only the semblance of it, as long as it can move, while ensuring that all functions are intact, such as the propulsion engines for the limbs. The aesthetics are paramount, while performance is of little consequence. Moreover, the color must be one of camouflage. Are you perhaps attempting to steal some technical know-how? Do you possess the means to enhance performance? Leader Chen looked at Shinbei with suspicion. In this era, the multitude of bizarre abilities is simply astonishing. Within this assembly room, there were numerous individuals with similar abilities, lacking any combat prowess, yet capable of generating remarkable value. Huh, you caught me, Shinbei replied, spinning tails. My usual pastime involves dismantling remote controls and alarm clocks. I merely wish to experiment with modifying powered armor, pushing my own limits. Follow me to the laboratory. I can assemble what you desire right on the spot, Leader Chen stated, shaking his head in disbelief, having expected a lucrative venture. Ultimately, it was merely an outer shell. That would simplify matters considerably. However, Shinbei did not follow Chunanji's departure. What's the matter? Chunanji tilted his head. Shinbei felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had intended to candidly admit his temporary inability to afford the armor. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he refrained from speaking, realizing he might jeopardize everything. Shinbei pondered that if he were to admit his lack of funds, Chunanji would undoubtedly expel him. Furthermore, the next time he had the means, the wealthy would likely ignore him or increase the price. It would be wiser to allow Chunanji to produce the item first. This way, aside from selling it to him, Chunanji would have no other options. With a clever scheme in mind, Shinbei said with a smile, no worries, let us proceed. Once we arrive, I need to scan your body data. Height and physique are crucial, or the armor may not fit comfortably. Upon entering the newly established laboratory, Leader Chen operated a computer and gestured toward the adjacent platform. Shinbei hesitated momentarily before stepping onto the platform. 8 infrared cameras descended from above, scanning his body from top to bottom. That will suffice, Leader Chen declared after several minutes of computer work, as the nearby 3D printer sprang to life, swiftly selecting materials. Under Shinbei's astonished gaze, component modules were rapidly printed. Apart from the essential parts, many modules were even crafted from plastic. Some components, however, could not be produced by the 3D printer and required a shapeshifter to mold iron sheets into spheres and stretch them into the requisite parts. This fusion of technology and mystical abilities opened Shinbei's eyes to new possibilities. Leader Chen appeared eager to convey information as he picked up components, continuously checking data. He even showed Shinbei, seemingly indicating that if he desired a fragile design, he would create an authentic brittle armor for him. Yet, Shinbei held no disdain. After all, he could upgrade. To his astonishment, a multitude of mechanical arms sprang into action, commencing the assembly process. Had the technology in this world advanced to such an extent? At least in the realm of artificial intelligence, it far surpassed the Earth he had traversed from. Is it possible for me to assemble it myself? He hastily inquired. Although it is the most rudimentary version, it still qualifies as a sophisticated high-tech product. He lacks the confidence to disassemble and reassemble it himself. Chapter 10. Are you really that infuriating? As he operated the computer, Team Leader Chen paused, his fingers hovering. You intend to assemble it yourself? Even if many modules are removed, it comprises thousands of components. A mechanical arm can complete the assembly in mere minutes, but manual assembly would take several hours. Are you certain you wish to proceed on your own? Indeed, I wish to assemble it myself. However, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with an assembly sequence, Shinbe replied. If you lack knowledge of power armor, even a video of the assembly sequence may not suffice for you to assemble it correctly. If a single screw is missing, it might not function at all. Team Leader Chen cautioned. Could you guide me then? Shinbe inquired. That is possible, but my time is quite valuable. Team Leader Chen hesitated, contemplating before he said, I can only provide you with an assembly video. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. Shinbe nodded affirmatively. No problem. Chen Anji shrugged, feeling relieved himself, yet internally muttering, I truly don't understand. If you manage to learn the technology, I shall consume this computer, even if one masters the assembly. Lacking an understanding of its operational principles renders one incapable of manufacturing various components. Team Leader Chen shook his head in disbelief, then instructed the mechanical arm to disassemble the recently assembled module. He then maneuvered the arm to place the newly printed parts onto the assembly table. Come over. Let us begin, Chen Anji said before departing from the assembly table to attend to his own research on the other side of the laboratory. Shinbe rubbed his hands together and opened the assembly video on the computer. He diligently followed along, assembling the components in a somewhat proficient manner. The absence of automated mechanical arms made manual assembly undeniably slow, yet Shinbe did not mind. He recognized this as a valuable opportunity for experience. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. With each module he assembled into a component, Shinbe accrued experience points. Little by little, his efforts accumulated. As time elapsed, he spent a full 3 hours assembling a power armor resembling Iron Man, albeit only 2 meters tall due to the removal of numerous modules. Upon securing the final component, a white light flashed, visible only to Shinbe. The power armor revealed its own data. Pseudo, Power Armor LV1, 1000. An entirely impractical battlesuit, incapable of combat, providing no defense, and possessing no offensive capability. Perhaps it could be worn during festive celebrations to enhance the atmosphere. Shinbe's lips curled in response. The prefix pseudo was particularly telling, indicating that this contraption was nothing more than a plastic toy. Nevertheless, he remained exhilarated. Having assembled it with his own hands, he was now poised for an upgrade. With upgrade data at hand, all seemed well. Naturally, Shinbe had no intention of upgrading just yet, as Team Leader Chen was still present in the laboratory, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. The device was so rudimentary that even Team Leader Chen was reluctant to refer to it as powered armor. He simply called it a contraption. It possessed all the desired functionalities, albeit in a severely diminished form. Weighing approximately 20 pounds, it resembled a fragile shell. Forget about ballistic protection, for even a common person wielding a knife could likely pierce through it. The most valuable component was the energy converter located at its chest. It was advisable not to wear it into combat, lest one meet an untimely demise. Rest assured, Shinbe grinned. Team Leader Chen retrieved a crystal core, manually opened the energy compartment of the armor, and placed the core inside. In the next moment, the eyes of the powered armor illuminated. All right, you may enter now. With a press on the exterior of the energy compartment, the front half of the armor retracted entirely. The helmet, chest, abdomen, hands, and feet all shrank by half, allowing him to step inside. As Shinbe stepped in, once his limbs and head were properly aligned, the armor sealed itself automatically. He soon realized he could seemingly control the armor with his thoughts. It appeared to employ a technology that linked to his neurons, enabling him to manipulate its various functions with his mind. He was somewhat taken aback. The existence of neuron linking technology indicated that the world's technological advancements were indeed formidable. However, due to the severely limited capabilities, the ventilation system was subpar, and it was advisable to lift the visor to prevent oxygen deprivation, as stated by Team Leader Chen. Understood, Shinbe thought, and the visor retracted slowly, revealing his face, albeit at a sluggish pace due to insufficient power. He attempted to move and found it akin to being encased in a cumbersome shell. Although the armor was lightweight and his mobility was not particularly slow, there seemed to be a lack of additional propulsion. Next, he tested the limb engines, discovering that while his palms and soles could emit light particles, the thrust was nearly imperceptible. Furthermore, there were concealed firing ports at each shoulder, capable of holding 10 bullets each, but their power was negligible. Do not bother testing. The propulsion is virtually non-existent. All the features are available, but as expected, they are merely superficial. You must rely on your own strength to move it. However, the joints are sufficiently flexible, so theoretically, if your strength is adequate, you could achieve greater speed, though it risks wearing down the components. Team Leader Chen shook his head in resignation. The crystal core lasts only 3 minutes. Once depleted, you must replace it yourself. This energy converter is also a stripped-down version, leading to significant energy waste. Shinbei's eyes widened in disbelief. Only 3 minutes? He thought, incredulous at the brevity of the duration. It was almost embarrassing to voice such limitations, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, Shinbe soon discovered an unexpected delight. Just a minute after donning the armor, the corner of his vision flickered with text. Pseudo-armor, experience 1. Was it possible to gain experience simply by wearing it for a minute? A surge of joy welled up within him, for he realized that the acquisition of experience with this power armor was far easier than with a mere pistol. Shinbe had discerned a crucial insight. Experience could only be gained by assembling an item once. To earn further experience, one must utilize the item, such as firing a gun. However, firing a weapon requires ammunition and the ability to strike a target, be it a person or a fearsome beast. This was precisely the reason Shinbe had relentlessly emptied his magazine while sniping his comrades. Experience could only be amassed through successful hits. Conversely, acquiring experience through this battle armor was remarkably effortless. Simply wearing it would continuously yield experience. How delightful. At that moment, Shinonji remarked, "Very well, as per your request. The armor is complete. That will be 1000 crystal cores. Please proceed with the payment." Shinbe stepped out of the armor, a mischievous grin upon his face. "I currently lack sufficient crystal cores. What? You cannot afford to pay?" Shinonji's lips twitched in irritation. He could discern that Shinbe was likely a denizen of the lower tiers. Were it not for the absence of any foul odor emanating from Shinbe, he would not have entertained him at all. But what was the point of conversing with someone who had no means? Good heavens. Now that this contraption had been created, he was informed of a lack of funds. Who was he supposed to sell it to? "Can I defer payment temporarily?" Shinbe inquired tentatively. "I am a long-time resident of Shelter 36. Shinonji shot him a sidelong glance, his face turning an irate shade of green. Chapter 11. The emergence of the abomination and the chaos that followed as Shinbe departed the research facility amidst Shinonji's grumbling. The latter, despite his displeasure, granted Shinbe a 10-day reprieve. Should he fail to produce the 1000 crystal cores within that time frame, the armor would be summarily destroyed. Yet, Shinbe felt assured that Shinonji would not follow through with such a threat, for it represented potential revenue. Aside from selling it to him, no one else would even glance at it. Shinonji had no alternative. Upon returning to the weapons shop, the proprietor had prepared 300 rounds of ammunition. Shinbe expressed his gratitude profusely as he collected them. By the end of the day, Shinbe found himself burdened with considerable debt. Nevertheless, he felt no pressure. The cheat code was his greatest ally for survival. Ultimately, he used the remaining meat strips to replenish some ammunition for his sniper rifle. As darkness descended, Shinbe returned to his rented room. The nights in this world offered little in the way of entertainment, merely gambling, bars, and brothels, none of which appealed to him. Instead, he gazed vacantly at the setting sun. At that moment, many residents of the wasteland were making their way toward the shelter, burdened with coal from mines, ores, and wild fruits gathered from the dense wilderness. Suddenly, in the far reaches of his vision, a line appeared on the horizon. A few ominous plumes of black smoke erupted like a wolf's howl, rising into the sky and forming 7 towering columns, as if seeking to pierce the heavens. Within these thick, dark columns, countless malevolent faces coalesced from the swirling smoke. Shinbe's heart raced as he gazed intently. He gasped, "Abomination!" A piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire shelter. The residents craned their necks, gazing westward. The cacophony was relentless. "Run outside. The abomination is coming." Good heavens. It's the hellhound toxin. This monstrosity is still active? According to records, the last appearance led to the annihilation of a city with 1 million inhabitants, leaving no survivors. Everyone perished. For heaven's sake, those of you who have yet to enter the safe zone, what are you waiting for? Drop everything and flee. Damn it. Are you fools? Still carrying things while running? At that moment, those who were still 500 meters outside the Titan shelter turned back upon hearing the alarm. Upon seeing the terrifying abomination, their legs turned to jelly, and they screamed in terror, sprinting towards the shelter. The precious ores and wild fruits they had toiled for all day were abandoned on the ground. The entire wasteland descended into chaos due to the sudden emergence of the monstrosity. The inhabitants of the shelter continuously cheered and encouraged those who had yet to enter. Suddenly, from among the 7 pillars of smoke, a dark cloud erupted, coalescing into a horrific visage the size of a football field, rushing towards them with remarkable speed. Its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, emanating a faint, sinister laughter carried by the wind. The fierce gusts threatened to scatter even the humans, let alone the smoke. Yet, this dark mass remained intact, as if it were indeed a demon, striking terror into Fong Han's heart. Wherever the smoke passed, darkness enveloped the sky, obscuring the sun and moon. Those who lagged behind inhaled the toxic fumes, blood gushing from their orifices, their bodies seemingly drained of bones, collapsing into a puddle of flesh. In the blink of an eye, these flesh remnants bubbled like boiling water. With a resounding boom, they erupted into a mist of blood and fireworks. At that moment, one resident, his face a mask of horror and rage, while running, drew out a rifle and turned to fire. The bullets struck the black smoke, sparking bursts of flame. But they could not withstand the relentless advance of the abomination. "No, help me, pull me back." The black smoke continued to devour the humans, creating clouds of blood mist that exploded in the darkness. Tragic, yet beautiful. Amidst these desperate souls was an ability user, weaving through the chaos. His entire being was enveloped in swirling energy, with crackling violet lightning dancing within a 3-meter radius around him. With a flick of his thumb, he unleashed a blade of thunder, sweeping through the air, stirring the heavens and earth, a powerful current tearing through the void, aimed directly at the abomination. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Shinbe shook his head. Although the ability user's assault was fierce, the black smoke was indeed an abomination. Despite the thunderous blade striking it, it still failed to inflict any damage. However, the ability user possessed a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person. He ran at incredible speed, not forgetting to grab a few lagging residents as he sped away. Ultimately, once all the residents had entered the confines of the Titan shelter, they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, some even coughing up blood uncontrollably. As the ominous black smoke approached within 500 meters of Titan, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, rendering it unable to advance further. The residents of the shelter erupted into a cacophony of discussions. How many lives were lost this time? I estimated roughly 30 souls. Damn this cursed world. There was no choice. Once Titan halted, it would present us with a prime opportunity to replenish our supplies. Without venturing out for resources, we would all face starvation. The troubling factor was that the shelter's current location was ill-suited, being too distant from the mines. Sigh before long, the malevolent black smoke drifted past Shelter 36, heading eastward, and vanished from sight. The aberration arrived rapidly and departed just as swiftly, leaving behind a desolate landscape marked by crimson craters. The inhabitants had long since acclimated to the cycle of life and death. Within moments, they resumed their activities, some playing cards, others indulging in drink. Shinbe, seated within his modest quarters, bore witness to the fragility of life, momentarily lost in thought. I must grow stronger, much stronger, not only to vanquish the aberration, but to outrun it as well. The recent event had profoundly impacted Shinbe. Frankly speaking, if faced with the aberration in the wasteland, he knew he would be unable to escape. Thus, upgrading his battle armor became imperative. Tomorrow, he must venture out to hunt, aiming to gather 1,000 crystal cores and acquire the armor. Once dawned, he was confident that it would not be long before he transformed into a formidable figure akin to Iron Man. As the sun sank below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land, and the stars shimmered brilliantly. The night sky in this world was astonishingly enchanting, resembling a tapestry adorned with countless diamonds. Shinbe blinked, fatigue washing over him. Before succumbing to slumber, he fashioned a metal wire at the door as a makeshift alarm. Then his head tilted, and he drifted into the realm of dreams. This marked his first sleep in this world. In his peculiar dream, he transformed into a colossal spaceship, tirelessly processing vast quantities of data while attempting to repair the vessel. Yet, he found himself unable to mend the incessantly damaged components. The supercomputer's data was awash in red alerts. In the midst of his slumber, a signal resonated from the depths of Shinbe's consciousness, akin to a high-speed computer transmitting numerous data points throughout his body. Suddenly, his form shifted eerily by 30 centimeters. Then, in an instant, he sat upright, his left hand grasping a revolver, thrusting it forward with lightning speed, pressing it against the chin of an unexpected intruder. This sequence of actions unfolded with such swiftness that it was only when the pistol aligned with its target that Shinbe's eyes genuinely opened. In the darkness, his pupils glimmered with an otherworldly light. Shinbe was momentarily taken aback. When had he drawn his weapon and sat up? Was it an uncontrollable reflex? In that fleeting moment, he discerned the presence of an uninvited guest. Who are you? Shinbe whispered, his voice deliberately subdued, gaining an alluring magnetism. Yet the rugged revolver in his hand stood in stark contrast to his gentle tone. Chapter 12. The intruder. Too violent. Shinbe awoke from his dreams, almost instinctively. Before his brain could even register the signals from his body, he had already raised his pistol. In Shinbe's hand, the formidable revolver, with its colossal size, elongated barrel, and intimidating black muzzle, left no doubt that within any range, this weapon possessed sufficient power to obliterate the skull of even the most ferocious armored bear into mere fragments. Such an armament was not meant for the common man to wield. Its fierce recoil was comparable to the firepower of ancient war machines. To shoot this gun one-handed meant that even if, by sheer luck, his wrist remained unbroken after the first shot, the subsequent recoil would significantly displace the grip, greatly increasing the time and precision required for subsequent aiming. Yet at this moment, the savage revolver was already aimed at the intruder's jaw, rendering the issue of aiming moot. Even if the discharge were to fracture Shinbe's wrist, it would only occur after the intruder's head had been reduced to a cloud of debris. The head beneath the muzzle appeared fragile and insubstantial. Whether it was this overwhelmingly powerful revolver or an ordinary handgun, either could easily penetrate her skull. However, few could easily pull the trigger, especially after catching a glimpse of the intruder's visage. Almost all the men present would hesitate to make the decision to fire at first sight. For she was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, seemingly not yet 20 years of age, in an era marked by widespread hardship. A woman's actual age often belied her youthful appearance. She might be merely 18, or even younger. She sported a head of deep chestnut short hair and a healthy sun-kissed complexion, her alluring lips adorned with an odd shade of purplish gray, and her bright, large eyes were fixed intently upon Shinbe. In those eyes flickered a mix of panic interwoven with excitement and anticipation. Dressed in a cropped leather jacket with a notably low neckline and a hem that barely outlined her voluptuous chest and taut waist, it seemed as though there was no other concealment beneath the leather. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting jeans that clung tightly to her ample curves and long, powerful legs, resembling a second skin. The young woman not only possessed striking beauty and a graceful figure, but she also radiated a vigorous vitality and excess energy, evidenced by the pervasive scent of alcohol that surrounded her. Clearly, the alcohol she had consumed had sent her nervous system into overdrive, focusing her on seeking thrill and excitement, while rendering her numb to the stark fear of life and death that loomed before her. Though a pistol hung precariously beneath her chin, her slightly blurred gaze, dulled by intoxication, remained fixated on Shinbe's captivating eyes and the hand gripping the gun. Shinbe's hands, clean and refined, with their elegant lines and delicate skin, rendered the young woman's self-proclaimed proud hands pale in comparison. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Shinbe's eyes as he noted the metal wire that had fallen to the ground. This woman had managed to bypass his alarm trap in a state of inebriation. His long finger, resting on the trigger, contracted slightly. With just a bit more pressure, he would unleash the thunderous strike of the weapon. The young girl finally became aware of the perilous change, her gaze suddenly sharpening as fear began to engulf her. Shinbe maintained his stance with the handgun aimed at her, rising to his feet. The slightest tremor of his finger could transform her beautiful visage into a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. The pistol remained pressed against her, forcing her to rise on tiptoe, adopting an extreme position that only a ballet dancer could achieve. Any minor movement could inadvertently lead to a discharge of the weapon. Yet, At this critical juncture, Shinbe executed an unexpected maneuver. He roughly patted her down, ensuring she posed no threat to himself. However, she dared not move, allowing fear and tension to permeate her being. As perspiration began to silently trickle down her cheeks and neck, the girl furrowed her brow in distress. And Shinbe's search eventually came to a temporary halt. He stepped back and holstered his firearm. After confirming that she bore no arms and that her inebriation was not feigned, appearing devoid of malice, Shinbe inquired in a deep voice, "Who are you? What brings you here?" A fervent flame ignited in the girl's eyes as she responded, "My name is Bai Luo. When you emerged from the shower, I thought you were incredibly cool. I've been here many times before, yet I never noticed you. How odd. By the way, I'm an expert lockpicker." Shinbe was no stranger to such scenarios. In this era of rampant violence, women, due to their physiological and physical disadvantages, often found themselves in lowly positions, with many resorting to exchanging their bodies for basic survival necessities, such as food and water. Given Bai Luo's youth and beauty, she could indeed survive through such means. However, to attain a better life, she would need to acquire formidable skills that would provide tangible value to her sanctuary. As a former mercenary in a past life and now a hunter in this desolate world, Shinbe was well versed in the essence of money, violence, women, and trade. Nevertheless, the current predicament seemed to conflict with his principles. As it touched upon certain boundaries, he was reluctant to compromise. "I have no money left." Shinbe was devoid of any crystal source cores, having long since transformed them into bullets and rent. All that remained was a single pound of jerky. Clearly, this girl was worth far more than that. The fire in her eyes blazed even more fiercely as she suddenly lunged at him like a panther. Her force pinning Shinbe onto the bed. As she heaved heavily, she began to tear at his clothing, her voice a tumult of desire and guttural growls. "This time, I don't want money. You were so despicable in your search. Give it to me now." Yet, Shinbe pressed the revolver against her chin once more, lifting her gaze. "I have many matters to attend to tomorrow. I must conserve my strength." The girl was nearly driven mad by the abrupt shift from fervor to frigidness, but was compelled to retreat under the pressure of the firearm. Clad almost entirely in her own garments, she clutched her clothes, watching helplessly as the door slammed shut before her, locked tight. Shinbe sat upright at the edge of the bed, the handgun resting across his knee. He heard the venomous, hysterical threat emanating from outside. "Shinbe, one day, I will rape you." Chapter 13. Revenge cannot wait until morning as dawn broke. Shinbe retrieved strips of meat, tearing them apart piece by piece while sipping water in small gulps. With a Barrett sniper rifle slung over his back and a revolver tucked at his waist, he placed ammunition in his satchel and donned a small backpack before stepping outside. The landlord regarded him with a knowing glance, exposing his yellowed teeth. "Going out." Shinbe nodded in response. "Don't lose heart, young man. What of the 3-second warrior? The key is to resolve issues swiftly," the landlord remarked enigmatically. Initially, Shinbe was baffled, taking a moment to process the words before asking in disbelief, "You know?" "Ah," the landlord chuckled lightly. "Some girls do take the initiative to seek work, but I believe this one lacked dedication." "Is that so?" Shinbe replied. "You noticed how quickly I paid." She seemed quite reluctant. "Of course she's unwilling," Shinbe elaborated. "I wasn't soliciting." The landlord nodded knowingly. No wonder she left in a huff. Waving his hand dismissively, Shinbe departed without further ado. Instead of heading directly into the wasteland, he veered toward the task hall, where a blackboard displayed the supplies needed by the shelter and temporary employment opportunities from various employers. Generally, tasks requiring those with special abilities were more abundant, as their individual combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary armed individuals. Although it was officially termed a shelter, it was quite expansive. One could even liken it to a small town. This was aside from the Titan-S trailing mobile homes. Shelter number 36 was classified as medium-sized, housing approximately 90,000 residents. Larger shelters could accommodate 200,000 to 300,000 inhabitants. Hence, when the Titan came to a halt, numerous employment opportunities arose. Navigating through the crowd, Shinbe gazed at the blackboard, noticing a plethora of tasks available. Many involved mining, logging, and similar endeavors, jobs that did not necessitate confronting ferocious beasts, thus ensuring a measure of safety. There were also long-term missions issued by the shelter's general, which entailed gathering intelligence on the Titan's advance. Few dared to undertake this task, as it required one to venture ahead of the Titan, whose path was entirely beyond human control, meandering as it pleased. What seemed a straight line one day could easily veer the next. Upon the return of reconnaissance teams, finding shelter could prove difficult, often met with silence. Nevertheless, this task bore significance. In the wasteland, vast ruins of cities lay scattered, home to various cunning and cruel mutated beings, abominations, and ferocious creatures. Yet, the shelter's special abilities were not to be underestimated. The sole concern was that once the Titan entered a ruined city, it would generate immense tilting and jarring sensations, necessitating reinforcement of the shelter structures. Meanwhile, the mobile homes trailing behind had to untie all their ropes and navigate in circles, representing a colossal undertaking that required prior warning. Each passage through the ruins had led many to financial ruin. Shinbe cast his eyes over the tasks, settling on one that piqued his interest. Thus, the task entails exploring an abandoned coal mine to ascertain whether ferocious beasts are lurking within, for which a reward of 30 core crystals is offered. Should such beasts be discovered and eradicated, the reward escalates to 200. In truth, the underworld is ill-suited for snipers, with its towering edifices and vast urban sprawl. The mountains and forests above ground are the true sanctuaries for sharpshooters. Nevertheless, the allure of this reward is undeniably tempting. Generally, the mines in the wastelands have been subjected to repeated exploitation. Today, Shelter 36 is present. Tomorrow, Shelter May 30th very well pass by, naturally scavenging the nearby mines. The likelihood of encountering beasts therein is minimal. Shinbe discreetly noted the location of this task before turning to exit the mission hall. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Shinbe, is it? Upon hearing this, Shinbe slowly lifted his gaze. The man before him donned a leather combat suit, not characteristic of a regular army uniform. The top half of his chest was unbuttoned, revealing a tuft of chest hair and well-defined muscles. His hawk-like nose, combined with deep gray eyes, imparted an aura of strength and charisma. This visage bore some resemblance to that of Xiaolong. Within the recesses of Shunbei's memory, he recalled the man's name, Xiaoying. He was one of the combat ability users from Shelter 36. Why did you return alone? Where's my brother Xiaolong? Xiaoying inquired, his tone grave and his gaze unfriendly. Shinbei shook his head. I'm not sure. They abandoned me midway, and so I returned. Really? Xiao Ying's expression turned skeptical, doubt evident in his voice. They abandoned you? Yes, is there a problem? Humph. Xiao Ying's expression hardened, a storm brewing within his eyes, which flickered with a hint of savagery. The direction you were tasked to venture should have only encountered creatures like the corrupted wolf, which pose no real threat. How could they have discarded you as a burden? Shinbei, uninterested in further discourse, retorted, then go ask your brother. I'll ask you, damn it. Xiao Ying's temper flared violently. What exactly happened? Where's my brother? Shinbei reiterated, I do not know. With that, he brushed past Xiao Ying. As a first-tier ability user, unless ambushed, he was not intimidated by a direct confrontation. Firearms still held their threat and advantage, particularly the upgradable ones he possessed. Xiao Ying's gaze bore into Shunbei's retreating figure, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He could not bring himself to believe a single word Shinbei uttered. After contemplating, he stepped out of the shelter, retracing the path his brother had taken during the mission. Damn it, if my brother is still alive, you, Shinbei, will be fine. If anything happens to him, you shall pay the price. Xiao Ying's expression was resolute. Meanwhile, Shinbei hid in the shadows, watching Xiao Ying's silhouette fade into the distance. Narrowing his eyes, should he encounter Xiao Long's lifeless body, it would be clear he had become a prime suspect. After all, if the populace fell to bullets, it was evident that beasts did not wield firearms. In the days to come, Xiao Ying would remain in the shadows, while Shinbei would stand in the light. Perhaps the moment for vengeance will soon unfold. Shinbei gritted his teeth, momentarily setting aside any thoughts of tasks. He chose to follow directly, determined to find a strategic location to lay in wait and eliminate the hawk, ensuring a permanent resolution to this threat. In this world, even the slightest delay in retribution could lead to lifelong regret. An hour later, Shinbei set off. The relentless rays of ultraviolet sunlight scorched the earth, yet the heavy cloak draped around him shielded him from its harshness. His pace was steady, neither hurried nor slow. And it wasn't until 3 hours later that he halted before the desolate remnants of a solitary house. After meticulously inspecting the villa, which had lost half its roof, and confirming the absence of lethal creatures or nests of formidable predators, he finally relaxed. This was the place. Shinbei lay in ambush along the inevitable route the hawk would take. He had chosen this site as the hawk's final resting place. What of the ability users? It was a matter of survival. Either they perish or he does. Chapter 14. Can bullets be upgraded? Let us do it. Shinbei awaited in silence. Just as he closed his eyes to steal a brief respite, a thought struck him. He retrieved a bullet from his pocket, one he had taken from the table of the weapons dealer at the shelter. It bore intricate engravings, and as his fingertips brushed over its surface, he felt the uncanny texture. It was unlike any mere carving. The patterns seemed to be innate to the metal itself. Yet, upon closer inspection, he could discern subtle grooves. So faint they were invisible to the naked eye, indicative of masterful craftsmanship akin to precision machinery. In this world, ability users could be broadly categorized into two main types, combat-oriented and support-oriented. The combat types wield immense power, capable of annihilating any foe except for the most sinister entities. Theoretically, they could vanquish all manner of beasts and zombies. Additionally, the combat category encompasses numerous subtypes, including those relating to elemental forces and genetic enhancements. Conversely, support types lack formidable offensive capabilities, primarily enhancing the quality of life within shelters and improving necessary equipment. However, the mysterious side of abilities introduces a peculiar dimension. Some users from this realm possess combat capabilities rivaling those of the combat category, controlling aspects like space and time. Yet, others can merely assist combat types in augmenting their prowess. Currently, the engraved bullet in Shunbei's possession originated from a mysterious ability user. At this moment, the bullet's information appeared at the corner of Shunbei's vision. Assault rifle bullet LV5, max level achieved. Single-use item. This bullet is inscribed with mysterious energy, extending its range by 500 meters, significantly amplifying its lethality and precision, and bestowing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, this bullet can alter its trajectory. Upon reading the information, Shinbei was left in a state of shock. A seemingly ordinary bullet, enhanced with engravings, had undergone such a staggering transformation. The mere increase in firing range alone constituted a deadly tactic to bewilder his adversaries. The enemy underestimated the shooting distance of the firearm, but the bullets seemed to cheat. Yet, that was merely the beginning. The most bewildering aspect was the ability to alter the trajectory of the projectile. Shinbei could hardly fathom how such a feat was accomplished. Was it a technique of trembling hands? Even in this bizarre world, once a bullet was fired, it should no longer be under the control of the shooter. Just then, a fleeting spark illuminated Shunbei's consciousness. In a mystical connection, it felt as though a divine force was linking him to the bullet in his grasp. Suddenly, Shinbei noticed a slight deviation to the left in the bullet nestled in his palm. It began to rotate to the right, the tip gradually adjusting its direction. Astonished, Shinbei exclaimed. So it was through the realm of consciousness that one could modify a bullet's trajectory. This revelation meant that after the bullet was discharged, it could curve in flight according to one's will. Shinbei was elated. Truly, the bullets crafted by the enigmatic ability users could be wielded by anyone. He clicked his tongue, realizing that the owner of the gun shop had failed to perceive a tremendous business opportunity. Without delay, Shinbe rummaged through his backpack for his own bullets and extracted a less than 10-centimeter long alloy file. He began to etch the intricate patterns onto the bullet. Though not an ability user himself, he believed that by imitating the designs, he could surely acquire the necessary experience to create such bullets. Soon, however, Shinbe recognized that he had been somewhat hasty. The peculiar patterns on the bullets were indeed quite complex. Some of the interwoven designs were so intricate that he could not determine which line was drawn first. Additionally, due to his lack of experience, his precision was insufficient. Upon completing his initial attempt at engraving, a notification appeared in his peripheral vision. Rifle bullet LV-05. Surface scratched, but does not affect usability. Shinbe sighed. His efforts had been in vain. He needed to be more meticulous. Glancing up at the desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence, he returned to his task. With a rustling sound, Shinbe began to replicate the simplest of patterns. Experience 1. Excellent. Progress was being made. He pressed on. As he carved the second line, he received no experience points. Undeterred, he continued to engrave. Experience 1. Experience 1. Until he accumulated 5 experience points. The bullet had no further areas to be engraved, yet in comparison to the level 5 bullet, many lines remained uncarved. This was primarily due to the coarseness of his engraved lines. The spacing between them was far inferior to that of a level 5 bullet. My tools are lacking, and my technique is flawed, Shinbe concluded. He then decided to upgrade the bullet. Rifle bullet LV-210. Surface scratched, slightly increases shooting distance, slightly enhances lethality. While the results were modest, they were still significant, although they could not be compared to a level 5 bullet. Nevertheless, for Shinbe, this was a monumental discovery, akin to uncovering an entirely new realm, especially for someone like Shinbe, who possesses no supernatural abilities and relies solely on firearms for survival. It is undoubtedly a significant advantage. With more refined tools at my disposal, I could certainly craft level 5 bullets. Subsequently, Shinbe busied himself with the endeavor of engraving rounds for a revolver. In a brief span, the engraving was completed. Revolver bullet LV-155, level up. Revolver bullet LV-205, disposable item. The bullet's surface bears scratches. Upon impact, this bullet will produce an explosive effect, albeit at the cost of accuracy and shooting range. Shinbe furrowed his brow. The M500 revolver has a lethality radius of 250 meters and an effective range of 50 meters. After acquiring the enhancement, this bullet astonishingly suffered a reduction in both accuracy and range. However, Shinbe remained unfazed. As for the diminished precision, it was no longer a concern for him. In his strategy, he would never engage targets beyond 20 meters when wielding the revolver. Shinbe meticulously processed the bullets, one after another, seemingly never weary or disenchanted. In the blink of an eye, an entire box of bullets was expertly handled, each projectile adorned with identical engravings, as if crafted by a precision machine. During this time, all the bullets he managed to carve were of level 2. Level 3 had yet to be achieved. Shinbe felt no urgency. Once he completed his tasks here, he would seek out the mysterious supernatural individuals for further enlightenment. Carefully storing the bullets, he retrieved a second box and opened it, demonstrating that 2 hours of repetitive labor had not dulled his enthusiasm. The experience of a former Special Forces operative taught him that ample patience is essential for survival. Shinbe raised his gaze outward once more. Suddenly, in the distant wasteland, a figure emerged, carrying a corpse. Moving at a steady pace of approximately 30 miles per hour towards his direction, the Eagle Hawk has returned. Shinbe swiftly organized his bullets and tools with remarkable speed. Grasping the Barrett rifle in hand, and deftly chambered a modified round, he then stealthily positioned himself against the wall, peering through a narrow gap to observe the outside world. Throughout these actions, aside from the metallic sound of the rifle being readied, Shinbe emitted no other noise. At this moment, his rifle lacked any sighting apparatus. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his ability to take aim. Shinbe narrowed his eyes slightly to shield them from reflection, cautiously observing the scene beyond. As an expert in long-range shooting, he was well aware of what could betray his position. The figure drew nearer. Shinbe's rifle barrel slowly extended outward. Chapter 15. Sniping in Combat with Supernatural Beings. Opposite him, the Eagle Hawk sprinted across the wasteland, carrying his brother, the Eagle Dragon's, lifeless body. At this moment, he was consumed by fury. He had harbored a premonition that his brother had perished. However, he could never have anticipated that upon arriving at the scene, not only had everyone fallen, but they had all succumbed to sniper fire. After examining each corpse, he discovered that, aside from the fatal gunshot wound to the forehead of the Hawk Dragon, all other members had been slain by a sniper's rifle. This led the Hawk Eagle to immediately associate the sniper rifle with Shinbe. It must be him. He certainly killed everyone. The expression on Hawk Eagle's face twisted into a grotesque snarl. Had he known this would happen, he should have killed him that very morning. He thought, it is not too late. As long as Shinbe appears at Shelter 36, he would eliminate him without a second thought. An ordinary person's life is of no concern to the shelter. With this thought, Hawk Eagle quickened his pace, leaping through the underbrush in a frantic rush back to the shelter. At that moment, Shinbe was watching Hawk Eagle from a distance, his eyes fixed on the sound of his movements. The T-shaped crosshair slowly rotated along the barrel of his rifle, soon capturing the fleeting sight of 2 legs sprinting through the foliage. He intended to aim for the opponent's head or chest, but the dense branches and leaves overhead obscured the upper body of the target. The view was severely limited amidst the tightly packed trees, revealing only the rapidly moving legs, while the upper half of Hawk Eagle remained hidden at an angle, making it impossible to ascertain his position. Firing blindly at the head would not only miss the target, but could also alert Hawk Eagle. This first shot was crucial. Slow down, just a little more. Turn back and gaze upon your wicked progeny, Shinbe silently mouthed, as soft blades of grass brushed against his cheek. In a flash, seizing the opportunity. Just as Hawk Eagle's legs came to an abrupt halt, awaiting the brain's command to change direction, Shinbe decisively pulled the trigger. A shrill bullet erupted from the chamber, tearing through the obstructing foliage and racing toward its target. The bullet flew with incredible speed, skimming the ground beneath the vegetation, leaving a whistling trail in its wake. Just as Hawk Eagle was about to take off again, the bullet struck his left ankle, sending him crashing to the ground like a galloping stallion that had suddenly stumbled over a tether, resulting in a brutal fall, breaking his nose, shattering his front teeth, and splitting his lip without any chance of avoidance. He tumbled within the underbrush, quickly falling silent. It was evident that Hawk Eagle possessed a strong combat instinct. Despite being shot, he did not panic or cry out. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, making no unnecessary movements, as if he had vanished into the thicket. Shinbe, with lightning speed, ejected the spent shell from his rifle, his finger poised on the trigger, his eyes glued to the scope, unwavering in his focus on the target. After a meticulous examination, he detected a slight flaw, a hand protruding from the underbrush, glaringly conspicuous amidst the chaotic foliage. In a swift motion, Shinbei's Barrett sniper rifle struck like a vicious serpent, delivering a second lethal bite to the prey. The bullet was discharged in an instant, striking the exposed hand with devastating force. Shinbe anticipated a scream, but none came. Moreover, after the hand was obliterated, there was no reflexive reaction, resembling the lifeless hand of a corpse. Shinbei's heart sank. This was bad. That was the body of Hawk Dragon. Shinbei's expression of shock lingered on his face as he swiftly seized his sniper rifle and retreated behind the wall. He glanced around, straining his ears to catch the sounds in his surroundings. Shinbe was utterly convinced that his first shot had indeed struck the ankle of the Xiongyang. The second shot had fallen prey to a decoy orchestrated by Xiongyang, hitting a lifeless body instead. Consequently, the concealed Xiongyang had pinpointed his location and would likely maneuver to encircle him. Should he move to the left or to the right? Shinbe realized he must change his position. In close quarters, he would surely be no match for Xiongyang. Taking a gamble, Shinbe cautiously crouched and scurried to the left, advancing while prone. He made his way toward the position of Xionglang, intent on repositioning himself to catch Xiongyang off guard when he emerged from the rubble, aiming for a precise shot to the head. Soon, Shinbe arrived at the rear of Xionglang's corpse and readied his sniper rifle. Almost simultaneously, a shadow appeared at Shinbei's original sniping position. It was none other than Xiongyang. Shinbei's finger tightened on the trigger, and without hesitation, he fired a shot. Bang! A bullet erupted from the chamber, soaring toward a thicket amidst the ruins. The fleeting white line passed through the dense foliage in an instant. The interplay of sunlight and shadow on the bullet's tip alternated at breakneck speed, ultimately causing a few blades of grass in the thick greenery to tremble slightly before vanishing into the unfathomable depths of the rubble. A burst of crimson mist erupted from within the debris. Shinbe had anticipated that this shot would eliminate his target. Although Xiong was an ability user, he was merely at the first tier, while Shinbei's sniper rifle was at the third tier, and his ammunition at the second tier, sufficient to ensure Xiongyang's downfall. However, in the next moment, the muzzle of a rifle emerged from the ruins, unleashing a chaotic barrage in Shinbei's direction. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire was filled with impotent fury and erratic shots. Shinbe, exhibiting agility, lifted Xionglang's corpse as a shield against the bullets and quickly rolled beneath a large tree. At that moment, the gunfire ceased, and Xiongyang's voice echoed from the rubble. Damn it, Shinbe. Is that you, Shinbe? Shinbe was taken aback, gaining a newfound understanding of ability users. Having been shot twice, Xiongyang could still speak. Shinbe responded boldly. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. You wouldn't mind, would you? You wretched scoundrel. Killing my brother, and now seeking to end my life? Xiongyang's venomous voice retorted. What? Do you still wish to kill me with firearms? I am an ability user. I advise you to surrender willingly, and I shall spare your life. At this moment, there was no room for banter. Shinbe nonchalantly continued. Though ability users possess great strength, they are not invulnerable to bullets. If you have the courage, step out, and I shall aim a shot at your forehead. If you survive, I shall willingly allow you to kill me. How does that sound? Xiongyang fell silent. One must acknowledge that the power of a sniper rifle posed a significant threat to ability users, especially those at the first and second tiers, who were merely marginally stronger than ordinary individuals. Unless one ascended to the third tier or higher, their defenses would not withstand bullets. Presently, Xiongyang's ankle was severely mangled, severely hampering his mobility. A bullet has just lodged itself in the bone of my shoulder, causing excruciating pain that nearly renders me unconscious. Though I have not been shot dead, my life hangs in the balance, and the sense of helplessness is overwhelming. My extraordinary ability is the enhancement of strength, which means I cannot engage in close combat, and am left to endure blows passively. Glancing at the terrain, I find myself in a quandary. My injured ankle has significantly reduced my mobility. If Shinbe continues to circle around me, it is only a matter of time before he overcomes me. What should I do? I squint at my wounded ankle. On the other side, Shinbe is also contemplating his next move. He dares not approach too closely to me. If I manage to ensnare him, it would take but a few moves to utterly obliterate him. Yet I remain concealed behind the wall, refusing to reveal myself. If this stalemate persists, once my ankle heals, it will be he who faces demise. With this thought, Shinbe slowly retrieves a level 5 bullet. He takes a moment to memorize its intricate design, feeling a pang of reluctance before loading it into the chamber. Chapter 16. When pursued by a minor foe, one must retaliate. I simply cannot afford to drag this out. Shinbe cannot afford it. If he were targeting an ordinary person, he might boldly charge forth with his revolver. But I am no mere mortal. I am an extraordinary being. My regenerative abilities far surpass those of an average human. Regardless of the cost, this opportunity must not be squandered. I must seize the chance to strike while I am still able. Thus, He decisively loads the level 5 bullet into the chamber without hesitation and fires. Bang! The bullet, akin to a swift finger, slices through the soft foliage at the edge of the stone pit and hurtles toward the ruins. In that fleeting moment, I hear a sharp sound from within the debris. Randomly firing? Behind me lies a wall impervious to bullets, utterly futile. At this point, my composure has steadied. I can afford to wait. Whether Shinbe retreats, charges, or remains idle, victory will ultimately be mine. Time is on my side. Whoosh! I catch sight of a bullet whizzing overhead, leaving a white streak in its wake. Yet, in the next heartbeat, my eyes widen in horror as I witness the unthinkable. The bullet, which had been flying in a straight line, suddenly alters its trajectory, seeming to drift in midair as it turns and heads straight for me. What on earth? I am enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread. My expression contorted with an unparalleled fear. I have never encountered such a terrifying sight. It is simply inconceivable, unimaginable, beyond belief. I cannot fathom why Shinbe's bullet would veer off course. Could he be an extraordinary being capable of manipulating bullets? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, the absurdity unfolds right before my eyes, leaving me in a state of disbelief. At that moment, as Shinbe's consciousness connects with the level 5 bullet and it is released, a miraculous phenomenon occurs. He finds himself sharing a vision with the bullet. As the bullet grazed the head of the owl hawk, Shinbe swiftly maneuvered it to turn back, directing the projectile towards the stunned creature. With a resounding bang, the bullet precisely penetrated the owl hawk's right eye, exploding within its brain. The explosive force of the ammunition ravaged the delicate neural tissues, causing the skull to burst open. A gruesome spray of red and white matter erupted like a boiling porridge, creating a grotesque fountain of brain matter in Shinbe's view. He exhaled softly, having expended a precious level 5 bullet, ultimately resolving all his troubles. Surely, this would prevent the younger one from coming after him, and the elder would not follow suit. Would they? Shinbe stowed away his Barrett rifle, slinging it across his back, and with a few agile leaps, returned to the ruins. Crouching atop a crumbled wall, he gazed at the lifeless body of the owl hawk, a smirk gracing his lips. Ah, the abilities of an extraordinary being. He leapt down and began to rummage through the pockets and satchel of the owl hawk. Among the items, he discovered an identity card for an ability user, which elicited a twinge of envy within him. This card would afford significant discounts at all shelters, often as much as 30 off, and in some cases, even 50. For ordinary individuals, simply avoiding a price increase was a stroke of good fortune. Aside from the miscellaneous items, the most valuable possession was the core of crystal source. Shinbe counted a total of 330 of them. The age-old adage of killing and looting remains universally true. Profiting from such ventures is the most lucrative endeavor with negligible investment. Shinbe converted the crystal cores into his own possession, taking a box of cigarettes while discarding the rest. After consuming some jerky and sipping a few gulps of water, he commenced his journey back. His figure moved like a wraith through the ruins, alternating between swift and slow. This world, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape, merely mirrored the plight of humanity. Humans are creatures of habit, preferring stable living conditions, yet now, pursued by the relentless malevolence, they could only rely on titans to survive in a state of collective despair. For the other ferocious beasts, however, this world was akin to paradise, teeming with diverse terrains and ecosystems. The return journey would take approximately 2 hours, during which Shinbe endeavored to evade the predators, choosing not to provoke them. It was not out of fear, but rather a determination to complete his task of exploring the mining caves, which promised a more favorable reward. Yet, contrary to his intentions, an hour later, he encountered a peculiar life form, a stone giant. Towering over 3 meters, it appeared heavy and cumbersome, yet oddly enough, it moved with almost no sound. Typically, it lay dormant upon the ground, nearly blending into the earth, basking in the sun and indulging in slumber, rarely shifting. However, once awakened, it would relentlessly pursue any being that disturbed its rest, showing no mercy. The most troublesome aspect was the formidable resilience of the stone giant's body. Blades and swords proved ineffective, and ordinary firearms were utterly useless. Generally, when faced with such a creature, it was advisable for the team to include an ice-type ability user, who could freeze it, allowing for a leisurely escape. Engaging in combat was a waste of time and lacked cost-effectiveness, akin to the stubborn and unyielding stones of a thatched cottage. Apart from the extraordinary abilities of certain individuals, there exists a rather swift method of dispatching foes. This method entails firing 5 bullets in rapid succession at the same location, piercing the heart. However, achieving such precision is no trivial feat. It demands extraordinary marksmanship. A moment's delay in firing can result in the wounds of the stone creature rapidly healing. In a world teeming with those possessing supernatural powers, the handguns wielded by these individuals have gradually become mere ornaments. Ordinary folk, lacking the financial means to purchase ammunition for honing their shooting skills, typically choose to flee when confronted by a stone creature, running until they are no longer pursued. Shinbe initially contemplated escape, yet the stone creature pursued him relentlessly. Akin to a rabid dog, after sprinting 2,000 meters, Shinbe was left parched and breathless. Frustrated, he drew his revolver, executed a roll, and aimed at the creature's chest. However, the creature's sluggish speed prompted him to redirect his aim, focusing instead on its robust leg joint. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of 5 shots shattered the left leg joint of the stone creature, causing its heavy body to topple to the left. Amidst the rising dust, Shinbe observed the astonishing sight of the creature's leg joint rapidly regenerating. Truly a formidable foe. Ignoring the system prompt, Shinbe swiftly reloaded his revolver. 5 heated shells clattering to the ground as he deftly replaced them with fresh rounds. With a decisive click, the cylinder locked into place. Without the luxury of aiming, he raised the gun slightly, seizing the moment as the stone creature attempted to rise, immobile for a fleeting instant. He unleashed a torrent of fire towards its chest, firing 6 consecutive shots. The thunderous sound of gunfire echoed as the powerful bullet struck, the recoil sending tremors through Shinbei's hands. Each shot found its mark, carving a deep indentation into the creature's chest. Soon after, the stone creature shuddered and fell silent. Stowing away his revolver, Shinbe lit a cigarette, feeling a pang of melancholy. 10 bullets had been expended to slay a single stone creature, yielding only 1 crystal core, which could purchase a mere 6 bullets in return, a loss indeed. After extracting the crystal core, Shinbe continued on his journey. At the same time, he decided to upgrade his revolver. Revolver LV3, 730. The 5-round cylinder now operates with slightly increased efficiency. Rifling remains intact, enhancing lethality. With an additional round capacity of 1 and a 20 reduction in recoil, Shinbe felt a spark of excitement. This upgrade was promising. Not only had the previous sluggishness of the cylinder vanished entirely, but its capacity had increased to 6 rounds, evoking a sense of burgeoning potential. Thrilled, he murmured to his revolver, "I have a feeling that one day, you shall transform into a formidable weapon." Chapter 17. I will increase your pay. Please assist me. Shinbe soon returned to the vicinity of shelter number 36, where he could see the colossal Titan's maw delved into the earth, incessantly siphoning off water sources. Shinbe continued his journey northward, surpassing the sanctuary, and soon beheld a grand mountain looming over the desolate landscape. Beneath the mountain, every few kilometers lay a dark mine. Some of these mines were actively being worked, with humans operating steam machinery, hoisting cables to extract the ore-laden carts from below. The precious minerals and coal were then dumped onto the ground for transport back to the sanctuary. These operable steam devices were established through the collaborative efforts of multiple sanctuaries, accessible to any nearby refuge. The scene was one of bustling activity, with everyone laboring diligently, for the Titan's movements were utterly unpredictable. At times, it would remain stationary for an entire year, while at others, it would commence its journey the very next day, a stark contrast in timing. Shinbe approached one of the mines designated A013, where several logistical personnel from the sanctuary were peering curiously into the depths of the mine. In the wilderness, while resources were unclaimed, the right to extract them belonged to the sanctuaries. After all, the defense force organized by the ability users could not permit ordinary folk to act recklessly. Shinbe mingled among them and engaged in conversation with a few logistics staff before getting straight to the point. He wished to undertake a reconnaissance mission. One staff member, Mingyi, scrutinized Shinbe with an inscrutable smile. "You? Really?" "Yes. Please show me your ability user license." "Ordinary person," Shinbe replied candidly. Mingyi clicked his tongue. "Buddy, it's not that I mean to be harsh, but anyone can take on a task, yet one must also consider their safety. What if there are ferocious beasts lurking below? Are you willing to risk your life?" Shinbe spoke with calm resolve. "My life and death are my own concern. You need not fret over them. Perhaps you should consider labor instead. You could earn some living expenses," another staff member suggested. Mingyi continued. "This reconnaissance mission has already been claimed by 2 ability users. They should be returning soon." Upon hearing this, Shinbe clicked his tongue in frustration. Too late. He sighed. Labor was simply not an option for him, not in this lifetime. Since the task had been preempted, he turned away without hesitation, setting his sights on the mountain, determined to seek out beasts to hunt and to excavate more crystal cores to procure his battle armor sooner. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the mine's entrance as other workers cried out in alarm. "Something has happened. Hurry." Shinbe followed the sound and beheld an ability user staggering out of the mine. His body was grievously mangled, his face resembling a crushed persimmon. One eye socket conspicuously empty, as if it had been forcibly removed. His entire form bore the marks of rodent bites, bloodied and torn. Even the musculature on his arm was gnawed to the bone, leaving a ghastly sight. After collapsing to the ground, his face retained an expression of sheer terror as he gasped out 4 words, "Save danger." Not a syllable more could he utter before his body stiffened, succumbing to death. Mingya's expression transformed dramatically, his pupils dilating. "Hey, is Lei Laohu still alive? What is down there? Speak. Hey." The lifeless staff member checked for breath, but there was none. "Damn it." Mingya's expression darkened with fury. "It seems that Thunder Tiger is likely in grave danger as well. What should we do?" Another person inquired. "Thunder Tiger is still below. Perhaps he is still alive. Should we return to summon higher tier abilities? We must extract the ore from this mine." Mingyi suddenly turned to Shinbe. "Do you still have the courage to investigate?" Shinbe's gaze was resolute. "What tier are these 2 ability users?" "Both are tier 1. I will take on this mission." Shinbe replied without a hint of hesitation. He had come specifically for this task and would not be intimidated by the uncertain fate of one ability user or the death of another. In other words, had he taken on the task earlier, he would still face the dangers that lay ahead. Wealth often tempts fate. The demise of 2 tier 1 ability users does not signify his own demise. Excellent. Mingyi was quite straightforward. "If you can eliminate the threats inside, I will add 100 crystal cores, totaling 300. If you can bring back Thunder Tiger alive, I will add another 100. Shinbe nodded, first rolling in a nearby mud puddle, covering himself in filth and grime. Mingyi and the other staff members watched Shinbe's preparations, taking a sharp breath, unable to help but exclaim, "Truly professional. Is this to mask his presence? It seems this fellow is quite resourceful." Ability users seldom attend to such details. Each has their own approach. Shinbe wiped the mud from his eyelids and extracted a triangular military dagger from the deceased ability user as his weapon. Without further ado, he entered the mine. He treaded carefully in the deep cavern, his footsteps light and soft, akin to a nimble cat, moving silently. The thick hooded cloak and the earthy scent ensured that his presence and body heat remained concealed, making it difficult for the lurking predators, reliant on scent or infrared vision, to detect him. After all, the beasts dwelling underground surely possess highly developed olfactory and infrared capabilities. Meanwhile, Shinbe gripped the sharp-edged triangular dagger firmly in hand. its tip honed to a lethal sharpness, capable of both slashing and piercing, a truly formidable weapon. Although the original owner was not adept in combat, Shinbe, in his previous life as a special forces soldier, carried the skills of unarmed combat ingrained in his very genes upon his reincarnation. One could say that combat techniques were akin to data, and his transmigration was merely a process of copying and pasting. Shinbei's modified rifle and pistol were strapped to his back and concealed beneath his cloak. His pistol, though powerful, lacked precision. However, in the confines of the cave, its effectiveness could be exponentially amplified. The challenge lay in the fact that within this deep, silent passage, the sound of gunfire would echo far and wide, essentially announcing to the monsters within several kilometers, "I have arrived." Comparatively, the dagger was far more suited to the current environment. The mine was not entirely dark. At regular intervals, the walls were illuminated by oil lamps with shades, left lit by the previous two ability users as they explored. According to conventional wisdom, when the oil lamp ceases to illuminate, it signifies the location of their misfortune. At a corner, Shinbe abruptly halted, retracting into his cloak, gradually merging with the shadows. A faint rustling sound emanated from the alleyway, and a mutant rat, measuring nearly 1 meter in length, emerged. Its disproportionately large snout quivered incessantly, nostrils flaring, while its small, dim eyes indicated a significant regression. Decades ago, the rats dwelling on the surface belonged to the same species as this aberrant creature. However, in the wake of a dramatically transformed world enveloped by an eerie energy, these animals underwent a profound metamorphosis. Despite the mutant rat's increased size and strength, Shinbe remained largely unperturbed. From the memories of the original owner, he knew that 2 or 3 ordinary individuals, with due caution, could easily dispatch such a creature without significant danger. Simultaneously, Shinbe pondered the absurdity of 2 ability users struggling against merely a mutant rat. A foreboding intuition struck him. Beneath the mine, there likely existed entities far more perilous than this aberration. With no time to dwell on other thoughts, Shinbe concealed himself in the shadows, channeling energy into his dagger, awaiting the approach of the mutant rat as it neared the bend. Chapter 18. The Thrill of the Moment. Just as the mutant rat aligned almost parallel to Shinbe, he seized the initiative. His trident knife shot forth like lightning, piercing the uppermost part of the rat's snout, penetrating through its jaws and anchoring it firmly to the ground. The snout represented the mutant rat's most vulnerable point, and it let out a frenzied scream, its foreshort. Sharp claws desperately clawing at the ground, sending debris flying as it rapidly excavated a pit in the hard rock. Shinbei's left hand gripped the knife's hilt, his seemingly frail arm unwavering as solid as a rock. Simultaneously, he swayed his body to evade the rat's claws. The risk of being clawed was less about the injury itself and more about the potential for infection. In this world, medical care was a luxury, and the thought of treatment was disheartening. In that moment, the mutant rat, having sustained a critical injury, could not endure even a minute, convulsing violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shinbe slowly withdrew his dagger, flipping the mutant rat over, revealing it to be a female. A frown creased his brow as his expression shifted subtly. Typically, male mutant rats preferred solitary pursuits, while a female's appearance invariably suggested the presence of a male following closely behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe swiftly sidestepped a few paces, positioning himself in the center of the passage from which the mutant rat had emerged, crouching on his forelegs, bracing himself, and leveling his dagger towards the profound darkness of the corridor. Almost as soon as his dagger was raised, a foul wind surged from the passage, and a larger male mutant rat suddenly lunged from the shadows, aiming to bite Shinbe. The dagger remained steadfast, and utilizing the momentum of the mutant rat's charge, its sharp tip plunged deeply into the creature's throat, traversing its innards almost to the point of emerging from its rear. Shinbe released his grip and swiftly retreated several paces, his movements graceful and agile, akin to gliding over water. With a sharp crack, the mutated rat exerted every ounce of its strength to clamp its massive jaws down on the hilt of the dagger. While its incisors could gnaw through nearly any rock, they were no match for the reinforced steel. With a resounding crunch, the steel bent, and the rat's teeth shattered. The force of its charge caused it to tumble from the air and slide several meters across the rugged ground before finally confronting Shinbe. He lifted his right leg and planted it firmly on the rat's head. The creature squeaked in distress, struggling futilely, unable to lift its head from the ground. Any exertion would send excruciating pain coursing through its body, pierced by the dagger. Even in such a state, it fought for over a minute before finally ceasing to breathe. Shinbe withdrew the dagger, a wave of nausea washing over him. Slaying this creature felt more revolting than taking a human life. He pressed deeper into the cavern. Within the dark, uneven tunnel, Shinbei's eyes continuously scanned the ground for the paw prints of the mutated rats. The prints became increasingly numerous, scattered chaotically throughout the mining tunnels. Before long, the light from his kerosene lamp flickered out, plunging his vision into darkness. Fortunately, the faint glow of bioluminescent moss and the weak luminescence from contaminated water provided some clarity. Shinbe pursed his lips, growing ever more convinced of the necessity of armor. If he could gain infrared vision through such protection, navigating this darkness would be akin to daylight. His vigilance peaked at that moment. The 2 psychics had likely been ambushed here. Crouching down, he examined the ground closely. Indeed, there were disordered human footprints mixed with a considerable amount of blood, forming a muddy concoction. Peering deeper into the tunnel, he discerned traces of dragging. Almost in a half-crouch, he tightened his cloak, moving silently like a specter along the trail into the depths of the passage. To his surprise, within this rugged corridor, he noticed that some areas had been deliberately adorned with empty cans. These cans were strung up with ropes, suspended precariously above the tunnel. An alarm mechanism? Shinbe was taken aback. Such a contraption was clearly the work of intelligent beings. Had the mutated rats evolved to possess such intellect? This thought reminded him of the recently slain leader of the corrupted wolves. Rubbing his temples, he realized these rudimentary traps posed no threat to him, yet they did slow his progress. He carefully stepped over them. After some time, Shinbe came upon an iron door, and the dragging marks abruptly ceased at its threshold. This door likely led to a refuge within the mine. He retrieved his revolver and took a deep breath. With a creak, he forcefully swung open the heavy iron door and burst inside. What lay before him was a hall spanning over 100 square meters, home to more than 30 mutated rats of varying sizes, the largest nearly adult, while the smallest had yet to open their eyes, indicating they belonged to different litters. From the perspective of the 3-month maturation period of the mutated mice, it is evident that, on average, 1 litter can be produced each month, which is quite typical. What astonished Shinbe was the conspicuous large bed placed in the very center of the hall. The creature upon it, unmistakably female by its physiological traits, bore sharp fangs and a long tail that swayed behind her. Intriguingly, she donned a complete outfit reminiscent of the professional women of a bygone era, a pencil skirt and jacket. Unlike the other mutated mice, her skin was not covered in a dense coat of fur. Rather, it had achieved a certain smoothness, and her features bore a striking resemblance to those of a professional woman from the past. Though her figure appeared somewhat petite, the cautious demeanor of the other mutated mice, who dared not approach her bed, coupled with the unusually bright red glimmer in her eyes, signified that she was indeed the queen of this den. Simultaneously, Shinbei's gaze fell upon the human figure on the bed. At first glance, he recognized him as the infamous Lei Laohu, as mentioned by Mingyi. Lei Laohu had been stripped of his clothing, his face marked by a haunting despair, caught in a predicament where survival was futile and death was elusive. He could only endure the humiliations inflicted by the Mouse Queen. For a brief moment, Shinbe was taken aback, his mind numbed by the sheer shock of the scene before him. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly intense. A chill coursed from his heels up his spine to the nape of his neck. Lei Laohu was being violated by the Mouse Queen. Despite her human-like appearance, she was, at her core, still a mouse. Shinbe felt the urge to vomit. "Help me. Please, help me." Lei Laohu's voice was hoarse, his face trembling violently as he shouted upon seeing Shinbe. Although they were strangers, there was no doubt he perceived Shinbe as a rescuer sent from above. Without hesitation, Shinbe raised his revolver. The dark muzzle of the gun formed a straight line, aimed squarely at the queen's brow. At that moment, the Mouse Queen's mouth gaped wide, her eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce red light, revealing elongated fangs as she lunged forward with a speed surpassing that of ordinary mutated mice. Her grotesquely distorted face made her appearance even more horrifying. Bang, 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 bang. After upgrading, the recoil of the revolver was significantly reduced. Shinbe held the gun steady, without a trace of hesitation, firing 6 rounds almost simultaneously. The first bullet pierced through her neck, while the remaining 5 followed an arc along her collarbone, completely severing her head from her body. This scene evoked the image of the bullets in Shinbei's revolver resembling chainsaws. Lei Laohu was left speechless. Chapter 19. A shot to end you. A display of my mercy. Lei Laohu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the Mouse Queen's head effortlessly pierced by Shinbei's shot, rolling to the ground. His expression froze in shock. Had she really been killed just like that, without even using any supernatural abilities? A moment later, Lei Laohu furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual did not seem to possess any powers. Rather, it was simply the formidable force of the revolver and a bold, meticulous demeanor. With this thought, a hint of disdain crossed Lei Laohu's mind. Despite the profound humiliation of being overpowered by a creature as trivial as a rat, he, at his core, still held disdain for ordinary individuals who brandished firearms with bravado, as long as his life remained unthreatened. At that moment, Shinbe slowly retracted his handgun. The other adult mutated rats in the hall finally came to their senses, shrieking hysterically and charging at Shinbe like frenzied beasts. Shinbe retreated with the grace of a gliding surface, narrowly evading the onslaught of the mutated rats. Then, with swift and nimble steps, he leaped outside the door, vanishing into the depths of the dim corridor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutated rats suddenly erupted into chaos, instinctively surging out of the hall, pursuing Shinbe into the dark recesses of the passageway. As Shinbe ran to widen the distance, he fired wildly, the searing shells clattering against the ground. Boom, boom. The muffled and weighty sounds of gunfire resonated through the winding passage, echoing far into the distance. 10 minutes later, Shinbe gradually retraced his steps, re-entering the hall. At this point, Lei Laohu had freed himself from his restraints, his bare body seething with rage, face contorted as he wielded fists imbued with metallic elements, smashing the remaining mutated rat offspring into a pulp. The sheer humiliation and fury nearly caused his eyes to burst. Again and again, he struck, dragging the corpse of the Rat Queen over to deliver a final blow, crushing its skull beneath his foot. Leaning against the doorway, Shinbe watched with a bemused smile. After venting his frustrations, Lei Laohu slowly lifted his head, his face splattered with the rancid blood of the mutated rats. "What is your name?" he asked. "Shinbe. Shinbe?" A twisted, manic smile spread across Lei Laohu's face. "You certainly have some audacity to come down here as a mere ordinary person. What happened to my partner?" "He.s. dead." Lei Laohu twisted his neck. "What a pity. You'll follow me as a subordinate from now on. Go fetch me some clothes." Shinbe raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of displeasure. "Who indulged this arrogant attitude of yours? You expect me to be your lackey?" Shinbe coldly chuckled, remaining unmoved. "Did you not hear my words?" Lei Laohu's gaze brimmed with brutality, cruelty, and mercilessness. "As an ordinary person, it is an immense honor for you to associate with me." Shinbe's eyes were icy and profound as he slowly replied. "To follow you into being overpowered by rats." "Say that again." The fear, resentment, and disbelief in Lei Laohu's eyes were palpable. "Are you seeking death? I warn you, if you dare utter a single word about this incident, I will kill you." Shinbe narrowed his eyes. Was this fool truly out of his mind? Rescuing someone had only brought forth another trouble. That 100 crystal cores were hardly worth the hassle. This Lei Laohu had undoubtedly suffered a severe psychological blow. After they emerged, he would likely spend every day questioning whether others were gossiping about his disgrace. The very thought was vexing. Shinbei's tone was devoid of warmth. A useless ability user who cannot even defeat a single mutated rat dares to boast before his savior. Have you forgotten the pain after the wound has healed? Are you looking for trouble? Did I ask you to save me? Was it not the individuals above who offered a bounty? With a fierce countenance, Lei Laohu continued. You may have taken the money to accomplish what you needed, but my status remains superior to yours. Do not expect my gratitude. Remember, you ordinary folk exist to serve those with abilities. However, with little patience for Lei Laohu's nonsensical ramblings, Shinbe drew his revolver and decisively pulled the trigger. A single bullet obliterated Lei Laohu's head. To speak frankly, at such close range, the upgraded handgun and ammunition possessed a potency surpassing that of a Barrett. A mere first-tier ability user could not withstand such force. The world was rendered tranquil. Shinbe felt a profound sense of exhilaration. For the ungrateful scum like Lei Laohu, his demise was the most effective means of severing the ties of fate. Nevertheless, Shinbe experienced a slight loss. 100 crystal source cores were gone. Initially, Ming Yi had set a task, promising a reward if he could return with this wretch alive. However, since this man had brought about his own demise, Shinbe could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. At this juncture, Shinbe had completed the mission of investigating the mine. The yield amounted to 300 crystal source cores, supplemented by the spoils from the death-dealing falcon and the output from the mutated rats, bringing his total assets to over 700, not far from the coveted 1,000 crystal source cores. Subsequently, Shinbe dragged Lei Laohu's corpse away, entering an abandoned mine shaft and locating an underground well, into which he unceremoniously discarded the body. He then returned to the hall and extracted the crystal source core from the head of the now mangled rat queen. Just as he intended to depart, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back to the refuge chamber's hall. Surely Lei Laohu had valuables? After rummaging through, he discovered Lei Laohu's satchel in a corner. Upon opening it, a vibrant azure light emanated forth, causing Shinbei's eyes to widen in astonishment. Inside were approximately 300 crystal source cores. Could one day's effort truly settle his debts? Engaging in murder and pillaging was indeed lucrative. Shinbei gleefully stowed the cores away. Thereafter, he exited the refuge chamber and ventured deeper into the mine. Generally speaking, mutated rats exhibited a strong sense of territoriality, and it was unlikely that other mutated rats would occupy this particular tunnel. Yet, exercising caution, Shinbei continued his exploration until he was confronted by a wire mesh gate blocking his path. He cleared the debris obstructing the gate, then fired a shot to sever the long-rusted iron lock, allowing him to push the wire mesh gate open. Ascending for over 100 meters, Shinbei's eyes narrowed slightly as a bright ray of sunlight illuminated his face. Having navigated the darkness for so long, this beam of light was somewhat discomforting to his eyes. After a moment of adjustment, Shinbei emerged onto the surface. The pedestrian warning sign indicating no pedestrians on the roadway, no vehicles on the footpath remained remarkably clear, not yet faded by the passage of time. This was another exit from the mine. The scenery outside bore no significant distinction from the entrance, with the same desolation infused with vitality. Scanning the horizon, to the west lay an expansive wilderness, while to the east loomed countless skyscrapers shrouded in mist, remnants of humanity's former abode. Now, it had been overtaken by an array of bizarre and fearsome beasts. Shinbei Yuan retraced his steps through the mine shaft with utmost caution, meticulously inspecting it twice to ensure there were no issues or lurking mutated rats before returning to the entrance. The handover of the task proceeded smoothly. Shinbei succinctly described the mutated rats, refraining from mentioning any trace of the Thunder Tiger. When Ming Yi inquired, he too was oblivious. Shinbei had no desire to engage in a feudal battle like the Xiaolong and Xiaoying, tackling the minor adversaries only to face the formidable ones later. The task's rewards were settled on the spot, yielding 3 crystalline cores, a notable bounty indeed. These were classified as intermediate crystalline cores, each capable of being exchanged for 100 standard crystalline cores. After deducting expenses and repaying debts, Shinbei found himself with a surplus of 100 crystalline cores. Without further delay, he made his way back to Shelter 36, eager to procure the uniquely crafted battle armor. Time was of the essence for his upgrades. That was the true path forward. Chapter 20. Upgrading Armor. A surprising revelation at Shelter 36, Shinbei ascended onto the back of the Titan. First venturing to the weapons shop, he settled all outstanding debts and simultaneously ordered a batch of sniper rifle and revolver ammunition. It seems your haul was quite substantial, he remarked with a smile, acknowledging the thrill of a successful endeavor. By the way, I have a query. After stowing away the bullets, he continued, I once saw a bullet engraved with stripes here. Do you recall the maker? Shinbei pondered that rather than fumbling in the dark, it would be wiser to directly inquire, even if it required a monetary investment. To his surprise, the shopkeeper sighed. I just received news. He has passed away. Passed away? Shinbei's lips twitched. Such misfortune seemed to plague him. Although he felt a twinge of regret, it did not deeply affect him. In this world, not only ordinary individuals, but even ability users faced daily mortality. They too needed sustenance and ventured out to hunt for crystalline cores, which were crucial for their ascension. Casualties were commonplace. One might fall to a raging beast in the wastelands, a reality the shopkeeper recounted with a nonchalant demeanor, accustomed to the harshness of life. Shinbei shrugged, engaging in idle conversation for a while before departing. After a brief interlude, he re-entered the research facility. Inside the laboratory, he glanced around and saw Chunanji engrossed in work, while the custom armor lay neglected, gathering dust. At least it's still here, he thought. Chunanji, preoccupied with his tasks, appeared somewhat irritable upon seeing Shinbei, continuing to admonish, your item is safe. No need to check daily. Come back when you've accumulated 1,000 crystalline cores. I do not offer credit. Before he could finish, a series of sounds echoed from the table. Looking up, he saw 3 intermediate crystalline cores and several other cores rolling about. Meanwhile, Shinbe had already moved to the opposite side of the lab, retrieving the armor from the pile of items. Did you earn all this so quickly after being broke yesterday? Shinonji gazed at him in astonishment and disbelief. It is worth noting that even for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, earning 1,000 crystal source cores within a single day presents a formidable challenge. How then could an ordinary individual like Shinbe amass wealth at such an astonishing rate? Could it be that he has disturbed the lair of a ferocious beast? Yet, Shinbe merely smiled and remained silent. Initially, he intended to return to his rental accommodation clad in the cumbersome armor, but its unwieldy nature proved to be a significant drawback. He could indeed walk back while ignoring the mocking gazes of passersby, though it would be a taxing endeavor. After some contemplation, he resolved to carry the armor instead, cradling it with delight as if it were a cherished companion. Surprisingly weighty. It was not a flaw but rather a testament to its potential. Once upgraded, it would surely transform into a more practical, button-like armor. Gratefully, Shinbe embraced his new acquisition. Shun Anji cast a sidelong glance, silently lamenting Shinbe's extravagance, spending hard-earned money on what he deemed a mere oversized toy. The distinction between a spendthrift and a foolish indulgence lies in one's financial standing. The wealthy are labeled as prodigal, while the impoverished are merely seen as wasteful. Shinbe returned to the lower levels and entered his rental room, startling the landlord who circled the armor in awe, towering at 2 meters. Despite being primarily composed of plastic and resembling a toy, its design exuded an impressive aura. I'm considering charging you double for rent, the landlord mused, resting his chin in his hand and yawning. Shinbe replied, this is not a person. Huh, so, do you plan to sleep with it? The landlord teased. No, I intend to wear it to bed. Shinbe joked half-heartedly, though in truth, he was earnest. To expedite his upgrades, sleeping in the armor was essential, albeit uncomfortable. The landlord advised, I sincerely suggest you refrain from such frivolities. With your earnings, why not find a wife and start a family? Shinbe, puzzled, replied, in this damned world, isn't it just a way to bring suffering upon children? Although the landlord choked on his words, he queried, but why do we live? Shinbe was taken aback, providing a straightforward response, simply to exist. How superficial, the landlord retorted, suddenly adopting a philosophical tone. What is the meaning of life? It is to leave something behind for future generations. In most cases, this means producing offspring, creating replicas of oneself, sowing seeds, and nurturing them. Shinbe rolled his eyes in dismissal, ignoring the conversation as he ascended the stairs. Such rhetoric might be acceptable in a peaceful world, but in this perilous reality, it was entirely out of place. Upon returning to his room, Shinbe placed the armor on the bed, leaving no space for himself to lie down. Nonetheless, he was filled with excitement and joy, reminiscent of someone who had just acquired an inflatable companion, eagerly yearning to engage. Yet, Shinbe exercised patience to activate the armor. He required a crystal source core, which would only sustain functionality for 3 minutes. With nightfall just beginning and still some time before rest, he would not squander the opportunity by needing to remove it for a mere bathroom break. Thus, he resolved to upgrade the armor first, focusing his intent. Information regarding the armor surfaces. Pseudo, Power Armor LV1, 1001-1000. This armor holds no practical value, incapable of combat, providing no defense, and lacking offensive capability. Perhaps it could be donned during festive occasions to enhance the celebratory atmosphere. During its assembly, this armor had already acquired experience for upgrades. However, due to the presence of Chunanji at the time, there was a fear that he might detect the armor's anomalies, leading to an incomprehensible situation. Now at last, it can be upgraded. Upgrading. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 2000. This armor is nearly devoid of utility. Engaging in combat with it would be an imprudent endeavor. Yet its defensive capabilities have seen a slight enhancement. Walking speed has marginally increased, and the reaction speed of the mental connection has improved slightly, along with the addition of an infrared vision system. During nighttime festivities, it allows one to keep pace with others and better discern the path ahead. After reading the information, Shinbe clicked his tongue. There were indeed changes, but it was still far from being combat ready. Although this was but a small step, it marked a significant advancement in Shinbe's overall combat prowess. Setting aside thoughts of the armor for now, he anticipated a deep slumber when the time for rest arrived, particularly to indulge in dreams of this mischievous little armor. Venturing out, Shinbe arrived at a bar. His spirits were high today, seeking a bit of drink and a satisfying dinner. The bar's deep blue glass facade sparkled impeccably, and a massive advertisement board loomed above, featuring a striking emblem of dancing flames. The Blazing Fire Bar, one of the favored haunts of the lower wheel society, frequented by the common folk. Inside, the dimly lit atmosphere was saturated with the scents of alcohol and hormones, as scantily clad women navigated through the crowd, searching for men willing to pay for their companionship that evening. On a modest stage, 2 nearly undraped dancers writhed in a frenzy, their bodies moving to the intoxicating effects of drugs and alcohol, capable of dancing in a near-ecstatic state for 2 hours until exhaustion claimed them. Many men found pleasure in releasing their desires upon their thoroughly fatigued forms. Naturally, these dancers were quite attractive, their worth reflecting their beauty and physique. Shinbe found a seat and had just settled down when an unexpected guest plopped into the chair opposite him, boldly declaring, "You're treating today." Chapter 21. Scared to death? Just joking. The speaker bore an audacious appearance, with a beard resembling a steel ring, as if it had not been tended to in years. A scar stretched across his face from the left corner of his eye to the right corner of his mouth, resembling a twisted worm. Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded Shinbe's mind. The man was named Rock, a staff member at Shelter Number 36, tasked with the publication of mercenary assignments. Essentially, Any mercenary task that emerged was issued by him. It could be said that he held numerous opportunities for others to earn a living. However, the tasks that were cast aside were rarely desirable. The truly lucrative assignments were filtered through his inner circle of friends. The original protagonist had maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with Rock. However, due to the fact that the original owner was not an ability user, many tasks remained unfulfilled, leading to a purely platonic relationship devoid of any monetary ties. How about a bottle of whiskey, my friend? Rock chuckled, his smile twisting the scar on his face into a serpentine grimace as he inquired of Shinbe. Shinbe smiled back. The former owner had no use for Rock. But now he was a different person altogether. He nodded and paid with 12 crystal cores, a price that seemed quite reasonable. I do enjoy this place, Rock declared, downing a gulp of strong liquor, hissing with satisfaction as he exhaled the aroma of alcohol. The pervasive atmosphere of despair, desire, and debauchery fills the air. A sip of liquor, and this is life. Were it not for Shinbei's good spirits that day, he would have preferred to avoid such establishments. The almost suffocating scent here could easily be likened to a hallucinogen or an aphrodisiac for most, inciting a loss of reason and a regression to primal instincts. Shinbei pondered, reflecting that a bottle of whiskey was worth 20 bullets, which in the wilderness could often mean the difference between life and death. While the whiskey itself would not save him, nevertheless, he took a sip of the whiskey. The taste was rather lackluster. This was not a fine relic from a bygone era, but merely a product of Shelter 36. Lacking the rich, fruity aromas of vintage whiskey, it was at least potent enough. Rock's tolerance for alcohol was rather limited, akin to a novice who relished drinking despite poor skills. After downing a glass, he began to ramble about past exploits, his head spinning. According to the original owner's memories, Rock was akin to a parrot, almost memorizing those tales. Shinbei could even predict Rock's next words, along with his expressions and tone. As Shinbei enjoyed his meal, he remained a quiet listener, finding it difficult to interject. Even if he did, Rock would not acknowledge him, continuing instead to recount his past valiant deeds before the taint of divine punishment. Shinbei could only regard Rock with a mix of pity and fortune. Despite losing his abilities, he had secured a decent job that sufficed for his living, placing him among the fortunate few in this world. At that moment, Rock filled his glass to the brim, exhaling contentedly. I saw you going in and out of the upper levels of the shelter today, playing with a big toy? Shinbei nodded, just a bit of fun. Are you feeling a bit muddled, or have you been deceived by that research facility? Rock queried. What's that about? He took a swig of his drink, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The figure you're working with, doesn't it seem like the gender is off? Shouldn't it have a female appearance? Shinbei clarified. That isn't just a plaything. Rock chuckled. I knew it. If you want to play with women, there are certainly plenty to choose from. Just then, a young woman, already half drunk, settled beside Shinbei, nearly whispering in his ear, You've already captured my heart, handsome. What do you say we do about it? Rock burst out laughing. Look, your fortune is blooming. He then tossed some crystal cores onto the table, wearing an expression that clearly said he understood. This one's on me. The girl let out a playful laugh, tucking away her earnings into the depths of her attire, a subtle display of pride signifying her ample bosom. Shinbei mused candidly that this woman possessed both an admirable figure and countenance. Strangely, it reminded him of the girl by Luo, who had attempted to force herself upon him the previous night. Yet, Shinbei had no time for romantic entanglements. He would rather embrace his armor and slumber than indulge in the company of a woman. However, trouble seemed to accompany women invariably. Shinbei had yet to devise a tactful way to decline this woman's advances with grace and simultaneously retrieve Rock's crystalline core from her bosom. Suddenly, a large, dark hand descended upon the glass he held, shattering it violently against the bar. The hand triumphantly waved in the air, scattering shards of glass upon the floor. Its palm unscathed. As Shinbei slowly raised his gaze, he beheld a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, whose muscular physique glimmered like polished bronze beneath the lights. The giant leaned down, his expression dark and menacing, his voice grating like steel against steel. Kid, are you trying to steal the woman I have my eye on? This was clearly a provocation, despite the fact that the woman had approached Shinbei of her own accord. At that moment, the entire bar fell silent. With nearly every patron now focused on the unfolding scene, ordinary folks, extraordinary beings, women striving to earn their daily bread, and numerous employees from shelter number 36. Meanwhile, the bar owner stood with crossed arms behind the counter, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Shinbei clicked his tongue, exasperated that even a meal could not be enjoyed in peace. Maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, he casually remarked, You've interrupted my meal. Meal? The giant's lips curled into a menacing grin, his face radiating an intimidating ferocity. Would you care to taste my fist, pretty boy? With that, he raised his fist. Each pore on his bulging arm appeared to expand, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling the air. The giant's hand, already enormous, inflated further, resembling a balloon. In an instant, a fist larger than a basin loomed before Shinbei. The giant, brimming with arrogance, regarded Shinbei with a mixture of cold cruelty and disdain. The onlookers in the bar erupted in cheers, reveling in the impending confrontation. Let it begin. We could use some entertainment. Mengshan, those fingers of yours would make any woman swoon, huh? Come on, I know his ability. It lasts at most 3 minutes. This is pitiful. Why not pop a blue pill? Mengshan, unconcerned by the jests of others, sought only to impart a minor lesson to Shinbei. Wealth does not grant one the right to toy with women. He coughed several times. A thick phlegm lodged in his throat, preparing to spit it in the face of the frail pretty boy before delivering a crushing blow to his neck. However, the phlegm remained stuck, leaving him unable to expel it. The expression that seemed to be on the verge of an outburst abruptly transformed. Shinbei fell silent for a moment, then with a swift motion, brandished a large revolver, nearly 30 centimeters in length, against his forehead. Mengshan's mouth gaped open. His eyes widened in disbelief, completely baffled by the sudden appearance of the firearm. However, The imposing presence of the nearly 30-centimeter barrel served as a constant reminder that this gun could shatter his skull with ease, no more difficult than breaking a cup. At such close range, even those with extraordinary abilities could not withstand the power of a bullet. Brother, let us talk this over. Meng Shan, now unnerved, softened his tone and ceased to be aggressive. Yet, Shinbe merely smiled blandly and pulled the trigger. Click. The fierce and intimidating visage of Meng Shan instantly froze, alternating between shades of pale and green. He never anticipated that the man before him would act with such decisiveness. However, contrary to his expectations, the sound of a larger gunshot did not follow the trigger's click. The burly Meng Shan, already frightened to unconsciousness, collapsed to the ground, toppling over 2 tables and scattering several bottles and countless cups. In the bar, screams from women echoed, uncertain whether they were mocking Meng Shan's cowardice or cheering for Shinbe's audacity. Shinbe picked up a bottle of exquisitely expensive brandy from the table, poured a bit over the muzzle of the gun, and then lit a cigarette. It was only when the pale blue flame extinguished that he opened the cylinder and reloaded the 6 bullets into his palm. Rock laughed heartily. You truly are something. Shinbe smirked. Save some good work for me next time. Do you wish to prove that you are no weaker than those with powers using firearms? Shinbe, wake up. You've truly had too much to drink. Shinbe responded. Who said that was a good thing? Chapter 22. Not daring to fire a shot. Boom. A shell arrives after this little farce. Rock and Shinbe departed the bar. At that moment, on the outskirts of shelter number 36, the previously dark wasteland was illuminated by blinding lights. Shinbe squinted to see. It was a row of vehicle headlights. They're not our people, Rock muttered. They could either be a shelter here to trade, to share resources, or they are coveting control of our shelter. In this world, gasoline had long since vanished. Due to the mass migration of people fleeing calamity, even if some refineries remained intact, they lacked the technical personnel to produce fuel. The cost-benefit ratio was simply too low. The beasts were manageable, but the real challenge lay in the fact that where the aberrant beings roamed, it was akin to hell. Humanity could only survive through the Titans. Remaining stationary or engaging in prolonged production work meant that death was merely a matter of time, with no chance of escape. Thus, in this world, vehicle engines were all modified to be powered by crystal cores. Even so, the cost was prohibitive for the average person. Often, a kilometer of travel would require a high-grade crystal core. Only prominent figures or shelters could afford such extravagance. At this moment, Shelter No. 36 also directed its searchlights towards the convoy. Before long, the convoy came to a halt 500 meters from the perimeter of shelter number 36. A line of over 10 modified vehicles, each equipped with cargo beds, stood in formation. Simultaneously, numerous individuals clad in standardized black military uniforms disembarked. Among them, several positioned machine guns atop the trunks, aiming them menacingly at shelter 36, exuding an air of extreme arrogance, as if preparing for an assault. Many within the shelter emerged to observe, their faces betraying sheer panic, with some even shrieking in terror. It is crucial to understand that in this world, shelters are safe havens for the otherworldly, yet for humans, they can ignite wars over resources. Each Titan represents a precious commodity. Whoever seizes control reigns supreme over their domain. The coveters are legion, and those who govern the Titans occupy a perilous position, for one might be eliminated, allowing others to ascend to power. This inevitably leads to purges of the remnants of the previous regime, with each conflict resulting in significant bloodshed. At that moment, General Yu Wuchang, the master of Shelter 36, stood at the railing, observing intently. His tall and slender figure, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed a pallid-faced, sinister-looking middle-aged man. Clad in scarlet military attire adorned with menacing skeletal embellishments and military boots, his eyes glowed ominously in the dim light, surveying the assembled crowd like a predator eyeing its prey. General, Rock called out, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of Yu Wuchang, and hastily exclaimed, "It appears our visitors bear ill will." The general's uniform rustled in the night breeze as he smiled faintly. "With me here, they wouldn't dare fire a shot." Suddenly, the unidentified assailants below set up a mortar and fired a round at Shelter 36. "Ah, are we being slapped in the face?" Shinbe remarked, though the shells soared over the shelter, exploding in the distance. Under the moonlight, General Yu Wuchang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emitting a scornful chuckle. "Bai Luo from Shelter 7, must you create such a ruckus?" In the next moment, from one of the vehicles, a pair of long, straight legs emerged, stepping onto the ground with a rustling sound. Bai Luo, impeccably dressed in a high-ranking officer's uniform, adorned with a striking gold star on her epaulette, had her short hair neatly tucked beneath her beret. Her face bore a frosty demeanor, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating smile. Upon seeing her, the residents of Shelter 36 gasped and quickly dispersed. Some rushed home to gather supplies for trade with the convoy, while others retreated to the bar to indulge in drunken revelry. Rock scoffed, rolling his eyes. That tiger lady remains true to form. She insists on making a dramatic entrance, always firing a shot or two for effect, as if no one knows she is coming. Shinbe, however, stared in disbelief. Bai Luo? He was momentarily taken aback. The Bai Luo before him was entirely transformed into a hardened warrior of the battlefield, devoid of the drunken allure from that fateful night. What was this situation? Shinbe couldn't help but exclaim. Rock uttered a perplexed sound. "Do you still know her?" Shinbe furrowed his brow and replied, "We have met once." Rock, with a serious tone, warned, Bai Luo is affiliated with the tribunal established by the Spider Queen. Her status is not to be taken lightly. It would be wise not to provoke her, as her moniker is the Widow Maker. Shinbe responded, "Who is provoking her?" "It is she who has approached me." Who could fathom why this woman, appearing as a courtesan last night, had transformed into the leader of the convoy today? What kind of game is this? Shinbe felt somewhat bewildered. Wait, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is the Spider Queen. Shinbe was acutely aware that his sister was in the clutches of the Spider Queen, and he was uncertain of her current circumstances. At that moment, Bai Luo surveyed shelter number 36, and her gaze swiftly fell upon Shinbe. He stiffened slightly, while Bai Luo slowly raised her hand, pointing at him, her lips forming a delicate curve, accompanied by a hint of playful intrigue in her smile. Shinbe understood the implication behind her expression, yet his lips twitched, revealing no emotion in his eyes. Bai Luo narrowed her eyes, her glare almost fiery, and silently mouthed, "I will have you, sooner or later." Shinbe licked his lips, initially intending to engage Bai Luo in a meaningful conversation to inquire about his sister, Shun Nan. However, given the current atmosphere, it appeared that their discussion could only take place in a more intimate setting. For the sake of his dignity, Shun Bei decided against it. Planning to seek information about his sister another day, he estimated that she was likely safe, considering she was taken by the Spider Queen, a figure far more formidable than General Yu Wuchang. Turning to Rock, Shin Bei said, "I'm going back to rest." Rock waved him off. "Go ahead. I'll stay a while longer to enjoy the spectacle." As the Titans were in a state of suspension, the various wheeled houses had dispersed, and the connecting planks between them had been dismantled. Shinbe walked cautiously along the ground, wary of Bai Luo suddenly rushing out to pin him down. Even if he were publicly assaulted, the onlookers would merely revel in the entertainment and cheer. In this world, public displays of lewdness were commonplace, and any sense of shame had long been discarded. Trembling with trepidation, Shunbei returned to his rented room and sighed in relief. Once back in his chamber, he sat on the edge of the bed and meticulously carved bullets. Revolver bullet LV2, 010. Disposable item. The bullet's surface is scratched upon impact. It will create an explosive effect while sacrificing accuracy and range. For others, level 2 bullets would be quite a delightful surprise, but for Shinbei, it could only be described as a failure. To survive longer in this world, he had to rely on firearms and ammunition. Shinbei yearned for level 5 bullets. He continued to practice diligently. Chapter 23. Everyone mobilized. The beast tide approaches. Each bullet was etched with intricate patterns as Shinbei repeatedly recalled the details of that elusive level 5 bullet. The engraving technique has seen notable advancements, and after the upgrade, the efficiency of crafting secondary bullets has proven to be remarkably high. At last, after depleting over 100 bullets, Shinbei found himself with but a single sniper rifle bullet remaining. Sniper rifle bullet LV1-05. This sniper bullet is well crafted, with stable propellant performance. With meticulous focus, Shinbei immersed himself in the engraving process, striving to compress the distance between the etched lines. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Upon accumulating 5 experience points, Shinbei promptly opted for an upgrade. Sniper rifle bullet LV2-010. This sniper bullet bears etchings on its surface, extending its range by an additional 50 meters, while slightly enhancing its lethality and linear travel distance. There remains space for further engraving. Holding the bullet in his hand, Shinbei examined it under the moonlight. In this sanctuary, electricity is a precious resource, both costly and in limited supply from the Research Institute. The allocation of electricity to others is a rare occurrence, especially for those residing in the lower levels. Only commercial establishments can afford to illuminate their spaces. For ordinary households, lighting a candle is often considered a luxury, with many resorting to enduring the darkness of night. Of course, Shinbei's room is equipped with a light, albeit without power. To obtain electricity, he would need to negotiate with the landlord for an additional fee, which he deemed unnecessary. The moonlight alone sufficed, shining brighter than the moon on earth. The more he gazed at his work, the more delight he felt. It is worth noting that after engraving hundreds of bullets, there was no longer any room for etching on their surfaces. This time, however, his technique had become more refined. His control and understanding of the lines were clearer than ever. He hoped to produce a level 3 bullet this time. Once more, Shinbei grasped the engraving knife, his expression focused and earnest. The blade delicately traced lines upon the copper-cased bullet. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Exhaling slowly, Shinbei shook his hands and continued his work. Upgrading a bullet requires not only the space for engraving, but also a consistent flow and direction of the lines. Shinbei was not an extraordinary being. He could not decipher the meanings represented by these lines, nor was he a machine capable of precision engineering. His work was entirely manual, and even a single breath could influence the depth and alignment of the lines. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. With the final stroke of the knife, the bullet was perfectly engraved, though it did not match the intricacy of a level 5 bullet. He garnered 10 experience points. Upgrade. Shinbei excitedly cradled the bullet, his mind focused, and initiated the upgrade. Sniper rifle bullet LV3-020. Range increased by 100. Lethality enhanced, penetration improved, and linear flight distance extended. After reviewing the information, Shinbei felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. The mental control must be a unique attribute of level 5 bullets, and anything below level 4 was beyond consideration. Rubbing his temples, Shinbei stored away the bullets and made a trip to the restroom. The restroom, in this context, is merely any location one can find suitable, with a relaxed approach to its use. Ultimately, in a world where everyone is fleeing, concerns about hygiene become trivial. A quick shot and a change of location render the need for restrooms unnecessary. One can simply rely on the bounty of nature. After tidying up his affairs, Shinbei retrieved a crystal core and placed it upon the chest of his battle armor, which, upon receiving the energy, automatically opened. Without delay, he stepped inside. Any hesitation would necessitate the use of an additional crystal core, a prospect he deemed unwise. Once settled in, he adjusted himself into a comfortable position and succumbed to slumber. With each passing minute, he would accrue experience points, a true embodiment of Liang to win. As the dawn broke, Shinbei awoke to a slight discomfort in his spine. Sleeping within the confines of battle armor was hardly an ideal choice, yet the pursuit of experience points left him with little alternative. He pushed open the armor and leapt out, stretching his limbs. Next time, he resolved to bring along some bedding for added comfort. Glancing out the window, he noted that Bai Luo from shelter number 7 had already departed, prompting a sigh of relief from him. After massaging his neck for a while, he felt somewhat revived. Turning his attention to the armor's information, he noted, Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 601-2000. This armor, while almost devoid of practical utility in combat, did offer slight enhancements to defensive capabilities, walking speed, and mental connection response time. It also included an infrared vision system, allowing him to keep pace with others during nighttime festivities and to see the ground more clearly. Shinbe felt a degree of satisfaction with the experience points gained from the armor, finding it considerably more convenient than upgrading firearms and ammunition. However, the downside was the substantial amount of experience required for advancement. After some contemplation, Shinbe decided to refrain from venturing outside for the time being and remain within the armor. At the very least, it would facilitate his movements, provide adequate defense, conserve his stamina while running, and offer acceleration. Other functionalities could be gradually upgraded. In this world, survival did not necessitate extraordinary prowess. The simple law of survival dictated that outrunning others sufficed. Currently, with a reserve of crystal cores, Shinbe could manage a few days' expenses without stepping outside. Should he practice frugality? During this period, his singular aim was to remain within the armor, accruing experience points and continuously leveling up. He needed to arm himself adequately before embarking on any tasks. After preparing a simple breakfast, Shinbe savored each bite, allowing the food to nourish him and transform into energy. Just as he finished his meal, a loud commotion erupted from below. His landlord was shouting, "Beast Tide! The Beast Tide is upon us! Grab your weapons!" The entire apartment complex stirred into chaos. Many rushed out, armed with firearms, weapons, or simply their bare hands, hastily descending the stairs. In this world, while the malevolent creatures posed no threat to those near the Titans, the ferocious beasts could indeed slay a Titan. Thus, when a beast tide threatened a shelter, humanity was compelled to coexist with the Titans in a symbiotic relationship, one where the survival of one depended on the other. It could be said that the Titans sheltered humanity, and in turn, humanity must protect the Titans. At this moment, the landlord waved in the hallway, urging 8-section defense, quickly. The so-called 8-section defense refers to a designated node. Everyone residing in the shelter bears a unified defensive responsibility, standing firm at their assigned positions when the beast tide strikes. This applies to both the endowed and the ordinary. It is a stringent mandate of the shelter. Any disobedience will be met with consequences, and the repercussions could be fatal. With General Yu Wuchang eliminating offenders on the spot. For the humans surviving within the sanctuary, the onslaught of beasts symbolizes an assault on their very homes and possessions. Words are unnecessary. The moment an alarm sounds, residents instinctively reinforce their defensive posts. It is only the impending beast tide that unites the entire populace. Even when others attack shelter number 36, there is no shortage of onlookers. Change is difficult, and power struggles occur only among the elite. Those at the lower echelons are seldom affected. The ruling remains the same, regardless of who holds power. Shinbei's plans to remain passive were abruptly interrupted, and he seized his sniper rifle, following the landlord to the 8-section defense area. At this moment, Shinbei gazed into the distance, where swirling dust clouds obscured the horizon. The ground trembled ominously, and a cacophony of roars filled the air. The dark, unrestrained beast tide surged across the wasteland. A chaotic array of grotesque creatures charging forth with ferocity akin to 1,000 warriors. Among them, a 20-meter-long beast resembling a dragon, its scales as tough as alloy, led the charge. Covered in white fur, with protruding fangs and a massive maw that consumed nearly half its face, it boasted a grotesque growth on its head, paired with blood-red eyes the size of copper bells, making it a truly fearsome sight. This was the explosive ape. Above, a multitude of monstrous birds, each the size of a calf, dove from the sky, their foreclaws clutching boulders larger than basketballs. Their piercing cries resonated eerily, sending chills down the spine. The sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. At this moment, General Yu Wuchang stood resolutely at the railing, his crimson eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low yet resounding, commanding, "All personnel, defend our homeland. Resist the beast tide. Prepare the cannons for simultaneous fire." Chapter 24. Surrounded and outnumbered, a grim scene boom. Under General Yu Wuchang's command, the large-caliber artillery of shelter number 36 emerged, revealing their grim, dark barrels, akin to the roar of 1,000 cannons. A multitude of shells ascended into the sky, tracing parabolic arcs as they descended upon the beast tide. In an instant, tremendous explosions erupted, transforming into mushroom clouds that unleashed powerful shockwaves, obliterating beasts within a 10-meter radius into a rain of severed limbs and shattered remains. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of blood and charred flesh, continuously assaulting the senses of the shelter's inhabitants. Although this volley inflicted considerable damage, claiming countless beasts, the sheer number of creatures remained daunting, with some capable of withstanding the bombardment. The relentless onslaught of the beast tide was overwhelming, a furious charge that seemed unstoppable. The roars of the beasts reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth beneath, akin to the thunderous gallop of countless cavalry. However, a significant number of these ferocious creatures were decimated by artillery fire, forcing the tide to alter its course. Only a few panicked beasts continued their reckless advance, some fortuitously slipping through to approach the safety zone, only to be riddled with bullets from the dense barrage of machine guns. The cannonade from shelter number 36 persisted unabated. An increasing number of ferocious beasts surged into the Titan's safety zone. At this juncture, the team of ability users formed an impregnable defensive line at the forefront. Their extraordinary prowess was immediately evident. Some delivered devastating punches that obliterated 5-meter-tall ferocious apes, while others unleashed arcs of lightning that danced through the ranks of beasts, rendering them rigid and lifeless with each flash. Some ability users extended vast sheets of ice from their hands, instantly freezing any unfortunate beasts that strayed into their grasp, transforming them into mere targets. Through the concerted efforts of these extraordinary individuals, they became an insurmountable barrier against the oncoming tide of beasts. Shinbe observed in amazement. Individually, an ability user might not wield such significant power, but in cooperation, their combined strength transcended mere arithmetic. It was a formidable force of 11. Yet, as time progressed, a few beasts managed to breach the defensive line established by the ability users and launched an assault on the shelter. At that moment, ordinary citizens were called upon to muster their courage to fight back. Unlike the ability users, they lacked formidable physical strength and could only rely on their firearms to shoot at the encroaching beasts. The sound of gunfire erupted as numerous residents focused their fire, causing the beasts to fall one by one. The overall defensive efforts remained steadfast, but just then, a cacophony of squawking echoed from above. Shadows plunged down from the sky. Were these strange birds targeting the rear of the Titan? Shinbei's expression turned grave. Logically, even if aerial forces were present, they would prioritize assisting other beasts in attacking the ability users. Why were they heading straight for the shelter? Shinbei had no intention of bravado. He quickly retreated into a nearby building. After all, the area above the shelter was not his responsibility to defend. Just as Shinbei had barely stepped into the room, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted. The civilians on the upper defense shouted in frustration while simultaneously firing at the bizarre birds soaring 100 meters above, seemingly attempting to draw their attention. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing cry resonated through the sky, as if a command had been issued. The flock of strange birds disregarded the gunfire from the civilians and suddenly accelerated their dive. As they neared the center of the shelter, they released their claws, casting down hundreds of rocks. Amidst the thunderous rush of wind, each stone plummeted like a cannonball, launching a fierce bombardment upon the upper levels of the shelter. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, the relentless barrage of rock projectiles collapsed the roofs of numerous low-rise buildings and factories. Tragically, many unfortunate civilians were struck, their lives extinguished in an instant, reduced to mere flesh and blood. Damn it, their target is the factories. At such heights, we are utterly powerless to retaliate. What is happening? How have these beasts become so cunning? We are besieged on all sides. The air is filled with cries of anger, screams of despair, and the deafening sounds of destruction. It has become impossible to discern who is issuing commands. The expressions of the upper-class citizens shifted dramatically as they futilely fired their weapons into the sky, armed only with handguns that had an effective range of less than 50 meters, rendering them nearly impotent against the circling, screeching talon-winged vultures. These vultures appeared to possess a considerable degree of intelligence, deliberately targeting not the defenders above, but the largest factory structures. The results were painfully evident. As the roofs of the factories were shattered, a tide of panicked children surged forth, desperately fleeing for their lives. A throng of children poured out, and the circling vultures emitted excited cries before swooping down with lightning speed upon the mass of fleeing figures below. To the factories for support. Hurry to the upper levels to save the children. Witnessing this chaos, Yu Wuchang immediately summoned defensive forces, dispatching a contingent of supernatural beings along with ordinary citizens towards the upper levels. Amidst such turmoil, Shinbei was also called forth, hastily following suit. Upon reaching the upper levels, Shinbei was struck by horror. Help! Help me! Echoed the cries. The talon-winged vultures circled and dived from the sky, their chilling shrieks mingling with the anguished wails of both civilians and children. On the streets, the remaining capable civilians and supernatural beings shot frantically, their faces twisted in rage, as flames, roars, cries of terror, and the eerie calls of the monstrous birds filled the air above the refuge. Shinbei observed one of the supernatural beings brandishing an enormous 2-meter-long rifle, its design brutally rugged, exuding an aura of ferocity and death. The barrel was as wide as a fist. This individual opened the rifle's rear cover and inserted a handful of mid-tier crystal cores before sealing it shut. Raising the weapon, he bellowed in a fierce rage, "You bastards! Die!" Instantly, ethereal patterns began to swirl along the man's arm, indicating the activation of his supernatural powers within the rifle. The weapon erupted with a blinding brilliance, and a surge of blue light emanated from the muzzle. Boom, boom, boom. The rifle discharged blue energy projectiles, which detonated in the sky like miniature blue suns, instantly obliterating 3 of the monstrous birds. Shinbei gasped, astonished. This was his first encounter witnessing a supernatural being wielding such a firearm. It was astonishingly futuristic. Not only did it require the ultimate crystal core, but the wielder also needed to channel their powers to activate it. The firepower was impressive, yet Shinbei felt no envy. It was merely a high-tech weapon he could never utilize himself. At that moment, he had no time to survey his surroundings and quickly ascended a small turret that had been crushed by the rocks, gazing out over the chaos. Utilizing his advantageous height, Shinbei immediately spotted monstrous birds circling in the sky, poised to strike. Occasionally, they would dive towards the ground, their claws snagging terrified children or residents, as if they had captured their prey, flapping their wings in excitement as they soared upward. In midair, these grotesque avians began ravenously tearing apart the children ensnared in their talons, their sharp beaks mercilessly shredding the desperate, struggling victims like rag dolls. In an instant, blood mixed with entrails rained down from the sky, creating a horrific scene of carnage. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air as the monstrous birds continued their aerial assault, evading the erratic gunfire of the panicked populace. Their targets solely focused on the fleeing children, akin to headless flies. Within the blink of an eye, several children were snatched away as if they were mere chicks captured by a hawk. The monstrous birds, scattered yet ferocious, moved with the swiftness of the wind. And given their aerial superiority, most individuals were left powerless, save for the few exceptional ability users wielding large rifles. Aside from a handful of ill-fated birds that were shot down, their numbers remained largely intact. Shinbe swiftly set up his sniper rifle and prepared to fire at the moving targets in the sky. Amidst the chaos, he suddenly noticed several distinctive figures emerging, launching a fierce counterattack against the descending monstrous birds. Chapter 25. The fierce combat style of ability users in Shinbe's line of sight. An ability user named Een who moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, darting through the crowd like lightning. Just ahead, a monstrous bird swooped down to seize a member of the populace, yet before it could flap its wings to ascend, Een who pounced, his arm whipping out as his long whip ensnared the bird's talons in a split second, immobilizing it mid-air. The creature squawked in alarm, flapping its wings violently, creating a tempest that stirred up dust and debris. Yet, Een whose feet remained firmly planted on the ground, unwavering, his face contorted with a fierce determination. Beast, come down. With a thunderous motion, Een who wielded his long whip, stepping back as he twisted his waist and crouched, his body cracking with immense power. The struggling bird, akin to a young bull desperately flapping its wings, was hurled against a nearby earthen wall with a force that rendered it defenseless, crashing through it completely. With a flick of his arms, the bird, as large as a calf, had no resistance and smashed into the wall like a cannonball, showcasing the astounding strength of this ability user. As the monstrous bird fell, still writhing in agony, the surrounding populace opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets that turned the creature into a sieve, its frantic convulsions ceasing in death. Meanwhile, Een who continued to weave through the crowd, his whip moving like a venomous serpent, striking with precision. In just a few minutes, he seized opportunities to eliminate two more monstrous birds, displaying remarkable ferocity. Upon witnessing this scene from several dozen meters away atop the turret, Shinbe's gaze flickered as he silently calculated something before shifting his attention elsewhere. There, he beheld the formidable Manga, an ability user wielding an exaggerated chainsaw over a meter in length. Like a monkey, he leaped swiftly across the rooftops of the low buildings. Whenever a monstrous bird swooped down nearby, he would spring forth with a powerful thrust of his legs, his chainsaw delivering precise and ruthless blows to the wings of the creature, severing them as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, exuding a ferocious aura. Shinbe narrowed his eyes, constantly shifting his focus among the various ability users. Undoubtedly, these individuals exhibited strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, and combat skills that vastly surpassed those of ordinary humans. Each one was exceptionally fierce. From their displays of power, they resembled diminutive superheroes. Amidst the cacophony of curses, roars, and anguished cries, chaos reigned. Just as Shinbe prepared to fire, Rock ascended the half-collapsed turret, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "What are you hiding here for? These beasts possess strength akin to bulls and speed that is alarming. It would be troublesome if they considered us as prey." Without turning his head, Shinbe replied, "Naturally, I intend to engage in battle." Rock retreated to a corner, gazing at the tumult below with frustration, muttering, "These feathered fiends, the winged claw vultures, are treating us as if we were their livestock. Moreover, they seem to be growing increasingly intelligent. Previously, they only knew how to dive and capture. But recently they have even learned to hurl stones. Damn it. If it weren't for my exposure to the miasma of divine punishment, I would have been the first to tear them apart." Shinbe understood the gravity of the situation. These monstrous birds held a distinct advantage in flight, making conventional firearms ineffectual. Their ferocity, combined with their size, akin to that of calves, and their swift movements rendered them formidable adversaries. However, the likes of Een who and Meng appeared to handle the situation with aplomb, clearly possessing prior experience. Without the interventions of Een who and other ability users, the refuge would have faced dire casualties, caught in the jaws of this beast tide. At that moment, an exhilarating and fervent shout erupted from the chaotic front. "It is the general. The general has arrived. Ha ha ha, you damn beasts, your time is up." Upon hearing the title general, Shinbe instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. The road lay in disarray, yet Yu Wuchang appeared, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely forward. The scattered populace, while firing into the air, erupted with excited howls, as if welcoming their king. A resounding call echoed through the sky, serving as a rallying signal. At this juncture, the number of winged claw vultures had diminished significantly. Aside from those still tearing at their prey mid-air, several others, having failed to capture their quarry, circled restlessly, calling out in agitation as they sought opportunities. Meanwhile, Yu Wuchang, donned in striking crimson military attire, strolled onto the main road and instantly became the target of several winged claw vultures. Amidst the piercing cries, for taloned griffins, invigorated by the scent of blood, could no longer contain their excitement. With a shrill shriek, they unfurled their wings, spanning 4 meters, and extended their iron-hooked claws as they swooped down towards Yu Wuchang in the open expanse. "You beasts, all deserve to perish." A fierce wind roared as the griffins approached from various directions. On the ground, Yu Wuchang slowly raised his head, a cruel smile etched upon his sinister visage. "For you have ravaged and plundered my possessions." With a powerful stomp, the earth beneath Yu Wuchang erupted, and in a cloud of dust and debris, he vanished from sight. To the nearby onlookers, it appeared as though Yu Wuchang had simply disappeared. However, from a distance, Shinbe clearly witnessed him launch into the air like a cannonball. Soaring over 10 meters high, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself beneath the first descending monstrosity. In that critical moment, Yu Wuchang seized the talons of the beast with lightning speed, letting out a maniacal laugh as he tore with fervor. With a ripping sound, it was as if he were shredding mere parchment rather than flesh and bone. The griffin's bovine-sized body was torn asunder, blood and entrails raining down like confetti in the wind. In the next instant, Yu Wuchang, holding 2 halves of the carcass, landed deftly on the rooftop of a low building. The other 3 griffins, still in their descent, had no time to react before Yu Wuchang bent forward, stepped, and flung the 2 halves of the corpse like deadly projectiles. With a resounding crash, the remains, propelled by an unfathomable force, struck two other griffins 10 meters above the ground, shattering their wings and sending them crashing to the earth as though struck by a speeding vehicle. The two griffins emitted anguished cries, thrashing desperately upon the ground. Yet, Yu Wuchang paid them no heed. He glanced upward at the last griffin, frantically flapping its wings in a bid to ascend. With a swift kick, he sent a volley of fist-sized stones hurtling forth, each one whistling through the air. The stones exploded against the final griffin, devastating its wings and causing it to falter as it plummeted to the ground, struggling to rise once more. Thus, within mere seconds, all four griffins that had dared to attack Yu Wuchang were brought down, showcasing his superhuman strength and ruthless combat prowess in a breathtaking display. Shinbe, eyes wide, remained transfixed on Yu Wuchang's figure, his mind racing to process the astonishing spectacle he had just witnessed. The general is majestic. Truly, the general is formidable. I knew that once the general arrived, these beasts would have no chance of triumph. The thunderous cheers and praises erupted like a tidal wave, as the populace surged forth from all directions, uniting their firepower to transform the partially lifeless three-headed winged griffins into mere sieves. Seemingly satisfied with the display of martial prowess and prestige, Yu Wuchang smiled faintly and gazed skyward. At this juncture, the predatory endeavor appeared to be nearing its conclusion. The number of slain winged griffins had approached half. Under such considerable duress, a particularly piercing screech signaled that the remaining 20 or so winged griffins, having feasted to their fill, turned away without a trace of regret and ascended back toward their origin. Chapter 26. One strike. No sound. The disappearance of the winged griffins and their cries from the horizon did not signify the end of the beast tide. Numerous ferocious beasts still awaited confrontation below. Meanwhile, Shinbe had essentially played a passive role throughout, doing nothing but witnessing as the abilities of the empowered individuals efficiently repelled the monstrous avians. At this point, Yu Wuchang directed a few individuals to visit the research institute, where they found Chenanji, who presented a series of disc-like weapons. Shinbe cradled one in his arms and examined the label, Concentrated Firepower Disc. This is our institute's latest development in aerial suppression weaponry. Chenanji explained rapidly while demonstrating its usage. In essence, once the disc was airborne, it would tilt its internal ammunition to cover the designated area with full firepower. Once the ammunition was expended, it would automatically return to its launch position for reloading. Your task is simply to press this button, adjust the distance and altitude, and release the firepower disc. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Remember, the flight range is limited to 5 kilometers. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shonanji continued, this device is still in the development phase and has not yet entered formal production. If it were not for today's beast tide, we would not have deployed it. Should the weapon fail to respond or any unforeseen issues arise, remain calm. It is merely experimental. Just report directly to me. As Shinbe scrutinized the weapon in his grasp, curiosity surged within him. According to Chonanji, the ammunition contained within was specially designed small projectiles, launched through a barrel akin to a railgun, boasting immense penetrating power as well as explosive damage. At this moment, Yu Wuchang nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chun. Let us proceed with the battle. With that, Yu Wuchang left a few individuals to tidy up the upper level, while the rest returned to the lower level to continue the skirmish against the ferocious beasts. Cradling the concentrated firepower disc, Shinbe returned to the number 8 defense sector. The landlord regarded the object in Shinbe's arms with a peculiar expression. What is that? A newly developed weapon, Shinbe replied. The landlord scoffed. This waste of research funding is nonsense. Instead of improving the quality of life for the populace, like developing sturdier wheels, they squander their time on useless inventions. Shinbe smirked slightly, pondering that this seemed unrelated to the institute's focus. Wasn't it Yu Wuchang who dictated the research directions? Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The various defensive nodes erupted with a multitude of black discs, swiftly dispersing in all directions before unleashing a barrage of projectiles. The sound of thunderous explosions resonated through the air, as the distant stone forest was flattened by the relentless onslaught of cannon fire, obliterating numerous unseen beasts into mere fragments. It must be said, this apparatus proved far more effective than conventional artillery. It was remarkably precise. Despite their modest size, these discs were equipped with high explosive shells, boasting power comparable to that of traditional cannons. After a series of devastating blasts, a swath of death was carved through the tide of beasts. Yet, some formidable creatures leapt high, launching assaults on the black discs. With a resounding crash, certain beasts with extraordinary agility managed to vault several dozen meters, sending the discs hurtling away or detonating them midair. Meanwhile, the intact firepower discs began their automatic return, retracing their paths to reload with high explosives. After recalibrating their targeting coordinates, they ascended once more to rain devastation upon their enemies. This display invigorated the spirits of the inhabitants of Shelter Number 36. The awakened abilities of the combatants flourished anew, a kaleidoscope of powers illuminating the battlefield, while the corpses of the beasts accumulated ever higher. What are you waiting for? Launch your firepower discs, urged the landlord. With a response of acknowledgement, Shinbe maneuvered the controls and pressed the activation button. A firepower disc, measuring nearly a meter in diameter, soared into the sky. Although Shinbe could not comprehend the propulsion mechanism behind the disc, which lacked any visible flame or gas exhaust, he was left utterly astonished. However, his disc wobbled uncertainly as it ascended, veering away from the fray and heading towards an inconsequential area, ultimately vanishing into the horizon as a mere speck. The landlord, bewildered, pointed at the retreating disc and questioned, "Why is yours different from the others?" Shinbe, taken aback, stammered. The research institute indicated that this is still in development and may possess certain unknown, uncontrollable faults. Perhaps I have encountered one. With a sigh, he readied his sniper rifle and declared, "Let us eliminate the beasts." The landlord, unconcerned, nodded and commenced firing shot after shot. In truth, Shinbe had intentionally set erroneous parameters to ensure the disc's disappearance. In his mind, upgrading this device could yield a formidable asset, akin to having aerial support to bolster his own strength. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. One must look after oneself in this unforgiving world. Having discreetly completed his task, Shinbe focused intently on the beasts before him. This endeavor was not solely for his own safety, but also served to enhance his weapon's experience. Moreover, with fellow combatants bearing the brunt of the assault, he merely needed to shoot without hesitation. The Barrett rifle roared to life, expelling its projectile with ferocity. A formidable armored bear that had slipped into the safety zone found its eye pierced, as the powerful round shattered its skull with brutal efficiency, accompanied by heart-wrenching wails. The armored bear collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Sniper rifle experience, 1 wow. The landlord, crouched nearby with an AK-47 in hand, looked at Shinbe in shock. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Did you just take down an armored bear with a single shot?" Shinbe adjusted his aim and replied, "Is there anything surprising about that?" Bang! Shinbe pulled the trigger again, sending another bullet into the eye of a corrupted wolf, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Sniper rifle experience 1 is. Another shot. When did your marksmanship become so precise? The landlord was profoundly astonished, his expression twisting in disbelief. He candidly admitted that if he were to hunt an armored bear or a corrupted wolf alone, he would only be left with the option to flee. He lacked both the ability and the courage to confront such ferocious beasts. Even possessing a firearm would not suffice. His aim was inadequate. This was no longer merely shooting for headshots. It was a matter of piercing through eyeballs. Even those adept in shooting abilities would likely struggle to match this level of skill. The more the landlord observed Shinbe, the more he found him to be enigmatic. What a freak. Especially considering that makeshift, rudimentary, outdated modified rifle, lacking even a scope, which in his eyes transformed into a rugged, simplistic piece of art embodying the aesthetics of violence. However, Shinbe had no interest in engaging in idle conversation with the landlord. The beast tide was not a mere social gathering. It was a matter of life and death. Bang bang. Shinbe was indifferent to the ammunition, as he knew that there would be compensation from the shelter afterward. At most, he would lose a few second-tier bullets. One shot after another, he continued to fire. Sniper rifle experience 1. Sniper rifle experience 1. Shinbe discovered that with a level 3 sniper rifle and second-tier bullets, even with occasional misfires, he could penetrate the defenses of the high-defense golden armored dragon beast, allowing bullets to burrow into flesh, although not resulting in fatal injuries. The firearms in the hands of others could not achieve the same. Their bullets merely sparked upon impact, making no sound. In dealing with such ferocious beasts, one could only call upon ability users for assistance, resorting to violence to counter violence. The ability user responsible for support was none other than Mengshan. After a fierce battle at Defense Node 8, all the beasts that had slipped in were eradicated. Shinbe was granted a brief respite. He glanced at his firearm. Sniper rifle LV3, 50-30, modified Barrett M95, range of 1,100 meters, 5-round magazine, detachable bipod missing, adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, significant lethality, movement shooting, accuracy 20. It was time for an upgrade, but there was no rush. He decided to exhaust all his ammunition first. Just then, someone stepped on his head. Chapter 27. Fear not when killing. We have people above us. While Shinbe was resting, some oblivious fool, crossing his path, inadvertently stepped on his head. Shinbe's expression changed, a mix of anger and humiliation surfacing as he cursed. "Do you have eyes, or are you just here to eat? Huh, what is stepping on you?" The speaker's tone was rather coarse. Shinbe looked up, and, to his surprise, it was none other than Mengshan. His towering figure completely overshadowed Shinbe, exuding an air of condescension. His face contorted with rage, yet a vicious smile lingered on his lips. It's fine. The landlord interjected, standing up with a smile. It was unintentional. We are in a critical period of defending against the beast tide. Bumps and scrapes are unavoidable. Wouldn't you agree, Shinbe? Shinbe's expression remained icy and indifferent as he reached for his revolver with one hand. At that moment, Mengshan radiated an intense malice. "I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it?" He recalled the humiliation he suffered at the bar the previous day, his anger boiling over. Though that revolver could very well end his life, being mocked was the true disgrace. He had been laughed at by others in the bar, feeling utterly embarrassed. The way he fell was a humiliation that would haunt him forever. Now, witnessing Shinbe resting while he had to deal with the aftermath, was this the privilege of an ability user? Damn it, Shinbe, you are even more carefree than I am. Mengshan's fury escalated, and he retaliated with a vicious stomp, as if Shinbe would dare to retaliate against him. Let's go. The landlord sensed the tension and hurriedly urged Mengshan to leave. Meanwhile, Mengshan turned back several times, cursing loudly, spitting towards Shinbe, and threatening. "I swear I'll kill you one day." Shinbe rose, his expression impassive, his gaze icy with an unyielding coldness. "You were spared yesterday, and yet you still seek your demise today? Is that it?" Shinbe called out, "Mengshan." Mengshan halted, forcefully pushing the landlord aside. Striding back with an intimidating demeanor, his face a mask of malevolence. His expression hardened as he hissed through clenched teeth. "What? Do you want to spar with me?" In Mengshan's view, even if Shinbe had 100 lives, he would never dare to shoot an ability user, especially in a public setting. However, if he were to kill Shinbe, no one would intervene. In this world, the status of ability users was inherently above that of ordinary people. Mengshan approached, seizing Shinbe's collar, a flicker of menace in his eyes, radiating a palpable aura of rage. "Now, kneel and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will throw you into the beast tide." Yet, Shinbe's handsome, yet sinister countenance bore an expression of indifference. Without uttering a word, he raised his revolver. placing it directly against Meng Shan's chin. Huh. Meng Shan showed no sign of fear, his fierce visage breaking into a sinister grin. Do you dare to pull the trigger? Do you know the consequences of killing an ability user? Shinbei's eyes held an unfathomable depth and chill. I will naturally bear the consequences, but you. He cocked the hammer and continued. You will not witness how gruesome your death will be. Meng Shan's gaze flickered, a mocking expression on his face as he coldly taunted. Go ahead. Let's see how brave you really are. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe decisively pulled the trigger. The powerful recoil of the revolver sent his arm plummeting. And as the gunpowder ignited, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene. Do not mention merely two-tier bullets. Even ordinary ones, at such close range, could obliterate the head of a barely first-tier supernatural being into mere fragments. In the moment that Meng Shan heard the gunshot, all his terror and resentment froze upon his countenance. His gaze was filled with a desire to tear apart, twisted as though he had encountered a malevolent spirit. How dare he? How dare he pull the trigger? In an instant, propelled by the furious gunpowder, the bullet pierced through Meng Shan's jaw, rolling into his brain matter, shattering his skull. Various shades of red and white brain matter mixed with blood erupted in a violent explosion, splattering through the air. Shinbe pushed aside Meng Shan's lifeless body and wiped his face, nonchalantly taking a seat nearby to meticulously clean the remnants of flesh from his revolver. The landlord and others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that Shinbe had truly fired without hesitation, eliminating Meng Shan with a single shot. Meng Shan was a combat-type supernatural being. Though merely first tier, he was still a supernatural entity. The expressions on everyone's faces reflected an indescribable shock and bewilderment, akin to tumultuous waves crashing ashore. The landlord's throat constricted as he realized that Shinbe and Meng Shan had merely exchanged barbs moments before, and suddenly, a life had been extinguished. Although lives were cheap in this world, one must consider the identity of the individual. That was a supernatural being, and his head had been blown apart. The landlord's gaze flickered with uncertainty, his expression dark as if he could weep. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Shinbe, have you lost your mind? You have killed the supernatural being Meng Shan. General Yu Wuchang will not let this go unpunished. In response, Shinbe stood firm and composed, his gaze profound and tranquil, like an old monk in meditation, his voice serene yet cold. It matters not. The landlord, despite having a generally favorable impression of Shinbe, realized that such an incident left him with but one avenue of escape. He swiftly produced a high-grade crystal core, handing it to Shinbe. A single high-grade crystal core could be exchanged for 1,000 crystal cores. This was no trifling sum. The landlord's voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness, lowered further. Leave. Quickly vacate shelter number 36 and seek refuge in the wilderness. Never return. Though the landlord's words were harsh, Shinbe understood his good intentions. In this wretched world, it was indeed rare to find someone with a compassionate heart. However, Shinbe did not accept the crystal core. Instead, he tossed it back, rising to his feet with a faintly cold smile. Thank you, but do not let your compassion overflow, for you may find yourself shouldering the burdens of others. With that, Shinbe stowed away his revolver, shouldering the Barrett as he departed from defense node number 8. Where are you going? The landlord pressed. Shinbe waved his hand dismissively. I am seeking to negotiate. Otherwise, my fate is but a dead end. Shinbe was acutely aware that in such circumstances, slaying a supernatural being was tantamount to courting death. In the desolate wilderness, one could kill silently, but within the shelter, especially during the beast tide, it was akin to provoking the wrath of General Yu Wuchang. The fury of the storm would be inevitable. For now, Shinbe had no intention of leaving shelter now. 36. Beyond the wilderness lies a realm fraught with peril. My physical endurance is woefully inadequate for sustained combat, at the very least. I must upgrade my armor to qualify for long treks across the wilds. Shinbe navigates through various defense nodes amidst the chaos, ascending to the upper levels. There, he seeks out Rock and shares the details of his predicament. Upon hearing this, Rock furrows his brow slightly. You certainly have a knack for causing trouble, he remarks. Clicking his tongue, Shinbe retorts, I know how to find people. Spare me the bravado, Rock says, stroking his chin in contemplation before continuing. You focus on defending your node. I shall handle the situation with you, Wuchang. Thank you, Shinbe replies. Just remember, you owe me a favor. Shrugging, Shinbe departs from the upper level and returns to his defensive position. He is confident that Rock possesses the capability to assist him in resolving the matter. Before he was tainted by divine wrath, Rock's prowess was not mere bravado. It was genuine strength. With a single hand, he wields thunder, causing the very earth to tremble. He has even rescued Yu Wuchang, and one could argue that without Rock, Yu Wuchang would not be where he is today. Hence, Shinbe dares to recklessly fire his weapon in public. After all, he is backing. Chapter 28. Upgrading the sniper rifle. The onslaught of beast waves continues unabated. The cluster vitality discs have emerged as an indispensable force, clearing vast expanses of ferocious creatures with each mission. This has allowed the empowered individuals below to conserve considerable stamina. After all, even the mightiest cannot be a perpetual motion machine. Fatigue inevitably sets in. The 36 shelter has faced beast waves on multiple occasions. Both empowered individuals and ordinary citizens possess experience in dealing with such threats. The only unforeseen element this time is the monstrous birds hurling stones, inflicting significant harm on the upper-level residents. Fortunately, General Yu Wuchang managed to repel them in a timely manner. Though there were casualties, the situation remains bearable. At this juncture, having resolved his own troubles, Shinbe re-engages in the battle. With each shot fired, his aim is unfaltering, striking true with every bullet. The landlord beside him begins to question his own existence, as Shinbe dispatches the empowered adversary Meng Shan. Thoughts of urging Shinbe to flee the 36th shelter flicker through his mind. The world is vast, and there are myriad places to seek refuge. Surely, any shelter could offer a chance for survival. Yet, after a brief departure, Shinbe returns as nonchalantly as ever, exhibiting no trace of concern for the future. His shooting accuracy unwavering. Were it me, I would be in disarray, unable to focus on resisting the feral beasts. The landlord purses his lips, perplexed by Shinbe's current mindset. The battle persists until afternoon, with the corpses of beasts outside the shelter piled high, reaching over 10 meters. Simultaneously, a considerable number of wheelhouses have succumbed to the relentless assault, and many lives have been lost. Calamity could strike at any moment, leaving the inhabitants of the shelter no time to mourn. Once the beast wave recedes, they return to a state of bustling activity, repairing homes, while the empowered individuals begin to dissect the heads of the ferocious creatures, extracting the core of the crystal source, and harvesting any valuable materials from the beasts for future use. To the ordinary observer, the beast tide appears as a calamity. However, to those endowed with extraordinary abilities, it is a veritable treasure trove, albeit one that requires careful navigation, with the potential cost of a few lives. In the desolate expanse, when is there ever a day without death? At this moment, Shinbe has expended all his ammunition. Since the landlord's property remains unscathed, there is no need for repairs, and Shinbe chooses to return for rest. Of course, he could opt to engage in logging, selling planks to the unfortunate landlords for some profit. Yet, lying within his battle armor proves to be a more efficient use of his time. The landlord follows Shinbe, his expression a mixture of doubt and trepidation, fearing that Yu Wuchang might suddenly emerge to capture Shinbe, thereby implicating him as well. However, as darkness envelopes the land, he finds no one with a menacing demeanor seeking Shinbe. Logically, such news should have reached Yu Wuchang by now. The landlord slaps his forehead. Could it be that Shinbe has some connection to Yu Wuchang? Unable to fathom it, he decides to dismiss the thought. At that moment, shouts are heard from outside. The landlord hurries out to investigate. The individuals outside belong to the logistics department of shelter number 36, dragging 2 large bags as they distribute supplies from house to house. One bag contains crystal cores, while the other is filled with various types of beast meat. How many people? The staff inquires of the landlord. The landlord gestures, indicating 9 residents, plus myself, 10 in total. Nonsense. The staff member retorts, pointing at the list. One is clearly deceased. The landlord wears a pained expression, but the deceased had a family. His wife and child need to eat. Life and death are fated. The staff member responds curtly, I am merely following protocol. If you violate the rules, others may take advantage of it. With a heavy sigh, the landlord accepts his share of the rewards for defending against the beast tide. Upon returning home, he calls out, prompting the residents to descend and collect their due portions. Shinbe is the last to receive his share, 50 crystal cores and 100 pounds of beast meat. No one knows how the distribution was determined. Whatever General Yu Wuchang allocates is what they receive. In the end, the landlord suggests that the others show some compassion towards the deceased household, offering them a portion of their meat. Most residents contribute a little, while Shinbe gifts a handgun to the small boy. This handgun, the very one Shinbe used to execute the fierce dragon, has been upgraded. Teaching someone to fish is far more beneficial than merely providing a meal. If one cannot become an extraordinary being, then a handgun is a guarantee of survival. The landlord is taken aback, his teeth aching. Do they not require beast meat for sustenance? Indeed, Shinbe replies with a grin, what I provide is sustenance. No one would consume metal, but the ferocious beasts will devour bullets. With that, Shinbe turns and ascends the stairs, seizing the opportunity to rest. The landlord observes Shinbe's retreating figure. Deep in thought, he returns to his home, retrieves a box of bullets, and hands it to the small boy, gently ruffling his hair. Little K, your father is gone. It is time for you to grow up. The boy, named Little K, though scarcely 10 years old, possesses a clear and resolute gaze, nodding firmly. At this moment, Shinbe sits cross-legged on his bed, his eyes fixed upon the Barrett sniper rifle in his hands. A message suddenly appears. Sniper rifle LV3, 8030, modified Barrett M95. Range of 1,100 meters, 5 rounds. Detachable bipod missing. Adjustable monopod missing. Scope missing. Significant lethality. Mobility shooting. Precision increased by 20. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV4, 5100. Modified Barrett M95. Range of 1,300 meters, 5 rounds. Significant lethality. Mobility shooting. Precision increased by 20. Blind shooting accuracy increased by 20. Silencing effect increased by 20. Recoil reduced by 20. Shinbe's eyes sparkled. The changes after this upgrade were remarkable. Not only had the range increased, but the accuracy for blind shooting had also improved. This was simply extraordinary. Additionally, the silencing effect, although a reduction of May 20th seemed minimal, signifies that once upgraded to its limit, it would achieve complete silence. Such an effect is truly explosive. It is important to note that even the most advanced suppressor on a handgun cannot achieve total silence. The final aspect is the recoil, which is also impressively formidable. The recoil of this Barrett is far greater than that of a revolver. Firing a revolver one-handed leaves Shinbe's arm tingling. A slight misalignment could easily lead to dislocation. However, with this Barrett, firing one-handed, regardless of posture, due to its immense recoil, would certainly result in dislocation. Firearms are man-made, yet humans cannot fully master them. Today, the M500 revolver was fired only once, taking down a fierce beast, which was rather unremarkable. Subsequently, Shinbe retrieved his alarm clock. After disassembling and reassembling it, it had transformed into a time bomb. Only 10 crystal cores needed to be added. Shinbe attempted to insert the crystal cores. Strangely, although the clock had no apparent openings for placing the cores, each core placed upon its surface was absorbed within. Excellent. Even Newton's coffin could not contain this. After inserting 10 crystal cores, he looked at the clock once more. Alarm clock LV5, max level, loading progress, 1010, in addition to absolute punctuality and timely alarms. It is also a time bomb. Shinbe clicked his tongue, pondering the explosive power. Perhaps he could purchase more clocks for experimentation. If the results were favorable, they could serve as a means of eliminating foes. Setting the clock aside, Shinbe continued to focus on his most crucial equipment, the battle armor. He spread out his bedding and comfortably lay down. Battle armor experience 1. Battle armor experience 1. Shinbe yawned and roughly calculated 6 hours of rest in the afternoon and 12 hours at night, totaling 18 hours. With each hour granting 60 experience points, he would earn 840 experience by tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, he would level up. Hopefully, there would be a delightful surprise. Chapter 29. The Blue Demoness, overwhelming to the point of numbness. Blaze Bar. In the early morning of Shinbe, the bar lay in a state of disarray. Bottles of liquor were strewn across the floor, accompanied by remnants of food scattered haphazardly. Intoxicated patrons sprawled on the ground, their snores resembling a symphony of discordant melodies. A pungent aroma of mingled alcohol and vomit permeated the establishment. The previous day's tumultuous beast tide had granted each individual a bountiful supply of crystal cores. For the desperate humans, living in the present without regard for the future, indulgence and drunkenness remained a constant theme. Naturally, they sought to drink to the point of oblivion. Unaware of their surroundings, Shinbe found a relatively clean spot to settle down. Shortly thereafter, Rock hurried in. Shinbe raised his hand in acknowledgement. "Waiter, a whiskey, please." No one responded. The staff were all fast asleep. Shinbe stood up, ventured behind the bar, procured a bottle of liquor, and left a crystal core in its place before returning to his seat. Rock took a swig, smacked his lips, and rubbed his stubbled chin, stating, "The matter of your elimination of the ability user Mengshan has been resolved." Shinbe raised his glass in gratitude. "Thank you." Yet, it was not without its complications, Rock added. Shinbe inquired, "What additional conditions are attached?" In a hushed tone, Rock replied, "It is not that Yu Wuchang insists on conditions. My standing must still be respected. Without me, his current status would not exist, you see. However, Inhu, being Mengshan's close ally, insisted on making a scene. Ultimately, you owe Yu Wuchang one unpaid task." Shinbe grasped the situation and candidly remarked, "So it is a task owed to Inhu?" "You could interpret it that way," Rock shrugged. "Regardless of the task, it must be sanctioned under the name of the sanctuary, and any unreasonable demands will be dismissed by me." Shinbe was unconcerned. As long as he had time to upgrade his combat armor, he was not overly worried. Even if Inhu attempted to use the pretense of a task to eliminate him in the wasteland, it would not be so simple. The two conversed for a while longer before Shinbe departed the bar. Over the next 2 days, Shinbe had no obligations. His primary task was to relax. When fatigue set in, he would take leisurely strolls near the sanctuary. The wasteland was not a place to traverse lightly. Encountering ferocious beasts was one thing, but facing sinister creatures was another matter entirely. There was no safer haven than the sanctuary. Recently, the remnants of the beast tide had formed heaps of flesh that had become a venue for entertainment. The scent of blood and meat attracted numerous beasts in search of a meal. Meanwhile, ordinary people armed with guns began to hunt. Although the results were meager, resulting in a mere waste of ammunition, the entertainment value was considerable. Betting on whether a shot could strike a beast added to the excitement. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Shinbe decided to partake in the amusement. Coincidentally, the landlord was also present. Upon seeing Shinbe, the landlord's eyes lit up, signaling how to place bets and nudging Shinbe to join in on the fun of a slaughtering game. Shinbe nodded slightly. The sniper rifles in use were far from top quality. A 98K, renowned in the gaming world before his arrival in this desolate realm, now felt somewhat lacking. Although it came equipped with a scope, it was still inadequate in this harsh reality. However, the firearms had been haphazardly modified, resulting in a complete disarray of their specifications. "Here comes Shinbe." The host raised a bottle in jubilance, exclaiming, "Not an adept of extraordinary abilities, nor a specialist in marksmanship, but an ordinary person. Place your bets wisely." The spectators around murmured for a moment, subsequently placing their wagers on Shinbe missing his shot. Meanwhile, the landlord chuckled gleefully, confident in his bet. He had witnessed Shinbe's shooting prowess firsthand, undoubtedly top-notch. To speak candidly, even a specialist marksman endowed with extraordinary abilities would not best him. Shinbe positioned himself at the shooting platform, aligning the crosshairs of the high-powered scope onto the head of a fearsome beast that was gnawing on flesh. It was a decomposed bone lizard, its appearance both bizarre and terrifying, its body cloaked in uneven, mottled armor that shimmered with a sinister glow under the sunlight, as if stitched together from countless decayed bones. Its eyes were two sunken black voids, intermittently emitting eerie azure flames, rendering it grotesque even in daylight. Shinbe estimated the distance to be approximately 500 meters, an effortless feat for a mercenary of his caliber. Previously, during a sniping mission in the corrupted wolf cave, he had engaged his target from a staggering distance of 800 meters. Adjusting his stance, Shinbe decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! A plume of blue-white smoke erupted from the muzzle. All eyes turned toward the decomposed bone lizard. In the next moment, propelled by the bullet's kinetic energy, it burst through the creature's eye, dark blood mingling with silver-gray fragments of its shattered eyeball, splattering against the rocks. It did not flee. The bullet had likely obliterated its brain tissue, leading to a piercing wail as it writhed and crashed against the stones at the cave's entrance. Within moments, the decomposed bone lizard breathed its last. Oh indeed, the landlord laughed heartily, stuffing his winnings into his pocket. The other gamblers gasped in disbelief, taken aback. It is essential to note that the rules of this contest only required hitting the beast, not necessarily killing it. Yet, with a single shot, Shinbe had claimed the creature's life. Such marksmanship was truly astonishing. Once more, I bet Shinbe will strike the beast. His shooting is commendable, I wager as well. I wonder if he can maintain his composure. I bet he won't hit it. Are you foolish? Look at Shinbe's shooting stance and steady aura. It's a certainty that he will hit. Shinbe cast a discreet glance at the landlord, who had wagered the crystal cores on a missed shot. Shinbe understood the unspoken cue. For the next shot, however, he missed, sending a plume of dust into the air. The gamblers erupted in curses, lamenting their misfortune. In subsequent rounds, whatever the landlord wagered, Shinbe would strike. After a few rounds, the landlord amassed nearly 300 crystal cores. Signaling to Shinbe to withdraw, he deemed it prudent to stop. On their way back, they began to divide the spoils. Shinbe secured over 200 crystal cores. You take the larger share. I shall simply follow you for the remainder. The landlord's smile was unyielding. This was akin to acquiring crystal cores by deceit, and he harbored no greed. Shinbe would not concede, swiftly claiming the prize. This group of fools was driven to madness, laughter echoing in the air. The landlord, reminiscing about the recent scene, felt a bloom of joy from within. Shinbe recalled the adage, in gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. Sometimes, one loses without even comprehending how. At this moment, a girl draped in a black cloak suddenly emerged from the side, her hand raised to halt the two. Slowly lifting her head, her features were exquisitely delicate, embodying the visage of a porcelain doll. However, her pupils gleamed with an eerie blue light. Shinbe could not discern whether her eyes were naturally blue or enhanced for beauty through some supernatural ability. Blue Demon. You are an ability user, the Blue Demon. The landlord exclaimed, naming her directly. Most of the girl's face was concealed beneath her hood. She pointed a finger at the landlord and uttered a single word, leave. The landlord, obedient to her command, promptly departed without a glance back. Yet, he did not stray far, instead hiding nearby to observe. Shinbe, somewhat perplexed, inquired, do you seek me for something? The Blue Demon replied in a chilling tone, your marksmanship is commendable, rivaling that of specialized shooting ability users. There were many errors. As you must have noticed, intentionally setting traps to win, I saw through it long ago. Shinbe responded with an expressionless demeanor, I am accustomed to being alone. There will come a time when you need teammates, the Blue Demon remarked, passing by Shinbe and looking back to add, I will call upon you if necessary. Her words carrying an undeniable weight of insistence. Chapter 30. Significant upgrade of the armor. This young woman is quite fierce. On the way back, the landlord chattered incessantly. Last time, there was a drunken fellow relieving himself outside the house. ISNT that a normal occurrence? And guess what happened? Remarkably, an ice spear shot out and took him out. They claimed he polluted her sight. It was utterly unreasonable. So brutal. While recounting the Blue Demon's exploits, the landlord also glanced back, covering his lower regions in fear of her retribution. Shinbe, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue. Ability users are hardly reasonable. If he were in a position of strength, he too would be unreasonable. The one with the strongest fist dictates the conversation. After killing the ability user Mengshan, Shinbe still needed to seek connections to resolve matters. Having already prepared himself mentally for the events unfolding in this desolate world, Shinbe was no longer surprised. Upon returning to his residence, he resumed his leisure, diligently upgrading his armor. In terms of physical prowess, he could not contend with ability users, so he naturally relied on technology. The impoverished depend on mutation, while the affluent rely on technology. 2 days later, Shinbe emerged from the armor, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he glanced at the armor's information. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 2,322,000, an armor of negligible utility. Engaging in combat with it is an unwise endeavor. However, its defensive capabilities have seen a modest enhancement, as has its walking speed and the responsiveness of its thought connection. Equipped with an infrared vision system, it allows one to keep pace with others during nighttime festivities and improves visibility of the terrain. Here it comes. The experience points have been thoroughly prepared. With a mere thought, Shinbe commanded, upgrade. Power Armor LV3, 320-3000. A somewhat useful armor, it assists in running. Boasts improved defensive abilities, and possesses a certain load-bearing capacity, along with a slight enhancement in thought connection responsiveness. Each crystal core can sustain the armor's high-speed operation for 5 minutes. After assimilating the information, a smile crept upon Shinbe's lips. The level 3 armor is now at his disposal, although it still leaves much to be desired in various aspects, lacking formidable defense, immense strength, a firepower system, and compact portability. It can at least aid in enhancing his running speed. This singular improvement is enough to elate Shinbe to the core. Furthermore, the efficiency of the crystal core's utilization has significantly increased, extending from a mere 1 minute to an impressive 5 minutes. This is undeniably a monumental advancement. Even more astonishing to Shinbe is that the previously 2-meter armor has now been reduced to approximately his height of 1.8 meters. The surface texture has transformed from a rough exterior to a sleek, matte black finish. The more he gazes upon it, the more he adores it. Shinbe eagerly re-enters the armor, slings his sniper rifle across his back, and secures his handgun. He strides out of the room. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated creaking of joints did not manifest. The armor, in its movement, produced minimal extraneous sound, and each part felt exceptionally smooth, devoid of any sense of obstruction or stagnation. Moreover, the armor fit him like a second skin, as comfortable as donning a coat. It is evident that this upgrade has resulted in a comprehensive evolution of the armor. Shinbe continuously moved his limbs, squatting and leaping, acclimating to the rhythm brought by the armor. Descending the stairs, the landlord, with a look of bewilderment, exclaimed, how is it that in just a few days, this toy has undergone such a transformation? Shinbe lifted his visor and proudly replied, naturally, it's been a clandestine modification. The landlord remarked, with such skills, you ought to work at a research institute. That is not the life I desire. People ultimately seek stability. That may be true for you. Shinbe waved his hand dismissively and departed from the rental unit. He intended to venture into the northern mountains to retrieve the cluster fire disk he had deliberately left behind during the beast tide, curious to see what effects the upgrade might yield. At this moment, the entire Shelter 36 was bustling with activity, miners mining, wood collectors gathering timber. Shinbe strode confidently toward the upper levels of the shelter. The residents he passed, upon seeing his attire, expressed no surprise. After all, among the supernatural beings, there were many fully armed individuals. For instance, there are those specialized in marksmanship or close-quarter combat among the extraordinary individuals. However, their protective suits are designed to shield specific areas rather than offering full-body coverage. The consensus on Shinbe's prowess can be summed up in a single word: impressive. Upon arriving at the weapons shop, Shinbe replenished his supply of ammunition, having nearly exhausted his bullets during the recent beast tide. Without ammunition, firearms are rendered as mere sticks of fire. As he organized the bullets, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "Why haven't I seen any large firearms used by extraordinary individuals in your establishment?" "I witnessed one such individual firing at a monstrous bird, and it was quite formidable." The shopkeeper, cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled in response. "What? Do you wish to purchase one?" Shinbe blinked, contemplating the idea. Could I also wield such a weapon? He was soon disabused of this notion. The shopkeeper teased, "Those firearms powered by crystal cores are not merely about inserting the core and firing. The user must also catalyze the energy, propelling the light bullets. Otherwise, they will simply detonate on the spot. Furthermore, the speed of the light bullets correlates with the user's tier. A marksman would have better control over the weapon." Shinbe then comprehended the situation. It was no wonder that the extraordinary individual he had seen using a large energy weapon to obliterate that monstrous bird had exhibited peculiar flight patterns with the light bullets. They seemed slow and followed an unusually early parabolic trajectory. It turned out that the extraordinary individual's lack of skill was the underlying cause. With that realization, Shinbe dismissed the idea of owning an energy firearm and took his leave. As he departed from shelter number 36, Shinbe commenced his journey northward on foot. The clouds in the sky parted slightly, revealing a sliver of the sun, which cast down vast streams of golden light. After walking through the desolate expanse for a while, Shinbe discerned the weaknesses and shortcomings of his battle armor. Under the scorching heat, the interior felt akin to an oven, leaving him soaked through as if he had just emerged from water. In truth, the armor was equipped with a temperature regulation system capable of lowering the temperature to zero, but it required the consumption of crystal cores. Reluctant to expend such resources, Shinbe refrained from activating the system and instead lifted his visor to allow some fresh air. His pace remained steady, unhurried, with each step measured to perfection, exhibiting no deviation. Approximately 3 hours later, as Shinbe neared the edge of the mountains, a sudden roar of engines erupted behind him. Turning to glance back, he perceived a cloud of dust from which a colossal figure seemed to rise, roaring defiantly. Its sound quickly overshadowing the growl of two speeding off-road vehicles. Suddenly, a jet-black motorcycle burst forth from the dust cloud, racing past the two vehicles at an astonishing speed. Heading straight for Shinbe, this motorcycle was outrageously modified, and the roar of its engine harmonized perfectly with its incredible velocity. Shinbe found the design somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he recalled, this was Bai Luo's vehicle. A twitch crossed his lips as he muttered, "Relentless spirit." Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe extracted a crystal core and swiftly inserted it into the kinetic device. Instantly, the power system of his armor was activated, and Shinbe took off at a sprint. This woman is not to be trifled with. She is an existence even more unreasonable than the Blue Enchantress. The Blue Enchantress merely coerces you into inviting her to join your team. However, Bai Luo covets her own allure. In this damned world, when a woman loses her mind, not even tin bulls can restrain her. Do you dare to assert that she is an ordinary person? A burly man in the driver's seat, cigar in mouth, glanced at the speedometer and then at the man sprinting ahead. Good heavens, he's already reached a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Bai Luo sat in the passenger seat, delicately holding a slender steel needle, twisting her hair into a bun, and inserting the needle into her updo. With keen interest, she observed Shinbe, who was racing before them. Look, an ordinary person can run at 40 kilometers per hour. I have undoubtedly chosen well. The burly man chuckled. If you believe he is an ordinary person, then the issue lies in the protective gear he is wearing. He produced a core of rare crystal energy, inserted it into the engine's feed, and slammed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to surge forward and kick up a cloud of dust. After nearly 100 meters of agonizing yet electrifying braking, the vehicle, utilizing its last bit of momentum, gracefully aligned itself, showcasing the man's nearly flawless driving skills. The vehicle came to a perfect halt just under 3 meters from Shinbe. Bai Luo kicked open the car door, placed her hands on the edge, and performed a graceful leap onto the roof. Sitting cross-legged atop the vehicle, she smiled charmingly, stretching her lithe form. Looking at Shinbe, she declared, "Word by word, I have set my sights on you. Whether you comply or not, spare me the suspense." Chapter 31. Humiliation. Faced with Bai Luo's proclamation, Shinbe touched his face and suddenly realized the truth of what the staff member at shelter number 36 had said during his shower. A handsome exterior indeed heralds trouble. Women tend to cling to such a facade. How bothersome. Not one to hold back, Shinbe swiftly produced a revolver and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The thunderous gunfire echoed in such proximity that Bai Luo momentarily believed the bullets were aimed at her. The cold, ominous barrel seemed to roar like a demon. She had never felt that a handgun could bring her so close to the specter of death, sending chills down her spine and raising the hairs on her neck. Bai Luo tumbled off the car roof. Peering out again, she saw Shinbe had already dashed into the dense mountains and vanished from sight. Frustrated, she climbed back into the car, her once pure and enchanting face twisting into a mask of rage. After him, yet the burly man, still with cigar in mouth, could only chuckle ruefully. Chase him? The tires have been shot out. Only then did Bai Luo realize that Shinbe's 2 shots had struck the tires. She kicked the car door in frustration. With a single step, the ground erupted beneath her, propelling her body forward with explosive force. Let us see how far you can run. Bai Luo's movements were light and swift. With each leap and landing, her form appeared strikingly graceful. Yet her strides and pace far exceeded that of an ordinary person. A towering column of dust ascended behind him. Shinbe navigated through the rugged mountain forests. Hearing the rapid footsteps of Bai Luo pursuing him relentlessly, his expression stiffened. Bai Luo's speed rivaled that of a cheetah. Were it not for the combat armor he donned, which granted him extraordinary mobility, he would surely be captured within moments. Shinbe scaled a ridge, and not far ahead lay the ruins of a forsaken town, likely a long-abandoned settlement. By the time Bai Luo crested the hill, Shinbe had already vanished into the remnants of the town. The prolonged sprint had caused her blood to surge, her face flushed, and breath came in gasps. What manner of attire was he wearing? Akin to that of an extraordinary being. Bai Luo marveled silently. She then retrieved a slender dagger from her thigh-high boots, gripping it firmly in hand. The gleam in her eyes resembled that of a wolf, and a cold smile graced her lips as she advanced into the desolate town. Before her lay an abandoned settlement, with a small river coursing through it, its crystalline waters shimmering with a verdant glow, creating a gentle ripple effect. The ample water supply had allowed resilient shrubs to flourish remarkably, despite decades of neglect, with some trees soaring to heights of several meters. Though it was still morning and the sunlight blazed fiercely, the ruins exuded a chilling atmosphere, devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, Shinbe concealed himself within a dilapidated building. Peering through the murky glass panes, he could discern Bai Luo, agile as a wildcat, each leap among the ruins landing as softly as a feather. The dagger she wielded, while capable of merely slicing food in the hands of an ordinary person, would undoubtedly unleash tremendous lethality if wielded by Bai Luo, delivering a fatal blow to her adversaries. At that moment, Shinbe was uncertain of Bai Luo's level of extraordinary abilities. However, he understood that not all extraordinary beings possessed a comprehensive skill set. For instance, if one's defensive capabilities reached the third level, they could still be classified as a third-level extraordinary being, even if their offensive skills were merely at the first level. Observing Bai Luo's snug leather attire, accentuating her physique, Shinbe surmised that her abilities likely resided in offense, particularly in close-quarters combat. This led him to deduce that her defensive capabilities were likely not high. Determined to eliminate Bai Luo at this juncture, Shinbe recognized the tenacity of his pursuer. He could not afford to be relentlessly hounded by her each time he ventured into the wasteland, for such a predicament would hinder his endeavors. Patience, which Shinbe possessed in abundance, would be his ally. Casting one last glance at Bai Luo's figure, Shinbe silently retreated within the confines of the wall. He activated the internal temperature regulation system of his armor, plummeting the temperature to 0 degrees to prevent Bai Luo from detecting him through any heat-sensing abilities she might possess. His clothing was sufficiently warm against the chill. Given the town's considerable size, numerous structures remained for Bai Luo to search, and it would take her some time to comb through them all. Shinbe prepared his ammunition, placing it before him, and began inscribing intricate patterns onto the bullets to enhance their potency. A shot that never misses. Shinbe dared not to think of it, yet it must possess enough threat. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Bai Luo, who was blindly searching within the ruins of a desolate town, suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. She suspected that Shinbe had quietly departed, leaving her alone to foolishly engage in her game. It is worth noting that her survival experience in the wild was exceedingly rich. Apart from the malevolent creatures, she had never encountered prey that she could not find. Yet, Shinbe, who left no scent, no trace, not even the faintest clue, was a first for her. Now, Bai Luo had already exhausted a significant portion of her stamina. Her spirit and alertness had waned considerably compared to daylight. She had to concede that Shinbe was an exceptionally cunning, ordinary person. Bai Luo was certain that he had not left, but was watching her from some concealed location, waiting for her to become utterly fatigued. She surveyed her surroundings once more. All was cloaked in darkness. Suddenly, a sensation akin to a mosquito bite pricked at her neck. When she reached to touch it, a dark crimson stinger appeared in her hand. Bai Luo's heart sank. A venomous spider bee. This creature was not large, barely the size of a palm. Yet it was a grotesque fusion of bee and spider. The abdomen of the venomous spider bee was grotesquely swollen, resembling both a bee's honey sac and a spider's egg pouch. It could not only spray a narcotic venom, but also ensnare its prey with silk. While the silk posed little threat to those with abilities and could be easily evaded due to its slow speed, once struck by the narcotic stinger, if one failed to escape in time, the silk would harden over time, becoming increasingly rigid. Even if an ability user regained consciousness, they would find themselves unable to break free. It was a considerable predicament. In the next moment, the narcotic began to take effect within Bai Luo's body. An overwhelming sense of fear enveloped her. Her vision blurred, her steps faltered, and she stumbled before collapsing to the ground. Just before her consciousness succumbed to sleep, she heard a rustling sound. A venomous spider bee approached, hovering above her head, preparing to spray its silk to capture its prey. At that instant, from the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a small building amidst the ruins, 100 meters away, where a glass window suddenly shattered. A sniper rifle emerged, followed by the flash of a muzzle. Bang! A fiery line shot directly toward her. In Bai Luo's mind, only a single thought lingered, to fall further into despair. Unable to withstand the encroaching anesthesia any longer, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Cold and sharp pains surged through her, akin to countless ants gnawing at her flesh. Bai Luo's awareness drifted alone in a sea of torment. Amidst the chaos of her thoughts, a faint, mocking laughter echoed. Tisk tsk, Boss Wu. What do you think we should say if Captain Bai wakes up? What to say? Isn't this a wish fulfilled? But Captain Bai is in a passive state. Who cares? What does it matter who it is? They just didn't enjoy themselves. Various indistinct and muffled voices seemed to whisper in the darkness, stirring Bai Luo's disoriented mind amidst agonizing pain. I am still alive, in the ethereal realm of Bai Luo's consciousness. It felt as though the first ray of light in existence had pierced the encompassing darkness, a milky orb of luminescence gradually dispelling the shadows. Akin to the gentle sun of winter, the chilling sensations, sharp, painful, itchy, and numbing, emanated from the void of her psyche, reverberating throughout her body, prompting her to emit breathy gasps reminiscent of a bellows. Her eyelids quivered slightly as she gradually regained a faint awareness of her corporeal form. And Luo slowly opened her eyes. She found herself within the relatively intact confines of an abandoned dwelling. By her side, a warm campfire flickered, surrounded by her teammates who were engaged in lighthearted banter and laughter. "Ah, you're awake," boomed Wu, the burly leader, a cigar clamped between his teeth, his expression one of playful amusement. Luo propped herself up, only to be met with an excruciating pain in her lower body. Her eyes widened in shock as she touched herself, and upon seeing the blood, she gasped in horror. Wu teased, "When we arrived, Shinbe had just finished with you." "Damn it," Luo seethed. "Where is he?" "He left." "He left? Why didn't you stop him?" "That's how men are," Wu chuckled heartily. They pull up their pants and walk away. The other team members erupted into laughter. With a serious tone, Wu remarked, "In this game, losing comes with a price." "Which is precisely what you sought, is it not?" "No loss there." Luo's lips twitched in frustration. "But I didn't even enjoy it. The first time should have been pleasurable." Wu grinned broadly. Luo closed her eyes, inhaling deeply for an extended moment, striving to quell the fury and humiliation rising within her. "This is utterly disgraceful. If I encounter him again, I shall be on top." "That's the spirit." Her teammates cheered, their laughter echoing in the air. Chapter 32, Dissection and Reverse Restoration. The jungle under the cover of night was undeniably perilous. Any creature daring enough to forage in the darkness posed a latent threat to both ordinary individuals and those endowed with abilities. Yet, Shinbe moved with purpose. His battle armor, though lacking against the prowess of ability wielders, proved impervious to the venomous darts fired by the smaller creatures attempting to ambush him. Furthermore, the armor was equipped with an infrared vision system, allowing him to traverse the night with ease. He continued his northward journey toward the site where the barrage of firepower had fallen. The saying goes, a mountain appears closer than it truly is. And despite the seemingly short distance, the number of hills to traverse was indeed numerous. Shinbe's path felt interminably prolonged. Reflecting on the recent encounter with Luo, he couldn't help but chuckle. Misfortune seemed to cling to individuals like a shadow. Even drinking cold water could lead to disaster. After hiding all day, Luo had inexplicably let down her guard in the night, failing to notice the venomous spider wasps lurking behind her, a grave miscalculation. Ultimately, she succumbed to a dart potent enough to incapacitate a mighty beast, collapsing to the ground in an instant. At that moment, Shinbe had indeed contemplated ending Luo's life. However, his firearm remained trained on the spider wasps. Ultimately, to relieve his frustration and conclude Luo's relentless pursuit, he took advantage of her unconscious state. Throughout the entire episode, she lay there like a lifeless pig. Yet, it was, in its own way, exhilarating. In essence, Luo had lost the game, yet her desired outcome was achieved. The means were inconsequential. The journey continued. At this moment, Shinbe stood within a ravine. According to his calculations, his current location should align with the point where the cluster fire disk had descended. He meticulously searched through the valley, examining every blade of grass and twig. As dawn broke, Shinbe discovered the cluster fire disk resting upon a large stone. He had found it. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him as he immediately lifted it. After conducting an inspection, he noted some dents and scratches on the exterior. However, the internal components appeared to be intact and undamaged. Shinbe contemplated the two challenges that lay ahead. First, dismantling and reassembling the fire disk required a clean and stable environment, which was clearly unsuitable in his current setting. A single fallen screw could easily vanish into the underbrush. Second, the size of the cluster fire disk, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, rendered it conspicuous. Transporting it back to the shelter would undoubtedly attract the attention of the research institute, leading to an inquiry. He recalled reporting the deviation of the cluster fire disk from its course, resulting in a collision with the mountain. Returning with a nearly intact fire disk would only invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, Shinbe resolved to find a concealed spot to hide it, allowing time for gradual upgrades and potential changes. With this thought in mind, he proceeded deeper into the valley. Before long, he emerged from the ravine into a vast expanse. On the horizon, a sizable city ruin came into view. Shinbe activated the acceleration mode of his battle armor, consuming a crystal core, and within approximately half an hour, he reached the outskirts of the city. Once inside, he searched for a relatively hidden location. After ensuring no ferocious beasts lurked within, he set the cluster fire disk down. Rubbing his hands together, he focused intently on the disk for a few moments, and information materialized. Cluster fire disk LV-1-0100, a flying device capable of ground strikes, boasting formidable firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. The power of this cluster fire disk was evident, as Shinbe had witnessed it firsthand. The next step was to dismantle and reassemble it. He retrieved his toolbox, took a few sips of water, and munched on some jerky to restore his energy. After a brief respite, Shinbe grasped his tools and began the disassembly process. He started with the outer shell, which was relatively easy to manage. A few high-strength screws loosened with a satisfying click allowed him to remove it. It must be noted that the manufacturing techniques in this world were commendable. Regardless of the force applied with the wrench, once he heard that satisfying sound, he could effortlessly unscrew it with just his fingers. Upon removing the outer shell, he encountered an intricately complex array of structures and circuitry. Shinbe understood that, without guidance from a research institute, he could not rush into dismantling it. He needed to document everything. Taking out a pen and paper, he began sketching a diagram of the internal structure. In his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, he had also studied the fundamentals of mechanical principles and construction for a period. Let us put it this way. While I may not possess the expertise for exceedingly complex matters, I am more than capable of undertaking the repair of an automobile. Indeed, the intricate mechanics of vehicles in this world are shrouded in mystery, relying on the crystalline core as their power source. Although I, Shinbe, do not fully comprehend the underlying principles, I can liken it to gasoline, gaining some insight into its workings. The drive gears, output shafts, interconnected large gears, gyroscopes, firepower output modules, and the kinetic energy output module of the crystalline core, along with small cannons and high explosive substances. Initially, I was unfamiliar with the names of these components. However, this particular batch of technical firepower discs is experimental, and each component and module bears a label, likely for the convenience of the researchers during assembly. In standard production, such labels would certainly not be affixed, nor would there be time for that. This, however, has inadvertently benefited me. As I disassembled the device, I meticulously sketched a diagram of the connections of each component on paper. Under normal circumstances, there would be assembly diagrams, including front views, top views, left side views, cross sections, and half sections. Yet, having found, or rather, stolen this firepower disc, I could neither request the blueprints from the Research Institute nor dare to do so. Thus, I resorted to rudimentary methods to document my findings. Fortunately, the installation of the various wiring harnesses was relatively straightforward. The ends of the harness modules were bundled together, designed as plug-in connectors, leaving no room for error in insertion. Like an ant gnawing at an elephant, I diligently disassembled the clustered firepower disc piece by piece. Simultaneously, I opened a shell and poured out its contents, revealing an unexpected discovery. The explosive material was composed of two colors, the black, undoubtedly a high explosive substance, and another that shimmered with a blue hue, resembling shattered crystals. I reached out to touch it. Is this the crystalline core? A flicker of intrigue crossed my face. This substance can solidify while retaining energy? I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. No wonder the clustered firepower disc was so formidable. The crystalline core represents a unique form of energy manifestation. Essentially, its interior resembles a semi-solid liquid. But how did the Research Institute manage to solidify it while preserving energy and facilitating its participation in explosive reactions? Could it be that this firepower disc had been developed long ago, while this crystalline fragment is a recent breakthrough from the Institute? I recalled the details of transporting the clustered firepower disc. It seems someone had been dusting its surface when I acquired it. Did the bullet incorporate this substance as well? I pondered, stroking my chin. This was not the crux of the matter. The key challenge lies in how to shatter the crystalline core without destroying the energy it contains. I found myself at a loss, for I am not a professional researcher. I must seize an opportunity to glean some insights from Shinonji. For now, I set aside this unexpected revelation regarding the explosive material and glanced at the scattered components around me. Rubbing my hands together, I began the assembly. It is only through the process of assembly that I may acquire experience points. Moreover, according to past patterns, successful assembly guarantees a level up. As for the subsequent steps of advancement, I shall explore them through trial and error. With a sense of anticipation, Shinbe examined his salvaged blueprint, embarking on a meticulous journey of reverse engineering. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Chapter 33. Upgrades and unforeseen calamities 3 hours later. As Shinbe secured the last screw and closed the casing, he cast a final glance at his creation. Cluster Fire Disc LV-1. 100-100. A flying device capable of ground strikes, possessing formidable firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Splendid. The experience points were precisely sufficient for an upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe declared, upgrade. Cluster Fire Disc LV-2. 0200. A flying device capable of ground strikes, boasting enhanced firepower and a cruising range of 10 kilometers. Wireless connectivity has been added, slightly increasing the destructive power and speed of bombardment, while the ammunition capacity has been doubled and can now autoload. Shinbe blinked in surprise, momentarily disregarding the information that had emerged, instead focusing intently on the form of the cluster fire disc. To his astonishment, it had indeed grown larger. A wave of confusion washed over him. He had envisioned a compact version of the cluster fire disc, small enough to fit in his pocket. Ideally, it would enlarge upon being thrown. Yet, the reality was that this latest iteration had expanded to a diameter of 2 meters. Shinbe's lips twitched slightly. Was it the case that upgrades only resulted in increased size? He stroked his chin, contemplating the predicament. The larger it grew with each upgrade, the more challenging it would be to conceal this contraption. His head throbbed at the thought. Nevertheless, Shinbe harbored little anxiety. If it was large, so be it. The wilderness was far grander. Not every nook and cranny had been trodden by human feet. There were countless locales where one could casually abandon it, remaining untouched for a year or more. After all, as humanity fled in droves, their activities could not stray too far from the Titan, lest the perils become unfathomable. At that moment, a notification materialized on the display of his battle armor. Wireless connection detected. Would you like to connect? Quite astute, indeed. Connection. This suit of armor had been designed with a computer module from the outset. Although its memory was scant and its CPU underwhelming, akin to a stripped-down vehicle system, its intelligence was still commendable. Before long, the armor's display revealed. Connection established. Resetting data. Resetting? Shinbe surmised this was a restoration to factory settings, erasing the central control privileges of the shelter. After a lengthy wait, the reset was still incomplete, a testament to the inadequacies of the CPU. Shinbe turned his attention back to the update information for the cluster fire disc. Originally capable of a 5-kilometer cruise, it had now transformed into a device with a 10-kilometer range, representing a significant and indeed exponential advancement. Moreover, this was not merely an extension of distance. In another light, it indicated a substantial enhancement in the efficiency of the crystal core's utilization. This cluster fire disc required a mid-level crystal core to operate. signifying that under the same energy conditions, it could now travel farther, an embodiment of cost-effectiveness and efficiency. Initially, the firepower system of this disc featured 12 firepower units arranged in a clock-like formation. In essence, the firepower disc is equipped with firing ports at every conceivable angle, 360 degrees, encompassing the perimeter as well as the top and bottom, all featuring shooting apertures. Specifically, along the circumference, there are a total of 9 cannon ports, each with a caliber of 32 millimeters. Additionally, there are 3 cannon ports positioned above and 3 below. Thus, this formidable firepower disc boasts a total of 12 32mm cannon ports. As for enhancements in damage and firing speed, those attributes are given with each upgrade. At this moment, after a prolonged period of silence, the reset has finally concluded. The information on the battle armor's holographic interface has been updated. Reset complete. This concentrated firepower disc is now exclusively yours. The wireless connection range extends to 1 kilometer. Within this distance, you can transmit signals through the battle armor to activate the concentrated firepower disc for reconnaissance and support. Shinbe attempted to manipulate it. Since it was bound to his neurons, there was no need for buttons. With merely a thought, the wireless signal was transmitted to the firepower disc, causing it to hover silently. He controlled the disc's movement, watching as it ascended silently, gliding through the spacious factory. Initially, the disc moved at a leisurely pace, but gradually accelerated to a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. This velocity was impressive, rivaling that of the battle armor. Upon landing the disc, Shinbe contemplated and then tried to sit upon it, attempting to elevate it once more. The 2-meter diameter, 30-centimeter thick disc began to rise slowly. Although its ascent was gradual, it was indeed progressing upward. The stability was remarkable. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips as the firepower disc tilted abruptly, casting him off. Concurrently, the virtual interface of the power armor displayed the word overweight. Fortunately, after his fall, the firepower disc returned to normal, sustaining no damage. Was this what they meant by overweight? Shinbe dusted himself off, pondering what transformations this device might undergo with further upgrades. In a moment of reverie, he increasingly felt as though the concentrated firepower disc before him resembled a dream he once had, morphing into an incredibly colossal spaceship. Quite the stretch, he thought, shaking his head. Next, Shinbe circled the concentrated firepower disc, seeking other means to gain experience and facilitate upgrades. He experimented with both hovering and flying, yet to no avail. Eliminating all incorrect options, the sole remaining answer was clear: firing was required. How vexing. In truth, firing to upgrade was relatively swift. With 12 shells, along with another 12 from the ammunition bay, a single launch could yield 24 experience points. 5 such launches would elevate him to level 3. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the munitions were high-explosive ordnance, infused with shards of crystal core. This complication proved to be quite troublesome. Shinbe felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He could only turn back and devise another plan. With the sanctuary number 36 being a safe 50 kilometers away, he concealed the concentrated firepower disc in a corner of the factory, covering it with weeds. He would procure high-explosive bombs and return to continue the upgrades. Having completed all these tasks, he set forth. Shinbe gathered his belongings and began his journey back to the shelter. The desolate expanse had ceased to belong to humanity, a realm where humans could tread but not linger. Aside from the inherent dangers, there lay the critical issue of water sources. Only the Titans possessed the ability to purify water fit for human consumption. Both surface and groundwater were tainted beyond what humanity could endure. Just as humans could not stray from water sources, they were as dependent on the Titans as a forsaken world could be. Cautiously, Shinbe navigated the ruins of the city, a place also dominated by ferocious beasts. He had no desire to provoke them, for the terrain was far too intricate. A single shot could easily alert other predators, unlike the open spaces of the wasteland, which afforded tactical advantages. At that moment, a thunderous and impactful gunshot echoed along his path, startling him. Bullets ricocheted in his direction, stirring up clouds of dust. Alarmed, Shinbe dropped to the ground, using both hands and feet to crawl towards a partially collapsed building at the edge of the street. Bullets were indiscriminate, but did the shooter possess any awareness? Hiding behind a corner, he brushed the dust off his combat visor, retrieved his sniper rifle from his back, and ejected the magazine, revealing it filled with second-tier ammunition. His proficiency in carving intricate patterns had improved, and he had a full magazine of third-tier bullets as a backup, though he opted not to use them. Pulling back the bolt, Shinbe crawled to another window, peering outside to assess the situation. 100 meters away, 2 groups were engaged in a fierce shootout. One group, clad in black, was desperately fleeing, darting into the nearby buildings, attempting to use the terrain to mount a counterattack. The other, dressed in earthy tones, had set up a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The battleground was rife with chaos. Shinbe retracted his head. In such circumstances, bullets were heedless, and safety was a matter of luck rather than certainty. He wished to remain uninvolved in their conflict, simply seeking to distance himself from the fray. Crouching low, he leapt from the rubble, maneuvering stealthily between the buildings to evade the tumult. Yet, his presence did not go unnoticed. A bullet struck perilously close, nearly claiming his life. Rolling to safety behind a wall, he shouted, "I'm just a passerby. Don't shoot." A voice bellowed back, "Enough with the nonsense. Today, anyone who isn't part of our purge team will die." Shinbe cursed under his breath and blindly fired a shot in response. Hitting or missing was secondary. It was imperative to assert his stance. Chapter 34. Dispute and encirclement. Faced with this unwarranted calamity, Shinbe had not contemplated further reasoning. In this wretched world, logic held little value. The only course of action was to silence the opposition and instill regret. The so-called purge team mirrored those at Shelter 36, which housed a similarly purposed group known as the Retribution Squad. Shelter 7 called theirs the Tribunal, a force tasked with suppressing internal traitors and disputes. This group hails from an undisclosed refuge, and Shinbe has no desire to uncover their origins. All he perceives is that, as a mere passerby, his luck seems remarkably unfortunate. Thus, when they brazenly threaten to eliminate him, Shinbe retaliates with a blind shot. Initially, his intention was merely to suppress their fire, providing himself an opportunity to reposition. After all, his vocal challenge had inadvertently revealed his whereabouts. However, to his astonishment, that blind shot struck true, claiming the life of the man who had responded to him. Experience 1. Shinbe is taken aback. Merely firing a random shot resulted in a fatality, indicating that the adversary's fortune has plummeted to the depths of misfortune, as if the Grim Reaper himself had come knocking. Finding a concealed position, he unleashes another fiery blast from his sniper rifle. The once ferocious roar of the assault rifle within the opposing building is swiftly silenced. The thunderous sound of Shinbe's rifle instills fear. Each shot drowns out the cacophony of gunfire, and with every pull of the trigger, another enemy loses the right to exist. The gunfire resonates like a mechanical harbinger of death, continuous and precise, as though this marksman need not aim to harvest lives accurately. This spectacle significantly bolstered the morale of the armed personnel who had recently been in flight. A few seemingly seasoned individuals appeared invigorated. Although they were unaware of the source of their assistance, it was indisputable that they were aiding in the annihilation of their foes. They sprang from the ground, taking advantage of the enemy's momentary lapse in fire, decisively flanking from both sides with the intent to obliterate the hidden extermination team within the building. One after another, foes materialized in Shinbe's scope, only to vanish thereafter. Their expressions varied in their final moments. Behind the mask, Shinbe's eyes remained calm and profound, silently witnessing the abrupt cessation of lives. The thundering and haunting sound of the heavy machine gun reverberated once more, pinning the two frontline armed personnel in midair, their chests erupting with streams of crimson. The others were once again suppressed by the dense hail of bullets, forced to cower on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Almost simultaneously with the heavy machine gun's roar, Shinbe swiftly adjusted his aim, bringing the gunner into his sights. At that moment, the gunner, despite the chaos, attempted to redirect fire towards Shinbe's position. Yet, he hesitated, his finger poised on the trigger, for the operator of the heavy machine gun was, astonishingly, a girl who appeared no older than 11 or 12. At such a tender age, she wielded the weapon with the prowess of a newly awakened ability user. Her strikingly delicate face among the extermination team bore large, tear-filled eyes, her lip bitten so fiercely that it bled, the crimson dribbling down her chin, illuminated by the flickering flames of the gunfire that reflected her face, laden with vengeance. Shinbe remained oblivious to the origins of her hatred or the trials she had endured. Yet, ensnared in this senseless conflict, he found himself powerless to extricate his fate from the turmoil surrounding him. Through the presence of the little girl, Shinbe seemed to glimpse another figure. A child he had once believed was buried deep within the recesses of his memory. In the brief seconds of Shinbe's hesitation, a piercing scream shattered the battlefield once more, as a black-clad armed man, crawling on the ground, fell victim to the merciless onslaught of a heavy machine gun, blood gushing forth in torrents. Shinbe felt no sympathy for anyone. Much like this world, it offered no compassion to humanity. It was a matter of either your demise or my survival. Anyone still standing and breathing was deemed guilty. Shinbe's pupils constricted to pinpoints. The muzzle of his weapon subtly adjusted, and he decisively pulled the trigger. The specially designed bullet, imbued with the power of thunder, penetrated the mouth of the rampaging machine gun. The roar of the weapon abruptly ceased, followed by an explosion that sent fiery fragments scattering in all directions. The little girl stood frozen for a few seconds before collapsing in despair, a heavy machine gun component embedded deeply in her forehead. Dense clouds were parted by a fierce wind, allowing the scorching sunlight to pour down. In this city of ruins, the gunfire showed no signs of abating. Regardless of lives lost, the onslaught of the Purge team remained formidable, outnumbering their opponents by more than tenfold. Moreover, under the encirclement, the already scant number of black-clad armed men were systematically eliminated through various crossfire tactics. At this moment, one of the armed men crawled to Shinbe's position. Panic etched across his face as he pleaded for protection. Shinbe glanced around. It seemed that only he and this stranger remained on the battlefield. Despite having eliminated numerous foes, approximately 100 adversaries still stood before him. Shinbe inquired, "Which shelter do you belong to? What crime have you committed?" "Shelter number 20. The man replied hastily. "I am a member of the research institute there. Due to ideological differences, I was ostracized by others. I killed the team leader and then escaped. The armed men who were covering my retreat were dispatched by shelter number 22. If you can get me to shelter number 22, I will reward you with wealth and glory." Shinbe recalled the earlier image of the little girl consumed by hatred. "Did you kill that girl's father?" He sought to monopolize my research achievements. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he continued. I had agreed to his terms, but he intended to silence me. In a moment of agitation, he forgot to conceal his presence, exposing his head beyond the wall, seemingly searching for excuses for his treachery. But in the next instant, the concentrated firepower of the Purge team was unleashed upon him. He was instantly riddled with bullets. Shinbe remarked, "This is what one gets for seeking their own demise." At that moment, a fervent cheer erupted from the opposing Purge team. Clearly, their objective was this traitor. Shinbe had no desire to analyze who was right or wrong between them. Perhaps the team leader wished to eliminate him to safeguard his research findings. Perhaps the leader aimed to seize the results for himself, seeking to silence him. Regardless of the rationale, it bore no significance to Shinbe's own survival. At this moment, the clouds in the sky regrouped, casting a gray and somber pall over the wilderness. The heat from the sun's earlier onslaught lingered, and the ground beneath me still radiated waves of warmth. In the vicinity of Shinbe, a cacophony of disordered footsteps echoed within a 100-meter radius. The extermination team was closing in. With a circle of over 100 individuals, even if Shinbe possessed extraordinary abilities, a random barrage would inevitably turn him into a sieve. After all, his armor had yet to reach a level capable of withstanding the ferocity of bullets. Force me to unleash my ultimate move, Shinbe mused, reclining in the open ruins, squinting slightly as his eyes shimmered with a profound intensity, instantly radiating a fierce brilliance. With a mere thought, his consciousness linked to a wireless connection. In a distant expanse, within an abandoned factory, a cluster of firepower discs, previously shrouded in weeds, soared into the air. They shifted angles seamlessly, traversing the urban ruins, and hurtled toward Shinbe's position. At that moment, the extermination team continued to constrict their encirclement. And buoyed by the prospect of victory, they mocked and derided Shinbe, attempting to undermine his spirit. Kid, you are the last one left. Hurry up and surrender. Just don't touch our target. I'll grant you a dignified death. Damn you, come out. Wait, what is that in the sky? As the warning rang out, the extermination team looked up. A disc hovered directly above the center of their encirclement around Shinbe. Meanwhile, Shinbe, concealed within the ruins, curled his lips into a smirk. The next moment, with a mere flick of his consciousness, the cluster firepower disc cannon system activated. With a series of clicks, 12 cannon barrels emerged. Chapter 35, a fortuitous turn of events in this critical moment. Faced with the encirclement of the extermination team, Shinbe found himself unable to utilize firearms. His only options were to escape the encirclement safely or eliminate all his foes. Thus, he resorted to deploying the firepower disc. If not now, when? The firepower disc, having received Shinbe's wireless commands, now hovered majestically above him. The 12 cannons resembled the eyes of 12 bloodthirsty dragons, glaring fiercely and mercilessly at the enemies surrounding Shinbe below. The extermination team looked up, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. What on earth is that? It seems to be a firepower disc. I encountered this in Shelter 36. Is it formidable? Absolutely not. When they tested it, the explosive power was insufficient. Let's just say it was akin to setting off firecrackers. The warheads are too small, with barely any gunpowder to pack a punch. We should remain cautious, though. What if it breaks the skin? Huh, I doubt it could even destroy the roof. I'm just curious. Shelter 36 is quite far away. How did it make it here? Let us hope it's not some smoke bomb. Everyone, stay alert and don't let that guy pull any tricks. Push in. The extermination team continued to chuckle, viewing the firepower disc above them as nothing more than a spectacle, oblivious to the impending threat. In their eyes, how much power could such a small cannon unleash? There was no need for concern. A direct charge would suffice. Eliminate that wretched creature responsible for the demise of numerous extermination squads. The extermination team once again tightened their encirclement. Meanwhile, Shinbe's gaze was laced with derision and coldness. With a mere thought, he activated the bombardment command for the firepower disc. In an instant, all 12 cannons on the disc roared simultaneously, unleashing searing tongues of flame that tore through the air, transforming into 12 meteoric fireballs that streaked toward the ground, trailing long tails of fire. In pursuit of their foes below, the bombardment resembled the cataclysmic collapse of heaven and earth as a torrential barrage rained down from above, turning the battlefield into a hellish arena of carnage. The explosive projectiles, a lethal combination of high explosives and crystal core fragments, detonated upon impact, producing a relentless cacophony that birthed a nightmarish landscape woven from flames, smoke, and debris. The shockwaves surged like a tempest, mercilessly obliterating all structures in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. The cluster firepower disc unleashed a 360-degree assault with no blind spots. Viewed from above, it resembled a macabre display of fireworks, wreaking havoc on the ground. Amidst the thick smoke and the scent of death, Shinbe lay on the ground, composed and unruffled. The artillery fire was akin to his stage, his symphony of demise. Simultaneously, those who had just mocked the firepower disc's inadequacy were rendered speechless. They realized that no matter whether they hid within buildings or behind crumbling ruins, they were all swept away by the explosive shockwaves. Some were instantaneously torn asunder, their flesh disintegrating into a gruesome mist, flung into the unknown. The members of the extermination team suffered a devastating blow, rendered motionless, their pupils dilated in sheer shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. As they unleashed terrified and regretful howls, "Damn it! Ah, save me! For heaven's sake, is this what you called nothing? Just a skin-deep blast? My legs are blown off. Help! Help! Run! Quick, run!" In this sudden tempest of firepower, the extermination team was caught off guard, meeting their demise amidst the flames. Their dismembered limbs scattered, blood mingling with the earth, appearing particularly vivid under the glow of the fire. The bombardment lasted but a brief moment. Yet each second felt like an eternity, each explosion heralding the end of several lives, dozens of lives. Once the cannonade subsided, the entire ruined city fell into silence, as if a tape had abruptly stopped playing. Faintly, one could hear the agonizing wails and suffering moans of the enemy. Shinbe rose, gazing at the cluster firepower disc. His eyes, reminiscent of a merciless beast, brimming with uncontainable joy. Incredible, utterly formidable. This bombardment had nearly annihilated the enemy. Those who still lived had already lost their combat effectiveness. Either they were maimed or barely clinging to life. Shinbe waved his hand, and the cluster firepower disc returned along its flight path, entering standby mode. He then leaped from the ruins, casually picking up a rifle, a trusty M4A1 assault rifle. If this firearm were on Earth, it would undoubtedly be considered an exceptional rifle. However, in this world, it has been reduced to a mere plaything for ordinary individuals. A mere stick in the eyes of those with extraordinary abilities. Shinbe pulled back the bolt, chambering around. He strolled leisurely through the bomb-ravaged ruins, where a few paces away, an enemy from the extermination squad lay buried beneath a pile of rubble, struggling in agony. Shinbe pressed the muzzle against his forehead. The man suddenly jolted, lifting his bloodied face, resembling a serpent. You can't kill me. I am a member of shelter number 20. Yet, Shinbei's tone remained as calm as a still pond, though his words sent chills down the spine. May there be no escape in hell. Bang. A bullet pierced through his forehead. Experience gained 1. Shinbe ignored the flashing notification and continued his search through the ruins for any remaining members of the extermination squad. For him, while utilizing a revolver to eliminate foes could yield experience points, it was hardly worth the effort. The bullets for his revolver were of level 2 or 3, rendering them inefficient for dispatching the extermination squad. The crisp sound of the M4A1 assault rifle rang out incessantly. Each gunshot was accompanied by either curses or the anguished cries of those pleading for mercy. Yet, Shinbe remained unmoved, regardless of the insults or the desperate submissions. Each shot resulted in death. Moments later, Shinbe discarded his rifle and returned to the very ruins where he had initially sought refuge. He shook a small pouch, revealing his spoils, an unexpected delivery from the extermination squad, over 100 crystal source cores. Poor, was Shinbei's sole assessment. With so many individuals, only this meager amount of crystal cores surfaced. It was no wonder that not a single extraordinary being was present among the extermination squad. Wait, Shinbe rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It wasn't that there were no extraordinary beings, but rather that those from shelter number 20 had encountered those from shelter number 22. The battlefield had effectively divided the two factions. Just moments ago, Shinbe had been puzzled as to why the extermination squad comprised solely ordinary individuals, and why there were no extraordinary beings among the escort team. It turned out they were entangled in conflict and had yet to arrive. With this realization, Shinbe hesitated not for an instant. He slung the Barrett sniper rifle over his shoulder, leaving without a backward glance. Though Shinbe possessed a certain prowess in battling extraordinary beings, it largely depended on their numbers. More than 2 would prove challenging. This place was no longer safe. Should an extraordinary being pursue him, it would lead to insurmountable troubles. Just as he was about to leave, his foot landed on a backpack. This backpack belonged to a defector from shelter number 20, having rolled aside after its owner was shot in the head. Shinbe picked it up, curious to see if it contained any crystal cores. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. The sizable backpack was filled to the brim with sheets of paper. A cursory glance revealed that he could not comprehend the contents. The various bizarre blueprints were indecipherable as equipment. However, one keyword stood out among the papers: crystal source recombination refinement process. Shinbe was filled with doubt. Could it possibly be fragments of the crystal core from the explosive firepower of the discarding shells? He could scarcely believe it. He had never doubted his luck, but this was simply too extraordinary. Just as he was lamenting his lack of crystal core fragments, fortune had seemingly bestowed them upon him. Time and fate, he mused. However, Shinbe remained skeptical. After all, the terms reorganization and fragments were entirely unrelated. Perhaps it was merely his imagination at play, leading him to preconceived notions. Without hesitation, Shinbe sealed his backpack, inserting a crystal core into the power module of his battle armor. He dashed out of the ruins and fled the city, eager to distance himself from this treacherous locale. As for the blueprints, he could study them later. There was no time to squander further resources. He then began to traverse the vast wasteland at a steady pace. Night soon descended, and the chilling wind dispelled the heat of the day. At this moment, 2 figures clad in black robes appeared at the edge of the desolate ruins. The man named Gon Mo pulled back his hood, revealing eyes devoid of pupils, pure porcelain white. He inhaled the scents in the air and spoke with a tone laced with frost, death, smoke. The other ability user revealed his hands, which were stripped of flesh, leaving only stark white bones. TSK, has this place been ravaged by concentrated artillery fire? Chasing horse, we have arrived too late. Gon Mo crouched down, scooping a handful of blood-soaked earth, and licked it with his tongue. Our people from Shelter 22 have perished as well. Chasing horse flexed his bony hands and turned his gaze towards the wilderness. Aside from the howling wind, there was scarcely any other sound, nor any sign of life. Indeed, Chasing horse chuckled softly. Whether it be our people or those from Shelter 20, they are all dead. At that moment, Gon Mo, inhaling the air, leaped effortlessly into the ruins where Shinbe had once concealed himself. He took a deep breath, allowing the myriad scents lingering in the atmosphere to flood his mind. This could only signify one thing. A smirk crept across Gon Mo's lips. There is still one person alive. Chasing horse laughed heartily. Of course, with everything lost, it follows that someone must have survived. But do tell, where has this person gone? Gon Mo crouched atop the roof. Head bowed. He left not a single drop of blood. I cannot detect his scent. Chasing horse scratched his head. I recall that the nearest shelter from here is Shelter 36. If the Titan hasn't deviated its path. Gon Mo raised his head. Facing south, then we shall go and investigate. Chapter 36. Upgrading battle armor. Have they arrived? At Shelter 36, the Titan had already begun its movement. The wheeled houses, in a state of chaos, were tethered by iron chains, extending for several kilometers as they were dragged onward by the Titan in a desperate flight. As long as the wicked seeds remained, humanity could not pause. They could only watch helplessly as vast tracts of land lay fallow, a ceaseless escape from calamity. When Shinbe returned to his rented room, he searched for quite some time. The arrangement of the rental units was never fixed, and to secure a favorable position, one had to act quickly. Clearly, Shinbe's landlord was not adept at this, and once again he found himself lagging behind the colossal procession of wheeled houses. Shinbe locked himself inside his room and removed his battle armor, feeling as though he had shed a massive burden. He ventured outside to procure some drinking water and food. The price of drinking water had decreased from 6 crystalline cores to 3. For the shelter, as long as the Titans had ample access to water, the price would be lowered, ensuring that no resident would suffer from thirst. After a simple meal, Shinbe turned his attention to his armor. After days of wandering beyond the wasteland, his armor had accrued experience with every passing moment. Power Armor LV3, 3,163,000. A moderately useful armor that assists in running, enhances defensive capabilities, and possesses a certain load-bearing capacity. The speed of thought connection has slightly improved. Each crystalline core can sustain the armor's high-speed operation for 5 minutes. It was time for an upgrade. Shinbe felt a surge of excitement. For him, firearms were tools for combat, while the armor was a means of survival. Only by continuously upgrading his armor could he muster the courage to confront those with supernatural abilities. Instead of retreating like an ordinary person upon encountering such foes. Upgrade. Shinbe did not hesitate for a moment. Power Armor LV4, 160-5000, a considerably useful armor, capable of defending against second-tier ability users. The power module has been upgraded. Each crystalline core consumed can unleash the full power of a second-tier strength-based ability user. The joints of the armor have been enhanced, allowing for more complex movements without any sensation of obstruction. This upgrade nearly made Shinbe exclaim in astonishment. After reaching level 4, the armor explicitly indicated its capability to contend with second-tier ability users. A significant upgrade, an explosive enhancement. This meant he could now engage in close combat with ability users of below second tier. Shinbe trembled with excitement. It is noteworthy that his upgraded firearms and ammunition could also eliminate ability users, but that would not completely resolve the issue. Once an ability user closed in, firearms would become a hindrance, and hand-to-hand combat would be the only option left. In the past, the thought of being approached by an ability user had instilled fear in Shinbe. Now, he felt no trepidation. The technological path was his salvation. However, despite his elation, Shinbe remained grounded. The ability users in this world possessed an array of peculiar powers that could not simply be dealt with through high defense. He was acutely aware that the journey to upgrade his armor was still lengthy. At the very least, he needed to reach the level of Iron Man presently. He still had a long way to go. Concerning the armor, Shinbe retrieved the backpack he had obtained from the ruins of the city. He spread out the blueprints. One by one, the table could not accommodate them, so he affixed them to the wall. Soon, the small room resembled a wall covered in paper. Shinbe meticulously examined each page in order. He discarded all theoretical data, burning it without hesitation. Shinbe had no need for theory, nor did he require the study of principles. He was not engaged in invention or creation. Furthermore, he could not comprehend the intricacies of it all. Subsequently, he incinerated all other artisanal papers. In a short while, the papers on the wall were reduced by more than half. What remained were all blueprints concerning the crystal source reconfiguration and refinement apparatus. These designs were predominantly hand-drawn, yet each stroke rivaled that of a computer printout, showcasing their professional quality. He set aside the drawings of the components. They belonged to a category that was either dispensable or merely of aesthetic interest. On the wall above, there were still over 10 sheets of paper left. Among them, 2 depicted the entirety of the equipment's design, while the others illustrated the assembly components. Shinbe stroked his chin, pondering for a considerable time, and realized that should this apparatus come to fruition, it would likely require over 300 square meters of space to accommodate it. Of course, such dimensions were intended for large-scale production. If Shinbe were to utilize it alone, the required area would diminish significantly. Simultaneously, the assembly components numbered in the dozens, not to mention the countless subcomponents within them, which were impossible to quantify. A headache began to brew for Shinbe, as he was uncertain where to begin. If he approached the research institute to manufacture this equipment, irrespective of its size, merely presenting his requirements would arouse suspicion. After all, the institute was engaged in similar research with practical applications. A personal endeavor in this realm could be deemed nefarious, and a report to the authorities could jeopardize his very existence. What if I only need an outer shell? Shinbe contemplated the overall conceptual drawing of the equipment. He did not require mass production. Merely a sufficient shell to accommodate the clustered firepower of the flying disc would suffice. He estimated it would occupy no more than a square meter. Entirely feasible to affix onto the flying disc. The only concern was whether the addition of a casing would facilitate an upgrade to his external module. Experience yields knowledge. Speculation is futile. Only experimentation will reveal the truth. Thus, Shinbe commenced reconstructing the outer shell based on the equipment's design, striving to ensure that even the research institute could not discern the nature of the device from it. He added a circle here, a curve there, and in his fervent scribbling, he transformed the original concept into something unrecognizable. Only Shinbe understood that, upon removing the extraneous elements, what lay beneath was indeed the shell of the crystal source reconfiguration and refinement apparatus. Without hesitation, he gathered the remaining blueprints and concealed them. Armed with the crystal core, he ventured outside, ascending to the second layer of the Titan's back, heading straight for the research institute. When Chun-Anji beheld Shinbe, the extravagant spender, return, his expression was a mix of perplexity and jest. How's the battle armor treating you? Shinbe praised. Your craftsmanship is commendable, truly impressive. Chun-Anji snorted, keep being stubborn. That contraption is cumbersome to move. What fun is that? It's even a nuisance as a mere ornament. One must understand that even atop the Titan, the space for movement and utility was limited, not to mention the cramped quarters of the lower levels. Clearing his throat, Shinbe unfurled his hastily drawn blueprints and conveyed his intent. Today, I wish to enlist your assistance in fabricating some components. Chun-Anji inquired with a smile. Let me see what you intend to tinker with. Upon glancing over, he was utterly bewildered. The sight resembled a chaotic iron hedgehog. What on earth is this? A toy, one that I have designed. Can it slay ferocious beasts? It cannot. Chun-Anji, resting his forehead on his hand, settled onto the sofa. So it's merely for play, lacking any propulsion modules or firepower systems. Shinbe nodded. Chun-Anji licked his lips. Very well, if we have the means. Let us indulge. After all, lounging on a woman's belly is a delightful affair, isn't it? At least this toy might afford me some semblance of enjoyment. Shinbe chuckled heartily, a delightful humor indeed. To be frank, your blueprints are rather haphazard. filled with an array of bizarre shapes. It requires 300 crystal cores. Come by tomorrow to collect it. Admittedly, this price is somewhat steep. Yet, there is no alternative. Should we fail to adequately conceal other components, the true device would be easily exposed. Once exposed, 300 crystal cores would hardly suffice. Shinbe paid on the spot and departed the research facility. Upon returning to the lower levels, Shinbe visited the blazing fire bar. Although it was afternoon, the establishment was still bustling with patrons, indulging in drinks and hearty meals. The aroma of herb-smoked meat wafted through the air, rich and enticing. Currently, meat prices were declining, largely due to the surplus of beast meat left over from the last beast tide, most of which had been cured into tough jerky. Jerky lacks the appeal of fresh meat. As Shinbe settled down, Rock approached with two unfamiliar individuals, laughing jovially as they took seats across from him. Allow me to introduce, Rock gestured to the pair, this is Joma, and this is Gammo. They hail from Shelter 22 and happen to pass by. According to tradition, it is a joy to welcome friends from afar. Shinbe was momentarily taken aback. Though his expression remained stoic, his gaze discreetly scrutinized the two. His right hand instinctively grazed the revolver at his waist. At this moment, Shinbe felt an overwhelming tension, especially upon hearing Rock mention the visitors were from Shelter 22. His heart raced. Rock might be oblivious, but Shinbe was acutely aware. Shelter 20 had been embroiled in conflict with Shelter 22 due to a traitor incident. Amidst the turmoil, only he had emerged unscathed. Shinbe harbored doubts about their mere coincidence in passing. Perhaps they were deliberately seeking him. Yet, he pondered. Had he left any traces behind? A fleeting reflection yielded nothing of consequence. This is Shinbe. Do not be fooled by his appearance as an ordinary person. He possesses remarkable courage, Rock introduced. An ordinary person worthy of courage is indeed no common figure. Jue Ma, with skeletal hands clasped together, produced a grating sound. Grinning at Shinbe, Ganmo sniffed the air, herb-roasted meat, simple yet delectable. Shinbe suddenly sensed that they might not be after him at all. There was no hint of hostility. Perhaps they had come to Shelter 36 with a purpose, yet they were surely unaware that their true target sat right before them. Otherwise, there is no need for pleasantries. One may act directly. Shinbe released his grip on the revolver and beckoned to the waiter, requesting 3 servings of herb-roasted meat and a bottle of whiskey. Shortly thereafter, the roasted meat arrived. The group indulged in food and drink, engaging in lively conversation from all corners of the world. Rock seized an opportunity to inquire, what brings you here on this occasion? Upon mentioning the matter, the mention of it made Chue Ma's head throb. He glanced at Shinbe. Rock waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry, we are all comrades here. Thus, Chue Ma candidly stated, we seem to have misplaced an item, a ochre-colored backpack. Rock chuckled, a mere bag? I could offer you a replacement. Ganemo, chewing on the roasted meat, responded with a muffled voice. It is not merely a matter of a backpack. Rock blinked, sensing that despite the simplicity of the statement, the backpack likely contained something significant. Of great importance? Rock probed further. Chue Ma nodded. To you, it may seem inconsequential, for you already possess it. However, for us at Shelter 22, it remains elusive. Then you might consider purchasing it from US, Rock suggested. In this world, not every shelter is self-sufficient. They often engage in trade with one another to compensate for material needs. For instance, Shelter 18 is well known for its tobacco, with nearly all the cigarettes being produced there. Meanwhile, Shelter 36 specializes in alcoholic beverages, making external trade a staple of their economy. Upon hearing Rock's suggestion, Chue Ma chuckled. We would like to buy. But we just met General Yu Wu Chang, and he refuses to sell. What could possibly be unsellable? This was the first time Rock had heard of Shelter 36 possessing items that were off-limits for trade. Anything can be traded, even people, Chue Ma remarked, setting his glass down with a shake. We may stay here for a while in search of our belongings. We appreciate your assistance. Rock smirked. As long as you have the funds, you may linger as long as you wish. But are you implying that our people took your belongings? Suspicion is a natural inclination for everyone, Ganemo interjected. Rock continued, his tone laced with a hint of caution. Disruptions are not tolerated. Guests must abide by the rules of Shelter 36. Chue Ma laughed heartily. Let us hope Luo hears that. Do not mention her, Rock scoffed. She relies on the Spider Empress. No matter which shelter she visits, she always opens fire first. Just the other day, after Yu Chang had said she wouldn't dare shoot, she turned around and fired several rounds at us. Chue Ma and Ganemo erupted into laughter. After their meal, Chue Ma and Ganemo departed. Rock and Shinbe leaned against the corner of a wheelhouse, gazing out over the vast and desolate wilderness. Numerous residents were returning from work, climbing toward the Titan. I hear the Blue Enchantress sought you out? Rock inquired. Shinbe nodded. Perhaps she has taken a fancy to my appearance. If you think so, then death is not far off, Rock said earnestly. Every mission led by the Blue Enchantress is fraught with peril. Those lacking skill are mere cannon fodder in her ranks. Shinbe rubbed his nose. What excuse could one offer to refuse? To become a corpse? Rock offered a lethal response, a suggestion so suffocating it elicited a hearty laugh from Shinbe. Shinbe directed his protective barrier towards Chue Ma and Ganemo, inquiring, these two won't cause any trouble, will they? Just keep your distance from them. Rock exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol. They are both second-tier ability users. Even if they were to stir up trouble, it wouldn't be substantial. They are hardly a match for our shelter number 36. Shinbe merely acknowledged with a sound of understanding. Second-tier ability users, indeed. That evening, under the cloak of darkness, Shinbe departed from the shelter, his earthy-toned backpack slung over his shoulder. He sprinted 50 kilometers to the south, ultimately locating a fissured crevice into which he cast himself. Subsequently, he returned to the shelter, meticulously redrawing and altering the remaining useful blueprints into a form comprehensible solely to himself. The original documents were reduced to ashes. Go ahead, search me if you can. That would indeed be impressive. Shinbe clapped his hands together, eradicating all traces of evidence. Zhuai Ma and Gan Mo could only search in vain. Within a hotel, specifically catering to the occupants of other shelters, the price for a night's stay was steep, demanding 30 crystal source cores. At that moment, Zhuai Ma leaned against the window, gazing outside, and mused, Gan Mo, how do you propose we investigate? We can't go door to door, can we? General Yu Wuchang would never tolerate such behavior. Gan Mo, with eyes as white as porcelain, rolled them thoughtfully while fiddling with a bullet casing, resolutely stating, I have a hunch that the answer lies here, and we shall find him soon. What makes you say that? Gan Mo lifted the bullet casing, tracing its engravings. Such an intriguing bullet. Why would one inscribe patterns upon it? Perhaps merely for amusement. Zhuai Ma replied, drawing the curtains and reclining on the bed. It's akin to someone unable to resist kicking a pebble. However, the patterns were exceedingly regular, indicating a deliberate effort. Gan Mo brought the bullet to his nose, inhaling its essence. I suspect these engravings may hold more significance than what we are searching for. I have no expertise in firearms, nor do I care for them. They are merely toys for the ordinary, Zhuai Ma yawned. Gan Mo pondered. If an ordinary person can use a bullet to slay an ability user, who then is truly ordinary? Or could it be that these engravings are designed for the assassination of high-tier ability users? Yet, a contradiction emerged. Such prowess was evidently the domain of ability users, who typically disdain conventional firearms. Those specializing in marksmanship among ability users wield crystal source weapons. If this were indeed the handiwork of an ordinary individual, what purpose would such engravings serve? The following day, Shinbe arrived at the research facility to retrieve his belongings. According to the design, the items were originally of a mere square meter. However, they bore an abundance of deceptive embellishments, rendering the entire arrangement akin to an unapproachable iron hedgehog. Ultimately, it was Chunanji who constructed a wooden crate, allowing Shinbe to carry it back to his rented accommodation. Upon unboxing, Shinbe dedicated considerable time to dismantling the superfluous appendages. This was primarily due to the research facility's negligence, as some components were not detachable but rather formed in a single piece. The shape-shifting abilities of the material made it exceedingly convenient for modification. With a mere stretch and pull, it could be manipulated like clay. However, for Shinbe, disassembling it proved to be an arduous task, resulting in several saw blades rendered useless. After an extensive period of labor, he finally managed to restore the small-scale crystal core reassembly device to its original form. At this moment, the device was merely an empty shell, devoid of any internal components. Shinbe fixed his gaze upon the apparatus, and soon, information materialized before him. Crystal Core Reassembly Device LV105, an aesthetically simplistic version of the Crystal Core Reassembly Device, lacking any production capabilities. To generate crystal core fragments, it requires 5 essential internal components: the 001 fragmentation module, the 008 engine module, the 016 encapsulation module, the 089 pressurization module, and the 170 cooling module. Upon reviewing the information, Shinbe was both thrilled and astonished. Although this empty casing could not produce crystal core fragments, it explicitly indicated the missing components. It is worth noting that the blueprints for these components alone numbered in the hundreds, with some sheets illustrating multiple components simultaneously. Now, he merely needed to fabricate the 5 specified components to enable production. The disparity between mass production and personal utilization was indeed monumental. Shinbe licked his lips and promptly sought out the corresponding blueprints, subsequently incinerating all other schematics. Some of these components were frequently utilized. If he entrusted their creation entirely to the Research Institute, his intentions would be all too apparent. Rubbing his chin, Shinbe resolved to visit a second-hand equipment recycling store for a stroke of luck. Chapter 38, Modifying Bullets, Significant Additional Attributes. In this world, where resources are scarce and materials are precious, the development and inheritance of technology adhere to a singular principle: substitutability. Due to the utilization of crystal cores, many components can be repurposed across different devices. For instance, engines come in only a few standard sizes. Their power is invariably sufficient, with the only variation being the length of the output shaft. Thus, to avoid excessive or frequent procurement from the Research Institute, Shinbe decided to try his fortune at a second-hand shop. The store was not far away, and after a few minutes, he arrived at its entrance. Here, one could find any number of second-hand civilian items, aside from firearms, even including mineral water bottles, a staple for all. Should the Titan pass through the city, many would venture into the urban ruins to scavenge for such necessities. Upon entering, Shinbe perused the establishment and indeed discovered numerous components required for the crystal core reassembly device. The 008 engine module was simply a small engine. How much for this, boss? He inquired. I don't want to swindle you, the proprietor replied, yawning from behind the counter. That thing is already scrapped. If you're confident in your repair skills, you can take it for $100. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe agreed. Regardless of its condition, it was still an engine module. Even if defective, it could be upgraded to a functional one. Otherwise, when he first traversed, the Phoenix Dragon had given him a faulty pistol. How could it be upgraded to something superior? He relinquished 100 crystal source cores. The proprietor, momentarily taken aback, initially feared the transaction would not materialize, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, if you manage to repair it, I can offer an additional $10 for the buyback. Such a shrewd merchant. Usable engine modules, even second-hand ones, typically command at least $200. Subsequently, amidst a heap of debris, he discovered the 016 encapsulation module, the 089 pressurization module, the 170 cooling module, and various other components. He bundled them together, spending over $1,000, nearly emptying his wallet. Staring at the meager 20 crystal source cores remaining in his bag, he felt a pang of sorrow for a while. All his hard-earned money had vanished in the blink of an eye. However, he soon found solace in the notion of becoming an ability user. If indulging in technology is akin to an endless financial pit, then the expenditures required for an ability user to ascend are akin to a black hole, carrying the components. He departed from the shop and returned to his dwelling. He placed the engine module within the crystal source reconstruction device. Experience 1 gaining experience. This indicated that even a defective engine module was acknowledged by the device. He then inserted the encapsulation module and other parts. Experience 1. Experience 1. Turning to examine the device's information, he noted, Crystal Source Reconstruction Device LV155, a simplistic, superficial version of a crystal source reconstruction device, lacking any production capabilities. To yield crystal source core fragments, it requires 5 essential internal components: the 001 fragmentation module, the 008 engine module, the 016 encapsulation module, the 089 pressurization module, and the 170 cooling module. Upgrade. The device trembled slightly, reminiscent of a mystical cauldron. The information refreshed accordingly. Crystal Source Reconstruction Device LV2-020, a rudimentary, low-spec version of a crystal source reconstruction device, characterized by inferior production capacity, low efficiency, and a dismal success rate, with high energy consumption. Although the text repeatedly indicated that this contraption was subpar, as long as it could produce something, it sufficed. Future upgrades could gradually enhance efficiency and success rates. As for how the inserted components connected and functioned, Shinbe paid it no mind. All he desired were crystal source core fragments, imbued with energy to enhance lethality. After some contemplation, he first inserted a crystal source core into the power inlet of the engine module as a fuel source. Curiously observing, he noted that the engine module possessed a mechanical claw, which, upon grasping the crystal source core, extended a slender hollow alloy tube into the core, extracting its liquid as a power source. It resembled a fuel tank. Shinbe smacked his lips in intrigue. Then, he tossed the crystal source core into the fragmentation module's inlet. To his surprise, the device notified him that the quantity was insufficient. Shinbe added another core. Yet it was still inadequate. Could it be? Was more required? How much could it possibly yield? A frown crossed his face as he muttered to himself. He continued to insert more cores. After a series of 10 units were gradually inserted, the device finally illuminated a green light, signaling the completion of the input. Subsequently, it commenced its autonomous operation, allowing Shinbe to wait with peace of mind. At that moment, he heard the landlord below shouting with enthusiasm, "Welcome, Blue Fairy, to my apartment." The Blue Fairy. Shinbe swiftly exited his room and locked the door behind him. This individual was undoubtedly searching for him. He had no intention of revealing anything within the confines of his room. It was prudent to leave early. Upon descending the stairs, he chanced upon the landlord guiding the Blue Fairy upstairs. Since she was already coming down, there was no need for him to ascend. The landlord greeted Shinbe with a hearty smile. "Someone is looking for you." The Blue Fairy maintained her aloof demeanor, exuding a chilling aura akin to a walking ice sculpture. She slowly lifted her gaze, her piercing blue eyes locking onto Shinbe's, her voice devoid of warmth. "Tomorrow. Assemble for a mission." With those 7 words uttered, the Blue Fairy turned on her heel and departed, as quietly as she had arrived, leaving no trace behind. The landlord bowed and nodded in her presence, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a sigh of relief. "I was truly worried she might lose her temper and cause havoc in my apartment." "Your concerns are unwarranted," Shinbe remarked. "Why?" the landlord queried. "Would you step on an ant?" Shinbe replied. The landlord responded with a thoughtful "oh," but continued, "Yet if one were to step on it, there would be no resistance." "Precisely." Shinbe narrowed his eyes. "Being weak is the original sin." This held true for the landlord, and equally for Shinbe. He dared not utter a dissenting word against the Blue Fairy's command. Even a mere drop of blood would be a light consequence. The true fear lay in being unable to escape life or death. Thus, every time Shinbe took a life, he granted the victim a swift end. Strictly speaking, he could still be considered a good person. Returning to his room, he observed that the crystal source reformation device had completed its production cycle and earned him an experience point. Was it true that each production yielded an experience point? Shinbe calmly nodded. The method of leveling up was indeed conventional. However, upon opening the output port, he was utterly bewildered. Inside lay fragments of crystal source cores, scarcely larger than a fingernail. The yield ratio was alarmingly low. Shinbe felt his eyes twitch in disbelief. 10 crystal source cores had produced merely this scant amount of fragments, according to the explosive and shrapnel ratio in a clustered fire disc bomb. This was barely enough to sustain a single bomb. The initial investment was substantial, yet the success rate was dismal, leading to exorbitant costs. Shinbe nearly spat blood in frustration. The hope of swiftly upgrading the firepower disc had been dashed in an instant. At this pace, the financial outlay would be unfathomable. Resigned, Shinbe rested his forehead in his palm. Despite the pain of expenditure, investment was unavoidable. He had to grit his teeth and proceed. All he could do was hope that upgrading the crystal source reformation device would enhance the success rate and reduce consumption. Carefully, he stowed away the crystal source core fragments before extracting the magazine from the barrel. With a single-handed motion, he released the bullets, their orange-yellow casings clattering onto the table. He utilized the tool to pry open the circular slot. Remove the primer beneath the detonating charge, as well as the ignition mat. Pour the propellant out from the fuse hole. Blend a specific proportion of crystal core fragments with the propellant, then refill the cartridge and seal it. Shinbe fixed his gaze upon the bullet. Information flashed before him. Rifle bullet LV3-020, range 100, enhanced by the addition of crystal core fragments, significantly increasing lethality and armor-piercing capabilities, and greatly extending linear flight distance. Should this bullet remain within an ability user, it will create a repulsive effect against the crystal energy within, accompanied by a shockwave effect. The information had changed. It included several new descriptions. In addition to the considerable enhancement of various effects, it now also possessed a shockwave effect, although it must be lodged within the ability user. Should the user be shot down or possess a robust physique, they would still endure a second impact from the bullet. This was rather intriguing. The shockwave effect was akin to being struck head-on, resulting in brief dizziness and disorientation. In the ever-shifting battlefield, this undoubtedly served as a significant boon for Shinbe. Even if a single shot did not slay the ability user, it could render them dazed for several seconds. Whether fleeing or continuing to snipe, it presented an exquisite choice. Shinbe pondered, realizing that the cluster fire disc shells did not possess such effects. Could it be that only level 3 bullets could activate this phenomenon? Shinbe had no intention of engraving bullet patterns. He had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of bullet design. After days of practice, he could barely ensure that 6 out of 10 bullets were of level 3. He wondered how long it would take to achieve level 5 bullets. Nevertheless, the addition of crystal core fragments had an immediate effect on the bullets. Without wasting a single moment, Shinbe commenced the modification of the ammunition. After a full hour of labor, he had exhausted all the crystal core fragments, resulting in 10 bullets equipped with the shockwave effect. Excellent. Shinbe carefully loaded the bullets into a separate magazine, reserving them for when they became necessary. After all, crystal core fragments were a rare commodity, procured at a considerable cost. The following day, Shinbe packed his bag, donned his battle armor, and locked the door behind him. He departed from the rental apartment and arrived at the designated meeting point with the blue rose. It was time to venture out for profit, though he was uncertain of the degree of danger that awaited him and the rewards it might yield. Soon, others began to appear at the meeting location. Each person paused in astonishment at the sight of Shinbe. A seemingly ordinary individual, bearing an antiquated sniper rifle. Was our teammate? What a jest. Chapter 39. Undertaking the task alone. When Shinbe arrived at the gathering spot, his appearance was indeed peculiar. Adorned in ineffective battle armor, to others it seemed merely ornamental. True battle armor was meant for protection, while this was merely a form of armor. It was designed to safeguard specific areas, emphasizing specialization. In other words, it focused on the crucial components with limited materials. Clearly, if Shinbe's armor were composed entirely of high-grade materials, it would represent an unfathomable investment. With such funds, who would even consider undertaking a task? Furthermore, being fully equipped was the domain of the ordinary. At this moment, Shinbe calmly faced the gazes of the crowd, his emotions entirely unperturbed. It was likely that these individuals had an inkling that Shinbe was a sniper, yet they harbored doubts regarding his capabilities and refrained from mocking him. In this world, such behavior was hardly rational, particularly when it came to snipers. His failures were his own, as were his successes. Gradually, over 100 individuals began to converge at the meeting point. Among them, more than 10 possessed extraordinary abilities, while the rest were ordinary people, each shouldering a rifle. Shinbe was somewhat astonished by the size of this contingent. What kind of mission could necessitate so many participants? Soon, the enigmatic blue rose emerged into view. The previously chattering crowd fell into a hushed silence. She removed her hood, allowing a cascade of dark hair to flow freely. The blue rose surveyed the assembly, seemingly counting heads, before nodding and speaking. Our mission this time is to travel 300 kilometers to rendezvous with personnel from Shelter No. 10 to exchange supplies. Our objective is to safeguard the materials to the designated location and then bring them back. Now, proceed to the No. 1 defense sector to ready the vehicles. We shall depart immediately. Shinbe moved with the throng, somewhat bewildered. Was it truly so simple, merely an escort mission? Did it warrant the gathering of so many extraordinary individuals? It seemed that ordinary people, equipped with heavy firepower, could easily accomplish the task. Without further contemplation, he arrived at the number 1 sector. This location was situated at the forefront of the Titan. The so-called garage was an iron structure suspended from the Titan's body. When the deck was lowered, it remained close to the ground without touching it. Otherwise, the Titan's speed would render the deck as fragile as plastic, shattering it to pieces. Extracting vehicles from the garage required a certain finesse, as the Titan was in motion. The vehicles could not move too slowly and had to practically launch out. If they were too sluggish, they risked being hurled from the deck. After approximately half an hour, 10 vehicles departed from the shelter, racing through the wilderness. Among the convoy was an off-road vehicle, its roof adorned with an antenna, presumably for radio communication. This vehicle was naturally occupied by the Blue Rose. Following closely were 7 pickup trucks, each mounted with artillery. 3 of these trucks were loaded with supplies, concealed beneath tarpaulins, the contents unknown. However, from Shinbe's observations, they likely contained light cargo, as the tires showed no significant alterations. The remaining 2 vehicles served to transport personnel, with Shinbe and others squeezed into the truck bed. Jostling along the way, amidst the swirling dust of the convoy, it resembled a small serpent slithering forward. Dense clouds were parted by the fierce winds, allowing the searing sunlight to pour down. The diverse creatures that had been foraging on the ground immediately scattered, seeking refuge in the shadows. The temperature of the exposed ground rose rapidly, and soon the ascending heat distorted the landscape. Fortunately, within the personnel transport vehicle, a canopy shielded them from the relentless sun. The only sounds surrounding them were the howling wind and the dull thud of wheels crushing the earth beneath. As the afternoon sun hung high in the sky, albeit obscured by a veil of clouds, the barren land radiated heat akin to a furnace, mercilessly scorching the earth beneath. Amidst this relatively flat expanse, a convoy struggled onward, the vehicles roaring defiantly as if engaged in a relentless battle against an unseen resistance. Within the crowded compartments transporting the throng, the atmosphere was thick, with even 2 individuals perched atop the cabin, their hands gripping the time-honored AK rifles that have withstood the test of time, vigilantly surveying the seemingly endless wasteland. The passengers exhibited a variety of shapes and sizes, clad in an eclectic mix of attire, their armaments a chaotic assortment, with some wielding antiquated firearms suitable only for foul. Weariness etched on their faces, their eyes dulled. They fought off drowsiness beneath the blazing sun, their heads feeling burdened as though weighted with lead. Shinbe, Cradling a strikingly modified rifle that drew attention, leaned against the side panel of the truck, swaying in rhythm with the vehicle's jolting movements. He occupied a relatively spacious position at the rear of the last transport truck, alongside several equally formidable individuals, all of whom were first-tier abilities wielders, and none dared to provoke them lightly, even in this hastily assembled group. In contrast to these robust figures, Shinbe's slender frame was afforded the same respect, entirely due to the meticulously altered sniper rifle he held. These ordinary survivors, having emerged from countless life-and-death confrontations, understood well that a skilled sniper could often turn the tide of battle and save their lives. Hence, they were reluctant to see the sniper's precious energy squandered during their journey. As a result, Shinbe found it easy to close his eyes and rest on the truck. After 5 hours of travel, the terrain began to grow rugged, with a collapsed highway visible in the distance alongside abandoned rural villas. Having marched for so long without reaching their intended destination, even the ability wielders aboard the truck appeared listless. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The enigmatic blue rose beckoned to Shinbe from the truck, prompting everyone to disembark. Shinbe scanned the vicinity. Aside from those from Shelter 36, there was no one else in sight. The blue rose motioned for Shinbe to step aside. As a sniper, he was well suited for reconnaissance missions. Her tone bore no trace of inquiry, merely stating facts as if reciting doctrine with an unyielding rigidity. Shinbe nodded subtly. Stealth was an essential skill for snipers, holding an importance that rivaled marksmanship. A sniper unskilled in concealment was merely a moving target. At 9 o'clock, 10 kilometers away, lies an urban ruin. You are to infiltrate and locate the central garden. Then lie in wait nearby, she instructed, glancing at her watch. We shall advance into the city under the cover of night in 2 hours. With that, she produced an earpiece. You will be able to hear my commands within a 5-kilometer radius. Go. Shinbe smacked his lips, shouldering his sniper rifle. Poised to embark on his mission when he halted, a question lingering in his mind. What if I discover someone intends to harm me? The enigmatic gaze of the blue enchantress fixed on Shinbe, laden with unspoken meaning. He shrugged, the realization dawning upon him. No life held greater significance than his own. Not even those within Shelter Number 10. Shinbe opted not to activate his combat armor's power module, instead proceeding at a leisurely pace. 2 hours stretched ahead of him. Ample time indeed. He deftly navigated around the rampaging beasts that roamed the area. Gradually, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange-hued twilight, the silhouette of a derelict city emerged in his line of sight. It loomed like a colossal beast fallen to the earth. Through the fragmented highway signs, he discerned the city was named Jiangqing. Shinbe was not well versed in the geography of this world, rendering him unable to correlate it with Earth. Nonetheless, as a sniper, the fundamental skill of adapting to various complex environments was paramount. Even in unfamiliar territory, one could either escape unscathed or carve a bloody path forward. Approaching the edge of Jiangqing, Shinbe stealthily maneuvered through the ruins. The atmosphere remained eerily quiet. He located a bus stop sign and, deciphering the nearly faded text and map, pinpointed the location of Central Park, approximately 3 kilometers away. Shinbe began to navigate in circles, evading sunlight, and at a distance of 1 kilometer, ascended to the rooftop of a tall building. The rusty iron door yielded easily to his efforts. He crouched low, concealing himself beneath the parapet. Peering out, he observed Central Park in the distance, devoid of any activity or signs of life. Shinbe withdrew, closing his eyes to rest. Biding his time. Chapter 40. Under attack, am I doomed? Before long, static crackled through his earpiece. He hastily opened his eyes, rubbed his face to shake off the remnants of drowsiness, and within moments, he fully awakened from his near-winter slumber, entering a state of readiness for battle. Shinbe, do you see anyone? Came the cryptic electronic tone of the blue enchantress through the earpiece. Shinbe leaned out once more. The distant Central Park remained still, devoid of any presence. No, it's impossible, he replied succinctly. The blue enchantress fell silent for a moment. We agreed to conduct the transaction in Central Park and observe. Shinbe pursed his lips, coming to understand that the blue enchantress might be plotting a double cross. If it were a legitimate transaction, there would be no need for such clandestine preparations. Taking a sip of water, he lifted his gaze downward. What he saw startled him. On the opposite low-rise building, a sniper was using binoculars to survey Central Park. However, this individual appeared to be either a novice or careless, having forgotten his position was opposite the sun. The binoculars glinted with a flash of light, a reflection that vanished swiftly, yet not before catching Shinbe's keen eyes. Without hesitation, he began to reposition himself along the parapet, peering out once more. From a vantage point above, he caught sight of the sniper sprawled atop the building, leisurely indulging in a cigarette. Shinbe's gaze began to extend around the low-rise structures, and amidst the verdant trees and grass, he discerned vague silhouettes. Could these be the individuals from Shelter Number 10? Shinbe could not ascertain, but they were likely indeed the ones. He promptly reported through his earpiece. I have located them, concealed in the southeastern corner of Central Park. Understood, came the succinct reply from Blue Demon. In an instant, the previously silent urban ruins were shattered by the sharp sound of piercing air. Shinbe instinctively looked up, only to see 3 black dots racing towards him at an astonishing speed, plummeting directly into the heart of Jiangqing Central Park. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion resonated through the skies, 3 fiery orbs soaring upwards, while the surrounding skyscrapers trembled like fragile sandcastles, collapsing towards the square under the onslaught of the shockwave. Confirm the artillery strike location, Blue Demon calmly inquired. 10 degrees to the left. Shift left 10 degrees. Fire 5 rounds in quick succession. Execute immediately. Within mere seconds, the sky was once again etched with 5 fierce trajectories. Another barrage of shells violently struck Central Park, generating thick plumes of smoke and anguished cries. Although Shinbe was over a kilometer away from the central square, the air was thick with heat and the acrid scent of charred remnants. Surely, these shells must have incorporated fragments of the crystalline core? Shinbe inhaled deeply. Ordinary shells could not produce such a cataclysmic effect. Only a facility like a shelter could fabricate weapons of this scale. His small-scale production seemed frivolous in comparison. While he could not witness the fate of the shelter now, 10 personnel, the likelihood of survival under such a devastating assault appeared grim. Yet, Blue Demon's barrage showed no signs of abating. Based on the precise coordinates provided by Shinbe, subsequent attacks became increasingly dense and accurately covered the entire area. The air was filled with howling sounds as fireballs erupted above Central Park, with some unfortunate souls being hurled skyward amidst the detonations, a sight both tragic and harrowing. Those who narrowly escaped began to flee in desperation, shouting fervently for others to scatter. Shinbe's dark hair whipped wildly in the shockwave, and he could feel the earth tremble beneath him. Past battles had been contests between individuals, but the scene before him was a true depiction of war. Within mere minutes, hundreds of shells rained down upon Central Park like a torrential storm, obliterating everything into mere fragments. The artillery continued to roar incessantly, drowning everything in a cataclysmic display of firepower. Blue Demon worked in close coordination with Shinbe, utilizing the precise coordinates he provided. The margin of error for the artillery strike was remarkably contained within 10 meters, annihilating those concealed within the buildings into clouds of blood and shattered bones. Navigating through the chaos of explosions and smoke, Shinbe utilized the turmoil as cover, never lingering in one spot for too long. He understood that another wave of shells could rain down at any moment. Constantly changing positions to increase the difficulty of being targeted was a vital survival skill for every sniper, applicable whether under attack from foes or allies alike. The Blue Demon can undoubtedly ascertain its own position. The act of discarding the old to make way for the new is a common occurrence. After several successive relocations, Shinbe realized that no artillery shells had struck his previous position, allowing his previously taut nerves to relax slightly. The initial barrage had subsided, with only the occasional heavy shell landing precisely on certain structures, each blast more powerful than the last, capable of effortlessly leveling buildings with 3 stories or fewer. The personnel hidden within shelter number 10 faced a grim fate. Shinbe ascended to the top floor of an abandoned building and gazed out through the window. This vantage point offered a clear view of the square in Pendulum City, where flames roared and surrounding edifices lay in ruins. The square was strewn with bodies, and charred remnants of living beings were visible. Shinbe mentally calculated that the enemies from shelter number 36, who had been annihilated or killed in the explosion, accounted for no more than half of their numbers. Some of the enhanced individuals had escaped with astonishing speed, having sensed the impending shells and darted away moments before impact. At worst, they were merely tossed aside by the shockwave, sustaining minimal injuries. Even ordinary individuals, when alert and focused, could detect the approach of artillery, yet they remained defenseless against the ensuing shockwaves. Consequently, it was primarily these unenhanced civilians who met their demise. Shinbe removed his rifle, chambered a round, and relayed his assessment through the earpiece. After an initial period of chaos, the personnel of shelter number 10 had reassembled. While they had made some preparations, they had clearly not anticipated such a fierce long-range assault, resulting in significant immediate casualties. However, their response was commendable. The surviving members quickly organized themselves, bustling with purpose yet maintaining composure. Before long, Shinbe received orders for cover. The Blue Demon began directing the team to split into several groups, encircling Central Park. Urban combat was imminent. The air was filled with gunfire, explosions, cries of anguish, shouts of anger, and accusations, creating an atmosphere of intense conflict. Shinbe crouched on the rooftop, his rifle extended, continuously surveying the battlefield. At that moment, he spotted an enemy from shelter number 36, tucked behind a wall, firing indiscriminately with no awareness of the adversary stealthily approaching from behind. Without hesitation, Shinbe squeezed the trigger. A bullet, propelled by a searing white trail, pierced the enemy's skull, exploding like a ruptured tomato in midair, splattering crimson and ivory in the wind. The enemy slumped against the wall, slowly sliding down, leaving a trail of blood reminiscent of a blossoming plum tree, with the corpse serving as its trunk. The man who had been saved momentarily froze, only then realizing the threat behind him. He looked up to see Shinbe atop the tall building, astonished. A distance of nearly 1,000 meters. To hit with such precision from so far away was remarkable. He gave a thumbs up to Shinbe, who nodded in acknowledgement and resumed his watch for potential foes. At that instant, a blue aura flashed before Shinbe's eyes. The crystal source giant gun. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within him, and his gaze instantly locked onto the direction from which the enemy fired. It originated from a building almost parallel to his own, where an adept wielder of powers aimed a 2-meter-long firearm, unleashing a barrage of energy-infused bullets. Shinbe realized it was too late to evade. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed in his ears. The wall beside him seemed as fragile as paper, shattering explosively. A powerful shockwave rent the air, and the violent gust propelled Shinbe violently, crashing him into another wall before he plummeted from the 6th floor. This scene did not escape the notice of the Blue Demoness, who shook her head in disappointment. A mere mortal, struck by the crystal source giant gun wielded by a firearm specialist, falling from such a height, was surely doomed. Chapter 41. The monstrous power armor as dirt, dust, and debris cascaded down. Shinbe tumbled from the 6th floor like refuse. With a resounding crash, he fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry as he was instantly buried under a heap of rubble. Damn it! He felt as though his skin, muscles, and bones, the 3 layers of natural defense, were being torn apart, an overwhelming agony engulfing him. Shinbe felt utterly numb, thanks to the protection of his armor. The fall from the 6th floor was not overly detrimental. At worst, his internal organs experienced some shock. Yet, that bullet from the adept nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for the wall absorbing some of the shockwave, his armor would likely have been shredded. In that moment, Shinbe gained a renewed understanding of firearm specialists. They were indeed akin to harbingers of death. Lying on the ground for a full minute, he gradually regained his senses. Pushing aside the debris, he took a moment to catch his breath and restore his composure. He hoisted his sniper rifle, swiftly loading a new magazine. The sharp click resonated as the magazine fell into place. With remarkable speed, he replaced it with a magazine filled with level 3 enhanced crystal source core fragment bullets, simultaneously inserting a crystal source core into the power module of his armor. The system hummed to life, charging energetically, wiping dust off his visor. He took a firm step forward, a cloud of dust swirling around him. With the robust energy output of his armor, Shinbe surged out of the shadowy alley. So, you wield powers, do you? Just wait. A sly grin crept upon his lips, revealing a predatory smile more fearsome than a ghoul's. This intense melee ignited a long-buried fervor within Shinbe. It was the exhilarating rush of claiming enemy heads amidst a hail of bullets, a celebration of his genes, a dance of his very cells. In that moment, Shinbe felt akin to a colossal computer, endlessly calculating various trajectories, strategizing how to maneuver and eliminate that firearm specialist. Chaos reigned on the battlefield. As Shinbe advanced toward the opposing building, he observed that despite the blue demonist's stealthy assault, the personnel at Shelter No. 10 exhibited remarkable combat prowess, fiercely resisting the onslaught. Bullets flew from both sides as if they were without limit. In every alley, gunfire flickered incessantly. Although the marksmanship was haphazard, the bullets were indiscriminate. Simultaneously, the combatants wielding extraordinary abilities clashed fiercely, causing chaos and upheaval. At that moment, Shinbe emerged from the shadows of a dark alley, confronting the blue demon flower and a commanding figure opposite her, locked in a tense standoff. The man appeared rugged, his body a mass of iron-like muscle. Is this the attitude you adopt in your dealings, demon flower? Your treachery knows no bounds. Do you not fear the toll it may take on your life? The blue demon flower, her red hair flowing, responded with an air of indifference. Iron Dome. Your side was the initial aggressor. Blood must be repaid with blood. What is there to dispute? Preposterous. Iron Dome bellowed, fury radiating from him. During our last transaction, your personnel voluntarily brought the goods to my Sanctuary 10. We accepted them without question. What is there to contest? The blue demon flower slowly raised her hand, a chilling aura emanating from her palm as an ice spear materialized from the frost. Gripping it with a single hand, she resembled a goddess of doom, her expression unwavering. Should you dare to consume our traitor, be prepared to pay the price in blood. Haha, how amusing. Iron Dome's laughter grew louder, reverberating through the air as he spread his arms wide. I shall witness the prowess of a fifth-tier extraordinary being. But beware, should I capture you, I will ravage you, ensuring you experience the pleasures of womanhood. At that instant, Shinbe, who had just darted out of the alley, caught Iron Dome's attention. You little rascal, you shall perish first. Shinbe protested. I was merely passing by. Iron Dome's sinister laughter echoed as he charged forward, the ground trembling beneath him. His body akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air, closing in on Shinbe in the blink of an eye. However, Shinbe did not remain idle. He swiftly fired a blind shot. Bang! The gun's muzzle expelled gunpowder, launching the bullet with ferocity. The projectile, dislodging from the chamber, spun at high speed, slicing through the air and warping the surrounding space. In that split second, the bullet struck Iron Dome squarely in the chest. Thud! To the naked eye. Although the bullet penetrated Iron Dome's skin, it merely embedded itself within his dense muscle, unable to progress any further. Shinbe was taken aback. This was a Tier 3 bullet. Iron Dome's defensive capabilities were astonishing. It felt to Shinbe as though he were stabbing a heavily padded individual with a dagger, merely leaving a small red mark on the surface. Oh, you dare to shoot? Truly brave, but you shall meet a grim fate. Iron Dome, initially unconcerned about the damage from Shinbe's bullet, continued his relentless charge toward him. But in the next moment, his consciousness abruptly halted, as if he had momentarily frozen. His limbs lost coordination, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. What is happening? Iron Dome's eyes widened, panic flickering across his features. He sensed his energy rejecting his commands, as though an alien force was wreaking havoc within him. He struggled to rise, but his hands and feet refused to obey, devoid of any friction, rendering him incapable of standing. The blue demon flower's expression shifted, revealing her astonishment. Without the slightest hesitation, as the Iron Dome lost its coordination, she raised the icy spear, exuding a chilling aura, and thrust it forward. The sharp tip pierced the air, compressing and exploding in layers, creating a pure white shockwave that coursed along the sides of the blue enchantress's arms. A deafening sound of air rupturing, mingled with intense energy fluctuations, directly penetrated the Iron Dome's head. Yet this was merely the beginning. Like a vengeful tempest, the blue enchantress relentlessly struck after her lethal blow, transforming the Iron Dome's body into a veritable hive of wounds. The Iron Dome, face bloodied and battered, trembled violently, his bones and insides shattered by the relentless barrage of ice spears. Beneath him, a pool of blood spread outwards, rendering him as pitiful as a rag doll, ultimately succumbing to the blue enchantress's brutal and merciless assault. At this moment, the blue enchantress exhaled slowly, turning to gaze at Shinbe. Her reaction to his sudden appearance was one of sheer astonishment. Her pupils dilated, and her expression reflected profound shock and disbelief. A fleeting moment of surprise flickered in her eyes. Could it be that he was still alive? Shinbe shrugged, remarking that surprised was a rather inappropriate term. The blue enchantress frowned. She had never before encountered anyone who dared to correct or contradict her. However, her astonishment was not merely at Shinbe's survival or his audacity, but rather at the peculiarity of that shot. Had it incapacitated her foe? There was no lethal force, yet it had induced an abnormal state of disorientation in him. How could this be? It was entirely beyond her comprehension. Just as the blue enchantress was about to inquire how Shinbe had achieved this, she saw him wave his hand and dart into a nearby alley, vanishing from sight in an instant. The blue enchantress was once again left dumbfounded. Such incredible speed. At that moment, Shinbe had no time for idle chatter with the blue enchantress. He focused intently on his sprint, racing toward the building housing the gun-wielding ability user. Shinbe could already see him, still firing wildly. Each blue bullet was akin to a cannonball. He was a veritable human artillery, under the oppressive firepower. The personnel at shelter number 36 were unable to lift their heads, continuously calling for the ability user to intervene. With his sniper rifle in hand, Shinbe burst forth from the alley. If he could reach the opposite building, just 200 meters away, he was confident that a single bullet would be sufficient to eliminate this ability user. However, the moment Shinbe peeked out from the alley, he was met with the rapid-fire sound of machine guns. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris from the ground. Shinbe quickly rolled back into the alley, pressing his body against the wall, his heart racing as he gasped for breath. Machine guns? How could such heavy firepower be present? The gunfire was thunderous, yet carried a pulse-quickening force, relentless and unyielding. One could only imagine that under such a relentless hail of metal, nearly no living being could survive. Cautiously, Shinbe peeked out once more, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was left utterly astonished. An adversary from shelter number 10 is ensconced within a peculiar and formidable suit of armor. The bulk of their form ensnared within its confines. Standing at over 2 meters tall, this armor looms impressively. Its back adorned with exhaust vents that continuously emit searing gusts of air. Particularly striking are the gear mechanisms embedded at the joints, which whirl into a frenzy with each movement of the foe, resembling the pulsating rhythm of life itself. This powered armor is equipped with an extraordinary power system and exceptional handling capabilities, moving with the grace of a second skin for its wearer. More alarming still is the rare multi-barreled rapid-fire cannon grasped tightly in the enemy's hands, a weapon typically reserved for heavy armored vehicles, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary soldier to wield, save for a monstrous being endowed with firearms mastery. The fearsome cannon rotates rapidly, manipulated by the enemy as if it were the scythe of death, effortlessly piercing through the walls of the adjacent buildings, mercilessly shredding the lives concealed within. The colossal ammunition box on the armor's back resembles the maw of a beast, continuously feeding belts of ammunition directly into the cannon's chamber. At this moment, the adversary strides forward, momentarily crouching to gather strength, bending forward with elbows lowered, as the rapid-fire cannon adjusts its angle, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, the cannon whirls like a tornado, belching forth a torrent of projectiles that cascade upon a 3-story building 100 meters away, reducing the occupants of shelter No. 36 to mere dismembered fragments before they can even utter a cry, rendering it impossible to discern how many souls had sought refuge within. Yet, Shinbe's keen gaze discerns a fatal flaw in the powered armor. It is not entirely enclosed. The enemy's head is exposed, protected only by a helmet of limited efficacy. This vulnerability undoubtedly presents an ideal opportunity for counterattack. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Shinbe is confident he possesses an 80 chance of striking the enemy's head. Even a shot to the helmet would deliver enough force to shatter the neck within. Taking a deep breath, Shinbe extends the barrel of his weapon. The crosshairs align with the enemy's swaying head. Bang! Without a glance back, Shinbe darts out of the alley, racing toward the building across the street. Chapter 42, Pursuit and Assassination. Shinbe readies his sniper rifle, pulling the trigger, then retracting it, setting off to run. As for the individual piloting the powered mech, Shinbe pays them no mind. At less than 200 meters, he believes survival in this world would be moot if he cannot land a hit. In that instant, the defensive visor of the powered mech shatters explosively. A cloud of blood erupts like fireworks, while the rapid-fire cannon, thrown off course by the enemy's abrupt demise, futilely expends its ammunition before collapsing. By this time, Shinbe has already slipped into the building, reaching his designated position, 300 meters behind the firearms master. He extends his sniper rifle out of the window, the crosshairs settling upon the enemy's head. At this moment, Shinbe discerned that the adversary was clad in a thin layer of armor, adorned with fragile plates that resembled paper, suggesting a decorative rather than protective purpose. In addition, he donned an antiquated helmet that clashed with his armor. The individual was vigorously chewing gum, his temples pulsating in rhythm with Shinbe's crosshairs. Just as Shinbe was about to pull the trigger, the enemy abruptly turned, locking eyes with him. Shinbe's expression darkened, exuding an icy menace. He gestured a pinky towards the foe, whose pallid visage betrayed a flash of terror, his throat constricting and hair standing on end. He could hardly fathom how he had struck this armored figure, sending him tumbling from the 6th floor, yet he remained unscathed. However, faced with Shinbe's sudden presence, he felt no panic. After all, he observed that Shinbe's weapon was merely a modified Barrett, an antiquated firearm that posed a threat primarily to first-tier defensive abilities. Given his own second-tier defenses and the protective helmet, he deemed himself safe from fatal harm, merely susceptible to injury. A smirk crept onto his face as he defiantly gestured a middle finger at Shinbe. In response, Shinbe decisively squeezed the trigger. A muffled gunshot echoed through the air, a brass casing gleaming as it ejected from the chamber, clattering to the ground. The bullet soared at an almost imperceptible speed, and in the next instant, a spray of sparks erupted from the enemy's forehead, his body remaining eerily still. The adversary, in his final moments, could not comprehend how a mundane bullet had penetrated his second-tier defenses. Was this even plausible? But before he could ponder further, his brain was rendered to pulp, and he succumbed to death. Shinbe stowed his sniper rifle away, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was one thing to underestimate an ordinary person, but to belittle the upgraded weaponry and ammunition was folly. Just then, his sixth sense blared a warning. He felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. Peering out, he spotted a towering figure 100 meters away, standing over 2 meters tall. The giant exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of Death's gaze. An ability user from shelter number 10? Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe raised his sniper rifle to take aim. In the next heartbeat, as if sensing an invisible threat, the giant's eyes sharpened and grew cold. He licked his lips and bellowed, "I am Malbuer, and I wish to tear you apart." Shinbe scoffed. The crosshairs already aligned with the giant's forehead, perhaps in your next life. Yet, in the following instant, the seemingly clumsy giant unleashed a burst of speed that struck Shinbe's vision like a shockwave. With a single stride, he covered 10 meters. The force of his landing shaking the earth beneath Shinbe's feet. A jolt of alarm surged through Shinbe. This speed rendered him unable to aim. Shinbe swiftly extracted a crystal core, inserting it into the power module. With one hand braced against the window, he leapt, turning to vanish amidst the ruins. Malbuer unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, instantly leaping several dozen meters, matching Shinbe's speed in close pursuit. Shinbe raced at unprecedented velocity through the debris-laden ruins and withered trees, transforming the surrounding landscape into a blur of indistinct shadows. He relentlessly extracted the maximum potential of the power module, the red lights on his visor flashing warnings that the module had reached a state of 100 overload. Nevertheless, Shinbe paid no heed, darting through the abandoned buildings and desiccated wood like an arrow released from its bow. His speed allowing him to propel himself against walls for several meters, pushing the armor's capabilities to the utmost. In his mind, the layout of Jiangcheng rapidly constructed itself, potential pathways emerging like a living map. He was intimately familiar with the environment near Central Park, adroitly utilizing every nook and cranny to evade obstacles, maintaining his unimpeded sprint. In contrast to Shinbe's agile grace akin to that of a cheetah, Malbuer resembled an unstoppable heavy tank, each step covering more than 10 meters, causing the ground beneath him to sink upon impact. Malbuer's method of advance was starkly different. Should a building or wall obstruct his path, he would crash through it without hesitation, rendering barriers as fragile as paper, incapable of hindering him in the slightest. Viewed from above, they appeared as a billowing gray dragon rampaging through Jiangcheng. Remarkably, no massive obstacles that might slightly impede his pace ever appeared in his path, revealing that this seemingly rugged giant possessed an astonishing ability for instantaneous calculation, always discerning the optimal tangent to progressively close the distance to Shinbe. Every 10 seconds or so, Malbuer would seize the opportunity to reduce the gap between them. After several minutes of high-speed pursuit, Shinbe retained the initiative, skillfully weaving past the scattered allies on the battlefield, leading Malbuer directly towards the combat troops at shelter number 10. In a city of Jiangcheng's magnitude, a battle involving hundreds should be inconsequential. However, the intensity of fire from both sides far surpassed that of the old world. The echoes of explosions resounding as if thousands were engaged in fierce combat. Frequently, Shinbe and Malbuer surged through the very center of the crossfire. The distinction lay in Shinbe utilizing buildings and terrain to shield himself from stray bullets, while Malbuer charged directly through the hail of gunfire. As a third-tier defensive ability wielder, Malbuer was unperturbed even by sniper bullets. How could he be concerned about the rounds from automatic rifles? After several back-and-forth exchanges, the combat formation of shelter number 10 was thoroughly disrupted. Shinbe's intentions were clear. Engaging directly with Malbuer, a powerful ability user, could place him at a disadvantage. Thus, Shinbe adopted a strategy of evasion, wearing down Malbuer's stamina, while his own speed stemmed from the capabilities of his armor. At least 90% of the power emanated from the battle armor, allowing Shinbe to conserve a considerable amount of stamina. However, Malbuer appeared to have discerned Shinbe's intentions. The speed at which an ordinary person could move left Malbuer feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Suddenly, he unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated with an overwhelming intensity, instantly elevating his physical prowess to an even higher echelon, causing his speed to surge once more. As the distance between them expanded to a critical nearly 200 meters, Malbuer leapt again, achieving a height and span greater than ever before. One of his massive hands was raised above his head, with a faint blue arc of electricity crackling at his palm. In this pivotal moment, Shinbe exhibited an extraordinary calmness and reflexes. He abruptly halted, spun around with remarkable swiftness, and drew a revolver from his waist. With dazzling speed, he ejected all the existing bullets from the chamber, then precisely inserted a special bullet embedded with shards of a third-level crystal core, pressing it into the chamber without hesitation, aiming at the airborne Malbuer, who was about to launch his attack. Each movement was so rapid that it seemed almost imperceptible, yet it was distinctly visible in Malbuer's eyes. For Shinbe, the tactical maneuvers of aiming with the firearm, halting to shoot, crouching to fire, jumping to shoot, shooting while in motion, and swiftly reloading had been honed to perfection in a previous life. Just as Malbuer prepared to unleash a devastating strike from the air, it was as if an invisible force grasped him, causing him to plummet straight down and land firmly on the ground. At this moment, the distance between him and Shinbe had shrunk to under 100 meters. He gazed at the dark muzzle of the gun and then into Shinbe's eyes, failing to glean any information from him. However, the special bullet that Shinbe had just loaded sent a chill coursing through Malbuer's veins, akin to the instinctual alertness of a creature facing a formidable predator. In that fleeting instant, Malbuer discerned the mysterious patterns etched upon the bullet. Although he could not ascertain their meaning, he surmised that they might significantly amplify the bullet's lethality. Clenching his fists tightly, a flickering aura of electricity enveloped him, unabashedly gathering energy. Noticing this, Shinbe furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Do you wish to experience the potency of this thing?" Malbuer responded with a hearty laugh. "A mere handgun? What power could it possibly wield? Prepare to die." No sooner had he spoken than the confrontation between the two was set to ignite. Chapter 43. The 100,000 worth of elixir. Shinbei's revolver fired instantaneously. In this world, one must remember a singular truth. Strike first, reap the rewards early. This principle never fails. A resounding bang echoed, deafening like thunder crashing in the ears. The recoil from the revolver caused Shinbei's arm to snap back sharply. A searing blaze erupted from the barrel, instantly slicing through the darkness. It was a brilliant flame, radiant as if spewing forth from the depths of hell. Propelled by this inferno, the third-level bullet shot forth with a speed so swift it eluded the eye, leaving only a fleeting glimmer of silver in its wake. Under the assault of Malbuer, Shinbe exhibited astonishing reflexes, swiftly tilting his head back to evade a fatal strike to the throat. However, Shinbei's precise shot did not miss, striking directly at Malbuer's mouth. Despite Malbuer's protection granted by his third-tier defense capabilities, the close-range bullet nearly shattered his jaw. Simultaneously, Malbuer retaliated with remarkable speed, thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a surge of electric fire that instantly wove into a vast and towering bright blue electric net, several meters in diameter and rising 2 meters high, enveloping Shinbe in a flash. This ultra-high voltage current penetrated Shinbei's battle armor, scorching the skin beneath his combat suit to a charred black. Although Shinbe had anticipated Malbuer's counterattack, the power of the electric net exceeded his expectations. Upon contact, his skin and flesh were instantly carbonized. As the dazzling blue electric net came into view, Shinbe felt the chilling proximity of death. With a heavy thud, the charred figure of Shinbe collapsed to the ground. Under the intense electrical shock, his blackened exterior began to crack, revealing tender red flesh that oozed bright crimson blood. Lying on the ground, Shinbe lay still, his injuries fatal to any ordinary person. Yet, shielded by his armor, his chest still faintly rose and fell, indicating a flicker of life remained. On the other side, Malbuer was equally grievously affected. Despite inflicting severe damage, he had failed to eliminate Shinbe, and now he lacked the strength to approach and ascertain Shinbei's fate. He clutched his face in agony, emitting a roar of extreme pain, his massive form rolling on the ground, each impact powerful enough to demolish several buildings. Amidst the chaos and suffering, Malbuer endured excruciating torment, a pain akin to being sliced by countless blades, tormenting every nerve ending. He staggered to his feet, only to unexpectedly fall again. Confounded, he attempted to rise once more, only to stumble yet again. After several attempts, his eyes widened in disbelief. The energy within him was tumultuous. After a few moments of struggle, Malbuer finally regained control of his body, swaying as he stood. It must be said, the physique of an extraordinary individual is indeed formidable. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to such a gunshot, yet Malbuer still managed to rise. The third-tier defense was truly fearsome. However, the horror lingering in Malbuer's heart did not dissipate. He could scarcely fathom that his third-tier defense had failed to withstand a revolver's bullet. What kind of ammunition was that? Its power rivaled that of a specialized firearm user. Young man, you are increasingly piquing my curiosity. Simultaneously, Malbuer felt a sense of unease. In his understanding, not even a small-sized Shinbe, let alone an armored Tyrannosaurus, could withstand the ultra-pressurized electric net he unleashed. Yet, for reasons unknown, a vague sense of foreboding remained in Malbuer's heart, perceiving this ordinary human as exceedingly dangerous. A feeling that did not fade even as he lay fallen. Malbuer finally discerned the source of his unease. It was the battle armor adorning Shinbe. Whether in terms of speed or defensive capabilities, it rivaled that of a second-tier superhuman. Had the technology of Shelter 36 advanced to such heights? Blood continued to ooze from Malbuer's chin. This injury posed a significant threat to his life, yet if he could return to the shelter promptly, he might still be salvaged. However, he was undeterred, utterly captivated by the enigma that stood before him, this seemingly ordinary individual. From the unexpected bullets to the formidable armor. If he could bring this back to the shelter, it would undoubtedly be a matter of exceptional merit. At last, Malbuer closed the distance to Shinbe, lifting his massive foot to deliver a crushing stomp to Shinbei's chest. Despite his grievous wounds, every movement of Malbuer radiated an irresistible force. This footfall, even upon an elephant, would easily crush it flat. Then, at that moment, a faint yet piercing shriek of air cut through the night. Malbuer spun around sharply. Amidst the cacophony of screams, an extraordinarily fierce ice spear erupted from a shadowy corner of the ruins, tearing through the night sky with unparalleled ferocity. The blue demon. A chill ran through Malbuer, his heart gripped as if by a formidable hand, overwhelmed by an unprecedented and unparalleled sense of danger. How could the blue demon appear here? Had the leader perished? Before Malbuer could find an answer, the ice spear had already pierced his heart, and his body froze instantaneously, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Thud! Malbuer fell to his knees, a venomous, anguished howl escaping his lips. You bastard. That was a sneak attack. The figure of the blue demon emerged slowly from the shadows, her striking blue eyes reflecting a clear, disdainful glint. I can kill your leader. For you, the outcome is the same whether it is a sneak attack or not. The blue demon gently pushed Malbuer's forehead. May there be no escape in hell. Boom. With his eyes wide open, Malbuer collapsed to the ground. The blue demon knelt beside Shinbe, tapping on his visor. Are you still alive? Shinbe, immensely weakened, replied, I'm about to die. Humph. The blue demon scoffed coldly. You truly have the audacity to face off against a third-tier electrical and defensive superhuman. Shinbe did not wish to linger on this subject, merely stating, you might as well think of a way to keep me alive. Indeed, was the blue demon's succinct reply. She then retrieved a vial of yellow potion and poured it into Shinbei's mouth. In mere moments, beneath the charred, cracked skin of Shinbe, all the flesh and blood began to writhe vigorously. If one were to observe with enhanced vision, they could see the minuscule blood vessels within Shinbe's body growing like tendrils, extending and forming a network, enveloping the bodily tissues, and then generating a new layer of tissue atop it. These newly formed tissues resembled soil, from which countless sprouts immediately emerged, and as they grew, they would reveal yet another network of blood vessels. Shinbe gritted his teeth, enduring the peculiar and sharp transformation of his body. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, an unbearable sensation of itch and pain. The blue enchantress, her tone indifferent, remarked, "This is an enhanced restoration serum, worth 100,000 crystal cores per vial." Yet, Shinbe's gaze flickered with determination. "I owe you." "No," the blue enchantress replied, a playful glint in her eyes. "This is a gift for you. However, I must say, even for an ability user, such treatment is exceedingly rare, let alone for an ordinary person. But you are not like the rest." Leaning closer, her icy gaze fixed on Shinbe, she added, "Indeed, you are different, not in terms of combat will, but in a manner that eludes me." She straightened up and continued, "In no more than half an hour, you will be restored to your former self. I must return to the front lines. You should follow." With that, she donned her hood and, with graceful steps, vanished into the shadows of the night. Chapter 44. Trouble finds its way at that moment. Shinbe had no time to ponder the blue enchantress's cryptic words. The effects of the serum were nearly overwhelming his will. Half an hour later, the strange sensations dissipated entirely. Regaining control of his body, he staggered to his feet, shedding his battle armor and stripping off his clothing. With a gentle shake, a multitude of blackened dead skin fell away. His skin now appeared renewed, even more delicate than before, reminiscent of that of a child. The efficacy of the serum was indeed justified by its price. Shinbe felt a profound joy in this rebirth. Typically, injuries or death incurred during missions were borne solely by oneself. The blue enchantress's generous provision of the restoration serum was something he accepted without hesitation, feeling justified in doing so. One cannot afford to possess a thin skin in such matters. Donning his battle armor once more, he established a normal connection with his will and initiated a system self-check. Everything was functioning properly. A weight lifted from Shinbe's heart. He had feared irreversible damage to his armor from the high-voltage surge. Fortunately, the system had swiftly severed all circuits and sensory components at the moment of the electric intrusion, transforming the armor into an unyielding shell, allowing any excessive current to discharge harmlessly into the ground. Reactivating his armor, Shinbe jogged back to Jiang City. By this time, the battle had concluded. Shelter No. 10 had been relentlessly bombarded by Shelter Number 36, and with the leader's prolonged absence, morale had plummeted. The power armor that could have suppressed Shelter No. 36 was neutralized by Shinbe's single shot, leading to a swift completion of their mission. After dismantling the primary resistance of the enemy, the search for remaining foes proceeded steadily. Under the overwhelming support of reconnaissance and battlefield systems, the scattered enemy resistance posed no threat to the forces of the Blue Enchantress and Shelter Number 36. They were swiftly neutralized by concentrated fire, with the fate of these adversaries being nothing short of annihilation. Upon regaining his mobility, Shinbe did not foolishly join the fray alongside the eager and impassioned combatants. Instead, he circled the vicinity of Central Park, beginning the grim task of recovering the fallen. What cigarettes, bullets, crystal core, and water bottles can be sold or utilized? Shinbe packed everything up. After a couple of hours, Shinbe gathered a large bag filled with various items. That evening, the Blue Bell ordered a retreat from Jiang City. They sought a sheltered spot to set up camp and rest. However, compared to their arrival, there were several additional vehicles. Shinbe glanced at the markings on them. They belonged to Shelter Number 10. Moreover, the tires were deflated, suggesting that the vehicles were laden with supplies. At that moment, an ability user approached Shinbe, reaching for his bulging bag. All spoils must be submitted for redistribution, he declared. Shinbe recognized this individual as the vice captain, known as Sanyi, though he appeared to be in his 30s. Those addressed with Yi are typically not to be trifled with. Yet, Shinbe did not relinquish his grip. His eyes flickered slightly, and his brow furrowed. I have not heard of this rule. Let go. Ridiculous. Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sanyi retorted angrily. Don't nitpick. I've seen many young rookies like you. Shinbe's gaze, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, was filled with indifference. He slowly drew a revolver, pressing it against Sanye's forehead. I clearly saw many others collecting items. Why single out mine? Am I merely a fat sheep to be slaughtered? Sanyi faced the gun without a hint of fear, believing that Shinbe's bullets posed no threat to him. However, had he witnessed the fate of Malbu Air, he might have reconsidered. Stand down. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from within the tent, belonging to the Blue Bell. Both Shinbe and Sanyi complied. One lowered his gun, while the other released his bag. The Blue Bell parted the tent flap, her red lips parting slightly. Though temporary rules are still rules, they must also consider the individual. Sanyi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the Blue Bell would show favoritism toward Shinbe. He has taken far too much. He protested. That is his ability, she replied. Ability? He killed a few enemies? I saw none of that. All he did was direct the artillery. In Sanye's view, Shinbe had accomplished nothing. Directing artillery fire was something even a dog could do. During the chaos, though he had not observed Shinbe's position, he noticed no enemy casualties during the pursuit. Thus, Sanyi believed the Blue Bell's partiality was excessive. He is not an ability user of significant standing. Why the bias? At that moment, the Blue Bell turned her gaze towards Sanyi, her expression icy, yet her eyes betrayed a rare flicker of anger. You speak too much. Sanye's gaze trembled, and an absurdity surged within him. He shook his sleeves, scoffed, and turned away. Such a lack of decorum. Shinbe muttered. It is you who lacks decorum. The Blue Bell warned in a deep tone. Shinbe pointed at himself. He is the one robbing me. The Blue Bell regarded Shinbe with an impassive expression. I have stated that temporary rules are rules. He is the vice captain. You must comply. Shinbe gritted his teeth and let out a sigh. Shinbe comprehended the harsh reality. Without formidable strength, one must endure humiliation. Today, the Blue Enchantress had intervened. Tomorrow, who would care for him? He decided to rest. For there was a journey ahead on the morrow. The Blue Enchantress left behind a fleeting remark before retreating into her tent. However, Shinbe possessed no such luxury. For ordinary individuals, a tent was a privilege reserved for those with abilities. He made his way to a gathering of common folk and found a spot to sit. At the center blazed a vibrant bonfire, crackling with life as embers danced upwards, illuminating the darkened sky with ephemeral sparks. The aroma of burning wood wafted through the air, intertwining with the unique essence of the wilderness, creating a distinctive and comforting fragrance. Some were roasting canned goods and meat strips, their laughter and jovial banter filling the atmosphere. "Thank you for saving my life today." A man leaned against Shinbe and greeted him. Shinbe turned his head slightly, recognizing him as the one who had nearly been shot from behind by an enemy. "Let me treat you to some meat strips." Shinbe chewed a few bites, unable to discern the type of beast from which the meat came. In this world, humans had little choice in their sustenance. Merely having food was a blessing. The man sighed. "We lost over 30 lives this time, including 3 with abilities." The cold statistics elicited no emotional response from Shinbe. When will this harrowing existence come to an end? The man lamented incessantly. Shinbe perceived it as an insurmountable dilemma. As long as a certain unkillable evil creature remained alive, the plight of fleeing would never cease. The man poked Shinbe and continued. "I've heard rumors that these creatures can be slain. Did you know?" Shinbe was momentarily taken aback. "Is there such a claim?" "Some have allegedly seen the corpses of these creatures, yet the manner of their demise remains unknown." The man gazed longingly at the twinkling stars, clutching his rifle tightly. His voice brimming with excitement. "I dream of it being an ability user who has done the deed." Shinbe's lips twitched slightly. "Then dream on." The following day, the Blue Enchantress organized the team. The convoy began its journey back. Everyone was in high spirits. Once they returned to the sanctuary, they could settle their rewards. All personnel from Shelter 36, now embarking on the return trip, were undoubtedly fortunate to be standing. Those who had perished in the previous day's battle would now fade into the annals of time. No one would bury their bones in the earth, nor would anyone remember their names. The return journey proceeded smoothly. Aside from encountering a few unwary beasts that were swiftly dispatched, all returned safely to Shelter 36. The Blue Enchantress directed everyone to park the vehicles in the garage. As for the supplies obtained from the enemy's vehicles, only the Blue Enchantress was privy to their contents. Subsequently, the group returned to the upper level of Titan and gathered at the mission board. After the Blue Enchantress completed the task handover with Rock, she departed. Shinbe and the others began to line up to receive their mission rewards. By the time Shinbe approached, everyone else had already collected their rewards and were heading off to the bar for leisure. In this world, instances of having wealth but no life to spend it were all too common. The crystals spent are truly one's own. Otherwise, they merely fill the coffers of the powerful. Once the reward for a task is received, one is eager to expend it all at once. "I hear you found yourself in trouble again." Rock, smoking a cigarette, exhaled a cloud of pungent smoke. "I dislike the term trouble," replied Shinbe, spreading his hands. "Sometimes, it is not I who seeks trouble, but rather trouble that seeks me." Third Master is also quite a formidable character. Rock flicked the ash from his cigarette, remarking, "Otherwise, he wouldn't be the vice captain of the Blue Enchantress." Shinbe understood the implication. "I can be quite fierce as well." Rock paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Well, take care of yourself then." Subsequently, Rock handed over the task reward to Shinbe. Shinbe opened the paper bag and peered inside. It contained 10 intermediate crystal cores. Shinbe's expression turned to one of confusion. "Did you miscalculate?" According to the task's remuneration, an ordinary person's reward is 3 intermediate crystal cores. Even as a sniper, he would receive only 5. Only those with abilities are entitled to 10. Clearly, an error had occurred in the disbursement of the reward. If it were anyone else, Shinbe would not have pointed it out, but Rock was different. Shinbe had no desire to take advantage of him. Rock nodded at the bag, stating, "Indeed, it is 10 cores. The additional 5 were granted by the Blue Enchantress." Shinbe simply responded with an "O." Rock placed an arm around Shinbe's shoulder and added with a knowing look, "I am unaware of your performance on the battlefield, but you are likely recognized by the Blue Enchantress. Let us hope it's not merely your pretty face she admires, or you may find yourself in trouble." Shinbe's tone was resolute. "I have said before, I can be quite fierce." All right, Rock chuckled. "Let us hope that is indeed the case." After leaving the task board, Rock followed Shinbe to a weapons shop. The store offered bullets in various sizes and styles, likely due to differences in materials. Shinbe was engrossed in comparing the performance, craftsmanship, and prices of 3 different brands of ammunition. Rock lit another cigarette, striking a match. Smoking in a weapons shop is akin to courting death, yet Rock seemed unconcerned, and Shinbe paid it no mind. Only the shopkeeper's face turned a shade of green. Among the bullets, some contained propellant that was no longer the traditional powder of the old era, but rather high-energy explosives. Certain specialized munitions were even more perilous due to their unique composition. However, the shopkeeper could only keep his lips tightly sealed, for he recognized Rock. Although merely an ordinary man, he was quite an influential figure. Shinbe meticulously selected bullets. Growing impatient, Rock remarked, "You're picking like a woman. I see no difference." He examined the bullets, unable to discern any variations. Shinbe shook his head. "That merely indicates your insensitivity to ammunition. Boss, this type is 300 rounds, and that one is 100 rounds. So many?" Rock's eyes widened slightly. "You don't actually intend to fire them on the battlefield, do you? That would be wasting your own money. Are you really planning to mix it up?" "You've hit the nail on the head." As 2 individuals exited the weapons shop, Rock murmured, "Some people merely seek to drift along, avoiding confrontation and hiding in the shadows, undetected. When the time for a charge arrives, they leap forth, howling like wild beasts." Shinbe's lips twitched, rendered speechless. Indeed, drifting along is a skill in itself. Rock patted Shinbe on the shoulder, advising, focus on your studies. Do not recklessly charge ahead at every turn, for it is the likes of them who perish the quickest. The pair descended to the next level. Rock sought to indulge in some libations, while Shinbe had his own matters to attend to, and they parted ways. Shinbe procured some food and water before returning to his rented room. The first order of business was to remove the battle armor he had worn for 4 days. He hung it on a designated rack and began inspecting its exterior. Although this armor had saved his life on several occasions, and its internal modules were still operational, its surface had become pockmarked. There were scratches and peeling paint in various areas, but that was not the most distressing aspect. What truly appalled Shinbe was the armor's filthiness. It was utterly revolting, stained with blood and flesh, exuding a nauseating stench. Shinbe carried the armor outside and fetched some water to commence its cleansing. This water was merely treated for basic filtration, unsuitable for drinking, typically reserved for flushing toilets and laundry. Soon, as Titan moved, a crimson trail of blood marked the ground, which was swiftly evaporated by the sun's rays. Shinbe was engrossed in his task when Chasing Horse suddenly appeared, squatting at the edge of the trailer's wooden planks, reeking of alcohol and grinning at him. Shinbe, having encountered him once before, nodded, responding in a neutral tone, cleaning my equipment. Equipment? Chasing Horse inquired, curiosity piqued as he tapped the armor, finding its texture perplexing. Perhaps a high-strength plastic? To Chasing Horse, the material of this armor was unfamiliar, not the typical synthetic metal. In this world, synthetic metal is a collective term encompassing many material branches. These materials are commonly derived from the hides of ferocious beasts, with the more advanced types being produced from powdered bones combined with alloys of the new era to create a novel compound. He felt a twinge of disdain. Ordinary folk could not afford synthetic materials and thus resorted to tinkering with such trifles. Once Shinbe finished cleaning the armor, he rose to return. Chasing Horse gestured for him to stay, saying, "Don't leave, let us converse for a while." Shinbe tilted his head, asking, "Do you have something to say? I find you rather intriguing. Would you care to join us at Shelter 20? I can offer you a favorable arrangement." Shinbe paused momentarily. Defection. In this world, personnel can indeed migrate between shelters, albeit with some complications. Both parties overseeing the current shelter must sign off for a peaceful transfer to occur. In truth, who would ever reject an influx of individuals? The greater the number, the stronger the force. Population is the foundation of development. Typically, personnel movements are viewed as defections, contingent upon whether one dares to challenge and assault the opposing Titan. A prime example being the recent conflict with Shelter 10. In Shelter 36, the resentment towards the defector who fled to Shelter 10 was merely a fleeting thought, as they dared not mobilize a significant force to confront the Titaness location at Shelter 10. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Shin Nan, who had been taken by the Spider Queen. General Yu Wuchang did not even dare to utter a word in response. This exemplified the disparity in strength among the leaders of the shelters. Yu Wuchang lacked the confidence to even challenge them. Conversely, Shinbe was quite well regarded in Shelter 36. He had established connections here, could negotiate with his landlord to defer rent, and had the support of Luo Ku, a formidable ally. Moreover, the Blue Demoness subtly emerged as a potential pillar of support for him. Shinbe had no intention of inexplicably heading to Shelter 10 and thus declined the invitation. Chasing Ma chuckled, "It's fine, let us discuss something else." However, Shinbe had no time for idle chatter. He feared that a careless remark might lead Chasing Ma to suspect that he was the one who had taken something from him. It was certainly wise to speak less. Yet, Chasing Ma seemed determined to engage Shinbe in conversation, persistently seeking his company. Shinbe found it peculiar. Was this person somewhat unhinged? With so many individuals in the shelter, why was he fixated on him? After more than 10 minutes, Shinbe finally managed to shake off Chasing Ma. Upon returning to his rental, he discovered his landlord sprawled on a chair, fast asleep. "Hey, aren't you afraid of straining your neck?" Shinbe nudged him awake. The landlord groaned. "Damn it, it's not that I wanted to sleep. I don't know where that chill came from. It flashed before my eyes, and I just dozed off." At this, Shinbe's heart sank. He drew his revolver, his gaze fixed on the staircase leading upstairs. In Shinbe's perspective, there was no such thing as a chill. It was more likely that an ability user had knocked out the landlord at an imperceptible speed. Beyond repairing the property and collecting rent, the landlord had the duty of guarding the entrance to prevent strangers from entering and potentially causing tenants to lose their belongings. In this world, one could not rely on the virtues of honesty or security. The notion of a world without crime was mere fantasy. Shinbe was particularly alert, recalling how Chasing Ma had engaged him in trivial conversation, devoid of any substantive content, seemingly just to waste his time. Initially, he had assumed Chasing Ma was simply inebriated and bored. Now, however, he realized he had been targeted. But how had he exposed himself? There was simply no reason for it. As he reflected, he noted that during his conversation with Chasing Ma, the latter's companion, Ganemo, had never appeared. Shinbe had an instinctive feeling that Ganemo was in his room. Although he had disposed of all the blueprints regarding the crystal source's fragmentation and reassembly, he was uncertain of what Ganemo was searching for. Nevertheless, he was confident there was nothing to fear, especially with the makeshift crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device left in the room. Even if Ganemo might not recognize what it was, one could never be too cautious. Thus, Shinbe, gripping his revolver, ascended the stairs with light footfalls. For Shinbe, even if he were to confront Ganemo directly, he felt prepared to fight. The upgraded pistol and ammunition are not to be trifled with. A Tier 3 defender can be severely injured with a single shot at close range. 2 bullets could take a life. Leaning against the wall, Shinbe listened intently at the door of his room. There was no sound or movement within. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly flung the door open, swiftly crouching down and scanning the area with his gun. Given the room's modest size, a small single unit, he quickly surveyed the entire space. It was utterly vacant. Shinbe holstered his revolver and began inspecting the arrangement of his belongings and the layer of dust that had accumulated. Having been away for several days, his first action upon returning was to clean his battle armor. Although the dust was light, it was still noticeable. He examined the floor and, aside from his own footprints, he discovered another set of tracks. Moreover, the intruder appeared to act with impunity, showing no signs of concealment. They had simply opened the door and walked in. Following the footprints with his gaze, he observed they led directly to the corner of the room, where his Barrett sniper rifle hung. Shinbe was perplexed. Everything in the room appeared untouched and undisturbed. Had Gonimo knocked out the landlord and infiltrated his room merely to inspect his sniper rifle? Shouldn't he have rummaged through the cabinets in search of a backpack? At the very least, he should have checked the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device. But there were no fingerprints to be found. Such an aberrant behavior left Shinbe utterly bewildered. He retrieved his sniper rifle, wondering if someone had tampered with it. His gaze sharpened on the weapon. If it had been altered, he would receive a notification. Soon enough, information regarding the sniper rifle materialized before him. Sniper rifle LV4, 100-2100, modified Barrett M95, range of 1,300 meters, 5 rounds, high lethality, movement shooting, accuracy 20, blind shot accuracy 20, silencing effect 20, recoil reduction -20. Aside from a fluctuation in experience points, all other details remained unchanged. It appeared that no tampering had occurred. This only deepened Shinbe's confusion. What had Gonimo come in for? He pulled back the bolt, and a bullet ejected. Shinbe frowned. Ordinarily, there should be no bullet in the chamber to prevent accidental discharge. The bolt is only drawn during combat to chamber a round. The sudden appearance of a bullet indicated that someone had indeed manipulated the bolt. But what was the purpose of that action? Shinbe, puzzled, stared at the bullet that had fallen to the ground, bending down to retrieve it, intending to reload it into the magazine. In that fleeting moment, a flash of realization struck him like lightning. His pupils constricted, and his expression hardened. A crucial detail had been overlooked. Shinbe finally understood why Gonimo had pulled the bolt. He was inspecting the bullets, and his ammunition was distinctly different from that used by ordinary individuals. It bore unique markings. In the desolate urban ruins, I once participated in the battlefield of the rebellion at Shelter 20, where I discharged a considerable number of rounds. It is certain that casings marked with distinctive patterns were left behind at the scene. A mere comparison would reveal that the bullets originated from my weapon. On that battlefield, all perished, leaving no survivors but myself. Thus, the question of who possesses the backpack is unequivocally clear to Gonimo. However, the aforementioned assumptions must be predicated upon a precise premise, that Shui Ma and Gonimo accurately identify me to solidify their evidence. Otherwise, numerous individuals at Shelter 36 wielding sniper rifles could potentially infiltrate and investigate, inevitably causing a commotion. It is perplexing. How did they manage to locate me? As I paced back and forth in the room, I endeavored to adopt the perspectives of Shui Ma and Gonimo to deduce the missing links in the chain of evidence. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled that after the beast tide subsided, I had orchestrated a shooting match with my landlord, effortlessly dispatching scattered beasts and winning a substantial amount of money. Even the blue enchantress discerned that I feigned poor aim to reap the rewards. Therefore, a simple inquiry into the marksmanship of Shelter 36 would naturally lead them to my name. I twisted my neck and muttered to myself. My only oversight was leaving the casings on the battlefield, a fatal flaw. Yet, why haven't they seized this opportunity to scour the blueprints? How odd. I sensed that they seemed indifferent to the crystalline source fragmentation and reassembly equipment. After all, the rudimentary version of the device lay conspicuously within the room, untouched. It appeared they were in search of something else entirely. However, I was not inclined to speculate on what that might be. At this moment, I was already under the watchful eyes of Shui Ma and Gonimo, and my thoughts were consumed with how to eliminate these two tails. There was but one solution to this predicament. Kill. Strike down one, and if two appeared, dispatch them both. The only solace I found was that within the confines of the shelter, no outsider, not even Shui Ma and Gonimo, would dare to brazenly commit murder. Should they attempt to act recklessly, it would be tantamount to slapping General Yu Wuchang in the face. I would not need to lift a finger. They would face judgment and execution at his hands. There was time to prepare. First, to upgrade my armor, firearms, and anything else that could be enhanced. Then, I would seek an opportunity in the wilderness to eliminate them both. At that moment, I felt no panic. Rather, a restless desire for bloodshed stirred within me. Simultaneously, I was curious about their motives. Why were they not searching for the blueprints of the crystalline source fragmentation and reassembly process? What significant item had I overlooked? My gaze settled upon the armor, now cleaned but marred with dents and severe paint loss. Yet, I believed that after an upgrade, it would be restored to its former glory. Upgrade the armor. Chapter 47. This upgrade feels somewhat amiss. Faced with the current situation of being pursued by Shui Ma and Gonimo, there was but one course of action available to me. Kill. And the confidence to do so stemmed from my equipment. Admittedly, I could not replicate the earth-shattering might of an ability user. However, Shinbe's advantage lies in his precise marksmanship. It is a contest between technology and extraordinary abilities. Seizing every moment, he upgraded all the necessary equipment, with the first item being the battle armor. Power Armor LV4, 160-5000. This armor has notable utility, enhancing running speed, defensive capabilities, and the responsiveness of mental connections. Each crystal core can sustain high-speed operation of the armor for 10 minutes. The armor can adapt its color to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, thereby improving concealment. Upon reading the information, Shinbe noted significant changes in the text. Previously, a single crystal core could only sustain operation for 5 minutes. Now it could last for 10 minutes, indicating an upgrade in the efficiency of the power module. Equally crucial was the enhancement of its appearance. The current armor resembled a camouflage suit that could merge into various environments, providing extreme protection in the complex terrain of the wasteland. During the previous skirmish with Shelter No. 10, he had been discovered and shot by a firearm specialized ability user, largely due to the armor's conspicuous colors that betrayed his position. With this upgrade, he no longer needed to worry about such issues. Next, Shinbe began to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper Rifle LV5, 2200, Modified Barrett M95, range of 1,400 meters. 5-round capacity, exceptionally lethal, with enhanced movement shooting accuracy by 30, blind shooting precision increased by 30, sound suppression improved by 30, and recoil reduced by 30. It remains functional even when blocked by mud or sand. The initial attributes of the sniper rifle had not undergone drastic changes, but additional data was added. Most importantly, a new attribute was introduced, immunity to mud. Previously, using this sniper rifle required caution to prevent debris from entering the barrel, especially after a fall from the 6th floor when he had to clean it mid-action to avoid a catastrophic malfunction. Now, he could fire without concern, even after rolling in a muddy pit. This upgrade was exceedingly practical, filling Shinbe with joy. He then retrieved his revolver, which he had used sparingly. However, during the last battlefield encounter, he had fired it at close range a few times, and the accumulated experience should be sufficient for an upgrade. He glanced at the information. Revolver LV3, 3730, 5-round capacity, slightly jammed cylinder, rifling intact, increased lethality, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduced by 20. Upgrade. Continuous enhancement is essential for an ability user to contend effectively. Revolver LV4, 750, 5-round capacity, rifling intact, increased lethality, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduced by 30. With damage increment during rapid fire, Shinbe was astonished. The previously noted jammed attribute had vanished with this upgrade. This revolver was now entirely new, free from any mechanical faults, and the newly added attributes were even more formidable. In a state of continuous strikes, the damage inflicted by bullets increases exponentially. This presents an absolutely lethal advantage against close-range defensive ability users. It is indeed formidable. After upgrading all 3 main battle readiness items, Shinbe found himself in deep contemplation. Following the last battlefield comparison, he initially believed that the level of firearms corresponded directly to the ranks of ability users. However, during his confrontation with Mao Air, despite wielding a level 3 revolver almost pressed against Mao Air's jaw, it failed to shatter his skull, instead merely mangling his chin. It is crucial to note that this was a level 3 revolver combined with high explosive ammunition and shards of crystal cores. This revelation suggests that merely comparing levels with ability users is utterly unreliable. To effectively shatter the defenses of a level 3 ability user, one must either suppress or transcend levels in terms of firearms and ammunition. This is merely the baseline for adequacy. To achieve excellence, one must engage in further study and contemplation. Nevertheless, given Shinbei's current prowess, being able to contend against a level 3 ability user as an ordinary individual is already an extraordinary accomplishment. This also explains the astonishment of the Blue Enchantress. As time passed, Shinbe commenced the upgrade of the crystal core fragmentation and reassembly device. Currently, this equipment is rather large and inefficient, requiring substantial financial investment for maintenance. At present, Shinbe possesses 9 intermediate crystal cores, with fewer than 30 other cores remaining. He reserves 1 intermediate crystal core for emergencies and expends the rest of his resources. While others squander their task rewards and indulgence, Shinbe casts his into an abyss. With the activation of the device, experience points continuously accumulate. Experience 1, Experience 1, Experience 1. Shinbe filtered out the notifications, extracted the produced crystal core shards, mixed them with gunpowder, and encapsulated them within the bullets. 1, 2, 3. After a period of work, Shinbe checked the device's status. Crystal Reassembly Device LV2, 2520, a budget version of a crystal reassembly device, characterized by low production capacity, low efficiency, low acceptance rate, and high energy consumption. He paused the operation. Upgrade. Crystal Reassembly Device LV3, 5100, a low-spec version of a crystal reassembly device with relatively low production capacity, efficiency, acceptance rate, and high energy consumption. The changes in the attributes are minimal, shifting from low to relatively low, which can be considered progress. However, Shinbe remained unperturbed. As long as he remained outside Shelter 36, Shui Ma and Gan Mo could only fret without daring to act recklessly. He continued to produce steadily, consuming all crystal cores while simultaneously completing the modification of the bullets, reserving part of them for use with the cluster fire disc. Oh, I must also procure some high explosive gunpowder. At this moment, Shinbe was suddenly struck by a critical issue. How to procure the outer shell for the cluster fire disc bomb. Customization? 1 or 2 could be easily arranged at the weapon shop owner's place. However, upgrading the cluster fire disc necessitates a substantial quantity of bombs. As quantities increase, they easily arouse the suspicion of the research institute. After learning from various details, Shinbe has become exceedingly cautious. It is wise to bide one's time in development. Premature exposure is akin to a child bearing the brunt of its treasures. Rubbing his temples, Shinbe mused that there would surely be a way when the car reached the mountain summit. He would address it later. He continued to modify the bullet's gunpowder and began etching patterns, enhancing the caliber of the ammunition. As night fell, Shinbe reaped significant rewards. Etching level 3 bullets had become second nature. After procuring new materials and specifications from the weapon shop owner, he astonishingly crafted a level 5 sniper bullet. The coveted level 5 bullet lay in the palm of Shinbei's hand, finally birthed by his own efforts. In an instant, information about this bullet flashed across his peripheral vision. Rifle Bullet LV5, 0300. A disposable item, this bullet is imbued with mysterious energy. capable of extending range by 500 meters, significantly enhancing lethality and precision, and possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, this bullet can adjust its trajectory. Wait a moment. Shinbe tilted his head, feeling a wave of suspicion wash over him. Something seemed amiss. He immediately realized that this freshly minted level 5 bullet was irregular. The description below was identical to the level 5 bullet he had previously found at the weapon shop. However, the anomaly lay in the bullet's classification. Shinbe distinctly recalled that the level 5 bullet from the hands of an ability user bore the suffix maxed out. How could the one he possessed still have room for improvement? Did this imply the existence of level 6 or 7 bullets? Shinbe drew a sharp breath. Could it be that my understanding and manipulation of bullet etching has surpassed that of this enigmatic ability user? This was rather exhilarating. Shinbe believed that, aside from lacking the ability to awaken his powers, he was certainly not inferior to others in terms of combat proficiency and understanding. Were it not for the chaotic nature of this world, akin to Earth, he would have the audacity and strategy to carve a path through a sea of blood with his sniper rifle. It was merely the inscrutable nature of ability users that rendered him cautious. Setting aside the matter of abilities, Shinbe felt he was not just ahead in other aspects, but certainly not a narrow-minded thinker. Thus, he stood upon the shoulders of giants. Shinbe let out a soft sigh. This bullet still holds untapped potential. However, upon examining the bullet, he found no area left for further etching. Where, then, lies this potential? This was a perplexing dilemma. The following day, as dawn broke, Shinbe resumed his work. His first task was to upgrade the crystal core reassembly device. After yesterday's upgrade, he had neglected it due to the emergence of the level 5 bullet. Now, upon reviewing the information, Shinbe was momentarily taken aback. Crystal core reassembly device LV3 8801000, a low-spec version of the crystal core reassembly device, with low production capacity, low efficiency, low qualification rate, and high energy consumption. All the crystal cores had been completely expended, gaining 880 experience points. Without a moment's hesitation, I ascended directly. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV4 78300, a low-spec crystal source recombination device with limited production capacity, subpar efficiency, low qualification rate, and high energy consumption. I continue to upgrade. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV5 48500, a crystal source recombination device with acceptable production capacity, efficiency, qualification rate, and energy consumption. After ascending 2 levels, the term simple vanished entirely. The production efficiency had finally reached an acceptable stage. This signified that, with the same 10 crystal source cores, I could now produce enough for 5 bullets instead of merely 2. What a tremendous advancement. Shinbe marveled, yet felt a pang of melancholy. While others squandered their wealth on indulgences, he was left gnawing on jerky, confined to upgrading cold machinery. No one desires to forego the pleasures of life and flesh. Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise. Shinbe could only label himself a monk of hardship. At this moment, he stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Just 20 more experience points to reach level 6. Should I proceed? His internal inquiry swiftly found resolution. Yes, the compulsion surged. It must be done. He invested 20 crystal source cores to initiate production, packaging the resultant crystal source core powder for future use. Stepping outside, he replenished his supplies of water and food, and then visited the material shop to procure a batch of high explosives. These items were not regulated, or rather, not targeted at the common folk. General Wuchang couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. The most useless of ordinary people were often the most useful, a striking resemblance to the juxtaposition of spear and shield. On the way back, he fortuitously encountered Jue Ma and Gan Mo leaning against the fence, ostensibly surveying the desolate expanse, yet secretly observing Shinbe's movements. Still here? Shinbe approached them with a friendly greeting. Gan Mo, somewhat surprised, replied, "The task is not yet complete. We need to stay a few more days." Shinbe acknowledged this with an "oh" and turned to depart. At that moment, Jue Ma chuckled softly, inquiring, "When do you plan to set out, young man?" Shinbe paused, responding calmly, "That depends on the tasks available. I intend to check the mission board tomorrow. Best of luck to you," Jue Ma said with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Shinbe nodded and walked away. As he did, the smiles on Jue Ma and Gan Mo's faces gradually faded. Gan Mo, sensing Shinbe's lingering warmth, hissed, "His blood must be sweet." "Don't be ridiculous," Jue Ma replied pragmatically. "I have tasted human blood. It was bitter and salty. That may be true for you." Gan Mo retorted, producing a bullet etched with intricate designs, caressing it thoughtfully. "I've always been curious about Shinbe's intent behind the engravings on his bullets." Boredom. Jue Ma leaned against the fence, pressing his weight down. "We will soon complete the mission. Once Shinbe leaves the shelter, everything will revert to our control." "Where do you suppose he discarded his bag?" Jue Ma queried, tilting his head. Jue Ma clicked his tongue. In truth, what they sought was not the blueprints for the crystal source fragmentation and recombination. Those were merely a facade. The true objective was the bag. A handbag is indeed priceless. It has the potential to equip the 10th shelter with a battalion of brave and fearless warriors, utterly devoid of fear, impeccably obedient to commands, ready to charge into the fray, undeterred even by the fiercest flames. Surely, it has been misplaced. I stealthily entered Shinbe's room, but detected no trace of the handbag scent. Gan Mo gazed at Shinbe's gradually vanishing silhouette, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he continued. "However, one thing is certain. The location of its abandonment resides within his mind." Huh. A mysterious glint suddenly flickered in Jue Ma's eyes. "This time, I have come with a preference for prying open the minds of others." Upon returning to the rented room, Shinbe eagerly upgraded the crystal source core device. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV5 01000, This device possesses adequate production capacity, efficiency, and qualification rate, with reasonable energy consumption. New addition. It can utilize crystal source core fragments mixed with steel to produce various types of shells. Note: lacking a containment module, shaping module, and fusion material, true spirit element. Shinbe? Wait a moment. What has this upgrade resulted in? The notion that the crystal source core combined with steel could create shells left Shinbe astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Unbelievable. He had not anticipated that the device would expand following the upgrade. It swiftly resolved the issue regarding the cluster firepower disc's ammunition. Suddenly, Shinbe was struck by a thought regarding level 6 bullets, a wave of shock washing over him. Could it be that level 6 bullets require such shells for engraving? As his thoughts meandered, Shinbe's mind opened up. The containment module and shaping module were easily comprehensible. Shinbe mused. They must be used for high-temperature fusion and shaping of the shells. However, the key material, true spirit element, was entirely unfamiliar to him. Perhaps the original owner's memories contained knowledge of it, but it had been lost. Nonetheless, Shinbe had an inkling that the term true spirit alone suggested something formidable and not to be trifled with. Yet, Shinbe felt no discouragement or frustration. He realized that once he collected the true spirit element, he would be able to produce shells for ammunition, enabling a significant upgrade for the cluster firepower disc. Shinbe suppressed his excitement. Now was not the time for such considerations. He first needed to deal with Chue-Ma and Ganemo. He donned his battle armor, packed the food he had purchased into his backpack, and organized his water supply. Food was not a concern. There was no shortage of it in the wastelands. Provided one possessed the skill to hunt fierce beasts, the water supply was sufficient for Shinbe to survive under extreme conditions for 10 days. Almost enough. He secured the chains of his backpack, turned, and conducted a final check of his firearms. The most abundant level 3 bullets were placed at the back of the backpack, while 5 level 4 bullets were tucked into his left waist. These level 4 bullets, compared to their level 3 counterparts, boasted enhanced lethality. Furthermore, they did not need to become lodged within an ability user. A mere hit would produce a shockwave effect, rendering them more convenient. The solitary level 5 bullet was secured at his left waist, ready for immediate use. At this moment, Shinbe had fully entered a pre-battle state. He planned to leave the shelter tonight. Surely, Chue-Ma and Ganemo would devise some means to pursue him. Let the race begin. Shinbe gently shook the core of the crystal source within his bag, casting a glance at his battle armor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then settled into a tranquil vigil, awaiting the cloak of night. Hours later, in the depths of midnight, Shinbe slowly opened his eyes from his slumber. He meticulously packed the crystal disintegration and reassembly device, securing it to his battle armor. This apparatus could no longer remain in the rental abode. It was far too precarious. Seizing the moment, he swiftly relocated. Shinbe pushed open the window and, with a leap, effortlessly landed upon the desolate expanse. Treading upon the moonlight, he advanced leisurely towards the direction of the fiery flying disc. The carnage was about to commence. Chapter 49. The Wilderness. Who will exhaust whose patience? As dawn broke, 2 silhouettes departed from Shelter 36, Chasing Horse and Ganemo. For them, Shinbe's illusory gunfire was a mere ruse, ostensibly indicating he would visit the mission office today. Yet, it appeared he had fled the previous night. Chasing Horse and Ganemo dropped their pretenses, openly confronting the situation and initiating their pursuit. Ganemo inhaled deeply, adjusting his direction from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Their figures gradually faded into mere shadows against the desolate terrain. The relentless sun scorched the arid landscape, casting a murky gray-blue hue across the sky. The sun hung high, resembling a blazing orb, its brilliance blinding and accompanied by an unbearable heat. The air was thick with dust and with a gust of wind. Swirling clouds of yellow-brown dirt rose, akin to ancient phantoms wandering the land. Chasing Horse and Ganemo maintained a pace neither too swift nor too slow, conserving their stamina while advancing at maximum speed. Hours later, Chasing Horse lifted his face from beneath his hood, revealing the undulating hills in the distance. The hills were modest in height, barely qualifying as rocky mounts. Their summits bore no snow, nor any visible flora. Only a few desiccated trees clung to life midway up, their gnarled branches stretching in the cold wind. His robust military boots struck the hilltop, the pale brown exposed rocks groaning under the weight, beginning to crack. A noticeably mutated blade of grass stubbornly emerged from a crevice. With an agility not typical of flora, it pressed its leaves against the military boot, and its serrated edges incessantly sliced at the leather. What appeared to be tinder grass blades emitted a disconcerting sound as they sawed against the coarse rubber surface of the boot, leaving behind faint white marks. With a mere gentle press, Chasing Horse crushed the fierce little grass into fragments. Subsequently, he took a significant step forward, positioning himself at the peak's edge. Peering out, he shrugged and remarked to Ganemo, "Are you certain he lingered here last night?" "There is nothing at all." Ganemo inhaled the air once more, extending a finger. "I can still detect the lingering heat of the embers." Following his gesture, Chasing Horse gazed into the distance. Approximately 500 meters away lay a heap of charred wood ash. It seemed they were indeed on the right track, a smirk playing on Chasing Horse's lips. The two approached the now cold fire pit. Ganemo took a deep breath and turned to head northwest. Chasing Horse kicked at the ashes, sending a flurry of black particles swirling away with the wind, reminiscent of some frightened entity fleeing in terror. He casually snapped a branch and placed it in his mouth, flashing a grin as he strode forward. 3 hours later, Chue-Ma and Ganemo halted their steps before the lifeless body of a fearsome beast, the scorpion lion. This creature, colossal in size, possessed the tail and venomous stinger of a scorpion, the robust frame and lethal claws of a lion, and a head that amalgamated the compound eyes of an insect with a sharp mandible. Its skin displayed a mottled tapestry of green and purple hues, far from docile, for it would readily attack upon encountering humans. The corpse was riddled with bullet holes, appearing as if it had been perforated by a hail of gunfire. Witnessing this scene, Zhuema could not suppress a cold chuckle. A masterpiece by Shinbe, I presume? His marksmanship is utterly abysmal. Gammo, somewhat taken aback, noted that while this beast was undeniably ferocious, it was merely a facade. An ordinary person wielding firearms could dispatch it with a shot to the forehead. Yet Shinbe had fired over a dozen rounds before bringing it down. Furrowing his brow, Gammo voiced a question. Could it be that Shinbe is merely putting on a show? The residents of Shelter know. 36 have claimed to have lost considerable sums at his hands. Zhuema spat out the already mangled twig. It's not just about losing money. There are times when Shinbe misses his shots and still ends up losing. This indicates his shooting skills are quite erratic. Gammo exhaled deeply. This individual is no ordinary person. He possesses a commendable tactical acumen, akin to a wild wolf that refuses to be tamed. Zhuema chuckled derisively. Gammo continued, let us move on. The occurrence of gunfire here, without any noise reaching us, suggests we are still quite distant from Shinbe. They stepped over the scorpion lion's carcass and continued onward. Zhuema kicked the corpse disdainfully, spitting once more. What a troublesome creature. Why couldn't you simply let me crack open your skull? An hour later, Gammo took a sharp turn, almost a right angle, heading northward. Oddly, where was he headed? Gammo stood still, inhaling the air intently. Zhuema, unconcerned, remarked, what does it matter? His shooting may be erratic, but he himself is elusive. I suspect he is merely circling around. At that moment, Shinbe was traversing the vast expanse of the desolate wilderness at a steady pace. He had returned to the hidden ruins of the clustered firepower city the previous night and concealed the crystal core fragmentation and reassembly device there. Without lingering, he departed into the wilderness. At this juncture, his battle armor provided remarkable stability in controlling his strides, allowing him to execute movements with precision within mere inches. Inside the armor, Shinbe was almost in a passive state of locomotion. The energy required for walking and running was on entirely different levels. A single crystal core could sustain him for approximately 2 hours, hence he expended minimal physical energy. The weight of his modified rifle bore heavily on his back. Instilling a sense of confidence in Shinbe, he intended to engage in a strategic war of attrition with Zhuema and Gammo, who were pursuing him, testing their patience and perhaps even luck. After all, a mere third-tier creature had nearly claimed his life not long ago. Now, facing 2 third-tier ability users, whose defensive capabilities remained unknown, he could not afford to be complacent. Shinbe's objective was to exhaust their patience and stamina. Thus, he maintained a constant speed. Should he accelerate, it might lead them to believe he had vanished, prompting them to cease their pursuit. Time is slipping away, and the objective of expending energy remains unfulfilled, leaving one vulnerable to misfortune. The vast expanse of the world is fraught with both peril and opportunity. Shinbe possesses a remarkable patience, and the reins of control will revert to him. Shinbe harbors unwavering confidence. 5 days swiftly pass. Each day, Shinbe tirelessly walks for 2 hours, resting for half an hour, in a relentless cycle, indifferent to the passage of day and night. He maintains a steady pace of approximately 10 kilometers per hour. However, his actual speed far exceeds this. He adopts this strategy to mislead his pursuers. At critical moments, even the slightest miscalculation can alter the tide of battle. Shinbe is acutely aware that the distance between them is narrowing. A confrontation is imminent, although the exact duration remains uncertain, contingent upon Shinbe's disposition. Control has returned to his grasp. 30 kilometers away, Chasing Horse, coated in dust and irritation, begrudgingly sets up a collapsible cooking pot. He tosses the standard rations into the pot and adds water. With the press of a switch, a high-temperature flame from solid fuel can bring the food to a boil within 3 minutes. He hastily consumes a few bites alongside Gammo, growing increasingly agitated. 5 days have elapsed. Chasing Horse's previous indifference has been utterly drained, replaced by a tumultuous restlessness. That damned individual has eluded us for 5 days. Gammo silently chews his food, savoring each morsel before reaching for water, only to find a mere trickle. Drawing a deep breath, he reflects, we were once the hunters. Now he has become the hunter. As he contemplates their route over the past days, he realizes they have traced a vast circle, akin to a blindfolded donkey laboring at the mill. How terrifying it would be if Shinbe possessed supernatural abilities, Gammo muses. Frustrated, Chasing Horse rises abruptly, stomping his feet with a resounding thud. He throws his head back and bellows. Damn you, Shinbe, come out if you dare. Time drips away, and darkness soon envelopes the land once more. Chasing Horse and Gammo teeter on the brink of collapse, though their movements are hindered by the night. They refuse to relent, for they know Shinbe cannot have ventured far. He is nearby. Such a cunning prey will not be afforded a chance to breathe by them. Rather, it is Shinbe who has little time left to spare. With ammunition depleted and water nearly exhausted, the consequences of failing to locate Shinbe are dire. Another day and night pass. The night breeze is chaotic and erratic. Gammo feels a dampness on the ground and sniffs it. It is urine. Overjoyed, Gammo exclaims, the urine is fresh. Shinbe must be close. Before he can finish his thought, Chasing Horse gazes into the distant wilderness and suddenly shouts, be careful. Chapter 50. The power is in my hands just as Gammo rejoices at the discovery of the urine trail, believing he is about to capture Shinbe. Chasing Horse spots a flicker of firelight in the shadowy depths of the night. The fleeting flash of fire vanished in an instant. Chasing Ma immediately discerned the danger. It was the muzzle flash of a gun. Caution. Just as he uttered these words, Gammo, whose nerves were already taut, instinctively reacted. With a powerful roar, he thrust both hands forward, summoning an invisible force field barrier to shield the two of them. In that fleeting moment, a sphere of fire suddenly ignited just a meter in front of them. Chasing Ma directed his gaze towards the source of this sudden flame, realizing it was a bullet. The bullet, still spinning at high velocity, generated sparks as it violently scraped against Gammo's barrier. It struck the invisible wall with the force of a raging tempest, abruptly slowing down and began to undergo fierce deformation. Chasing Ma's expression faltered, even bordering on astonishment. It was well known that Gon Mo's force field barrier was classified as a second-tier mysterious ability. After numerous tests, it had been established that any bullets fired from firearms within a distance of 500 meters would disintegrate upon contact with this barrier. Yet, what bewildered Chasing Ma was that the glimmering muzzle flash was nearly 1,300 meters away from them. How could a bullet traverse such a vast distance without exploding? Moreover, this bullet possessed an immense momentum, far surpassing the norm. Its tip glowed red-hot, nearly melting into a mass of molten metal. What kind of bullet was this? Chasing Ma screamed in disbelief. Gon Mo remained silent, having also perceived the bullet's unusual nature. He amplified the energy output of the barrier to resist the bullet's kinetic force. However, in the moment that felt like an eternity, the bullet pierced through the invisible wall with a resounding pop, transforming into a searing jet of metallic force, hurtling towards Chasing Ma's chest. Although the velocity of this metallic jet had significantly diminished compared to before, its momentum and intense heat could effortlessly penetrate even a thin steel plate. Yet, the bullet had been momentarily impeded, granting Chasing Ma ample time to react. Instantly, his eyes glimmered a vibrant red as he unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning a blazing tempest of flames around him. At this point, the bullet had lost its streamlined shape, entirely morphing into a molten mass of metal. As the jet surged into this infernal vortex, it was violently swept away, deflected, and dispersed. A multitude of molten droplets grazed past Chasing Ma, splattering onto the barren ground, causing wisps of smoke to rise. After the fiery winds spun violently for dozens of cycles, they suddenly expanded outward, igniting everything within a 10-meter radius of Chasing Ma. It was only at that moment that the muffled crack of the sniper rifle could be faintly heard. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chasing Ma's forehead. It was evident that the shot was aimed directly at his heart. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been overly concerned about a regular bullet. While it might inflict injury, it would hardly be lethal. However, the power of this shot far exceeded that of an ordinary sniper rifle, comparable to an anti-material gun. Should he be struck directly, it was likely that half of his chest would be pierced through. The more Chasing Ma pondered, the more apprehensive he became. He had indeed underestimated Shinbe. Yet, he could not fathom how Shinbe's sniper rifle had been modified to possess such tremendous power. A surge of rage erupted within him. Flames burst forth from his legs as he took a powerful step, unleashing a fierce wave of fiery energy that swept across a 10-meter radius, akin to a sudden tempest stirring up sand and stones. "You little brat, seeking death," he exclaimed, observing the furious figure of the pursuer, whose path shifted erratically, tracing an S-shape, elusive and unpredictable. Gon Mo also sprang into a frenzied sprint. To him, the proximity of their distances was evident. Could a mere mortal outrun a supernatural being over a kilometer? In the wilderness, Shinbe had already created a considerable gap. Had they both started simultaneously, he would have easily left Shinbe far behind. Victory seemed within reach. Meanwhile, after firing a shot, Shinbe had already calculated his chances. Gon Mo was a mysterious supernatural being, primarily skilled in tracking and support, while the pursuer specialized in combat, wielding the power of flames. He had grasped the opponent's trump card. At that moment, cloaked by the night, Shinbe moved like a nimble black cat, advancing at a speed of around 20 kilometers per hour. He did not intend to engage in close combat just yet. He aimed to continue evading them, driving them into a frenzy. Shinbe wagered that these supernatural beings, accustomed to a life of luxury, could not endure the suffering, fatigue, hunger, and filth of the wilderness as he could. As an ordinary person, solving the predicament posed by two Tier 3 supernatural beings required not just patience, but an abundance of it. After all, the psychological shadow cast by Malbu Air was profoundly daunting. Without the intervention of the Blue Demoness, it would have been his demise. The night would inevitably pass, giving way to dawn. As daylight broke, Shinbe began to accelerate, continually consuming the core of crystal energy, propelling his battle armor to a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. "Damn it!" the pursuer exclaimed, parched and cursing, his face contorted with rage. "I have never endured such humiliation." Throughout his combat career, the pursuer had always engaged in direct confrontation, fist to fist. Battles rarely lasted longer than a day, especially in the chaotic environment of warfare. In skirmishes involving only a few individuals, resolutions were typically reached within a matter of hours. Yet now, his mindset was crumbling. Why was Shinbe running so fast? The pursuer questioned in confusion. Gon Mo licked his dry lips, inhaling the air. "It's the battle armor. It must be the battle armor he possesses." "Impossible," the pursuer retorted vehemently. "I've seen his armor. The materials are the lowest grade, akin to mere toys." "But have you examined its internal condition?" Gon Mo countered, his excitement growing. "There's no doubt about it. This fellow might possess something far more valuable than mere trinkets." The pursuer's eyes lit up with realization, prompting him to quicken his pace. At that moment, Shinbe entered the ruins of the city, ascending the heights of an undamaged hotel. Over the past 24 hours, Shinbe had repeatedly approached them only to swiftly retreat, vanishing back into the shadows. He meticulously aimed with his consciousness, locking onto various enemies before disappearing instantly. Through this tactic, he gauged the sharpness of the enemy's perception while applying pressure. Shinbe's stamina was rapidly waning, yet he firmly believed that Shui Ma and Gon Mo were expending their energy even more swiftly than he was. Their water supplies had been completely depleted, and the high-energy food was almost gone. Most critically, their adversaries were deprived of any effective rest. Shinbe maneuvered around them like a shepherd dog herding a flock. It was nearly time. He began to calculate the hours, knowing that in approximately 1 hour, Shui Ma and Gon Mo would also enter the urban ruins. Closing his eyes, he sought a moment of respite. Only with ample strength could he face the imminent confrontation. Outside the urban ruins, Shui Ma and Gon Mo stood at the entrance of a thoroughfare. This should be the battleground he had chosen. Gan Emo exhaled deeply, while Chue Ma twisted his neck. It had been 3 days since he last drank water. For an ordinary person, this would have led to fainting or even death. However, for those with abilities, although the discomfort was unbearable and dizziness overwhelming, it was not fatal. What proved most perilous was the relentless pursuit of Shinbe. Chue Ma strode into the urban ruins, while Gan Emo continuously sniffed the air, gradually closing in on Shinbe's location. On the rooftop, Shinbe suddenly opened his eyes and cautiously leaned out. Below, he observed Chue Ma and Gan Emo searching from 2 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, he unfastened his belt and urinated over the edge of the high-rise, augmenting his scent. He then retrieved an alarm clock, setting it for 10 minutes, and tucked it behind some bricks. Ideally, it would obliterate Gan Emo or at least injure him. Otherwise, he could not inflict even the slightest harm through their defensive barriers. He descended the building, heading straight for the opposite structure. The ambush was set into motion. 9 minutes later, Chue Ma and Gan Emo appeared within the hotel's upper floors. Gan Emo felt the dampness of the urine-soaked floor. It was merely a matter of minutes. Rising to his feet, Gan Emo could no longer contain the agitation within Chue Ma. Where could he have gone? Perhaps he was somewhere, watching us. Let us speak sense. Move, Gan Emo declared, turning to leave the room. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through the opposite window. Gan Emo instinctively activated his force field for defense. The bullet, like before, slowed dramatically, glowing red under immense kinetic energy, ultimately breaching his protective barrier and transforming into a metallic stream that shot toward his chest. Gan Mo's feet remained anchored to the ground as his entire body tilted sideways, narrowly evading the lethal metallic stream. With a swift motion, he pressed his hand against the floor, propelling himself back up, standing upright on the windowsill. His gaze fixed across the way. He saw him. Shinbe was 800 meters away, aiming a sniper rifle. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the buildings, leaving no trace. At that moment, the last vestiges of light faded from the horizon, and the vast, desolate city succumbed entirely to darkness. After days of exhausting exertion, Gan Emo finally laid eyes on Shinbe, his body relaxing. He even yearned for a good night's sleep, feeling as though he had fought a fierce battle and was utterly drained. Yet the troubling fact remained. Throughout these days, he had yet to lay a finger on his enemy. He sat on the ground, panting, regaining his strength. Chase Ma, it's your turn to take the stage. The words had barely left his lips when a sudden crack echoed from the corner, amidst the rubble. Chase Ma and Gan Emo exchanged a bewildered glance. What on earth was that? In the next instant, a deafening explosion shattered the previously tranquil air, casting flames that illuminated every corner around them. The shockwave from the blast struck like an invisible wall, violently smashing everything in its vicinity and shattering windows into pieces. Before Gan Emo could rise to his feet, he was caught off guard, unable to erect a defensive field in time. Under the tremendous force of the explosion, Gan Emo was thrown mercilessly into the air, plummeting down with the debris, crashing to the ground, his fate unknown. Meanwhile, Chase Ma instinctively took refuge behind a wall. Though buried under shattered stones, he remained relatively unharmed. Once he crawled out, he immediately sought Gan Emo, only to discover he had fallen from the building. Chase Ma felt no anxiety. The height was unlikely to be fatal. At worst, Gan Emo would suffer severe injuries. As long as he could return to the sanctuary, it was merely a minor inconvenience. A few days, and he would be right as rain again. Without a moment's hesitation, Chase Ma sprang from the high building and dashed down the street in pursuit of Shinbe. He was convinced that Shinbe could not have gone far. At that moment, he had completely lost his sanity due to Shinbe's relentless torment. The physical hunger and thirst, coupled with the mental restlessness, compelled him to end the battle swiftly and return to the sanctuary to indulge in a life of luxury once more. He even found himself somewhat repulsed by the wilderness. This was all a result of the psychological pressure and destruction inflicted by Shinbe. In that instant, he disregarded everything around him, fixated solely on capturing Shinbe and cracking open his skull. In the throes of extreme agitation, his eyes blazed with fury, teeth gritted. Especially since the bomb Shinbe had set was perfectly timed to explode just as they arrived. No, it had almost missed the timing. But Shinbe's gunfire had compensated for the delay. Such cunning calculation only fueled Chase Ma's anger further. Rationality was utterly eclipsed by an insatiable desire for violence. Yet, as he had scarcely covered half the distance, having just passed a heap of trash, he failed to notice the peculiar disturbance within it. Had he retained any semblance of reason, he would have discerned the signs of the trash pile being disturbed. Just as he brushed past it, suddenly, with a clatter, a small fragment of concrete tumbled down from the refuse. Chase Ma halted abruptly, turning back, only to see a figure rising from the trash pile. That figure brandished a revolver with one hand. Chase Ma's eyes widened in shock. It was none other than Shinbe. He could hardly believe that Shinbe had not fled. Instead, he had taken a reverse course, lying in ambush along Chase Ma's path. Was this man truly just an ordinary person? In that fleeting moment, Chase Ma beheld Shinbe's cold visage, his eyes deep and resolute. As he decisively pulled the trigger, the muzzle ignited in a brilliant flash. In that fleeting moment, the spirit of chasing horse entered a state of heightened tension, yet profound tranquility. He seemed to behold the bullet's head spinning towards him, a faint trail of flames igniting on the projectile's surface from the rapid friction with the air before it vanished above his line of sight. Astonishingly, a thought flickered in his mind, the center of his brow. Alas, his consciousness was entirely detached from the reactions of his physical form. At such a close range, his body had no means of evasion. The bullet penetrated chasing horse's forehead, exiting through the back of his skull, the immense kinetic energy shattering his entire cranium. And blood cascaded forth like a torrential waterfall. Chasing horse appeared unwilling to accept that he had fallen to an ordinary individual. A crude revolver. Surely it could not pose a significant threat, despite his defensive capabilities being at level 2. Indeed, this ordinary person possessed remarkable audacity, brimming with cunning. Ganemo was correct. If he were an empowered being, would he not dare to slay even the extraordinary? The scent of charred flesh lingered. Should I perhaps eat now? No, I ought to sleep first. The remnants of Chasing Horse's consciousness meandered through disjointed thoughts. He remained upright, maintaining a rigid posture. Save for the chill at the back of his head, it felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Yes, the past few days had been overwhelmingly exhausting, to the point of questioning his very existence. The sound of footsteps approached. In his dimming vision, he discerned Shinbe advancing step by step. Then, a pair of grimy, mud-streaked hands rested upon his shoulders. A chilling yet liberating phrase reached his ears. May there be no escape in hell. No, this was a death wish. Chasing Horse wished to avert his ears. Yet, propelled by an unseen force, his body began to topple backward. He gazed vacantly at the night sky, his right hand slowly reaching upwards, as though searching for something. Chasing Horse's right hand clenched tightly, akin to a drowning man grasping for a straw. He parted his lips, yearning to utter something. But at that moment, the light in his eyes faded, his right hand gradually losing strength and releasing its grip. Breath ceased, and life departed. Shinbe meticulously stripped Chasing Horse of everything, taking all that could be salvaged. He then hastened back to the hotel below. There remained Ganemo. According to Shinbe's calculations, Ganemo would sustain injuries from the alarm bomb, compounded by the fall, leaving him grievously wounded. That would make him easier to handle. Amidst the rubble, Shinbe unearthed the barely conscious Ganemo crouching beside him. A smile devoid of warmth graced his lips. Hello, Ganemo. Chapter 52. Is there a compartment in that bag? When Ganemo was extracted from the debris by Shinbe, he was drenched in blood, his visage contorted in agony. He had anticipated someone would eventually dig him out. However, he never imagined it would be Shinbe. This unequivocally indicated that Chasing Horse had perished. Otherwise, how could Shinbe have dared and found the time to unearth him? Ganemo spat out a mouthful of dark blood, nearly losing consciousness. He could scarcely believe that an ordinary person, could slay a level 3 empowered being. At this moment, Shinbe toyed with a revolver, emptying its chamber before inserting a single bullet into the cylinder. He spun the cylinder, the sound resonating like a chorus of clattering echoes, and with a decisive click, returned the cylinder to its original position. A sardonic smile graced Shinbe's lips, his expression as frigid as an ancient glacier, devoid of warmth. As he pressed the gun against Ganemo's thigh. What? Do you believe that killing a third-tier ability user is an impossible feat? Ganemo appeared to be struggling to suppress his boiling rage and murderous intent, his voice hoarse as he replied. I see now. You are nothing but a cunning trickster. Ha! Shinbe's eyes, as profound as the ocean, flickered with a fleeting glimmer. On the battlefield, there exists only life and death. There is no room for cowardice or nobility. As an ability user, you have forgotten this fundamental truth, and thus deserve to fail in your mission. Ganemo's expression was one of lingering dread, suddenly aware of Shinbe's cunning and tactics. For days, he had been led astray on the barren plains. While they believed they were in pursuit, from Shinbe's perspective, the slaughter had already commenced. The two sides were operating under entirely different assumptions. It was only after the explosion that he and his pursuers sensed the true nature of the conflict. Yet, what they perceived as a beginning was, in fact, an end. Speak, what exactly are you searching for? Shinbe asked in an indifferent tone. Ganemo's gaze darkened, countless chaotic thoughts flashing through his mind, the blueprints for the shattered crystal source. With a swift motion, Shinbe pulled the trigger, startling Ganemo, whose face turned pale and eyes squeezed shut. Fortunately, there was only one bullet in the chamber, and it did not fire. To Shinbe, Ganemo's response was nothing but a ruse. If they were indeed seeking the blueprints for the crystal source, would they neglect the equipment in the room? Did he truly think him a fool? How naive. You were fortunate this time. Your lies did not result in a bullet through your skull, but next time. You may not be so lucky. Shinbe's gaze was as unfathomable as an abyss, his voice betraying no emotion. If I do not receive the answers I seek, I shall pull the trigger again. You have only 5 chances. You possess a bag. You must know its contents. Tell me, what should I be searching for? With that, the revolver's hammer clicked once more. You are indeed fortunate. Shinbe continued, his tone laced with amusement. Let us see whether your resolve is stronger than the bullet. Ganemo, filled with intense frustration, growled in defiance. I have said all I can. Another click of the trigger echoed. Still, no gunpowder ignited. Oh, if I had your luck, I could make quite a fortune at the roulette tables, Shinbe mused. Do give me a swift end. That is a delusion. Shinbe replied, his finger firmly on the trigger. Boom. Sparks flew, and the smoke billowed forth as the bullet was finally propelled by the force of the gunpowder. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the desolate cityscape. The bullet struck Ganemo's right leg with devastating force, shattering flesh and bone, blood splattering across the ground. Ganemo felt an overwhelming tide of agony surge through the nerves of his leg. A sharp and intense pain tore through his thigh like a bolt of lightning. It felt as though a searing iron block was embedded deeply within his muscles and bones, causing his entire body to convulse instantaneously. He could feel every nerve twitching in agony, each cell silently screaming. Damn it! Ganemo writhed on the ground, clutching his broken leg. Meanwhile, Shinbe silently mocked him, retrieving another bullet to load into the chamber. With one foot pressed firmly on Ganemo's chest, he aimed the gun at his left leg. Let us continue. I have ample time to play with you. Ganemo's expression was one of desperate urgency, twisted in rage. You bastard. Pop. Yet again, it was an empty chamber. Shinbe chuckled softly, leaning forward, his gaze intense and predatory as he stared directly at Ganemo. Your left leg might be shattered in the next moment. I could take a nap afterward and resume tomorrow. A heavy cloud of despair enveloped Ganemo's heart, his gaze icy and profound, rendered speechless. No words? Shinbe remarked indifferently. Then I shall pull the trigger. I said. Ganemo's dwindling spirit finally shattered. We are looking for a briefcase. Shinbe raised an eyebrow in confusion. A briefcase? Indeed. Gonimo lay back on the pile of rubble. Despair etched on his face. The schematic for the crystal source is merely a ruse. What we truly seek is the briefcase. I searched it thoroughly, aside from the schematics. There was nothing else. You may attempt to cut it open and see for yourself. Shinbe tilted his head, puzzled. Is the briefcase enhanced? What lies within? Something you wouldn't dare to touch. Gonmo's manic laughter echoed. Truly, Shinbe, we have perished at your hands, and we accept that. But let me offer you a word of caution. The weight of that item is certainly beyond what a mere mortal like you can handle. Shinbe aimed a gun at Gonmo's forehead, his eyes filled with contempt. You, as an ability user, are still merely a defeated foe in my hands. Whether I dare to touch it is not for you to decide. All you need to tell me is what lies within that compartment. Why don't you investigate it yourself? Gonimo adopted a demeanor of resignation, prepared to endure whatever fate befell him. Shinbe cracked his neck. May hell not be a refuge. Bang! A bullet shattered Gonmo's head, reducing it to a grotesque mess at the neck, rendering him a lifeless, headless corpse. Shinbe yawned, searching through Gonmo's remains. Shouldering his sniper rifle, he departed the battlefield under the cover of night. After a while, he found a relatively safe house and nestled in a corner, laying out his spoils before him. 50 mid-level crystal cores, a satisfactory haul. The other items held little immediate practical value. However, amidst the assorted debris, Shinbe discovered a key and a vial of red powder. The key was of the style used at Shelter 36, seemingly belonging to an inn. Not checked out yet? Shinbe mused, stroking his chin as he tucked the key away separately. He poured a small amount of the red powder and sniffed it beneath his nostrils. It bore the pungent scent of pickled cabbage and rotten eggs. What on earth is this? Shinbe examined the glass vial, noticing a label affixed to the back with simple text, Exorcism Agent, used to harm spiritual entities. Shinbe slowly widened his eyes. This is a remarkable find. Just as he was pondering how to procure the true spirit element, it presented itself unexpectedly. Had he not stumbled upon this item, he would have remained oblivious to the necessity of such a thing for dealing with spiritual entities. After taking a sip of clear water, his thoughts began to settle. He hesitated over the various matters concerning the backpack. Gonimo had taken his secrets to the grave, never revealing what lay hidden within the layers of the leather armor. Should he retrieve it to satiate his curiosity? Shinbe contemplated for quite some time. The place where he had lost his backpack appeared to be a fissure in the ground, yet it likely concealed a subway tunnel between cities. While finding it was feasible, was it truly necessary? Frowning, Shinbe decided it was best to retrieve it when time permitted. Otherwise, it would gnaw at him as an unresolved issue. However, there was no rush. Other matters could wait. Tomorrow, he would first upgrade the cluster firepower frisbee. Shrinking into himself, he gripped his revolver tightly and drifted into slumber, experiencing a night devoid of incidents. As dawn broke, Shinbe departed from the ruins of the city, once again traversing the desolate plains. Chapter 53. The fright after the hunt. This time, Shinbe did not head directly toward the ruins of the hidden cluster firepower frisbee. Instead, he veered off in a specific direction. An hour later, under a sky thick with clouds, the light was dimmer than usual. Shinbe slowed his pace, cautiously surveying his surroundings. This was a scene of desolation, an abandoned town in ruins. Half-collapsed houses scattered across the horizon, while solitary high-voltage towers stood stark against the wind. Their twisted steel bars a testament to the immense power of a nuclear explosion. At the edge of his vision, he could still see a vast circular depression, the epicenter of the nuclear blast. Indeed, the nuclear crater marked humanity's attempt to ascertain whether they could eradicate the otherworldly beings. It became evident that these entities seemed to exist in a higher dimension, impervious to destruction or annihilation. In the wake of a nuclear blast, this town had seen no survivors. Even without the nuclear explosion, the town would have been decimated by the relentless pursuit of the aberrations. Yet Shinbe had heard a theory suggesting that the nuclear strike was not aimed at the aberrations, but rather at other entities. Though this could very well be mere speculation, Shinbe did not know the name of this town. In this era, all place names had lost their significance. They were collectively referred to as ruins. After all, humanity could no longer rely on cities for survival. The only name worthy of remembrance was Titan. Shinbe chose to rest in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the town. He turned to peer outside, gazing at the sky above the settlement. A natural anomaly loomed overhead, with dense radiation clouds swirling ominously, their center hanging low, almost touching the town's iron towers. It seemed as though the entire sky was on the verge of collapse, threatening to crush the town, marred by the passage of time and the scars of existence. As he awaited the nightfall, Shinbe settled himself comfortably. Since the harrowing pursuit with Gon-mo across the plains, he had inadvertently passed through this town one fateful evening. Several luminous creatures were discovered. These beings, unlike the ferocious beasts of the wasteland, bear a resemblance to aberrant spirits. They are peculiar entities born naturally from the aggregation of special magnetic fields and the negative energies of cursed grounds and graveyards. During daylight, they are nearly invisible, evading detection by ordinary humans. Only at night do they emit a faint glow, reminiscent of fireflies. Upon encountering these extraordinary beings, Shinbe immediately surmised that they must contain the essential true spirit elements required for the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly apparatus. However, with the pursuing Ma and Gon Missouri close behind, Shinbe refrained from attempting to eliminate them. He sensed that conventional bullets might prove ineffective against such entities. Fearing that a single shot might merely pass through without inflicting any damage, potentially alarming these spiritual beings. Now, with the tail still trailing him, Shinbe intended to gather some true spirit elements. The most reliable method, he concluded, would be to utilize the exorcism potion from Ma. He retrieved the potion, frowning at the thought of how to employ it effectively. Should he apply it to his fists for close combat? Although he possessed combat skills, he questioned its reliability, not in the efficacy of the potion itself, but in the unpredictable nature of the spiritual entities. Who could fathom their capabilities? The likelihood of being detected before even closing the distance was alarmingly high, and such a confrontation could spiral beyond his control. After a moment of contemplation, Shinbe rose and departed from the dilapidated shelter. He had a hunch that when he previously passed through this town, he had skirted its outskirts, while Ma and Ganemo would have undoubtedly traversed directly through it. They were bound to encounter the spiritual beings within the town, leading to inevitable conflict. By locating their battleground, he would glean insights into how to resolve the situation. This was the wisdom of experience. What was available must be utilized. The path into the town had long been destroyed, leaving only faint traces of what once was a roadway. A wooden signpost stood by the roadside, adorned with several faded directional markers, most of which were barely legible. Shinbe scoured the town, and as it was daylight, he felt no apprehension regarding attacks from spiritual beings, allowing him to navigate the streets with impunity. Upon reaching the central area, he found the ground coated in dust from years of disuse. Indeed, he discovered two distinct sets of footprints crossing the town, without doubt, those of Ma and Ganemo. Following the trail of prints, he soon spotted a new crack on the wall of a dilapidated building not far ahead. Shinbe jogged over, noting that the fissure had been caused by an ancient steel coin, now completely distorted and embedded in the wall. Below the wall, amidst the crevices of rubble, lay a pale blue, peculiar crystalline structure. True spirit element? Shinbe picked it up with one hand. It felt chilling to the touch, akin to an unmelting block of ice. His gaze fixed upon it, and a prompt appeared in his periphery. True spirit element, max level, a material of rare utility. Shinbe's face lit up with joy. Indeed, it was just what he sought. This affirms the correctness of his conjecture. Within this town, spectral entities can indeed generate the items they require. As for the utility of hints being minimal, that may hold true for others, yet for himself, it proves to be immensely beneficial. He can utilize the equipment to produce his own shells. Shinbe now feels assured. Previously, the duo of Chasing Horse and Ganemo had employed the projectile of steel coins to eliminate these spectral beings. The most evident proof lies in the absence of footprints at the wall's corner, indicating that the steel coins were launched from a distance of 5 meters. Shinbe reached out to grasp the coin embedded in the wall, but it would not budge. It appears to possess considerable strength. Stroking his chin, Shinbe mused, it is not merely a matter of tossing. A certain degree of impact is also required. Therefore, I must resort to firearms. Shinbe's marksmanship is precise. Yet throwing is an entirely different endeavor. Although his battle armor can provide almost equivalent propulsion, the accuracy would be lacking, resulting in a sheer waste of exorcism potions. With this thought in mind, Shinbe returned to the previously abandoned hut. He retrieved the magazine from his sniper rifle, loading photon bullets. He carefully applied exorcism potion to the bullet heads, as the slight texture on the surface would allow the potion to adhere. As for the concern of jamming the chamber, what a jest. The upgraded sniper rifle can fire normally even with sand and debris in the chamber. He prepared approximately 20 special bullets. Once he completed all his preparations, he stowed the remaining items in his backpack and began to rest, closing his eyes to recuperate. As night fell, Shinbe awoke promptly. He consumed a tube of tasteless high-energy nutrient solution and drank some purified water before rising to leave the dwelling. Under the cloak of darkness, he ascended to the highest building in the town, a modest 3-story structure. There may have been taller buildings, but they had collapsed. This edifice remained the sole resilient structure. Perched on the rooftop, Shinbe extended his rudimentary yet exceedingly simple sniper rifle over the parapet. The infrared vision within his battle armor was shut off. Unnecessary in this instance. The luminescent spectral beings served as the perfect targets. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the sky was utterly enshrouded in darkness. Devoid of moonlight and wind, one could not see their own hand before their face. Gradually, flickers of light began to dance within the small town, as if, at that moment, it had come to life. These lights moved incessantly, resembling human forms. Upon closer inspection, however, it became apparent that these spectral beings possessed hollow eye sockets and lacked lower limbs, instead manifesting as flowing tendrils. They busily entered and exited the various buildings, creating an illusion for Shinbe, reminiscent of a serene scene from a century past. They were at work, laboring. It was time to hunt. Shinbe aimed at one of the spectral entities and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A series of sharp and swift sounds cleaved through the tranquil air. The high-velocity bullet traced an elegant arc through the air, so swiftly that it stirred the surrounding atmosphere into tumult, creating swirling vortices of air. With a sharp crack and a resounding crash, the target struck by Shinbe shattered like glass, disintegrating into a myriad of fragments. A true spirit element fell from the remnants, transforming into a luminous point that ascended into the night sky, reminiscent of a star disappearing into the dark expanse. It was astonishingly effortless. The exorcism potion proved to be remarkably effective. Shinbe grinned, feeling as though he were merely practicing on a shooting range. However, just as he was poised to aim at his second target, he suddenly realized that all the spiritual beings in the town were collectively gazing at him. Shinbe's expression faltered, and a chill ran down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his sniper rifle and leapt from the 3rd floor, sprinting away. Chapter 54, Intelligent Ship? As Shinbe believed he was merely engaged in a game of shooting moving targets, he fired his first shot. By the time he considered pulling the trigger for the second shot, he opted instead to flee. In his haste, he failed to notice when his backpack was torn, causing the crystal core to roll unnoticed into a corner. Perhaps the gunfire was too deafening, prompting all the spiritual beings in the town to turn in unison. Their gazes fixed upon Shinbe. At that moment, his hair stood on end, and his scalp tingled. Clutching his sniper rifle, he activated the combat suit's power module, maximizing the output as he raced toward the town's outskirts. Yet, in the next instant, a spiritual being appeared almost as if it disregarded the distance, materializing directly to Shinbe's left. The glimmer caught his peripheral vision, nearly causing his mind to short-circuit. Spatial displacement? Shinbe's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. But he reacted swiftly. Twisting his arm, he aimed the rifle at the spiritual being to his left. Gunpowder erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet instantly penetrated the entity's energy core, resulting in a violent explosion. Just as Shinbe began to breathe a sigh of relief, a new light flickered to his right. His heart sank. He attempted to pivot and fire, but it was already too late. The spiritual being on his right made a gentle, sweeping motion, akin to a grandmother tenderly stroking her grandchild's hair, passing directly through Shinbei's form. As he stumbled slightly, the combat suit emitted no damage alerts, and his body bore no wounds or blood. Was he merely overreacting? Did this entity possess no harmful capabilities? Shinbe was nearly paralyzed by his own fear, contemplating halting his flight to unleash further destruction. Yet, in the next breath, his mind was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming force, plunging into a void of blankness. His limbs went numb, and he collapsed to the ground, propelled by sheer inertia beyond the town's borders. At that moment, Shinbei's will felt as though it had been drained, as if his very soul were expelled into the emptiness. Everything around him drifted aimlessly, with his perception of the external world completely incapacitated. After what felt like an eternity in a daze, Shinbe finally regained consciousness. Even the simple act of opening his eyelids was a Herculean struggle, as if weighed down by an insurmountable burden. After several futile attempts, even with the assistance of his combat suit's energy, he could not rise. Shinbe laboriously lifted his head, his vision gradually clearing from a frosted haze. He observed that those ethereal entities were merely a meter away, yet they appeared ensnared by an invisible barrier, flailing and swirling in a frenzied state, emitting silent screams, but unable to escape. Shinbe exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. It was a grave oversight. These spectral beings were indeed formidable. Breathing heavily, he murmured to himself, they disregard spatial displacement. Once struck, their physical forms remain unaffected, yet their spirits are drained. This condition was precarious. Shinbe felt as though he had been subjected to the relentless vacuum of a powerful machine, utterly exhausted. The fatigue was profound, surpassing even the weariness from chasing horses and Gon Mo across the vast expanse. It was as if he had never slept since birth. No wonder Gon Mo and the others opted to attack the spectral beings with coins. Their sound was minimal. Shinbe gained insight. Had it not been for the spectral beings' inability to leave their territory, enduring a few more assaults would have surely driven him to the brink of mental collapse, rendering him a vegetable. It was perilously close. Fortunately, the instantaneous acceleration provided by his battle armor propelled Shinbe out of the town. Had he been a fraction closer, death would have been imminent. After resting for nearly 10 minutes, he finally steadied himself with his sniper rifle and staggered to his feet. Now, everything was within his grasp. Standing outside the town, he raised his sniper rifle. Bang, 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 brilliant flashes of light erupted. Bullets sliced through the air, spinning at high velocity. Those fearless spectral beings were instantaneously obliterated before Shinbe. In no time, all the ethereal entities before him were vanquished. Shinbe re-entered the town. With each step, he maintained a steady rhythm, deliberately not concealing his footfalls, progressing along the path into the town. Although his steps had grown exceedingly light, in the stillness of the night, even the faintest sound carried far, like a stone cast upon a placid lake, sending ripples of disturbance across its surface. Shinbe meticulously collected the true spirit elements. This was a bounty. With these items, he could even manufacture his own bullet casings. After gathering the last true spirit element, as he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of light emanating from the corner of a building. He recognized this structure well. It was the very rooftop he had once scaled. Shinbei's pupils constricted. Had he not eradicated all of them? How could there still be one remaining? In an instant, he raised his sniper rifle, intending to eliminate it immediately. The sensation of being caught by such a creature was unbearable. Zzz, a sound akin to electricity crackled. Shinbe tilted his head. Was that an electric sound? Not a spectral being. Due to the walls obstructing his view, he could only see the light, but not the source. He cautiously circled around to the other side of the building. Peering in, he realized it was nothing to fear. The light was not emitted by a spectral entity at all, but rather a bulb flickering on a circuit board. How could there be electricity here? Shinbe leapt down from the wall and hurried a few steps to the electronic device, only to discover that it was equipped with a battery module, which had absorbed the crystal core he had dropped, converting it into energy to activate the circuit board. Yet, this was not merely a circuit board. It housed a small screen, resembling a compact computer. Shinbe examined it meticulously and found 3 slots, though their purpose remained elusive. However, he had a means to extract information. Concentrating for a few moments, text appeared in his peripheral vision. Apocalyptic class Starship Intelligent Chip. An ultra-high-performance chip. Yet it retains only basic functions due to the absence of a Warfare Database Defense Template SP model. It can be installed on a cluster fire disk, enhancing its capabilities. Shinbe pondered, what on earth is this? A starship chip? What could it possibly mean? Don't tell me there was a ship soaring through the skies that eventually exploded, scattering its parts across the world. Although the imagery seemed somewhat incongruous, it appeared to be the most rational explanation. Nonetheless, Shinbe had never heard of starships existing in this world. Was he simply uninformed? He furrowed his brow. At this moment, he felt overwhelmed by the vast and mysterious nature of this world, still enshrouded in a haze of uncertainty. Were it not for the protective armor he wore, he would never dare venture alone into the wilderness. It seemed there were countless secrets yet to be uncovered. He resolved to inquire with Rock when the opportunity arose. Shinbe carefully stowed the circuit board away. Regardless of the circumstances, this was an unexpected boon. He was curious about the enhancements it might bestow upon the cluster fire disk. Having concluded his affairs in the small town, he gathered his belongings and traversed the settlement. The night air was brisk, with the chilling winds causing the street lamps to sway and emit creaking sounds. Consequently, the dilapidated buildings appeared to come alive, casting their fragmented silhouettes against the darkened sky. The small town gradually faded into the night. The moon dispelled the clouds, casting its silver light upon the earth, rendering the entire world a blend of the ethereal and the tangible. Shinbe nearly jogged towards the ruins where the cluster fire disk was hidden, winding his way to avoid the territories of ferocious beasts. By dawn, he arrived at the designated location, brimming with excitement at the prospect of upgrading the cluster fire disk. However, before proceeding with the upgrade, Shinbe ventured back to the battlefield where he had previously discovered the bag, intending to collect some iron as raw material for producing shells. After all, the discarded firearms were made of quality metal. Yet upon arriving at the now silent battlefield, he found nothing but bloodstains scattered across the ground. Both the bodies and the firearms had vanished without a trace. Had someone cleaned the battlefield? Shinbe was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "Not a single piece left for me." With a twitch of his lips, he did not linger and turned away. As for iron, the ruins of the city held plenty, albeit of inferior quality. Yet, quantity could make up for quality. Chapter 55. Upgrade, New Functions. Although he did not find any good iron, in the desolate urban ruins, Shinbe stumbled upon a collapsed iron bridge. Although the channel steel was severely corroded by the elements, displaying a patchwork of rust, upon scraping away the decay, he discovered some solid iron within, sufficient for his needs. After expending considerable time, Shinbe managed to extract nearly 50 pounds of iron from the bridge. Upon returning to the workshop, he meticulously arranged the cluster fire disk, crystal source reassembly device, circuit boards, true spirit elements, as well as the reservoir module, shaping module, and crystal source core powder upon a burlap cloth. The reservoir module and shaping module had been procured long ago at shelter number 36, ready for direct installation. The installation process was straightforward. Simply open the lid, toss in the two components, close the door, and it was done, reminiscent of the simple steps required to fit an elephant into a refrigerator. After all, one's extraordinary abilities defied logic, emphasizing the themes of incredibility and efficiency. Soon, the information on the crystal source reassembly device underwent a transformation. Crystal source reassembly device LV5-01,000. This device possesses reasonable production capacity, efficiency, and qualification rate, with acceptable energy consumption. It can utilize crystal source core powder mixed with steel to produce various types of shell casings. Missing fusion material, true spirit elements. With the addition of the two components, only the true spirit elements remained absent. Shinbe proceeded to feed the true spirit elements, crystal source core powder, and iron blocks into the feeding port. The device began to amalgamate the raw materials. In a moment, waste material was expelled from the outlet, consisting of some substandard molten iron, which Shinbe had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have gathered such a quantity of iron. Subsequently, the device presented a screen for Shinbe to input the dimensions of the shell casing. Having encountered such data before, particularly while observing Chun Onji manipulated on a computer in shelter number 36, Shinbe felt somewhat familiar with the task. It was relatively simple, involving several components including the powder chamber, cartridge, main body, connecting cone, cylindrical section, tight-fitting cone, and front cone, among others. However, the complexity lay in the dimensions. Nevertheless, Shinbe harbored no concerns. He retrieved his toolbox, which contained an original round for the cluster fire disk, and measured it with calipers. After comparing and recording the data, he input the measurements into the device. He also documented the dimensions for the shells of sniper rifle rounds and revolver bullets, entering them into the equipment. The device commenced production autonomously, relieving Shinbe of further worries. His gaze then shifted back to the cluster fire disk. The information flashed before him. Cluster fire disk LV2-0200. A flying apparatus designed for ground strikes, boasting considerable firepower, with a cruising range of 10 kilometers. Wireless connectivity enhances its capabilities, marginally increasing bombing lethality and speed, while doubling the ammunition capacity in the magazine, allowing for automatic reloading. Upgrading this device proved to be a daunting task. Without firing, experience would not accumulate, a truly vexing predicament. Shinbe opened the casing of the cluster fire disk and placed the circuit board inside, relying on his extraordinary abilities for the installation. He closed the outer shell and cast another glance at the device. The information displayed. Upgrading, goodness. It simply cannot be deciphered. Is this circuit board truly so difficult to manage? Shinbe smacked his lips. It is worth noting that Shinbe had added numerous modules to the crystal source reorganization equipment, completing the fusion installation in the blink of an eye. However, as a more advanced cluster firepower disk, the digestion circuit board surprisingly required time for an upgrade. Shinbe felt a flicker of anticipation. During this interval, he glanced at the information on the sniper rifle and revolver. Neither provided sufficient experience for an upgrade, so he set them aside for the moment. He then focused on the battle armor. After wandering in the wilderness for nearly 7 days, with a minute granting 1 experience point, surely it was time for an upgrade? Power Armor LV4-10240-5000, a somewhat useful piece of armor, enhancing running speed, defensive capabilities, and thought connection response speed. Each crystal source core can sustain the armor's high-speed operation for 10 minutes. The armor can change color in accordance with the environment, allowing for better concealment within it. Enough. After all this effort, having achieved at least one upgrade is a relief. Upgrade. Power Armor LV5-5240-10,000, an extremely useful piece of armor, with a significant enhancement in defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a third-tier power-type Esper. Newly added resistance to magnetic field interference, high temperatures, and current excitation. Current excitation requires the consumption of a mid-level crystal source core from the power module, generating a high-voltage current of 1000 V, usable 3 times. Wow. Upon reviewing the information, Shinbe was utterly astonished. Originally capable of withstanding only a full-force strike from a second-tier Esper, it could now endure a third-tier attack. This full-force strike was not merely an ordinary attack from an Esper, but rather a powerful ultimate move. Stronger. Even more formidable, the addition of resistance to magnetic field interference was also an indispensable new capability. Generally speaking, the more precise the technology, the greater the threat posed by strong magnetic fields. Undoubtedly, the upgraded armor now belonged to the realm of high-tech products. A magnetic field would undoubtedly be a critical point of vulnerability. Although he had yet to engage in battle against an esper of this caliber, at least this flaw had now been addressed. Power 1. The high-temperature resistance was also commendable. Had the armor been upgraded earlier, Shinbe would have dared to engage in close combat with the fire-type esper, Ma. Of course, this was merely a thought. Shinbe understood well that while the armor could resist high temperatures, it did not imply complete insulation. Being scorched and suffering burns were both forms of damage. Another significant upgrade was the current excitation. This was a newly introduced offensive capability that allowed the armor to unleash the might of a second-tier power-type esper. It reminded Shinbe of Malbu Air's high-voltage electric net, a haunting shadow that lingered. Can I also electrocute someone? Shinbe took a deep breath. Whoever dares to challenge me shall taste the shadow of my wrath. Shinbe smacked his lips. However, activating this current excitation required a mid-level crystal source core. His wallet ached at the thought. If one were to equate wealth, Malbuer would undoubtedly consider himself a billionaire, as releasing the power grid incurs no cost. Indeed, those engaged in technology often find themselves in an endless abyss of expenditure. Shinbe shrugged, acknowledging that having something is better than having nothing at all. In comparison to the value of survival, the cost-effectiveness appears relatively high. However, given the current pace of upgrades, Shinbe could only sigh in resignation, uncertain when he might achieve an exosuit akin to Jarvis. After all, without air conditioning, the exosuit would become unbearably hot, and activating the air conditioning would entail further expenditure. The power of money is indeed exasperating. Although he still possessed 50 crystal source cores salvaged from Chue Ma and Ganemo. A glance at the upgrading cluster fire disc left Shinbe feeling uncertain. Ammunition requires shells. Shells necessitate the powder from crystal source cores. And that powder must be derived from the fragmentation and reassembly of the crystal source cores. What a complex hierarchy of financial dependency. At that moment, a chime sounded from the cluster fire disc. Shinbe paused in surprise. Had the upgrade completed? He focused his gaze, and a notification about the upgrade appeared in his peripheral vision. Chapter 56. Fire Disc, Upgrade Practice, Cluster Fire Disc LV2-0200. A flying device capable of ground strikes. Possessing formidable firepower, with a cruising range of 10 kilometers. It features enhanced wireless connectivity, increased bombing lethality, slightly improved bombing speed, and a doubled ammunition capacity with automatic reloading. A new Doomsday-level Starship Intelligent Chip, basic version, has been installed, allowing for designated target strike commands, compatible with a monitoring system, currently missing, real-time data feedback, and basic command editing. After reviewing the information, Shinbe noted that while the text description had not changed significantly, the addition of the Doomsday-level Starship Intelligent Chip introduced several new functionalities, all of which were highly practical. The ability to designate target strikes was particularly thrilling for Shinbe. It is worth noting that both the Sanctuary No. 36 and his cluster fire disc possessed unparalleled bombing capabilities. However, achieving precision strikes had always been a thorny issue. In other words, the cluster fire disc could only execute a 360-degree bombardment within its radius, leaving the exact landing spots of the bombs to chance. This was why, during his first use of the cluster fire disc against an enemy, Shinbe had to hover directly above his own position and even reload his ammunition afterward. Now, with the addition of the chip, the cluster fire disc boasted the ability to strike designated targets. Its air-to-ground strike capacity had been significantly enhanced. Shinbe could not help but feel elated. Compared to indiscriminate bombings akin to plowing a field, he favored precision, much like a sniper rifle. Although high-velocity multi-barrel machine guns have a wider range of lethality, they lack the intrigue of a sniper's shot. As for the monitoring system, was it akin to an all-seeing eye? Shinbe regarded this as another significant upgrade, enabling him to have an aerial view of the battlefield while inside his exosuit. Acquiring cameras would pose no challenge. However, deploying the cluster fire disc to conduct reconnaissance on the battlefield would surely make it a prime target for enemy fire. Now that was a rather troublesome predicament. Upgrading a cluster artillery drone can be quite laborious, as Shinbe has experienced firsthand. The loss of one is indeed heart-wrenching. Although one can easily edit commands to enable the drone to evade enemy attacks, its chip is flawed, and its computational capacity is insufficient to cope with the ever-changing dynamics of the battlefield. It feels somewhat impractical. Shinbe shrugged. However, there is a silver lining. At that moment, the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device completed its task, producing 24 artillery shell casings. Shinbe glanced over with curiosity. These casings exhibited a striking bluish-gray hue, starkly contrasting with the standard shells of Shelter No. 36. Then, Shinbe busied himself, extracting high explosives and crystal core powder, meticulously filling them according to a precise ratio. Before long, a series of usable shells were completed through Shinbe's craftsmanship. Modified cluster bomb. This shell has been infused with true spirit elements, allowing for easier shaping and, upon launch, producing no sound. It is filled with fragments of the crystal core, greatly enhancing explosive lethality. Hiss. Upon reading this information, Shinbe couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was extraordinarily formidable. He never anticipated that by adding true spirit elements, the shells would emit no sound upon firing. It's well known that any artillery shell explosion is preceded by a thunderous roar as it exits the barrel, followed by another loud thud upon impact. Yet, the shells produced by Shinbe had lost that initial sound. This implies that if the enemy is oblivious and fails to notice the cluster artillery drone above, they would only realize an attack after the shells have landed. Or, in other words, the enemy might see something fired from the drone but remain unaware of its true nature. How impressive! Shinbe immediately envisioned Does this mean my sniper rifle now possesses a built-in silencer? The mere thought of this thrilled him to the point of nearly jumping for joy. This is the epitome of a silent specter, the ghostly hunter. Power 100. A mere 1 is insufficient. It must be 100. Shinbe rubbed his hands together, preparing to craft the first batch of 20 shells to test their effectiveness. He loaded the shells into the drone's ammunition chamber. After a series of clicks, the drone's barrels, positioned in 12 directions, automatically loaded the shells. Let us detonate and gain 20 experience points first. The wireless connection within Shinbe's battle armor was already primed. With a mental command, the instructions were issued. Real-time data from the cluster artillery drone streamed onto the display of Shinbe's armor. The information was succinct yet practical. Cluster artillery drone, remaining energy, 10, ammunition load, 12 shells. Remaining in ammunition chamber, for shells. Terminal wireless connection, 1 meter. Edit commands, none. Shinbe stepped out of the abandoned factory with the cluster artillery drone. The entire city, devoid of human activity, had succumbed to the encroachment of nature. With towering buildings engulfed beneath a blanket of vegetation, their structures entwined with thick, gnarled vines, as if they had sprung forth from another realm overnight. Some trees bore branches that glowed with a soft white light, adorned with luminescent fluff reminiscent of dandelions, which danced in the air as Shinbe passed by. Other trees crowned with vivid, strawberry-like red fruits, each the size of a television, radiated brilliant crimson light. The path had been cleaved into countless ravines by unfamiliar vegetation. While the once towering skyscrapers were entwined with robust vines, some plants even protruding from the buildings, revealing branches of varied hues. The entire scene resembled an ancient city abandoned a millennium ago. At that moment, Shinbe's ears caught a faint rustling sound. He turned his gaze forward, furrowing his brow. Before him surged an eerie creature, long and twisted, exhibiting a semi-transparent, slightly gray-green hue, its skin covered in fine scales. It flowed forth like a tide. Sensing Shinbe's presence, the swarm accelerated its charge. Shadow worms, Shinbe thought, recalling their name. One of the most striking features of these creatures was the row of slender, flexible tentacles that grew from their backs. When at rest, these appendages curled closely to their bodies, yet when the shadow worms moved or hunted, they extended with the swiftness of serpents. Furthermore, when gathered in mass, their bodies rubbed against one another, producing a low, unsettling sound akin to the earth's deep rumble. Individually, a single worm could be easily managed by any ordinary person, much like swatting a fly. However, once they congregated, their collective strength transformed into a formidable force capable of intimidating even the most malevolent of entities. Shinbe chose not to flee in panic, but instead focused his thoughts, promptly issuing a bombing command to the cluster fire disk. After all, experience points were to be gained regardless of the target. Practicing on these worms would be worthwhile. Although these insects did not explode into crystal cores, their inner crops contained a fragrant liquid, a premium ingredient for brewing. Whether he could procure several intact crops depended solely on fortune. The cluster fire disk responded swiftly to Shinbe's command. The cannon barrel tilted slightly, and the bombardment commenced. Chapter 57, Advancement Command, Disk Cloaking. Boom, boom, boom. The cluster fire disk unleashed a barrage of shells, one after another. Though the cannon's mouth belched forth brilliant flames, it emitted no sound, akin to an unremarkable stone cast aside. Each searing shell sliced through the air, hurtling toward the mass of shadow worms below with the shriek of death. The creatures, intent on devouring Shinbe, displayed no hint of fear. In the next instant, as if 100 thunderclaps erupted simultaneously, the sound of the explosions reverberated through the heavens. The dense barrage traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, igniting several blazing bursts of fire in the sky and on the ground. The tranquil air was suddenly torn asunder, as a powerful gust of wind swept through with a ferocity that shook the heavens and the earth. The sky trembled, and the ground lamented, as the shockwaves and air blasts from the explosion hurled nearby sands and debris into the air, conjuring a chaotic storm. In the blink of an eye, flames and smoke engulfed the writhing shadows. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred remnants, intermingling with the peculiar and sinister aura of the writhing shadows, creating a nauseating amalgamation. Some insects were ripped asunder by the bombardment, their flesh flung away in an instant. The surviving creatures, sensing the might of the artillery, instinctively fled in terror, scurrying in all directions. Standing atop a derelict car, Shinbe surveyed the rhythm of the concentrated firepower. It was undeniable that the modified shells possessed explosive power several times greater than standard rounds. The immense craters and shockwaves collapsed a significant portion of the surrounding structures. The effort invested in crafting these shells was not in vain. This fire support was undoubtedly his trump card. Shinbe marveled at the situation. Other teams, faced with swarms of writhing shadows, would have only one option in the absence of fire element wielders: to flee. Even rapid-fire machine guns could run dry at critical moments. Yet, at this instant, Shinbe, with his solitary strength, had decimated the majority of the writhing shadow insects with just a few rounds of bombardment. The remaining half was still instinctively escaping. However, this round of shelling was unlike the previous 360-degree salvos. The upgraded concentrated firepower discs knew to direct their fire at the enemy rather than waste ammunition on meaningless areas. After each barrel discharged its ammunition, the concentrated firepower disc would rotate, allowing the next barrel to continue the onslaught. The empty chamber would automatically reload, readying for a second barrage. Experience 5. Experience 5. Shinbe widened his eyes in astonishment. What? Each shell granted 5 points of experience? This was unexpected. Could it be due to the rarity of the shells? Shinbe could only speculate, for the creation of such ammunition had indeed been arduous. The extensive groundwork laid had finally borne fruit. One shell could be equated to 5 in value. Perhaps that could be justified. If he managed to fire all 20, he could achieve a level up. Impressive. Shinbe continued to issue commands, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing insects with bombardments until the ammunition was exhausted. Meanwhile, he scoured the area for the writhing shadow insects crop sacks. It wasn't until the tactical panel indicated that the concentrated firepower disc's ammunition store was empty that Shinbe realized he had not collected many intact crop sacks. The ferocity of the shells, while formidable, was not necessarily a boon. He weighed the 10 or so crop sacks in his hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. The sacks were far from durable, even a dagger could pierce them. For an ordinary person wishing to profit from this endeavor, caution was paramount when retrieving the sacks, let alone handling the potent explosives. Within the crater, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. Shinbe once again glanced at the real-time data of the cluster fire disc. Cluster fire disc, kinetic energy remaining, 5. Ammunition load, 0 rounds. Ammunition bay remaining, 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 300 meters. Edit command, target bombing tracking, completed. The energy consumption this time was rather significant, dropping from 10 to 5. However, it seemed that hovering in standby mode did not require much energy. Shinbe edited a command. Edit command, automatic return. In the blink of an eye, the cluster fire disc returned to Shinbe's side. The function of the edited command was quite substantial, allowing him to issue orders without being distracted. Shinbe nodded in approval. Then, with great anticipation, he began the upgrade. After toiling away in the wasteland for several days, aside from dealing with chasing horse and gun ammo, all his efforts had been directed toward upgrading the cluster fire disc. Upgrade. Soon, under Shinbe's watchful gaze, the cluster fire disc's form expanded once more. This time, it reached a diameter of 5 meters. Its thickness also increased by a meter. Though it still resembled a disc, it felt increasingly peculiar as it grew larger. Shinbe was struck by the illusion that with further upgrades, he might even create a starship. Since inadvertently acquiring the chip, his mind had been racing with possibilities. Would it ultimately lead to the creation of a starship? Shinbe shook his head, muttering to himself. But what use would that be? The malevolent forces persist, and the struggle for survival is unending. Even the malevolent entities can soar through the skies. At that moment, new information flashed in his peripheral vision. He dismissed the convoluted speculations and focused on the text record. Cluster Fire Disc LV-3-0500. A flying device capable of ground strikes, possessing formidable firepower, with a cruising range of 20 kilometers, wireless connection distance extended by 3 kilometers. Now equipped with a Doomsday-level Starship Intelligent Chip, basic version, that allows for designated strike target commands, can be outfitted with a monitoring system, missing, provides real-time data feedback, and simple command editing. New storage compartment added, capable of holding various items. New stealth system implemented, allowing the cluster fire disc to become invisible. However, once the firepower system is activated, its form will inevitably be revealed. Shinbe swallowed hard. Goodness. The cruising range had increased. The wireless connection distance had also expanded. But that was not all. The most astonishing aspect of this upgrade was that the cluster fire disc could now become invisible. This invisibility was not merely an evasion of radar detection, but rather a true transparency. Such advanced technology was utterly reasonable. Shinbe couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, some supernatural beings could become invisible. Thus, it was only fitting that his cluster fire disc could as well. Moreover, this development meant Shinbe would no longer need to shuttle back and forth between the ruins and the shelter. After all, the Titan was constantly on the move, growing ever farther from this desolate site. Furthermore, should an unsuspecting human stumble upon this location, it would be a significant loss. Now, he could simply make the cluster fire disc invisible and have it follow the Titan, ever ready to protect himself. At most, it merely consumes some core crystals. Money, in this world, requires relentless effort and courage for an ordinary person to acquire. However, for Shinbe, fully equipped with top-tier weaponry, akin to an extraordinary being, earning money is comparatively effortless. Immediately, Shinbe issued a command. Edit command. Invisible floating, automatic follow at 500 meters. Once the order was given, the cluster fire disc before him faded away as if cloaked in transparent paint, seamlessly blending into the surrounding air. Shinbe glanced at the tactical panel. Cluster fire disc. Remaining energy, 4. Ammo count, 0 rounds. Remaining in ammunition bay, 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisible floating. Automatic follow at 500 meters. Excellent. Shinbe exclaimed with delight. Soon, he would return to the abandoned factory and place the crystal fragmentation device within the cluster fire disc. Thus, both of his crucial assets would be secured. It was time to head back. Shinbe cast a glance towards the south, pondering the risk of losing track of his shelter. Chapter 58. Gathering information, treading on forbidden grounds. Shinbe returned to the derelict warehouse. After manufacturing some shells and crystal powder, he tidied up and erased all traces of his presence. He then exited the ruins and re-entered the vast wilderness. Assisted by his battle armor, Shinbe maintained a steady pace of 30 kilometers per hour, progressing towards the location of shelter number 36. Generally speaking, Titans seldom veer off course. As long as one keeps moving forward, they will eventually be sighted. The following day, Shinbe safely arrived back at the shelter. To his surprise, however, he found himself unable to locate his home. This meant that the rented accommodation following the Titan had vanished. Shinbe was momentarily bewildered, wandering repeatedly among the RVs in search of his dwelling. When he could not find it, he decided to visit a bar. There, he fortuitously spotted Rock indulging in a drink. Shinbe? Rock exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment upon seeing him. He scrutinized Shinbe from head to toe and even reached out to pinch his arm. You're still alive? Rock shouted incredulously, with a hint of confusion. Shinbe took a seat and ordered a glass of water, quenching his parched throat. Why wouldn't I be alive? He countered. Rock let out a hearty laugh, grasping Shinbe's hand. You're incredibly lucky. Just a few days ago, the rented accommodation you were in was ambushed by a burrowing behemoth. The entire house was devoured. Only a young boy survived. The others, well, they didn't make it. Shinbe's eyes widened momentarily, and his lips twitched. No wonder he couldn't find his rental. It had been obliterated by the burrowing behemoth. This monstrous creature can reach lengths of over 100 meters. Its gaping maw dominating its entire head, lined with sharp and twisted fangs. These fangs seem capable of tearing through anything, rendering even the sturdiest metal and the thickest stone walls utterly defenseless. In the wilderness, apart from the beast tide, there exists a formidable creature responsible for the highest frequency of destruction to dwellings. Every refuge bears the record of caravans devoured by this beast, which strikes with an insidious stealth. This is primarily due to its tendency to conceal itself underground. When a titan passes, its colossal size renders it unable to react. It behaves with the docility of a dog. However, when a caravan ventures nearby, the hidden maw of the ground-dwelling beast erupts from the earth like a dragon fish leaping from the water, swiftly engulfing its prey with a crisp snap. Once consumed, it burrows back into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Not even ordinary individuals, let alone those with abilities, have any means to confront this creature, leaving them in despair. Shinbe took a deep breath, reflecting on how he had managed to evade this fate during his recent days in the wilderness. He steadied his emotions and inquired further, who had survived. He hoped it might be the landlord who could defer rental payments. For that person possessed a certain level of prowess in managing a caravan, which would be beneficial in terms of financial relief. However, Luaka's response surprised Shinbe. It was a young boy named K. The naming conventions in this world were rather arbitrary, and Shinbe had grown accustomed to it. After all, no one batted an eye at a name like Blue Demon. He recalled K as the little fellow who, after the beast tide, had gifted him a handgun while others brought meat to his home. Such fortune was remarkable. Shinbe nodded in acknowledgement. Luaka, with a wistful expression, remarked that the boy's luck was akin to a family grave exploding. During the time the ground-dwelling beast devoured houses, K had been in his room and fortuitously fell through the gaps between the creature's teeth. Shinbe shrugged, seizing a piece of roasted meat and beginning to eat, his fiery hunger finally finding solace. Each morsel entered his stomach like fuel to a furnace, incinerating the food almost instantaneously. He consumed 5 plates of roasted meat before his hunger was barely quelled. Luaka, slightly agape, queried, "Have you awakened?" Generally, the consumption capacity of those with abilities far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Shinbe's appetite clearly surpassed normal limits. Upon hearing this, Shinbe shook his head. "You are well aware of my circumstances." Luaka continued to tease, "How can you eat so much? Like a starving ghost." Shinbe chose not to elaborate. When hunger strikes, one simply eats until satiated, independent of the quantity. There was nothing wrong with that. The two engaged in idle chatter for a while, touching upon the subjects of Juma and Ganmo. Although Luaka harbored some skepticism regarding the timing of Shinbe's disappearance coinciding with Juma and Ganmo's departure, merely hours apart, he refrained from delving deeper into any potential animosities between Shinbe and the two. He dared not entertain the notion that these two extraordinary individuals had met their end at Shinbe's hands. After finishing his meal, Shinbe took a sip of wine and produced the shadowy, luminescent pouch he had salvaged, presenting it to the server to settle his tab. In the bar, this item was considered a prized possession. According to the merchant's code, after settling the bill, any surplus crystal cores would be returned to Shinbe. However, the bar's proprietor generously offered him a few crates of beverages and snacks in advance, making him appear quite magnanimous. Rock felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and decided to approach the bar owner for a discussion. Shinbe raised a hand to calm him. "I haven't suffered any loss. Several cases of wine are here, so feel free to come and drink anytime." Rock hesitated, rubbing his hands together. "That would be quite embarrassing. It feels rather distant between us." Shinbe wiped his mouth and mused. "Does this world require social niceties? Perhaps it does, or perhaps it does not. It depends on the individual. The blue demoness does not require such things. Her prowess stands formidable even within the 36th sanctuary. She could easily dismiss even General Yu Wuchang. However, Yu Wuchang himself is in need of social finesse, especially concerning other sanctuaries. Although the wasteland is vast, it is populated by numerous wandering teams that occasionally cross paths. Relations between sanctuaries are far from harmonious. In fact, they can be quite contentious, with conflicts and bloodshed occurring frequently. Shinbe, too, understands the importance of social niceties. A few bottles of wine are not costly and yield swift results. "I have something I wish to inquire about." Shinbe lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, feeling an exhilarating sense of ease wash over him. Rock took a sip of his drink, grinning. "Are you unsure where to sleep tonight? Come to my bed, darling. There's enough room for both of us." Shinbe declined. "No, thank you." Exhaling a puff of smoke, he lowered his voice and earnestly asked, "Have you heard of the Annihilation-class starship?" Shinbe was exceedingly curious about this topic. If he had stumbled upon the chip of an Annihilation-class starship, it implied that such vessels once existed in this world. Where, then, had they vanished? Moreover, was a starship a product of technology? What sort of technology existed in this world? It seemed a diluted version of punk, with a pronounced sense of disconnection. "Where did you hear that term?" Rock inquired seriously. Shinbe concocted a casual tale. "I happened upon the term on a wall in the ruined city, just out of curiosity. Is there a problem?" Rock rapped his fingers on the table, stating, "Few are aware of this term. You do not need to understand it, nor should you delve into anything related to it. It is a taboo, remember that." Shinbe asked, slightly bewildered. "You keep circling around without providing any substantive information. Have you taken up fortune-telling instead? Speak plainly." Rock clicked his tongue and rolled up his sleeves. "All right, then I shall clarify everything for you. All rumors and secrets regarding the Annihilation class are discussed in the Bloody Assembly." "The Bloody Assembly? What is that?" Shinbe inquired. "It is a gathering formed by the leaders of the sanctuaries," Rock replied quietly. Not all leaders are qualified to be part of the Bloody Assembly, though. Our General Yu Wuchang does not meet the criteria. By the way, the head of the Bloody Assembly is the Spider Queen. Upon hearing the name Spider Queen, Shinbe understood that further discussion was unnecessary. That name was steeped in taboo and mystery. At that moment, Rock suddenly recalled something. By the way, do you remember Inhu? The so-called good brother of Mengshan? Indeed, he is about to undertake a mission soon. Shinbe responded with a hint of realization. Does that mean I am following him without compensation? Rock took a sip of his drink and patted Shinbe on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. Make the most of your opportunities. After all, Inhu's mission encompasses two aspects. One pertains to you, and the other is the true task at hand. With that, Rock yawned, stretched lazily, and continued to inquire. Are you certain you want to stay at my place tonight? The hotel rates are rather steep. Shinbe chuckled softly. Let us not dwell on that. I'm off. Rock's figure vanished at the bar's entrance. Shinbe reclined on his chair, his gaze aimlessly fixed on the ceiling. Was Inhu finally intending to take action against himself? Seeking vengeance for Mengshan? Shinbe exhaled a heavy sigh. He wasn't particularly fearful of battling those with extraordinary abilities. Rather, he dreaded the potential disturbances during the mission, such as the target itself or other unforeseen individuals. Caution and vigilance were imperative. Shinbe set a personal goal and rose to leave the raucous bar. After taking a few steps, he suddenly sensed someone trailing behind him. Shinbe turned his head slightly and discovered a small figure standing behind him. Little K, with a height barely reaching around 1.30 meters. Little K's eyes were clouded with confusion. Homeless, it seemed. Shinbe let out a gentle laugh. In this world, shelters protect humanity from the malevolent. Yet they do not cover basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter. Children deprived of parental protection fare worse than stray dogs. Of course, some individuals would adopt these children, but the fate that awaited them under such care remained uncertain. This world harbors individuals with peculiar predilections, devoid of any facade. Shinbe beckoned, follow me. His intention was not born from an overflow of compassion, but rather from a plan to procure wheels and construct a dwelling. As he frequently ventured into the wilderness for monetary gain, he required someone to watch over his belongings, lest they be stolen. Little K, familiar with the surroundings, would not be a burden. The small boy approached Shinbe, looking up at him. Shinbe ruffled his hair. Little K's gaze was no longer as clear as it once was. It appeared somewhat murky, with swollen eyes that indicated he had likely wept for an extended period in some hidden corner. Shinbe sighed. My food isn't particularly appetizing, and I won't feed you for free. You must help guard my home. Little K nodded. You don't speak? Little K nodded again. Shinbe choked back a laugh. Leading the taciturn boy to the upper level of the shelter, Shinbe made a visit to the research institute. After a lengthy wait, he finally encountered Chunanji, who had managed to free up some time. Huh? Chunanji exclaimed in confusion upon seeing him. Why does your armor look different again? Shinbe replied with a smile. You're acknowledging my craftsmanship, aren't you? Chunanji stroked his chin, circling around Shinbe's armor. The modifications are indeed impressive. They certainly do not hinder movement. Would you be interested in working at the research institute? In light of this invitation, Shinbe waved his hand dismissively. I am not an ability user. Afraid of being looked down upon? Chunanji chuckled heartily, continuing, there is indeed a hierarchy, even among ability users. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Being born into it means you must accept this reality. Shinbe turned to Xiaokei and, with a serious tone, inquired, have you absorbed Uncle Chen's words? Xiaokei nodded affirmatively. Shinbe then glanced towards Chunanji, remarking, the educational impact appears to be commendable. Chunanji, adopting a stern demeanor, retorted, I am addressing you. Why involve others? The essence of education is universal. I believe your reluctance stems from a sense of defiance. He continued, I only resent being perceived as weak. Upon hearing this, Chunanji paused momentarily, his brows arching sharply as he remarked somewhat brusquely. To be deemed weak is an unwarranted elevation. Shinbe shrugged, opting for silence. Very well, Chunanji pressed, gesturing with his hand. If you are disinclined to come to the research institute, then elucidate your current aspirations. Shinbe candidly expressed, I desire a mobile home. Could you estimate the cost? Chunanji stroked his chin thoughtfully. In truth, the structure itself is not excessively costly. The most economical route would be to engage labor and procure timber for construction. The real expense lies in the wheels and chains, necessitating a high-grade crystal core. Shinbe found this perplexing. Although the technology in this world had veered somewhat off course, he did not expect the cost of wheels to be exorbitant. He assumed the high expenses were due to the construction of the house itself. Reminiscent of how real estate developers in the old era often misled the public. A high-grade crystal core equated to 100 mid-grade ones, representing a substantial fortune. Prior to the upgrades to the cluster fire disk, Shinbe had possessed 50 crystal cores. With some effort, whether through hunting ferocious beasts or engaging in illicit activities, he could have acquired the remaining 50. Yet, after the upgrades, he was left with but a single mid-grade crystal core. Shinbe understood that a mobile home would not come cheaply, but he was taken aback by the steep price. Even credit seemed unattainable. Quite expensive indeed. Chunanji observed the conflicted expression on Shinbe's face and tapped the table, stating, you find it costly, and I concur. Furthermore, I must inform you that both the wheels and chains are not the primary expense. The real cost lies in the qualification certificate. Qualification certificate? Shinbe was hearing this term for the first time. He vaguely sensed that it bore resemblance to the property deeds of the bygone era. Chunanji continued, you must grasp a fundamental principle. The sustainability of a shelter relies not solely on the Titans, but also on taxation. Otherwise, from where would the salaries of us non-combatants originate? In summation, Chunanji encapsulated the reality. Without managing the household, one remains unaware of the costs of sustenance. Even General Yu Wuchang was at his wit's end. Without a qualification certificate, your mobile home lacks the legitimacy to be registered on the Titan. Should you attempt to do so unlawfully, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Shinonji added as an afterthought. Shinbe rose, a look of resignation on his face. It seems I have underestimated the complexities. Then, why not come to our shelter to earn some money? Shinonji suggested. I appreciate the kind offer, Shinbe humbly replied. But let us proceed as follows. Assist me in crafting a modular dwelling. The materials are inconsequential, the cheaper the better, as long as it provides shelter from the elements. Your demands are exceedingly modest, far from the cost of timber, Shinonji remarked. It matters not, Shinbe replied nonchalantly. How many levels? Shinonji noted the requirements. Are there any additional specifications? Just one level, Shinbe clarified. Shinonji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Only one? Do you not intend to become a landlord? Living alone suffices, Shinbe stated. Shinbe placed a mid-level crystal core as a deposit and turned to leave the research institute. To him, the materials of a house were inconsequential. Even a cardboard structure could be upgraded into a formidable shelter, as long as it was a matter of template assembly. Experience points could be accrued. This was a principle that Shinbe had discerned. He would never miss an opportunity to gain experience points. As night fell, Shinbe accompanied Little K to Rock's residence. Rock resided on the upper floor, enjoying extraordinary privileges in a two-story standalone house. Hosting Shinbe for a few nights posed no issue at all. Although his words were tough, his body betrayed his honesty. Rock opened the door with a hearty laugh, welcoming Shinbe inside. The harshness of reality had left Shinbe with no choice but to smile wryly. Shinbe shared his intentions of constructing a mobile home. Rock regarded him as if he were a fool. It was obvious, even to the most naive, that building a mobile home was far more economical than renting one. Changing the subject, Rock recalled a matter he had forgotten to inquire about. When would Ian embark on his mission? He had far too many tasks to keep track of when each one would commence, as notifications were typically last minute. However, he was particularly mindful of Shinbe and responded promptly. I initially thought you had perished. The timing of this mission was flexible. But today, Ian came by, demanding to execute the task tomorrow. Shinbe's lips twitched at the mention of tomorrow. I won't indulge in idle chatter with you. I need to rest. He patted Little K, instructing, go find a place to sleep. Little K, feeling somewhat shy, surveyed the disheveled room littered with debris before finally selecting a corner to settle down. Shinbe remarked. Rock seized Little K by the collar, dragging him to the storage room, tossing in a blanket before shutting the door. Isn't that generous? In Rock's eyes, a child like this was merely a burden. Having a storage room to sleep in was a monumental luxury, certainly better than being out like a stray dog. Shinbe removed his battle armor and nestled into the sofa, yawning. At least you have more room to stretch. Look at me. This sofa is too small. Go upstairs and share a bed with me. Shinbe jested. I fear I might make a mistake. Rock, carrying a bottle of wine upstairs, quipped, tonight. I must secure the door, leaving you no opportunity for error. Chapter 60. Differential treatment. Good, good, good. Stay here, and if I do not return, call him Godfather. Understood? Shinbe equipped himself and took a moment to advise Little K. Rock, nearly choking on his breakfast, exclaimed, you are putting me in an impossible position. I can barely manage myself, let alone care for this little brat. Shinbe inspected his firearms ammunition, chuckling. Yes, mute. What are you afraid of? Rock's lips twitched in irritation. You find amusement in my plight. Come here, little one, clean up the rest of my food. Waste even a morsel, and I'll knock your teeth out. Despite his fierce words, Rock pushed Shinbe's breakfast toward Little K. Shinbe extended his hand to take some food, pausing midair. Hunger will keep you alert, Rock grinned. Shinbe smacked his lips, snatching a piece of roasted meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Your advice is hardly worthy of gratitude. This is merely my experience. I have my own wisdom. Oh. After wandering in the wilderness for several days, one has lost all sense of propriety. Rock donned his attire and gestured, let us depart. Before stepping outside, he cast a fierce glare at Little K, warning, dare to steal my belongings, and I shall not hesitate to end you. Unfazed, Little K continued to munch on his food. Rock turned his head slightly, murmuring, if this little fellow were to awaken, he could indeed be a formidable force. Shinbe glanced back, shutting the door behind him, and remarked, without a touch of ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. The weak have long been discarded by this world. Rock regarded Shinbe with an odd expression. Are you aspiring to be a philosopher? If even medicine cannot save lives, what worth does philosophy hold? If you speak in such a manner, I feel much more at ease. Upon arriving at the mission center, they were met with a throng of individuals before the entrance. Rock's demeanor shifted dramatically. His imposing aura surged forth as he forcefully kicked aside the obstructive crowd. Step aside. Do you not have eyes at the back of your head? The crowd chuckled, parting to create a path, and offered sheepish smiles. Mr. Rock, have you overslept again? Is there a task today with less work and greater reward? Mr. Rock, the settlement from yesterday's task was incorrect. You failed to account for the core crystals needed for driving. I am here to undertake a quantitative task. A small token of appreciation would suffice. Rock raised a hand to quiet the incessant chatter from the crowd. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of curses. I curse the mother of your bygone era. You can manage several trips with just a single intermediate core crystal. And yet you report two to me? Are you trying to pull one over on me? Damn it, get lost. What nonsense are you trying to sell me? You still desire a simple task? It would be better if you didn't offer anything at all. Who do you think you're fooling? Amidst Rock's invectives, he swung open the doors of the mission center, and the crowd surged inside. Today, many had come to undertake quantitative tasks. These assignments were a mandatory requirement of the shelter. Every member, regardless of status, was obligated to complete one task issued by the shelter each week. Generally, personnel from the Research Institute were also required to venture into the wilderness for assignments. However, those in non-combat roles typically faced less demanding tasks, such as transporting goods or cleaning up battlefields, devoid of danger. In essence, this was a means for the shelter to reap profits, akin to forced labor. Of course, If one accepted a task from the mission center, they were exempt from the quantitative requirement. Shinbe waited idly on the side, with Inhu yet to arrive. He could offer Rock no assistance. After a considerable time, the number of individuals in the mission center dwindled. In this world of survival, there was no respite. All were like ants, bustling in and out around the Titan, stockpiling various supplies. No one knew where the Titan would lead next. The temperate climate felt relatively confined. Once it ventured into the frozen territories, there was no telling when the Titan would emerge again. The upper region's agricultural lands lay entirely desolate, demanding vast amounts of wood for heating. The entire shelter would descend into a state of stagnation, relying solely on stored provisions to endure. Shinbe had once heard tales of a Titan leading humans into the frozen lands for 5 long years. After 5 years, only the Titan remained alive. All others had perished from the cold. Tragedy arises not solely from malevolent beings and ferocious beasts, but also from the whims of nature. Once all personnel had vacated the task office, Rock stretched languidly, remarking on his diligent 4-hour workdays. Shinbe, indifferent to Rock's boastfulness, found it impossible to compare himself. What was the remuneration for this mission involving the Shadow Tiger? You must be intrigued, he inquired. Rock opened his computer to peruse the personnel list, just the right amount for a high-grade crystal core. However, this does not concern you, as you are burdened by a debt of gratitude. Indeed, the prospect was enticing, quickening Shinbe's pulse. He was exceedingly sensitive to such monetary figures. It seems daunting, does it not? A task of this caliber is unlikely to be straightforward, especially when contending with the Wild God, Rock remarked nonchalantly. Shinbe nearly toppled from his chair. The Wild God. That entity is second only to the malevolent beings. While the latter is feared for its indestructible nature, the former, though mortal, possesses an attack power that rivals the former's. It would require a coalition of high-tier abilities to subdue it. Shadow Tiger is leading the charge. What is his rank? Shinbe queried. A 3rd-tier ability user. Are you jesting? He responded, panic evident in his tone. Is it too late for me to defect? Calm down, Rock exclaimed, focusing intently on his computer, fingers flying over the keyboard as he muttered curses. Damn it, Luo Qingyuan has yet to report for the assigned mission. Where were we? I wish to defect. Shinbe reiterated. Do not panic, Rock reassured, gesturing for calm. It's merely a juvenile specimen. The research facility is quite interested in it. A juvenile specimen? Shinbe exhaled in relief. The difficulty of handling such a creature would be significantly lessened. Does the research facility possess ample resources for such endeavors? What could they possibly study? Rock lowered his voice conspiratorially. It is rumored that Shelter 1 has developed a serum capable of enabling ordinary individuals to undergo a second awakening, with the primary ingredient being the blood of the Wild God. Previously, no one dared to provoke the Wild God, but now that a juvenile specimen has been discovered, Yu Wuchang is eager to experiment. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary individual past the age of 18, without an awakened ability, would have little hope for the rest of their life. Yet now, technology purportedly allows for a second awakening, a notion almost fantastical. Shinbe furrowed his brow. Is there no cost associated with this second awakening? Rock spread his arms wide, exclaiming, there is. Failure results in an explosion, the kind that obliterates flesh into a fine mist. Shinbe, thoroughly disenchanted, lost all interest in the matter. Before long, the Shadow Tiger entered the task office accompanied by several others. Their attire was markedly different from the norm, heavily encased and bearing gas masks and antidotes. Mr. Luo, the Shadow Tiger bypassed Shinbe, immediately reporting to Rock. Rock's expression soured slightly. This is rather inconsiderate. You still owe Shinbe a gas mask. The logistics department is out? How unfortunate. The Shadow Tiger, apathetic to excuses, fabricated a convenient lie. Shinbe, Rock turned to him. Your destination is the marsh of withered trees. Go to the logistics department and procure a set of protective gear. As he spoke, Rock began drafting a note. Without the necessary authorization, it was utterly impossible to procure any supplies from the logistics department. At this moment, Inhu declared, there is no time to waste. We must proceed immediately. Luo Ku slowly lifted his head, his brows furrowing sharply as if they were blades. Is your time truly so valuable? The Institute's time is precious. Unfazed by Luo Ku's inquiry, Inhu maintained his composure. Luo Ku's teeth ground together in frustration. Had he still possessed his extraordinary abilities, he would have certainly retaliated with force against such insolence. Yet, like a phoenix fallen into the mire, he found himself diminished. General Yu Wuchang might still afford Luo Ku a modicum of respect, but his subordinates, endowed with powers of their own, regarded Luo Ku with disdain. At this juncture, Shinbe rose calmly and stated, there is no need for that. We can set off directly. A gas mask? It pales in comparison to battle armor. It's merely a hindrance. A cruel, triumphant smile spread across Inhu's face. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. With that, Inhu turned and departed with his crew. Luo Ku glared at Shinbe, exclaiming, fool, you don't even know how to navigate chaos. That place is rife with toxic miasma. Do you wish to perish without a gas mask? Shinbe waved his hand dismissively, shouldering his sniper rifle. I'm giving you the chance to be a benefactor. I'd rather you were my grandmother. Luo Ku felt an indescribable surge of agitation within. Spitting out, you 1T return, and that wretched little K will be tossed into the wilderness. Shinbe maintained an indifferent demeanor, neither appearing serious nor feigning lightheartedness, and shifted the conversation. I have but one request. If I am the sole survivor, please ensure the accounting is done to retrieve that high-grade crystal core. I needed to construct a mobile home. Luo Ku. Chapter 61. Arrival and mission execution. Shinbe followed Inhu and the others along the suspension bridge toward the Titan's front garage. The suspension bridge, akin to a swing, was affixed to the Titan's structure, swaying gently as they traversed. Shinbe discreetly observed the composition of the group. There were 5 ordinary individuals, each wielding a rifle, under the leadership of the 3rd-tier ability user, Inhu. His weapon, a long whip, was formidable. During the beast tide, he had slain numerous wingclaw griffins. Two more ability users accompanied them, one named Flying Squirrel and the other Suli. Their ranks and abilities remained unknown, though Suli bore a dark red, curved bow, suggesting he was a combat-oriented ability user. This posed a potential dilemma. Previously, it had taken considerable effort to eliminate Shui Ma and Gan Mo, evading them for several days until they were thoroughly exasperated. Now, there were 3 ability users to contend with. However, Shinbe felt no trepidation. Whether it was the battle armor or the concealed barrage of firepower above him, they would be more than sufficient to handle the situation. Soon, they arrived at the garage. It was not solely Inhu's team that was retrieving vehicles. Shinbe also spotted the blue enchantress. Today, she donned a form-fitting leather military uniform that perfectly enveloped her exquisite figure, exuding a breathtakingly cold allure. Her ice blue hair rendered her unforgettable. The blue enchantress beckoned with her finger, and Shinbe pointed to himself, signaling for her to approach. She maintained her perennial frosty expression, yet her tone was melodious. Her voice was delicate and serene, reminiscent of autumn breezes caressing crimson leaves and the vast sea reflecting the icy moon. "Is there something amiss?" asked Shinbe, maintaining a composed demeanor. Yet, a sense of unease stirred within him. Fearing that the blue demoness might inquire about the exorbitant cost of modifying the restorative potion, an astounding 1 million crystal cores. Indeed, that which could save a life could also demand one. Where to? The blue demoness' tone was frigid, yet her lips, a striking crimson, radiated an alluring vitality. "The swamp of withered trees." The blue demoness was taken aback. "How did you end up with such a task?" Shinbe shrugged. "I owe it to General Yu Wuchang. Do not go there. Come with me," she commanded, her gaze steady and restrained. "The most perilous aspect of that task is not the god of desolation, but the miasma." Shinbe's expression wavered. He was acutely aware that the blue demoness held a higher status than Inhu. Should she intervene, Inhu would not dare utter a word. "What task do you have?" he inquired. "How much can one earn?" "You could receive 5 intermediate crystal cores." "Forget it. I shall proceed to the swamp of withered trees." Shinbe firmly declined. What a jest. A mere 5 intermediate crystal cores? He would forfeit a high-grade core for such trifles, like discarding a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Though he was uncertain if Locke had a way to account for the finances, his priority remained to complete the task. "Ah, quite stubborn," the blue demoness remarked, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized him. "Suit yourself." Shinbe shrugged and returned to Inhu's team. After inspecting their weapons, vehicles, and other equipment, they confirmed everything was ready. Inhu collected the vehicle, and the group mounted their bikes, bursting forth from the garage in the direction of the desolate swamp forest. The blazing sun struggled to penetrate the thick gray clouds, casting its rays upon the mottled earth below. Occasionally, a strong gust would part a small section of the clouds, allowing sunlight to stream down unobstructed. Peering out the window, Shinbe spotted a towering plant in the wilderness, its pale trunk adorned with half-meter-long spikes. Whenever sunlight graced it, the plant twisted its branches, striving to absorb the brilliant light, growing at an astonishing rate before one's very eyes. What a bewildering world it was, one where the unimaginable could exist, and the distorted became reality. Inside the vehicle, Inhu lit a cigarette, his legs propped against the windshield. His eyes sparkled with a terrifying excitement as he smirked. "Once we reach the swamp of withered trees, we shall split into 2 teams to search for the juvenile form of the god of desolation. Do not panic, it is merely a juvenile form. Even I could handle it alone. Shinbe, Flying Squirrel, and Suli will form one group. Everyone else, follow me." After the arrangements were made, Flying Squirrel and Suli turned to glance at Shinbe in the back seat, grinning mischievously. A barely discernible glint of amusement flickered in Shinbe's eyes. This arrangement indeed held some intrigue. Though they claimed to divide into 2 groups, Shinbe felt that as an ordinary person in the abilities group, he was merely a pawn. Should he inadvertently meet his demise, it would bring joy to all, unscathed, yet the others would willingly embrace death. The corner of Flying Mouse's mouth abruptly twisted into a menacing curve, cornering Shinbe with a single assertion. As a marksman, reconnaissance of the battlefield is a fundamental skill. Is it not? A chill ran down Shinbe's spine, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping him. However, maintaining his composure, Shinbe nodded slightly, wearing an inscrutable smile. "No problem." The other ordinary individuals in the vehicle sensed a palpable tension in the air. They exchanged glances, utterly perplexed as to how Shinbe had managed to offend Inhu. In their minds, did an extraordinary being truly require cunning to dispatch an ordinary person? Surely not. Although the sniper rifle behind Shinbe was intimidatingly robust, seemingly posing a threat even to extraordinary beings, they inherently possessed greater combat prowess than ordinary folk, did they not? Inhu's caution appeared excessive. Yet, for Inhu, caution was imperative. Shinbe had previously clashed with the third master, who had subsequently inquired about him. It was then revealed that Shinbe had felled Iron Dome with a single shot and had eliminated Malbu Air. Not to mention Iron Dome, Malbu Air was an entity even more formidable than himself. To treat Shinbe as merely an ordinary individual would be sheer negligence on his part. Thus, Inhu's strategy was undoubtedly sound. He decided to have Flying Mouse and Suli probe Shinbe's peculiarities. Was it merely the precision of his sniper rifle? Once they discerned Shinbe's capabilities, coupled with the fact that he lacked a gas mask, he would not endure long amidst the noxious miasma. They could certainly send Shinbe ahead to pave the way, extracting his remaining value to facilitate their mission. After all, Shinbe's reconnaissance skills had received the endorsement of the Blue Enchantress. In this regard, he was undeniably adept. Subsequently, they could reduce him to mere pulp to avenge Meng Shan. At that moment, Inhu grew increasingly irked by Shinbe's battle armor. He huffed a few times before turning away, fiercely puffing on his cigarette. An hour later, the hot wind roared, dust swirling as the thunderous rumble of the motorcycle echoed across the wilderness. After 3 hours of relentless speed, Ian Hu and his cohort beheld a vast expanse shrouded in mist, the desolate gray marshland looming ominously ahead. Upon traversing another stretch of flat, damp grassland, they approached a swamp scattered with patches of gray, withered leaves and overgrown shrubs, tendrils of mist dancing in the breeze, while towering, grotesque gray trees loomed within, forming an expansive marshland that seemed to stretch into infinity. Flying Mouse called out, "Captain, ahead lies a series of indistinguishable marshes. We cannot proceed any further." Coming to a halt at a distance, Shinbe scrutinized the ominous marshland, his expression flickering with apprehension. The periphery of the desolate marshland was a flat, open meadow, offering an unobstructed view in all directions. Suli also scanned the area. "Captain, how should we proceed in such an extensive marshland? Uncovering traces of the juvenile body of the Wangshan can only rely on luck." Ian Hu squinted, his demeanor serious. "Let us not rush in. Let us search for any signs nearby." The Flying Mouse nodded, casting a shimmering crystal core into the engine as the vehicle moved steadily, commencing its search around the desolate periphery of the swampy forest. Soon, patches of grass were turned over, revealing a series of irregular mud pits, spaced at intervals of over 10 meters, extending deep into the marsh. Here, the Flying Mouse abruptly halted the machine, inspecting the scattered, uneven mud pits. Ian Hu leaped from the vehicle, gazing towards the barren swamp. The soil, not yet completely dried, indicated that the time elapsed was brief. It must be the trail of the wasteland god, the Black Bat. Split into teams, and proceed. Chapter 62. Crisis. Unannounced retreat within the swamp. A pale gray miasma lingered like mist, saturating the forest. The ground was blanketed with gray fallen leaves, concealing patches of marshland beneath their thick cover, seemingly harboring latent peril. In this eerie atmosphere, three figures ambled through the fog, crunching the brittle leaves underfoot, producing a delicate rustle. Shinbe led the way, with the Flying Mouse and Suli trailing a few steps behind, flanking him on either side. Their current objective was to delve into the depths of the marshy deadwood forest in search of the juvenile form of the wasteland goddess Black Bat. Suli, ever vigilant, halted and turned to inquire, "Flying Mouse, have you discerned anything?" The sharp-beaked, monkey-faced Flying Mouse removed his gas mask, squinting slightly, his nostrils flaring as if to capture an elusive scent. Coughing, a sudden flush of abnormal crimson crossed his face, and he hastily donned the mask, muttering, "At 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, those directions bear a scent of blood. However, the aromas at 1 and 9 o'clock are faint, while the 11 o'clock direction carries a potent stench, tinged with a corrosive essence. It must be the mark left by the Black Bat." "Excellent." Suli's eyes sparkled, promptly directing Shinbe, "You, head towards 11 o'clock, and delve deeper." Shinbe glanced at the Flying Mouse, sensing that his abilities were akin to Gon-Mos. He could capture and distinguish all scents within nearly a kilometer, and was capable of memorizing and tracking them. Though such a talent might not significantly aid in combat, it represented a pinnacle of auxiliary capabilities. Yet, the toxic barriers within the barren swamp would soon overwhelm even an extraordinary individual. While the Flying Mouse's keen hunting sense was formidable, it could not sustain prolonged tracking. His recent removal of the mask served as a testament. He had barely inhaled before being overcome. Moreover, the Flying Mouse possessed another remarkable ability, extraordinary hearing, capable of detecting and discerning infrasound waves, akin to a bat. Although not as potent as his olfactory prowess, it was nonetheless exceptional for reconnaissance. As Shinbe pondered how to successfully complete the mission and secure the rewards, knowing full well that such achievements would demand a steep price, Su Li and the Flying Mouse exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a clear element of astonishment. Since parting ways with Ian Hu, they presumed that Shinbe, stranded in the desolate swamp and barren woods without a gas mask, would not endure for long. However, they underestimated the tightly sealed armor that Shinbe donned, which proved to be quite remarkable. Su Li gestured animatedly, and Fei Shu grasped the general idea. He desired to study the armor Shinbe wore, to uncover its functionalities and whether it possessed extraordinary capabilities. Fei Shu nodded, understanding implicitly. At that moment, it seemed he heard something, smiled at Su Li, and gestured towards a spot less than 3 meters ahead of Shinbe. Su Li turned to look in that direction. According to Fei Shu, should Shinbe advance further, he would inevitably face an assault, promising an intriguing spectacle. Just then, Shinbe halted, his armor's amplification system detecting a faint rustling sound, nearly inaudible to ordinary ears, yet discernible to those with superior auditory abilities. The upgraded armor boasted enhanced amplification, allowing it to compete with those endowed with extraordinary senses. Beneath the decaying leaves, something lurked 3 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe raised his revolver at an angle, employing standard ammunition. The dark muzzle belched forth smoke in the next instant. Bang! The explosion reverberated, shaking the air. Simultaneously, the ground mere meters in front of him erupted as if a bomb had detonated, splattering mud, decayed leaves, and blood in all directions. A chilling, ghastly sound emerged as Shinbe focused his gaze, revealing a creature as thick as a human. A soft-bodied entity reminiscent of a leech, torn asunder, with one segment writhing frantically in the mire, its grotesque mandibles dominating most of its head, evoking a sense of dread. It was none other than the infamous killer of the desolate swamp, the Iron Wire King Bug. This creature concealed itself beneath the leaf litter, effectively masking its scent, temperature, and movement, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. However, for Shinbe, who embodied the principle that technology is the foremost productive force, such challenges were trivial. At his level, he could utilize the bizarre modular combinations of his armor to achieve acute awareness of his surroundings. Even the slightest disturbances within a 10-meter radius were perceptible, allowing him to sense the Iron Wire King Bug lurking in the mire. Fei Shu, witnessing Shinbe's swift and decisive action, was taken aback. He found it hard to believe that an ordinary person could detect the presence of an iron wire king bug ahead. Frankly speaking, in this squad, apart from himself, even Ian who would not have noticed it. How strange, how peculiar, was this sheer luck? Su Li's astonishment was palpable, had it not been for Fei Shu's silence. He might have suspected Fei Shu had betrayed them, signaling Shinbe in advance. Cursed luck, Su Li muttered to himself. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of splintering wood and crumbling leaves echoed as Shinbe advanced through the toxic haze of the swamp. Behind him, Fei Shu and Su Li remained tense, as if facing a formidable foe, keenly observing and listening for any trace of danger. In the desolate marshland, the firm ground beneath their feet could transform into treacherous quagmire at any moment, concealed beneath a layer of withered leaves, while the lurking thread of the iron wire worm loomed. Thus, the two companions had to remain utterly vigilant to avoid any ambush. Unbeknownst to them, Shinbe had arrived at a small clearing in the heart of the forlorn swamp. Here, the sparse trees were cloaked in a blanket of dead leaves and shrubs, and beneath the seemingly level surface lay a treacherous mire, harboring hidden dangers. Moreover, traces of a large reptile's passage and a pool of dark blood were discernible among the trees nearby. Shinbe halted, turning to Fei Shu and Su Li. I believe we should cease our advance. Should we not summon Yin Hu? In Shinbe's estimation, the successful completion of their task was inextricably linked to Yin Hu's involvement. While Yin Hu sought to be a pawn in their endeavors, Shinbe had indeed contemplated using him as a stepping stone. Fei Shu removed his gas mask, once again flaring his nostrils to discern the lingering scents in the air, his face alight with excitement. The absence of any footprints or the acrid scent of decay at this juncture indicated they might have uncovered the hidden lair of the juvenile abysmal black bat. Fei Shu pondered for a moment, his slightly crooked nose appearing both comical and fearsome, and declared, Why do you presume we have found the abysmal black bat? Without witnessing its true form, would it not be a waste of time? We must continue our exploration until we behold the bat itself. Shinbe's eyes clouded with a veil of apprehension, and he turned away, swiftly drawing his revolver and firing without hesitation. Indeed, beneath the thick layer of dead leaves on the clearing's surface lay a voracious mire that consumed all life. The bullets tore through the foliage effortlessly, embedding themselves deeply within the quagmire in various directions. In the blink of an eye, Shinbe had emptied his magazine, and then, boom, 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 boom. 6 muffled explosions erupted from all corners of the muddy expanse. The silence that followed was as undisturbed as a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. At that moment, Shinbe's brow twitched involuntarily. An unsettling sensation surged within him. It felt as if something malevolent was awakening from the depths of the mire, sending a shiver through his very soul. He instinctively leaped backward, turning in midair to flee. Fei Shu and Su Li were momentarily taken aback, while Shinbe soared past them. What are you running for? Get in front. Su Li shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. Shinbe shrugged. Perhaps I've inhaled too much miasma and have become a bit disoriented. Fei Shu cursed under his breath. Don't try to be clever. I'll say it again. Until we see the true form of the abysmal black bat, you must wade through. In Fei Shu's eyes, Shinbe was merely indulging in a false alarm. Just then, a sudden crash echoed across the peaceful marshland, which was instantly transformed into a tumultuous sea as mud and dead leaves surged skyward like a curtain. From within the mire, a towering, menacing silhouette emerged, sending a cascade of muck and foliage flying as it lunged forth. Chapter 63, You Fight Yours. I'll watch the show. Shinbe was not one to expose himself to danger. Once the ammunition was exhausted, a decisive retreat commenced. As the mire erupted skyward, a shadow, cloaked in mud and not significantly larger than an average person, surged forth. Its speed was nothing short of lightning, rendering Shinbe unable to discern its precise form, despite his unwavering gaze upon the quagmire. Upon its sudden emergence, a tumultuous and visible sound wave surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions, a piercing cry. The sound wave shattered gold and stone, tore through the heavens, and shook the air with a thunderous resonance, akin to boiling water. Countless dry leaves were obliterated, swirling chaotically in the air. As the primary targets of this sonic onslaught, Su Li and Fei Shu emitted muffled groans, their minds overwhelmed by the cacophony that resonated like dozens of gongs, leaving them paralyzed in place. Particularly affected was Fei Shu, who possessed superhuman hearing. The ferocity of the sound wave inflicted severe damage, causing blood to pour from his orifices as he stood rigid like a marionette. Shinbe, having preemptively deactivated the amplification system, would have suffered even greater harm from the sonic assault, potentially more severe than Fei Shu's. In the fleeting moment of respite, the shadow that had leaped from the mire lunged forward, its claw-like appendages piercing Fei Shu with chilling precision. A sudden attack brought excruciating pain, triggering Fei Shu's primal instinct for survival, prompting a harrowing scream as he flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, before he could mount any defense, a gaping maw descended upon him from above. With a swift snap, the shadow's jaws severed Fei Shu's head from his body without a sound, blood gushing forth in a frenzy, accompanied by a ghastly yet juvenile cry from the creature. The shadow, now adorned with Fei Shu's decapitated corpse, darted to the opposite bank of the mire, wholly indifferent to the presence of Shinbe and Su Li, and began to devour its meal voraciously. In an instant, the Esper Fei Shu met his demise. Beast. Su Li, recovering from the sonic assault, witnessed this horrific scene, his eyes wide with rage. He could now clearly see the assailant, a creature of pitch black, resembling a bat, its body not only smeared with mud, but also slick with amniotic fluid. Its leathery wings were crumpled, still contracted and not fully unfurled, suggesting it had only just emerged from its shell. This was the target they had been pursuing, the juvenile form of the abyssal god black bat. In a fit of fury, Su Li bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Shinbe, You sensed the danger and failed to warn us, leading to Fei Shu's demise. Su Li was convinced that had Shinbe alerted them sooner, Fei Shu would not have been so close to the juvenile bat and could have retreated alongside him. But Shinbe remained silent, falsely claiming it was merely a result of inhaling miasma. Those precious seconds were squandered. Shinbe, with an innocent expression, replied, "You hold ordinary people to unreasonable expectations." Su Li gritted his teeth, his mind racing with thoughts of summoning the Shadow Tiger for a decisive strike against the emerging Chaos God. As for Shinbe's concerns, those could be dealt with later. He first emitted a sharp, penetrating whistle. In the blink of an eye, the longbow materialized in his hands, and with a surge of muscular power, he seamlessly executed the trifecta of drawing the bow, nocking an arrow, and pulling the string. Boom. 3 explosive arrows were now in his grasp. With a powerful flex of his arms, the bowstring sang taut like a crescent moon. Whoosh. The air erupted with the sound of explosive energy and shrill whistles as 3 meteoric projectiles tore through the atmosphere. Almost simultaneously, the ravenous black bat, deeply engrossed in devouring the carcass of a flying squirrel, seemed to sense impending danger. It abandoned its meal and transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting away just in time. The force of its movement narrowly evaded Su Li's explosive arrows, causing the ground to tremble as dirt and stone erupted, leaving 3 deep craters in their wake. The remains of the flying squirrel were tossed high into the air by the blast, only to tumble into the mire below, slowly submerging. The agile black bat, having evaded the barrage of arrows, perched atop a gnarled branch, surveying Su Li from a vantage point. Its obsidian eyes glistened with a cruel, malevolent glint, saliva dripping as it screeched in hunger. Starve, starve, starve. The creature's demeanor mirrored that of a famished beast that had gone days without sustenance, fully embodying its insatiable thirst for blood. Its primal instinct to feed zeroed in on Su Li, the source of its aggression. "What are you waiting for? Come to me," Su Li roared. Instead of drawing closer, Shinbe feigned terror and retreated even further. In a situation involving an ordinary person, one would naturally seek refuge near the empowered individual, as shelter beneath the great tree would provide solace. However, Shinbe had a different perspective. Should he draw near, he risked becoming collateral damage if the tree were to fall. Noticing Shinbe's reluctance, Su Li sensed his fear and altered his tone. A newly emerged Chaos God is at its most vulnerable during this stage of life. It cannot even fly at this moment, making it easy prey. This creature relies solely on its speed and sound-based attacks. The flying squirrel merely fell victim to surprise. If we cover our ears, we can significantly mitigate the sonic impact. If you cooperate with me, we can capture it with minimal effort. Just think of it. A complete, juvenile Chaos God would be an immense boon for the sanctuary. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you understand? Shinbe chuckled inwardly, dismissing Su Li's manipulation as far too simplistic. Is it not better if you two end up mutually destroyed? He thought, feigning a trembling voice from behind a tree. I'm afraid. Su Li cursed under his breath, labeling him a coward, and chose to ignore Shinbe, redirecting his full attention to the black bat. He stuffed cloth into his ears once more, drawing the bow back, aiming squarely at the creature. Hiss hiss. The small black bat remained crouched on the deadwood across the marsh, its grotesque, flattened visage displaying a gaping maw, drooling incessantly, while its pitch-black eyes fixated on Su Li with a chilling hunger and insatiable greed. In the next instant, the black bat lunged through the air. Die! The sound of bowstrings echoed. Thump, thump, thump. 9 arrows soared through the sky, akin to comets racing towards the moon, erupting from Su Li's hand. The air ignited from the intense friction, releasing a charred aroma, while the shrieking of the arrows resonated like the wails of countless vengeful spirits, piercing the very fabric of the soul. This was Su Li's ultimate technique as a supernatural being, the 9-star sequence. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, a tempest swept across the scene, the gusts of wind swirling chaotically, as time seemed to freeze. The small black bat, caught momentarily in a ferocious attack posture, had yet to touch the ground when explosions erupted from its throat, shoulders, chest, and abdomen, illuminating the air with 6 bursts of fiery light and sanguine splatter. With a shriek, the juvenile entity of this malevolent beast was unable to withstand the onslaught, instantly reduced to a grotesque display of flesh and agony, akin to a rag doll flung into the air amidst its own death cries. Crackle, crackle. The body of the small black bat smashed down through a thicket of branches and leaves, crashing heavily onto the ground. It was evident that 6 horrific wounds marred its body, with some of its innards having vanished entirely, a sight most tragic. Although Su Li's 9-star sequence did not achieve complete accuracy, it nonetheless inflicted severe injuries upon the black bat. At that moment, having exerted himself to the utmost, Su Li felt excruciating pain in his arms, rendering him incapable of drawing his bow for a lethal shot again. Witnessing the bat's flesh torn asunder and suffering such grievous damage, Su Li shouted to Shinbe, "It has but 1 breath left. Do not let it escape. Do you hear me? Where are you?" Yet in his line of sight, there was no trace of Shinbe. He had long since vanished. Cursed be it. Frustration clouded Su Li's mind, nearly overwhelming him with rage. "Damn you. I swear, I shall not lay eyes on you again." At that moment, the severely wounded black bat roared and struggled, and in a sudden twist, it seemed to awaken all its ferocity, lunging once more towards Su Li despite its grievous state. Chapter 64. It is my turn to reap. Weakened, the black bat's movements were far less swift and daunting than before. At this juncture, Su Li observed that instead of fleeing, the bat was attacking him head-on. He found himself unable to draw his bow. Stumbling, he began to flee, cursing Shinbe while also lamenting the sluggishness of Inhu's support. If this continued, the fate that awaited him was all too clear. Just then, Su Li heard the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from a distance. He raised his head and joyfully shouted, "Brother Hu, save me." At that moment, Inhu was sprinting towards him. He had been searching for the black bat in another direction but immediately rushed to assist upon hearing the whistle. At that moment, Inhu observed the severely injured black bat charging towards him, and a look of delight crossed his face. "Leave the rest to me," he declared. A wounded black bat, armed with nothing but desperation. "Foolish creature." With a sneer of disdain, Inhu bypassed Su Li and surged forward. Just as the two were on the verge of collision, Inhu bent his body and sidestepped, nimbly evading the black bat's assault, intent on exhausting his opponent's stamina through entanglement. This juvenile abomination had formidable vitality. Even in its battered state, it could still take him down with it if cornered. Thus, he had no intention of confronting it head-on, but rather aimed to temporarily ensnare the black bat until Su Li regained his strength, at which point they would easily vanquish it together. However, despite his optimistic strategy, the ensuing turn of events took him by surprise. A foul wind surged forth as the black bat, having missed its strike, did not pursue as Inhu had anticipated. Instead, a tremendous, thunderous roar erupted from its mangled form, causing its short, black bristles to stand erect like steel needles. A grave warning surged in Su Li's heart as he caught his breath. This is bad. In the next instant, the small black bat unleashed a barrage akin to 1,000 arrows. Countless steel needles erupted from its body like a tempest, blanketing the area for dozens of meters in every direction, above, below, and all around. A complete 360-degree assault. The onslaught of steel needles surged forth, leaving nowhere to hide, their speed surpassing that of bullets. Reacting swiftly, Inhu transformed, his skin rapidly hardening into a thick, bark-like armor, enveloping him within. Clang, clang. A multitude of steel needles were thwarted by this protective layer. Unfortunately, Su Li and the ordinary individuals nearby were not so fortunate. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Li instinctively grabbed a civilian to shield himself, but before he could fully position himself, the next moment arrived. His arms, chest, and legs were pierced by the steel needles, leaving behind countless tiny, bloodied holes. In an instant, Su Li trembled violently, his body erupting with droplets of blood, collapsing to the ground in a staggering heap, continuing to convulse. On the other side, the other civilians were caught completely off guard, unable to evade the impending disaster. The steel needles rained down upon them like a torrential storm, piercing their arms, shoulders, and heads, creating dozens if not hundreds of minute blood holes, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being seared by flames, causing them to fall to the ground, wailing in agony. "Help me. It hurts. Captain Inhu, save me." In but a brief moment, these ordinary individuals fell silent, one and all, their lives extinguished under the relentless assault of the black bat. The black bat, employing its coarse hair as a weapon, unleashed an assault reminiscent of a relentless barrage of pear blossom needles, striking with a velocity surpassing that of bullets, endowing it with unparalleled penetrative power. Not even the combat armor adorning its foes could withstand the astonishing penetration of its steel-like bristles. More critically, each piercing bristle was tainted with the bat's highly corrosive blood, which infiltrated the body akin to a potent toxin, incapacitating its victims as if they were weighed down by lead. Though not lethal, the affliction rendered them immobile. Even an awakened individual would find it difficult to resist, let alone an ordinary person, highlighting the ferocity of the black bat's toxin. At that moment, only Inhu retained his combat capabilities. Su Li lay grievously injured. Had it not been for his formidable physique as an ability user, he would have succumbed long ago. Even so, without immediate treatment at a sanctuary, he faced certain demise. The ordinary bystanders had not even had the chance to serve as cannon fodder, perishing instantly at first contact. A fierce and cruel screech erupted from the black bat, its bare, black skin exposed, revealing an unyielding vitality as it lunged with its sharp claws towards Inhu, whose body was encased in thick, bark-like armor. Caught unawares, Inhu barely evaded the bat's ferocious attack, yet sustained several grievous wounds, deep enough to expose bone. Simultaneously, half of his body was scraped by the bat's formidable frame, sending him crashing like a cannonball into a withered tree as thick as a man's embrace, splintering it upon impact. The black bat, invigorated by the encounter, came to a sudden halt before pouncing again towards Inhu's fallen position. This beast, one misstep could lead to utter defeat. At that moment, Inhu lay on the ground, racked with pain, feeling as though his blood had congealed. The black bat's cruel, excited visage drew near, casting a shadow of death over him. With his face contorted in agony, Inhu summoned his energy, propelling himself backward. With a flick of his wrist, a whip emanating a vivid emerald glow appeared in his grasp, slithering like a venomous serpent. In the next instant, Inhu lunged forward, his speed so rapid that he left a series of ghostly green afterimages in his wake. As he surged through the air, he swung the whip violently, cleaving through the atmosphere and producing elongated arcs of energy resembling crescent moons, which burst forth with the force of a comet striking the moon. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the verdant crescent arcs traveled, be it boulders the size of grinding stones or trees thick enough for two to embrace, they shattered as easily as tofu, while the energy arcs relentlessly obliterated every obstacle in their path. Beast, die. In the next heartbeat, several muted explosions resonated as the whip in Inhu's hand emitted a chilling luminescence, akin to a living entity soaring through the void. It lashed out at the black bat. With a resounding thud, the black bat, as if struck by a heavy blow, erupted in a torrent of blood, while its fierce momentum was effortlessly entangled by Inhu's whip, which he wielded with a single hand. With a powerful flick, he hurled the creature away. In the next instant, Inhu offered no chance for the black bat to react. Swiftly raising his hand once more, he delivered a crushing blow through the air, which instantly illuminated with a brilliant azure light. A 1-meter square imprint of a blue palm materialized in the void, shattering the air with unimaginable speed, hurtling towards the black bat. Boom. In an instant, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, as the explosive force reverberated, shaking the ground within a 10-meter radius. The already weakened black bat had no capability to evade the furious onslaught of Inhu's energy. Amidst the deafening roar and the sweeping gales, the black bat barely managed to endure for half a second before letting out a heart-wrenching scream, as if it had been struck by a speeding train. With a series of bone-cracking sounds reminiscent of firecrackers, it was violently propelled backward. In midair, subjected to unimaginable force, the wounds inflicted by Su Li began to bleed profusely once again, blood showering the sky. With a thud, the black bat was ultimately flung over 30 meters away, crashing to the ground, its body in tatters, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. It struggled a few times, unable to rise, and with a final mournful cry, it succumbed to death. Inhu wiped at his wounds, cursing under his breath, almost met my end. He turned to look at Su Li, a sudden panic gripping him, and hurried over. There, he found Su Li in a state of extreme weakness, his body tinged with green, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. Inhu's expression darkened. Damn it, where's the flying squirrel? Su Li's face was pale, dead, and Shinbe ran away. However, no sooner had Su Li spoken than Shinbe proved through action that he had not fled. A silent yet penetrating bullet from a sniper rifle pierced through Su Li's forehead. I am here. I have always been here. I am everywhere, Shinbe murmured to himself from a distance atop a tree. In the next moment, he aimed the gun directly at Inhu. Chapter 65. The roar of gunfire and the lamenting melodies dead. Su Li's forehead exploded. The still warm brain matter mixed with blood splattered across Inhu's face. Inhu's eyes widened slowly, his heart in turmoil. He had distinctly heard no sound, yet witnessed a bullet penetrate Su Li's skull. How could this be possible? Inhu's mind raced, quickly realizing that Su Li's death was the work of Shinbe. Only he could be wielding a sniper rifle. Yet what left him trembling and his scalp prickling was the question, why was there no gunshot? Could the bullet have been fired from a slingshot? Such silent firing could only be achieved by a high-level ability user specializing in marksmanship. Yet Shinbe was merely an ordinary person. Guns require gunpowder. Firing a weapon produces sound. He swallowed hard, realizing Shinbe posed a greater threat than he had anticipated. In the next moment, Inhu, caught in a moment of indecision, paid no heed to the lifeless Su Li and had no inclination to drag along the mission target, the juvenile black bat. With a swift movement, he erupted in a burst of emerald light, plunging into the earth beneath him. The surface of the ground rippled as if it were water, and Inhu vanished like a fish submerging into its depths. For Inhu, the absence of gunfire rendered it impossible to ascertain Shinbe's position. Concealing oneself behind any tree could risk exposure, far less secure than burrowing underground. This also served to obscure Shinbe's target. Should Shinbe commence a search, he would certainly seize him. Meanwhile, Shinbe, perched upon a gnarled branch in the distance, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected display of powers. Remaining still, he activated his amplification system and withdrew the 5th-level bullets from his firearm. Shinbe had intended to employ a 5th-level bullet to swiftly eliminate Inhu. Even if Inhu's reflexes allowed him to evade, the bullet's ability to curve, akin to the previous encounter with the Xiaolong, should have sufficed. However, reality surpassed Shinbe's expectations. The creature had burrowed into the ground. Nevertheless, this posed no significant challenge for Shinbe. He promptly established a connection with the cluster fire disc. Cluster fire disc. Kinetic energy remaining, 98. Magazine capacity, 12 rounds. Remaining ammo, 24. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisibility. Hover at 500 meters. Auto follow. Shinbe swiftly configured the command. Advance 1000 meters. Cruise. In silence, the air shimmered with subtle ripples as the invisible cluster fire disc hovered above Su Li's lifeless form. Shinbe then leaped from the tree, switching to a more practical revolver for close-range encounters. At that moment, the entire marshland, surrounded by withered trees, lay in eerie stillness, devoid of even a whisper of wind. A faint green mist hung in the air. After traversing a few dozen steps, the amplification system suddenly detected a rustling sound, something moving beneath the surface, burrowing toward him. Shinbe remained composed, fully aware that Inhu intended to launch a surprise attack from below. However, he had underestimated the situation. In the next instant, the cluster fire disc, hovering in midair, abruptly activated its invisibility, its barrel tilting slightly downwards. A flash of fire erupted, silent as a plastic bag cast from a skyscraper. But in the heartbeat that followed, an explosion erupted in the marshland 800 meters ahead of Shinbe. A tremendous shockwave instantaneously engulfed the entire marsh, sending the once calm mud into a frenzy. Mud mixed with water surged upwards, forming towering columns, akin to the marsh's roar, reaching for the heavens. Under this overwhelming force, plants were uprooted, and the splattering mud traced chaotic arcs in the air. The tremors from the explosion caused the ground around the marsh to quiver, as if the entire wetland quaked in furious unrest. As the mud cascaded down, it produced a deep, resonant sound, while the splashes returned to the marsh, creating ripples that spread outward. The air became thick with the pungent scents of earth and gunpowder. Yet there was no trace of the sanguine scent that Shinbe yearned to inhale. He furrowed his brow. The shells of the cluster fire drone had been modified. Although devoid of intricate engravings, Shinbe had attempted to inscribe the bullet patterns onto the shells, but to no avail. It seemed that the adaptation was unfit for the environment, with no external clues to guide him. However, it was not merely the modified shells. Even the standard high explosives from the laboratory could have obliterated the tiger. Yet, Shinbe beheld naught but the mangled remnants of iron wire worms and other creatures. Cocking his head, Shinbe gazed into the crater before him. In an ephemeral moment, he discerned a severed humanoid arm. Yet, this limb was not of flesh and blood, but rather fashioned from wood, akin to a prosthetic. Upon this realization, Shinbe's pupils constricted sharply. He had underestimated him. Instantly, Shinbe recalled that the rustling sound moments ago was not the tiger scuttling underground, but rather the prosthetic he had conjured through his abilities crawling forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe commanded the cluster fire drone to unleash an all-encompassing bombardment upon the battlefield. Uncertain of the tiger's whereabouts, he surmised it could not have fled far in such a short span, or perhaps it simply scorned the notion of retreat. After all, he was an ability wielder. Could a mere mortal truly instill fear in him? With a thunderous roar, the cluster fire drone unleashed its payload in the bleak and treacherous heart of the swamp. The cannonade once more shattered the long-standing silence. Each shell, imbued with the essence of annihilation, descended like apocalyptic meteors, cleaving through the dense miasma, trailing fiery tails as they plunged into the mire. The churned mud and vapor coalesced into a chaotic realm. Shinbe's gaze swept continuously, as the explosive light and shadow painted a hellish tableau upon his visage. Amidst such relentless artillery, he could scarcely believe the tiger's corporeal form would remain unscathed. Indeed, after a single barrage, a shadow surged forth from the swampy depths, soaring 300 meters away from Shinbe. The tiger, how I long for you, my dear. Shinbe's voice reverberated, eerie yet grand, seemingly stirring the endless smoke and vapor into a fervent dance, as if rejoicing in exultation. In that moment, the tiger resembled a silent, stubborn stone, enduring the tidal wave of pain coursing through his body. His abdomen had been blasted open, his innards shattered, while his spine contorted grotesquely. His countenance was a grim blend of blood and mud. He had never anticipated that. Despite Shinbe's cunning and the formidable prowess of his firearms, his strategy of subterranean ambush would culminate in failure. Yet, this was not the extent of his astonishment. What truly left him dumbfounded was the hovering fire drone above him. Wasn't he that a weapon of the sanctuary? How could it possibly be in Shinbe's possession? Moreover, its form had expanded, its firepower intensified. This was inconceivable. Such a bombardment apparatus was meant to automatically return to the research facility post-usage. Furthermore, when had Shinbe brought this contraption here? The question spiraled in his mind, utterly incomprehensible. Shinbe, at this moment, the shadowy tiger resembled a blazing flame amidst the icy currents of the ocean, akin to a dying beast in a desperate plight, suffering yet frigid, silent yet fierce, maddened yet resolute. Do you think you can extinguish me with sheer firepower? You are sorely mistaken. Despite its battered body, the shadowy tiger charged forth with unrelenting speed. This was its final act of desperation. It could not afford to lose track of Shinbe, especially with the menacing aerial firepower looming above. Shinbe, appearing unfazed, raised his pistol with calm composure. You underestimate me. Your ignorance of technology betrays a complete lack of reverence. The sound of gunfire erupted like a tempest. Bullets hurtling towards the shadowy tiger at an astonishing velocity. The rapidity with which Shinbe fired was astonishing, seemingly defying the immense recoil of the revolver. The bullets unleashed from the barrel were akin to a multi-barreled cannon, spewing forth flames that stretched a meter long. Simultaneously, the clustered firepower disc completed its ammunition loading, launching shell after shell towards the shadowy tiger. The cacophony of gunfire intertwined, bullets and shells weaving through the air. The shadowy tiger, surrounded by a dense aura of life force, boasted a bark-like defense that appeared impenetrable, yet that was merely in comparison to the laboratory's shells. In the face of Shinbe's merciless barrage, it ultimately proved to be a burden too great to bear. The violent shockwaves relentlessly pierced through the bark shield, hurling the creature into the air before it crashed heavily onto the muddy ground, battered and bruised. Finally, when the last shell detonated nearby, that layer of bark defense could no longer withstand the cataclysmic force and crumbled completely. The shadowy tiger was overturned by the tremendous shockwave, falling to the ground in a state of helplessness. As it struggled to rise, it felt a searing heat on its forehead, the scorching barrel of the gun, bloodied and scarred. The shadowy tiger's eyes brimmed with boundless resentment and fury. Who are you? I have never encountered anyone in the wilderness capable of wielding firearms as a threat to those with abilities. A sinister smile crept across Shinbe's lips, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. To be struck is to stand at attention. Probing for answers is futile. May hell not offer refuge from the hunt. Bang the swampy, deadwood forest returned to silence. Chapter 66. A disturbance from the wicked seed. Shinbe crouched beside the shattered form of the shadowy tiger, prodding its oral cavity with the gun's muzzle. Huh, I thought your head was tougher. It's merely stubborn. He surveyed the battlefield, managing to scavenge over a dozen mid-level crystal core fragments from various bodies. Who would venture out on a mission without preparation? Shinbe clicked his tongue, then dragged the corpse of the black bat onto the vehicle. This was the objective of his mission. Without it, he would not receive his payment. As for the bodies of the shadowy tiger and its companions, Shinbe didn't spare them a glance. In this world, where one dies is their grave. Regardless of who falls, even General Yu Wuchang, no one would claim the dead. Some might even rejoice. The entire world is but a natural graveyard. Shinbe climbed into the vehicle, this being his first experience driving a modified vehicle in this realm. Upon inspecting the power chamber, Shinbe felt a sense of relief as he discovered residual energy from the crystal core within, sufficient to drive it back to the sanctuary. He pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life with a ferocity that resonated through the air. Undoubtedly, the specialized off-road vehicles of this world far surpassed those of the bygone era. Abandoning all safety features designed to protect the occupants, along with the extravagant luxuries of television and refrigerator, the focus was solely on performance. It was not merely about four-wheel drive or sheer power. The vehicle boasted a suspension system that could be adjusted freely between 10 centimeters and 100 centimeters from the ground, bomb-proof wheels capable of rotating 180 degrees, and a crawling mode for navigating treacherous terrains. This was the essence of vehicles in the new age. Shinbe cast a final glance at the desolate marshland and the skeletal trees, igniting a cigarette and drawing a deep breath. With a decisive push on the accelerator, The vehicle surged forward. As dusk approached, the sky grew darker, with the clouds above the wilderness being swept away by fierce winds, allowing beams of crimson sunlight to pierce through. Nevertheless, the landscape remained stark and monotonous. After approximately 10 hours of relentless travel, Shinbe beheld the writhing figure of a titan in the darkness. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. In the past, electricity had been an exceedingly precious resource within the sanctuary. Even with generators powered by the crystal core, the output was significantly insufficient, typically only affordable to the elite. Yet now, all the energy-consuming searchlights of the sanctuary blazed to life, illuminating the night wilderness as if in search of something. At that instant, voices began to shout. The beams of the searchlights converged upon Shinbe's vehicle. Raising his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding light, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Just as he was about to leap from the vehicle, he heard chaotic shouts from the sanctuary. Run. What are you waiting for? There's a monster behind you. The fragmented roars that drifted through the air felt like an ancient, chilling wind sweeping down from the Arctic tundra. A shiver coursed through him, and his body became rigid with dread, as if his very soul were on the brink of freezing. Shinbe sensed an overwhelming, sinister presence encroaching from behind. A tangible tide of terror surging towards him from all directions. His neck stiffened, and his hands, clammy on the steering wheel, began to slip. Trembling, he slowly turned his head to look back. In an instant, it felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, stifling his breath and rendering him speechless. Before him, illuminated by the searchlights, emerged a monstrous demon, seemingly birthed from the deepest abysses of hell. Less than 100 meters behind the vehicle, the creature's vast form eclipsed the light, its body resembling a grotesquely twisted black mountain, its surface covered in a molten, cracked shell. Embedded within were countless writhing eyeballs and sharp bony protrusions, each glimmering with an eerie, otherworldly light that sent chills down one's spine. Beneath its colossal and unparalleled form, countless tendrils writhe and coil like insatiable serpents, each adorned with razor-sharp barbs and glands that drip corrosive fluids. Wherever they traverse, even the most resilient of rocks succumb, dissolving into putrid sludge. At the hidden ends of these dark tendrils lie gaping maws, poised to devour any creature bold enough to approach. At the core of this abominable entity beats an unceasing heart, throbbing with a thunderous resonance. Each pulsation releases waves of malevolent energy that tremble the very fabric of the surrounding space. Despite its battered and incomplete state, this creature perpetually regenerates new tissue from its wounds, rendering any assault against it utterly futile. The name Endless Chaos emerged from Shinbe's throat with great difficulty, a name that evokes a monstrous being seemingly cursed with eternal life. In that moment, Shinbe felt as if his very essence was being stripped away. Though brave enough to confront ferocious beasts and engage in battle with those endowed with extraordinary powers, he found himself powerless against this abomination. Shinbe, what in the world are you thinking? Run. The booming voice of rock pierced through the chaos. Shinbe jolted back to reality. Run. To remain still is to invite death. 300 meters. If he could reach within that distance, he would enter the sanctuary's protective embrace. With a surge of adrenaline, Shinbe slammed the accelerator, feeling an almost primal fury coursing through him. The off-road vehicle's south tire spun in place, scattering gravel in every direction. Whoosh. The corners of Shinbe's vision blurred as the vehicle shot forward. Press the gas. Don't let up. Push harder. The personnel atop the sanctuary waved their arms, shouting encouragement. In the driver's seat, Shinbe was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in rapid gasps, his grip on the steering wheel rigid. He could not fathom why driving felt so arduous at that moment. Prior to his return from the swampy forest, he had felt like a wandering cowboy, even finding moments to fire at beasts. Yet now, in the throes of escape, anxiety gripped him, and his limbs moved in disarray. It was as if the moment he touched the steering wheel, his body parts acted independently, leading to frequent misjudgments of space, speed, and distance. Fortunately, the battle armor was equipped with an external mechanical exoskeleton. To maintain control and prevent veering off course within the critical 300 meters, he severed the power module, rendering the armor inert, relying solely on mechanical strength to keep a firm grip on the wheel. The vehicle's speed escalated, yet it was capped at a mere 50 miles per hour. After all, its design was tailored for navigating the treacherous wilderness rather than for sheer velocity. Moreover, it bore the weight of the black badass carcass, a burden exceeding 3 tons. 300 meters, 280, 250, 200, closer now. The personnel within the sanctuary cheered. The abomination remains still. It seems uninterested in you. What a fortunate soul you are. Shinbe, you could even halt and taunt the creature. Haha. As Shinbe listened to the cries of the crowd, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Is this truly a polite abomination? Such a rarity. However, his sense of ease lasted merely a moment before chaos erupted. The colossal form of the abomination descended upon him, akin to a collapsing Mount Tai. The turbulent waves in the air gently settled down, directly obstructing Shinbe's path. Creak. Shinbe immediately activated his battle armor, slamming the brakes. The vehicle, propelled by inertia, maintained its speed. Once it came to a halt, he found himself a mere 10 meters away from the abomination. This scene left the shelter's occupants in a state of shock. Rock pounded on the railing, fiercely extinguishing his cigarette. The momentary spark extinguished as if Shinbe's life had dimmed. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Call me daddy. Little K looked up at Rock, then cast a glance at the vehicle now entirely shrouded by the abomination. He resolutely shook his head. Little brat. Rock muttered another curse before turning away. At that moment, the others in the shelter also shook their heads and departed. This time, no one mourned Shinbe's impending demise. In this world, sympathy was the most worthless currency. Apathy reigned supreme. Yet, only little K clung to the railing, anxiously peering out. Chapter 67. A frantic escape faced with the abomination blocking his path, Shinbe, who was less than 200 meters away from the safety zone of the shelter, found himself met with shaking heads from the shelter's inhabitants. No one offered pity or lament. It felt as though a play had concluded, a restaurant had closed, and the audience had dispersed. No one believed Shinbe could survive. As residents vacated the scene in a mass exodus, they continued to eat, drink, and revel. In this world, death was merely death. The struggle for survival persisted unchanged by the presence or absence of any individual. Every heartbeat was cold. The warmth of empathy was utterly absent. Even Rock, who had a reasonably good rapport with Shinbe, felt the chill. Only little K remained, clinging to the railing, straining to see, his eyes flickering with tension and suppression. At that moment, Shinbe found his path completely obstructed. The countless tendrils of the abomination melded into the darkness. In an instant, all the vertical lights upon the tendrils ignited, resembling floating light bulbs or fallen stars, bewildering and surreal. Damn it, Shinbe silently cursed, refusing to relinquish hope for survival. In this world, the abomination was an indomitable entity, and whether it was due to insufficient damage from the superhumans or some other reason, it simply could not be vanquished. Yet, this did not imply that the abomination could annihilate all humanity in a single encounter. The previous, smoke-like abomination had taken its time to slay over 30 individuals. With this thought, Shinbe felt a glimmer of hope. He could not surrender or allow the abomination to instill fear that would rob him of his sanity. The off-road vehicle roared to life once more, and his body reacted with remarkable swiftness. With a sudden and forceful press of the brake pedal, the tires screeched against the pavement, unleashing a cloud of white smoke akin to the thick, molten fog that erupts from a volcano. The tires emitted a piercing and shrill wail, reminiscent of a beast's lament on the brink of death. The vehicle shuddered violently, the engine roaring in protest. The rear wheels skidded wildly, defying the laws of physics as they struggled to gain traction in a frenzied dance of acceleration and loss of control, leaving deep tire marks etched into the ground. In that fleeting moment, the entire vehicle nearly glided parallel to the earth, its body exhibiting an exaggerated tilt that suggested an imminent overturn, only to regain balance at the last possible instant. With unparalleled precision, Shinbe maneuvered the off-road vehicle like a gleaming sword, carving a majestic arc through the air, executing a seamless 180-degree turn. A stunning drift ensued, propelling him into the expansive, shadowy wilderness. Shinbe's off-road vehicle had lost its way countless times amidst the wild. In such a flight, every direction became a potential path. An hour later, Shinbe took a moment to glance back. The monstrous entity loomed large, resembling an immense net drawing ever closer. Faster. He pressed the accelerator relentlessly. Yet the vehicle's speed remained stubbornly stagnant, hovering around 50 miles per hour. The creature's vast form surged forward with a swiftness that eclipsed that of the off-roader, advancing like an unstoppable tide. Beads of sweat trickled down Shinbe's forehead, and he felt akin to a mouse toyed with by a cat. Circling back to the shelter would be an act of folly. The more he circled, the closer he drew to the creature. He could only forge ahead in a straight line, striving to maximize the distance between them. However, in a critical moment, the engine of the poorly maintained vehicle suddenly belched forth white smoke, and the speedometer plummeted. Pain shot through Shinbe's jaw, just when he needed speed the most. The engine faltered. In the next instant, Shinbe acted with remarkable decisiveness, retrieving a mid-level crystal core and tossing it into the power module of his armor. The power system hummed to life. Upon issuing commands with his mind, the visual panel flickered with a crimson glow, and he could even feel the heat and pent-up energy emanating from the power module running at full capacity. In the blink of an eye, Shinbe kicked the car door open and leaped out. His form rolled sharply to the left. In that instant, time seemed to stretch, and the space around him contorted. The energy beams of his armor flickered intensely with his movement, dazzling like exploding stars. As he hit the ground, he used the momentum to roll, kicking up a storm of dust akin to the shockwave produced by a meteor striking the earth. A series of tactical rolls, combined with the armor's protective features, mitigated the immense inertia. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he sprang to his feet, propelled by the powerful thrusters built into his armor, transforming his figure into a fleeting shadow racing forward. With unrelenting speed, Shinbe traversed the desolate wilderness, where shattered rocks and withered vegetation intermingled beneath his feet, each stride stirring clouds of dust into the air. The power module of his armor had already propelled him to its utmost limit, reaching an astonishing velocity of 60 kilometers per hour. With each leap, Shinbe seemed to defy the very force of gravity, leaving behind fleeting phantoms in the air. The visual panel incessantly flashed red lights. He chose to disregard them, resolute in his determination to maintain his pace, even at the risk of burning out the armor's power module. This was a matter of life and death. The sole comfort was that his armored speed outpaced that of an off-road vehicle. Casting a glance back, he beheld a nightmarish sight. The vile creatures, their countless bloodthirsty eyes glimmering, pursued him without relent. Yet, it appeared the distance between them was gradually widening. Shinbe felt a momentary sense of relief. Though he remained vigilant, continuing his frantic run, time became an abstract concept as he sprinted on. The eastern horizon was soon tinged with a delicate blush of rose, a shyness reminiscent of dawn breaking free from the clutches of darkness, radiating both softness and strength. The morning glow unfurled like a vast watercolor canvas, illuminating the once silent wilderness in a dreamlike manner. Shinbe glanced ahead, where the ruins of dilapidated buildings were etched against the dim light, their corroded steel frames and shattered concrete glimmering with a cold, mysterious silver-gray sheen in the morning light. He adjusted his trajectory slightly, maneuvering around the urban ruins. Should he plunge into the heart of the city, the multitude of debris would serve as formidable obstacles to his speed. In mere moments, the vile creatures would catch up, sealing his fate. It was only when the sun had fully risen that the world around him brightened, allowing Shinbe to once again race through the open fields. On this desperate journey, he incessantly replenished the power module of his armor with mid-level crystal cores. It was an extravagant expenditure, an absolute drain on resources. In comparison to his life, Shinbe felt it insufficient. He longed to insert a high-level crystal core to unleash even greater kinetic energy from his armor. Yet, he understood that a high-level core would be futile, as the armor's tier limited its maximum speed. Approximately an hour later, as he crested a hill and rushed down its slope, a group of humans suddenly came into view. They appeared to be a hunting party, likely from some shelter, seeking to procure meat from ferocious beasts. Four dilapidated vehicles comprised the team, with a battered green Jeep leading the way, its body patched with sheets of metal and adorned with graffiti. Behind the wheel was a man sporting a head full of unkempt dreadlocks, while a bald giant with wrists the size of pears sat in the passenger seat, his arms crossed as he scrutinized Shinbe's fleeting figure with predatory intent. The sound of their vehicle approached, accompanied by shouts, whistles, and the frenzied spinning of tires. These were no ordinary men, but rather marauding fiends, their chests strapped with magazines and carbines waving wildly, a harbinger of malice. "Hey kid, come over and play. Don't run away, you'll tire yourself out. And your backside 1TB safe. Hand over those crystal cores. Which shelter are you from?" However, mere seconds after spotting Shinbe, their previously arrogant demeanor faltered abruptly. The reason was simple. Shinbe's speed was simply too formidable. Behind the mountain, a dark and ominous shadow emerged. When the figure finally ascended to the peak, revealing its true form, a collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. An overwhelming wave of terror enveloped the scene, causing some to falter and tumble from their vehicles. "By heavens, that is an abomination. This creature is summoning the fiends. Turn, don't let it come our way." The sound of gunfire erupted as carbines unleashed a torrent of flames, leaving a trail of bullet holes in Shinbe's path. For him, this threat was trivial. Unfazed, he surged forward, twisting his body to charge directly at them. By drawing the enemy's attention, he hoped to slow the pursuit of the fiends. A dead comrade is better than a living coward. "Damn it, turn away. Let us flee." The once unsteady Jeep accelerated abruptly, veering away, due to the terrain's constraints. Two Jeeps collided at high speed, their engines sputtering to silence. The overturned vehicle traced a parabolic arc through the air, crashing down with a thunderous roar, sending dirt flying over 6 meters. The cries and curses of those ejected from the cars echoed in the chaos. The remaining two vehicles, heedless of their stranded companions, sped away. The bewildered group of more than 10 stood frozen, at a loss. It was only when Shinbe brushed past them that they regained their senses. Enraged, they raised their rifles and opened fire. Shinbe had no desire to engage. With a few serpentine maneuvers, he vanished from their sight. Just then, a vast shadow loomed overhead. The fiends had arrived. Chapter 68. The battle is not over. Help me. The moment the fiends descended, a tempest of panic, dread, and bitter resentment surged within them. In an instant, countless tendrils from the fiends pierced the bodies of those unable to escape. A searing pain, akin to the tearing of one's very soul, echoed in their minds, eliciting desperate screams as they curled into fetal positions, writhing in agony. The fiendish tendrils, hollow and insatiable, swiftly drained them to desiccated husks. As the tendrils carelessly discarded the lifeless bodies, they shattered upon impact, scattering flesh like fragments of broken glass. The fiends' ravenous thirst seemed momentarily quenched as they lingered briefly before drifting northward. Meanwhile, Shinbe halted in the south, watching as the fiends finally departed. The tension that had gripped him released suddenly, and he collapsed onto the barren ground, gasping for breath. After nearly 3 hours of relentless flight, the aid of his armor had been insufficient to stave off the overwhelming fatigue that left him dizzy. Were it not for the imminent threat to his life, such an intense exertion would have been utterly unsustainable. He continued to gasp for breath for over 10 minutes. Shinbe gradually emerged from the soul-wrenching agony that had consumed him, lying in a state of disarray upon the ground. With great effort, he lifted his head, took a sip of fresh water, and quickly chewed on some food. His weary internal organs began to receive the nourishment they desperately needed. Shinbe rose to his feet once more, acutely aware that the pursuit was far from over. Although the malevolent presence had departed, it had ensnared a group of humans who would not let him off lightly. Moreover, this location was undoubtedly in close proximity to their sanctuary, as they had encountered each other just as the sun began to rise, indicating that they had not been out for long. The two jeeps that had fled would soon return, seeking retribution against him. Attempting to reason with them would be futile. It would be akin to pushing himself into the abyss. In this world, reason cannot fill one's belly, nor can it resurrect the dead. Everyone understands that in a world rife with desperation, one must first harbor a measure of malice. It is an absurd notion to initially exert dominance before contemplating life and death with indifference. Negotiation? There is no negotiation, only bullets. Of course, there may still be room for negotiation between sanctuaries. For others, to provoke such circumstances and then plead for mercy and forgiveness is a mere illusion. With a flicker of thought, Shinbe commanded his battle armor to conduct a self-diagnostic. After all, the armor had been operating under high-stress conditions, to the point where he could even detect a burnt odor. The situation was likely dire. Self-diagnostic in progress. Simultaneously, he retrieved data from the cluster fire disk. Cluster fire disk. Kinetic energy remaining, 38. Loaded ammunition, 12 rounds. Remaining in ammo bay, 24 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisibility, hovering 500 meters. Automatic follow. Shinbe glanced at the readout. Fortunately, the cluster fire disk still had residual kinetic energy. He feared that insufficient energy would cause it to plummet from the sky, resulting in a disastrous crash. For the moment, he could rely on it to support his return to Sanctuary 36 without issue. At that very moment, The visual panel of his battle armor displayed a message. Self-diagnostic complete. Upper body framework, including head support unit, shoulder components, chest armor plates, back support structure, spine simulation device, shoulder joint module, elbow joint actuators, wrist joints, and hand exoskeleton intact. Lower body framework, damaged. Details as follows. Hip joint component, 30 damaged. Knee joint module, 50 damaged. Ankle joint actuator, 50 damaged. Foot propulsor, 90 damaged. Power module, 70 damaged. Control system, including sensors, neural interfaces, etc. intact. Life support system, including oxygen supply, cooling system, heating device, and waste management facilities, etc. intact. Skeletal structure, slightly damaged. Power transmission cables, infrared visual cable severed, others intact. After meticulously reviewing the information, he concluded that the issues were not insurmountable. His upper body remained unaffected, though his lower limbs might experience some stiffness in movement. Once Shinbe had a clear understanding of the situation, he knew how to deal with the impending pursuit. A glance to the west revealed swirling dust clouds on the horizon, a testament to the approaching jeep stirring up debris as it sped towards him. He activated his battle armor once more, pushing the power module to its limits. Even if it meant burning out the power source, he had to reach the ruins of the city, for otherwise, he would be nothing more than a target. With a sudden burst of energy, Shinbe dashed back in the direction he had come from. The number of pursuers, the Avengers, was uncertain, and among them were several with supernatural abilities. Engaging in combat across the wilderness would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. The only viable option was to navigate the narrow alleys of the steel forest, dealing with them one by one. Damn it, Captain Blacktooth, we've lost many men. The bald giant in the vehicle seethed with rage, his eyes flashing with a brutal light. The man known as Blacktooth, adorned with a mane of dreadlocks, wore a chilling expression, exuding an aura of oppressive foreboding, as if a great calamity was imminent, shrouding the interior of the vehicle. Having just returned to the 12th shelter and reported the situation to their leader, Fate, they found that the aberrant creature had already departed. They promptly sought permission from Fenrir for reinforcements to pursue and exact revenge. Given Blacktooth's description, Fenrir developed a keen interest in Shinbe's battle armor, showing no hesitation in requesting it be retrieved for research purposes. At that moment, Blacktooth growled, "Hurry, Chase, don't let that guy escape." The driver slammed the accelerator, increasing their speed once more. Blacktooth turned to the bald giant and said, "Shinbe, no need for your chatter. Once I catch that armored fellow, I will certainly crush him to pieces." Shinbe gritted his teeth. "It's the first time I've seen someone daring enough to toy with an aberrant creature. What a bold individual." Blacktooth scoffed, his gaze fixed ahead. "It's only because this aberrant's final chaotic form isn't fast enough, and it is injured. Otherwise, how could it be led around like a dog by a human? Injured?" Shinbe's eyes widened in surprise. "How can you tell?" Blacktooth's eyes sparkled with undisguised mockery. "Were you so frightened at first that you didn't even take a good look?" Shinbe's lips twitched, rendered speechless. He had indeed been on the verge of panic. There were many aberrant creatures in the wilderness, but due to the vastness of the wild and the constant movement of the shelter, the likelihood of encountering one remained low. This was his first direct confrontation with an aberrant creature outside the shelter, naturally causing him to feel flustered, leaving little room for careful observation. Blacktooth's gaze deepened, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow as he spoke slowly. "That aberrant has numerous scars around its heart, even exposed, though the wound appears to be healing. It seems to have suffered considerable damage." Shinbe inhaled sharply, his mind buzzing. The others in the vehicle also reacted with shock. "Injured? An aberrant injured? Does that mean?" Shinbe, now somewhat agitated, inquired, "Aren't aberrants supposed to be immortal? How can they be injured? Does this mean that aberrants can indeed die?" Blacktooth shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about why the wicked creature was injured. Yet one thing remained clear, the creature was still alive, and the record remained unbroken. At that moment, an ordinary man, clutching a rifle, interjected, stating, "I have heard of someone spotting the corpse of the wicked creature. It must have been slain by humans." Blacktooth retorted without hesitation, "Only you gullible fools would believe that the corpse of the wicked creature was vanquished by us humans." The crowd lowered their heads, pondering, what was wrong with believing this? Who wishes to wander as a refugee for a lifetime? Taking a deep breath, Blacktooth proclaimed, "Such idle talk is futile. Our current mission is to avenge our brothers." His words ignited the pent-up frustration within the crowd, causing them to cry out fervently, "Damn it. We don't even know which shelter that person belongs to. They are merely a source of calamity. Let us take them down, with over 10 of us. Can we not subdue them? Don't kill them just yet. I want to deal with them." The crowd was ablaze with emotion, filled with righteous indignation. For them, bullying others was commonplace, but being bullied was an affront to their very existence. This was intolerable. They urged the driver to accelerate, unwilling to wait another moment, eager to tear the culprit to shreds. However, Blacktooth maintained a semblance of reason, raising his hand to calm them. "This person is clad in battle armor and possesses astonishing speed. Their equipment likely exceeds our expectations. While our numbers can certainly subdue them, we must exercise caution to avoid a disastrous misstep." The crowd nodded in understanding. Chapter 69. Seizing the initiative to shoot first as the power module neared its destruction, Shinbe finally returned to the ruined city. Here, he completely annihilated the vengeful pursuers. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. Such a notion was non-existent. For Shinbe, the unfortunate souls who perished at the hands of the wicked creature could only be deemed unfortunate. The vengeful pursuers were merely walking the path of self-destruction. Of course, Shinbe could have continued on to shelter number 36, but leaving loose ends would only lead to endless troubles in the future. Thus, he chose to eliminate all traces, selecting the ruined city as his battleground. Upon entering, it was as if his combat instincts awakened, his blood surged, and his heart raced. His palms tingled, and his nostrils eagerly sought the scent of blood. Advancing along the path, The skyscrapers that once touched the clouds appeared to have been mercilessly devoured by the beast of time, leaving behind only dilapidated skeletons standing askew. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly strewn across the streets, resembling clots of congealed blood within the lifeless veins of the city. Shinbe's footsteps stirred the gravel and debris, producing faint sounds that echoed through the silence of this desolate city. He meticulously surveyed every potential sniping location, calculating wind direction, light, and line of sight obstructions in his mind, striving to discover the optimal position to conceal himself and launch a lethal strike against his foes. Shinbe walked for approximately 10 minutes. Scaling the crumbling edifice, his silhouette moved with the grace of a feline, occasionally utilizing the dangling beams for support, and flitting between shattered glass panes, ultimately resting atop a partially collapsed high-rise. The expansive view here was unobstructed, with the surrounding ruins forming a natural barrier, providing him with an impeccable vantage point for ambush. Aside from a public building and a small church, only a handful of dilapidated structures remained, indicating that even in the bygone era, this locale was far from prosperous. He retrieved his Barrett sniper rifle, deftly assembling and calibrating it. Subsequently, he commanded his armor to alter its hue, seamlessly merging with the backdrop like a shadow poised for its quarry. The chill in the air was palpable, the temperature having dipped considerably. Shinbe lay against the frigid remains of the wall, gazing down at the city below, now reduced to ruins. The wind swept past him incessantly, and due to the compromised integrity of his armor, the biting cold infiltrated, forcing its way into his protective gear. Shinbe's body temperature had descended to match the ambient environment, rendering the wind ineffective and amplifying his discomfort. Nonetheless, he had an aversion to the cold. It unsettled him, as the low temperatures caused his blood flow to slow, creating an illusion that both he and the world were gradually solidifying. Before long, a dozen individuals came into view. Two familiar faces emerged, a man with a head full of dreadlocks and a bald giant. The two leading the group were evidently seasoned hunters, their gaze sweeping across the terrain like a finely woven net, meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. Their formation was well-spaced and methodical, indicative of rigorous training. Despite their appearance resembling that of uncivilized savages, their tactical coordination surpassed that of anyone Shinbe had encountered before. They maintained a distance of nearly a kilometer apart, rendering some figures in his line of sight indistinct, mere smudges against the backdrop. Shinbe sniffed, contemplating the necessary upgrades to his armor, hoping that the next enhancement would include visual amplification. At that moment, in the distance, two individuals were scanning the low hills on either side, clearly experts in long-range sniping, their eyes repeatedly sweeping over potential vantage points. Shinbe felt their gazes brush past his concealed position several times, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. Typically, when a firearm specialized ability user seeks another sniper, they rely on infrared visual capabilities, an essential awakening ability for such specialists. However, Shinbe had lowered his body temperature to match the surrounding environment, and with a distance of 1,000 meters separating them, coupled with his armor blending seamlessly with the surroundings, it was far from the red armor they had previously observed. Given their preconceived notions, they were naturally unable to detect him, nor could they fathom that his armor could change color. To them, it was likely that only a red object would raise their alertness. He soon observed Blacktooth and the others entering the urban ruins. "This fellow is hardly a man," Sure Xian remarked nonchalantly, as they dashed into the remnants of the city. He watched the personnel ahead as they scoured each area, and with a faint tone remarked, "This is a cunning fox. The moment the wicked fled, he anticipated our pursuit and preemptively sought refuge here. What does hiding accomplish?" Shirshin replied with a derisive smile, dripping with disdain. "It merely prolongs his demise. I recall this fellow is equipped with a sniper rifle. He must be a marksman." He scanned the surroundings, seeking any clues. A skilled sniper possesses remarkable patience, and we may need to expend some time to capture him. Before he could finish his thought, a chill suddenly coursed through him, so intense that he involuntarily shivered. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, take cover." In an instant, he grasped Shirshin and darted like lightning into the building opposite. Bang! A dull gunshot reverberated through the desolate urban landscape, and it was the sniper occupying the bell tower of a small church who fell in response. The echo of the first shot still lingered over the abandoned town when another shot rang out. Before the sound reached the ears of the others, the second sniper, positioned on the second floor of a nearby building, collapsed in response. The powerful bullet pierced through the wall, obliterating half of his chest in a spray of flesh and debris. A mangled arm flew out from the adjacent window, plummeting to the central plaza below. This time, Shinbe had approached the targets with standard ammunition. While there were some silent bullets, they were scarce and reserved for moments of unexpected assault. These minor adversaries, even if exposed by the gunfire, posed no threat to the larger scheme. The bullets originated from a distance of 300 meters. Upon hearing the gunfire, Shirshin's complexion paled slightly. After retreating into the building, he leaned against the window to observe, and the sniper's arm fell in a straight line before his eyes. That was 410 meters, he corrected Shirshin's estimation. His expression was grim. After all, he was a fourth-tier combat ability user, primarily excelling in close-quarters combat. Long-range sniping was not his forte. At this juncture, it was evident, without the need for complex analysis, that they had fallen into a trap. The nearby terrain was not complicated, and with Shinbe occupying the advantageous position, their two snipers had been eliminated almost instantly, rendering the battle a losing endeavor for ordinary individuals. They could only rely on themselves and Shirshin to break through and pursue. Just as he calculated how to swiftly reach Shinbe's position, the sound of sniper fire echoed relentlessly, and personnel began to tumble from the rooftops one after another. Cries of alarm surged through the ruins as they sought safety while desperately attempting to discern the sniper's location. However, Shinbe's shooting speed was astonishingly rapid, almost defying the nature of a sniper. The moment anyone dared to peek, a bullet would be their immediate consequence. The fragile walls of those time-worn buildings offered no semblance of protection. The muscles in his face twitched incessantly. Each gunshot resonated like a hammer striking his heart. In a brief span of time, Shinbe had unleashed 13 bullets, claiming the lives of at least 8 individuals. Witnessing the fate of the second sniper expert, he no longer harbored any illusions of survival for those struck. The ferocity of the bullets employed by his adversaries was decidedly merciless. Each life extinguished signified a diminishment of his team's strength. He was merely an ordinary man. Sure Xin reached a conclusion. Hey, you shot him a glare. Did that even need stating? The firearms wielded by those skilled in the art of marksmanship were distinctly different. In fact, the weapons used were akin to miniature cannons. Yet, Shinbe was merely firing standard bullets. At that moment, a seasoned and valiant teammate raised his weapon and fired twice. The sounds of gunfire echoed. The first shot created a gaping hole in a fractured exterior wall before the second bullet penetrated through it, obliterating the floor below and sending a cloud of dust and splintered wood billowing out of the windows. In an instant, an exceedingly agile figure emerged from the smoke and dust, landing and immediately springing forth like a cheetah towards another building that offered concealment. Heiya watched in awe as the figure leaped out, exclaiming, "Well done. You forced him out. Go." Heiya was the first to dash out of the building. Hastening towards Shinbe. Chapter 70. The advantage is mine. All of you must accept death. Once Shinbe was compelled into the open, Heiya was instantly consumed by a fervent desire for bloodshed and elation. He promptly beckoned Sure Xin to charge forth. Once Shinbe revealed himself, surrounded by the others, there would be no escape. Sure Xin sprinted with greater speed, the already fractured street beneath him splintering further with each step he took. Just then, within Heiya's line of sight, a dart suddenly emerged from the house where Shinbe had disappeared. What was that? Heiya was perplexed, observing its bullet-like form, causing ripples in the air as it flew. Was it a bullet? Heiya was nearly bewildered. How could there be a bullet without the sound of gunfire? Sure Xin, be careful, Heiya urgently warned, disregarding the perplexity of how an ordinary man like Shinbe could fire a soundless bullet. Although Sure Xion's defenses had reached the third tier, a sniper's bullet, while not fatal, would still inflict injury. At that moment, Sure Xion regarded Heiya's warning with disdain. What harm could a single sniper bullet do? It wouldn't kill him. At most, he would sustain an injury. In the wilderness, wounds were as commonplace as the air one breathed. Yet, Sure Xion's animosity towards Shinbe overflowed, as he still contemplated capturing him alive to administer the most dreadful punishments and tortures. Thus, in an instant, Sure Xion chose to evade. His movements were remarkably swift. He suddenly lunged to the side, rolling and nearing the edge of a building, poised to slip into a blind spot from which he could not be shot at. Just then, yet another bullet silently sliced through the air, striking precisely where Sure Xion had intended to land. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted from Sure Xin, propelling his body into the air. After tumbling several times, he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. His lifeless form bore no signs of vitality, as nearly half of his torso seemed to have vanished. Remarkably, Sure Xin's demise was so swift that it was devoid of any anguished cries. He died with an unsettling abruptness. Without a moment's pause, all of this transpired within the span of just 2 or 3 breaths. A Tier 3 ability user had met his end. Heiyu gazed in disbelief at this scene, feeling an icy chill envelop him from head to toe, momentarily forgetting that he was amidst a life-and-death struggle. He comprehended all too well that Shinbei's cunning surpassed his wildest imagination. Shinbei had first fired a bullet to provoke Sure Xin into evasive action, only for the second bullet to unleash the true lethal artistry. Such calculation and guile were terrifying, rivaling that of a computer. How could he possibly penetrate Sure Xin's defenses? In that moment, Heiyu found it unfathomable what kind of bullet Shinbei had employed. The destructive force far exceeded the limits of conventional ammunition. Confusion, bewilderment, dread, and terror flooded his mind in a cacophony of emotions. It was as if an ant, typically overlooked, had managed to slay an elephant before his very eyes. The impact was even more shocking than a lion bringing down an elephant. A mere ordinary man with a sniper rifle. Even a divine entity could not achieve such a feat of eliminating a Tier 3 ability user with a single shot. Suddenly, he regained his composure, his face a mask of icy resolve, tinged with a hint of unease. Heiyu spotted the flash of gunfire amidst the ruins. Yet he was still unable to pinpoint Shinbei's precise location. With a roar, he seized a fallen teammate's rifle and aimed it towards the potential hiding spots of Shinbei, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. His finger pressed the trigger with force, and in that moment, the rifle emitted a thunderous roar, akin to a tempest tearing through the silence. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and tracer rounds soared towards Shinbei's concealed position like an enraged swarm of bees, leaving a searing and lethal trajectory in their wake. The surrounding dust swirled violently from the intense firepower, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and scorched steel. Each gunshot was accompanied by the splintering of debris, each impact carving new wounds into the ruins. Once the bullets were expended, Heiyu crouched low amidst the crumbling remnants of structures, utilizing the various obstacles as cover as he charged towards Shinbei's sniping position. At a distance of 1,500 meters, he needed nearly a minute to close the gap. However, he was confident that if he could draw within 500 meters, he could suppress Shinbei's firepower. This meant he still had to traverse a perilous 1,000 meters alongside the specter of death. Heiyu advanced with remarkable speed, employing a series of extraordinary tactical maneuvers to close the distance to Shinbei. Meanwhile, Shinbei continued to fire, bullets whizzing past Heiyu. Yet instead of feeling relieved by the errant trajectories, Heiyu's heart grew heavier. The anguished cries incessantly echoed from behind him. It was evident that Shinbei's target was not him, but rather the teammates still concealed amidst the ruins. The walls and rooftops offered no barrier against Shinbei's bullets. His shooting technique was impeccably standard, dispatching each target behind obstacles with a single shot, the frequency and speed of his transitions shattering any sniping principles he had ever known. Heiya was once again astounded by the unimaginable power of Shinbe's bullets. Their penetration was almost surreal, as if the walls were mere paper. It was maddening and sent shivers down his spine. As Heiya advanced closer to Shinbe, within a distance of less than 800 meters, all but two cowards who had retreated to the basement lay dead at Shinbe's hands. At that moment, Heiya observed that Shinbe's battle armor had taken on a base of earthy tones, resembling a camouflage battle suit adorned with large patches. A color-changing battle suit? Heiya's gaze flickered momentarily. The rifle he wielded, distinctly different from weapons of the bygone era, along with the alloy magazine strapped to his side, set him apart from any other sniper. The denizens of the wasteland possessed a simple yet effective understanding of power. In their eyes, threadbare clothing, gleaming metallic objects, and oddly shaped firearms signified insurmountable strength. Naturally, the most potent symbols of power were various combat vehicles. Shinbe's vehicle had long been abandoned in the wild, yet his equipment was sufficient to demonstrate formidable prowess. His visage remained largely concealed beneath a mask, yet his calm and icy eyes sparkled with an unfathomable depth in Heiya's perception. Shinbe even knelt partially, brandishing the rugged and unadorned Barrett sniper rifle without any pretense, pulling the trigger before Heiya. The flash of the shot was particularly blinding. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the ruins, the heart-wrenching cry of a comrade attempting to flank Shinbe, who had dashed from the basement. Heiya was horrified as he turned to see a gaping hole blown into the outer wall of the young man's building. The youth lay prostrate on the ground, wailing in agony, his entire backside soaked in blood. Shinbe swung his rifle towards Heiya, compelling him to execute multiple evasive maneuvers until he finally found solace behind a massive boulder. "You are opposing shelter number 12. Heiya shouted fiercely from his rocky refuge. He was consumed by rage. That skirmish had cost him nearly all his subordinates. Only one remained, and he was an ordinary person. Shinbe's bullets and marksmanship were so overpowering that he felt utterly subjugated. In that moment, he even began to suspect that Shinbe was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. "Do you represent shelter number 12? Shinbe's voice was cold, tinged with a hint of disdain. Simultaneously, his gun's muzzle subtly swayed, scanning the boulder. Alas, the stone was too thick for the bullets to penetrate. Should Heiya dare to show his head, a bullet would surely find its mark. Of course, if Heiya remained hidden for too long, Shinbe would not hesitate to employ higher caliber ammunition. "Listen to me. Our leader Chi Yunlai has taken a keen interest in you. Perhaps we could have a conversation." With a resounding bang, Shinbe fired a shot, the bullet shattering against the massive rock and sending shards flying. This was Shinbe's response. Discussion? There was nothing to discuss. A person's residual value had been completely drained, and being on enemy territory, the only fate awaiting him was to lie dead in the wilderness. Yet, Heiya seemed unwilling to relent, continuously shouting from behind the boulder, occasionally brandishing a twig to taunt Shinbe. This was not an idle waste of time. Another teammate had stealthily crept towards Shinbe, seizing the opportunity. Chapter 71, Close Quarters Combat. You still lack the necessary skill as Heiya attempted to persuade Shinbe to abandon his resistance and surrender to shelter number 12. Shinbe was provoking him to emerge from behind the rock. Both parties were exceedingly cautious. Heiya feared Shinbe's peculiar marksmanship and bullets, while Shinbe was equally averse to engaging in close combat with Heiya. Up to this point, Heiya had not exhibited any extraordinary abilities. Without insight into the opponent's hidden cards, the looming giant sword above them could not vanish. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, unbeknownst to them, an enemy, as stealthy as a cat, approached from behind Shinbe. It must be noted that this ordinary fighter possessed combat skills far superior to the average individual. He crawled almost flat against the ground, each movement slow and graceful, reminiscent of a lizard lying in wait. It was evident he had undergone rigorous training. Just as the enemy drew within 10 meters of Shinbe, he inadvertently touched a nearly invisible tripwire. In an instant, the sound of a soda can rattling pierced the air, creating a sharp, clanging noise. This was a rudimentary warning device Shinbe had set up, simple yet elusive. At that moment, Shinbe abruptly turned, firing a blind shot. The enemy reacted swiftly, rolling to the side and hitting the ground just as the king clanged, narrowly avoiding the bullet. As he raised his weapon to retaliate, his hand halted mid-motion, frozen in the air, for a dull military knife had been pressed against his throat. Shinbe's right hand slowly ascended, compelling the enemy to tilt his head back and rise onto his toes. The slight sting against his skin made the enemy acutely aware of the knife's sharpness. He dared not move, only following Shinbe's upward motion. Under the looming threat of death, his throat quivered violently, and despite the chill in the air, beads of sweat began to form. Suddenly, Shinbe lifted the knife. Its blade glided against the enemy's throat, effortlessly shaving off stubble and leaving behind smooth skin. In the span of a mere second, the enemy's face was drenched in sweat. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the blade's glimmer before a chilling sensation enveloped his neck, followed by the spray of crimson blood. At that moment, his body temperature plummeted, as if something within him was being ruthlessly stripped away. Just as he was about to scream, Shinbe's left fist struck like lightning, landing squarely against his nose. The brawny man, surprisingly, tumbled through the air like a weightless puppet, crashing heavily into the wall of a shed, leaving a gaping hole in his wake as he fell inside. The assailant was effortlessly dispatched. Just as Shinbe intended to confront the Black Fang once more, a thunderous noise erupted. A wall was shattered by sheer brute force, and the silhouette of Black Fang surged forth like a speeding train, accompanied by a chilling, maniacal laughter. Crushed. Let us see how you escape now. Black Fang's terrifying physical prowess manifested in an explosion of violence. As his arm swung with tremendous force, bulging veins resembled a vicious iron whip poised to strike. With a resounding crash, Shinbe was unprepared and sent flying by Black Fang's powerful blow. Resembling a discarded rag doll, the impact caused him to collide with countless stones and debris, burying him beneath the rubble, even causing his sniper rifle to slip from his grasp and vanish from sight. With an unrelenting surge of energy coursing through him, Black Fang's internal power churned violently, reverberating through his organs and scraping against muscle and fascia. A chilling, lethal aura permeated the air, as if it could freeze one's very blood. A sinister smile creased Black Fang's lips as he savored the taste of bloodlust. After all, just an ordinary person, so easily dispatched. He scoffed. I'll have to dig you out and bring you back. After losing so many men, I must provide an explanation to the leader. Just as he believed Shinbe was undoubtedly defeated beneath his onslaught, a fragment of stone tumbled from the chaotic pile, clearly indicating an upward force emanating from within. Soon, one stone after another began to cascade down. Black Fang squinted at the chaotic heap of rubble, reminiscent of an ancient burial site, sensing an ominous premonition that a demon was about to emerge. Is he still alive? Black Fang felt a flicker of surprise. He had assumed that his strike would have been fatal, even with Shinbe's armor. He should have been either dead or severely incapacitated, utterly without resistance. Yet, the situation had once again exceeded his expectations. Is the armor's defense truly that advanced? A tumult of thoughts surged within Black Fang, as he involuntarily entertained a suspicion that even he found hard to believe. In the next moment, with a clatter, Shinbe's arm forcefully broke free from the oppressive debris. The arm was shrouded in a dark iron armor, its surface faintly glimmering with an eerie and mysterious vitality. The joints of the armor emitted a deep, resonant grinding sound, akin to an ancient demon breaking free from its restraints. Following this, more debris flew apart as Shinbe's body began to writhe slowly from the pile of rubble. Each armored plate on his shoulders, chest, and waist valiantly resisted the crushing weight. Gradually, he emerged from the shattered stones, like the gates of hell opening to release a demon. Finally, when Shinbe completely extricated himself from the wreckage, he stood atop the ruins, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, as if he were sustaining the very heavens above. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze clear and composed, meeting Black Fang's eyes. You are indeed formidable. But not quite enough, he remarked. A cold, fierce glint flickered in Black Fang's eyes. He suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, a sound filled with surprise and delight. Excellent. You are the most cunning and resilient ordinary person I have ever encountered. Throughout my myriad experiences, I have met many, some weak, some tenacious, some who compromise, and others who overestimate themselves. Yet, never has an ordinary individual rendered me so utterly uncomfortable. To label you as merely ordinary is a gross underestimation. I believe you surpass even those with extraordinary abilities. A chilling and fierce glint settled in the depths of Blacktooth's eyes, as if solidifying into a palpable essence. I relish the thrill of novelty. In the next moment, Blacktooth raised his hand, unleashing an energy wave that enveloped the arena. This was one of his extraordinary abilities, the force field lock. In close combat, he could create a force field centered around himself, enhancing his attack speed and defense while diminishing his opponent's speed and accuracy, thrusting them into a passive state of receiving blows. For Shinbe, who wielded no firearms at that moment, this singular ability was sufficient to tip the scales. Blacktooth observed Shinbe's armor, acknowledging its decent protection, but questioned its offensive capability. After all, it was merely a target. He licked his lips, eager to discern which was superior, extraordinary abilities or technology. Meanwhile, Shinbe's calm eyes began to flicker with intensity. Close quarters combat. This was his first experience, and he too was curious to see if his combat skills from a past life, coupled with the assistance of his armor, could vanquish an extraordinary being. He promptly retrieved a mid-level crystal core and inserted it into the power module, extracting energy for future use. In the ensuing moment, Blacktooth wasted no words. He stomped heavily, sending dirt flying, and leaped forth like an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance to Shinbe in an instant. He unleashed a punch that created a vacuum behind him. The air erupted, and a tempest surged towards Shinbe. Have you never been hit? Then prepare to savor it. Blacktooth's boisterous roar accompanied the thunderous sound of the air rushing forward. Chapter 72, Collision of Life and Death. As Blacktooth charged, Shinbe found himself unable to draw his revolver in time. Indeed, his first instinct was not to fire his weapon. At such a proximity, the pistol's efficacy diminished significantly, far less threatening than at a distance of 10 meters. Instead of bracing for impact, Shinbe moved like a whirlwind, twisting his body to evade, suddenly darting sideways. He activated his foot thrusters, propelling himself powerfully sideways. By the time Blacktooth's strike missed, Shinbe had already leaped 10 meters away. He had gripped the revolver firmly in his left hand. In the fleeting moment of landing, he pulled the trigger. The revolver's 6 chambers spun rapidly, and with a deep, resonant click, the bullets were mercilessly thrust into the abyss of the dark barrel. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the muzzle, akin to a spark igniting oil, poised to unleash its fury. The sparks produced by the metal friction shone like stars in the night, brief, yet dazzling. As Shinbe pressed the trigger to its limit, the bullet soared forth from the slender barrel with great speed, accompanied by a fiery blaze and billowing smoke. A resounding bang echoed as a bullet traced a fiery arc, igniting a shower of sparks upon impact with the ground. At that moment, Blacktooth had already vanished from sight, his disappearance so swift that Shinbe could only marvel in astonishment. This was one of his extraordinary abilities, instant shadow evasion. In the fleeting moment an adversary launches an assault, this skill allows the wielder to perceive and anticipate, briefly slipping into a state of subspace, rendering the enemy's attack as though it were passing through nothingness, thus achieving near-perfect evasion. In this state, Blacktooth could also swiftly reposition himself, maneuvering to the side or behind his opponent for a counterattack. However, this ability could only be activated once within a short span, with a mere 10-meter displacement. Shinbe retreated several meters, only to see a shadow dart past him, Blacktooth moving at high speed. The sharp whistling sound and the chilling breeze that brushed his face were a testament to the terrifying lethality of his foe. Even bullets needed to be avoided. What kind of esper are you? This is truly humiliating, a loss of face. Shinbe attempted to provoke Blacktooth's weakness with words. But Blacktooth circled him with a mocking laugh, replying, "Such lowly tricks should be kept to yourself. Your bullets are extraordinary. Only a fool would not evade them." Shinbe pouted, immediately ramping up the output of his power module, pushing his kinetic energy to its limits. He too began to move at high speed, frequently changing directions. Yet he found it impossible to target Blacktooth, who was also engaging in erratic movements. The wind whipped around them, growing both cold and harsh as the two engaged in a lightning-fast chase, darting from one building to another, even weaving through the interiors of abandoned structures. In the midst of this pursuit and evasion, both were relentlessly attacking one another. Shinbe was not merely dodging. He was simultaneously attempting to lock onto his opponent, his revolver poised and ready, though it had yet to fire. Blacktooth was evidently wary of the revolver in Shinbe's grasp. The moment he felt the gun's sights align with him, he would decisively abandon his assault and swiftly evade, never granting Shinbe the opportunity to pull the trigger. Both Shinbe and Blacktooth possessed patience, built upon a contest of endurance. Blacktooth's high-speed ability also required energy. Once his reserves were depleted, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Yet, how long Blacktooth could maintain this relentless pursuit was beyond Shinbe's comprehension. Meanwhile, Shinbe felt a growing urgency. His armor, after enduring the relentless chase, was already in a state of disrepair. Had it been in its prime, the number of crystal cores he possessed would have determined how long he could contend with Blacktooth. No matter how much energy an Esper possessed, it could not exceed the number of crystal cores. Currently, Shinbe found himself in a decidedly unfavorable situation. He desperately needed to seize an opportunity to land a significant blow on Blacktooth. The chase had persisted for over half a minute. At this distance and speed, the disadvantages of using a handgun became glaringly apparent. From aiming to pulling the trigger and firing the bullet, the brief interval provided ample time for Blacktooth to react. Shinbe gripped a revolver with his left hand, crouching low, moving like a specter between the buildings under the immense load of his battle armor. Meanwhile, Heiyo adopted an even lower stance, often employing all fours, resembling an extraordinarily swift reptile. At that moment, Shinbe surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing, and suddenly leaped from the ground, landing against the exterior wall of a building. He swiftly maneuvered around the corner. Heiyo, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards him from a rooftop several meters away, landing with a soft thud against the building's outer wall, positioned horizontally. He scurried along the wall with a speed far surpassing Shinbe's, quickly reaching the corner. However, a spark of insight seemed to ignite within Heiyo. He refrained from recklessly charging around the bend. Instead, with a deft flick of his hand, he launched a nearly invisible fine line into the air, which curved and sought out the blind spot around the corner. This seemingly inconspicuous line possessed immense power against a brick and wood structure. It could effortlessly carve a deep gash exceeding 10 centimeters. Before the line had fully tightened, he had already darted around the corner, exhibiting remarkable confidence in his weapon's efficacy. Yet, this confidence met the ominous, unfathomable muzzle of the revolver. Heiyo emitted a strange cry as the line trembled in the air, darting towards Shinbe's arm, while he propelled himself backward. This was the optimal response given the circumstances, balancing both offense and defense. Clearly, Heiyo understood the revolver's might and recognized that the brick wall would not withstand the bullet's onslaught. Retreating to the corner was not a prudent choice. As for the line he had cast, he did not expect it to make contact with Shinbe's body. To his astonishment, the line effortlessly pierced through Shinbe's armored arm, embedding itself deeply into the wall. However, Heiyo could not savor his success, for Shinbe's arm remained steadfast. Firmly clutching the revolver, the sights unwaveringly trained on the retreating Heiyo. Furthermore, Shinbe's right hand had grasped the very line that had penetrated his left arm. With a thunderous crack, the revolver roared to life once more. Heiyo, having propelled himself to the ground with lightning speed, veered sideways. The bullet went astray. A wave of relief washed over him. He had evaded it. Yet, in that fleeting moment of respite, an immense force yanked at his arm. Heiyo looked up sharply, only to find Shinbe tugging on the line, pulling back with ferocity. In the next instant, before Heiyo could sever the line, he was yanked upwards as if drawn by an unseen force. Simultaneously, Shinbe leaped down, his right fist coiled like a spring, accompanied by a resonant, thunderous roar. "It's over." As Heiyo ascended, his eyes ignited with an intense brilliance. He clenched his right hand into a fist, enveloped by a tempestuous energy, radiant and crimson. This was his most formidable attack, the pulsating shockwave, a unique ability that manifests through rapid vibrations of one's own energy, unleashing a formidable force that culminates in a high-density energy wave, striking deep within the adversary and inflicting irrevocable internal injuries, resulting in instantaneous death. Simultaneously, the entirety of Black Fang's spine is activated by this energy, quaking violently, reminiscent of a coiled dragon poised to ascend to the heavens, evoking an explosive sense of shock even through his clothing. This is your demise. To abandon your firearm and engage me in direct confrontation. What a fool you are. Yet, you meet your end with purpose. Black Fang's expression is fierce, his gaze filled with a ferocious intent that seems to solidify in the air, ready to unleash itself. In his eyes, Shinbe is merely courting death, no longer relying on the speed advantage granted by his armor or the threat of his pistol. He dares to leap down and deliver a descending blow. How laughable. In an instant, Shinbe descends from above. Black Fang hurtles towards him. In midair, their fists are poised to collide. However, just as they are about to meet like comets crashing into the earth, Shinbe's right fist suddenly radiates with blinding light. It erupts with the ferocity of thunder, a dazzling current surging forth from the palm of his armored hand, a wild and searing torrent of energy. akin to a long-dormant dragon awakening, breaking free of its constraints in a heartbeat. This electric current illuminates the surroundings, flickering with blue and white arcs of light, weaving a brilliant and perilous tapestry in the air, akin to countless serpentine figures dancing. The crackling of electricity rings out, sharp and exhilarating. Black Fong merely casts a glance, and his scalp erupts in shock. His mind feels as if it has been struck by a colossal warhammer, plunging into an abyss of blankness. The current is outrageously violent, manifesting as a spherical lightning bolt surging from Shinbe's hand. What is this? Black Fong clearly sees the blinding current, yet suddenly, darkness engulfs his vision. Chapter 73. The curtain falls, and death boom. Amidst Black Fong's utter astonishment, their fists collide in midair. Though taken aback, he is resolutely certain that the current emanating from Shinbe is not a product of supernatural powers, but rather a function of his armor capable of delivering electrical attacks. Although somewhat alarming, Black Fong is unfazed. How powerful can a mere electric current be? At most, it would merely cause a jolt, a tickling sensation. And Shinbe could not possibly withstand the force of his punch. In the next moment, as their fists connect, the current erupts like a savage storm of lightning, the blinding blue light illuminating the midair. Each pulse of electricity dances wildly, expanding and exploding, sending sparks flying, crackling like a multitude of arrows piercing the stillness of the night sky, leaving behind a trail of racing light. Simultaneously, the crimson energy on Black Fong's fist releases its own force. With a thunderous roar that shakes the very heavens, a blazing fireball erupts in the air. The tranquil atmosphere is instantly torn apart, a fierce gust of wind surging forth, a searing wave accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, raising clouds of dust that swirl like a relentless sandstorm, intertwined with the flamboyant bloom of scarlet flames. A series of intense explosions resonated through the air. The sound birthed from the fierce and unparalleled force and velocity pressing against the atmosphere. Time appeared to come to a standstill. Within the sockets of Heiya's eyes, countless currents danced like serpents, coiling around him. In this suffocating moment, Heiya felt as if he had brushed against the cold, merciless fingertips of death. The electric currents pierced the air, invading his unsuspecting body with a thunderous might, transforming the scene into a horrific symphony intertwining sight and sound. A violent arc of electricity erupted, emitting a bizarre and resplendent blue-white glow, twisting, leaping, and spreading like a frenzied and voracious serpent of light, ensnaring Heiya. Its brilliance was sufficient to penetrate the darkest corners of the abyss. The surrounding air seemed charred by the searing energy, emitting a hissing sound, while a thick scent of burning and smoke permeated the atmosphere. Heiya's body convulsed violently under the assault of the current, his muscles spasming grotesquely under the immense pressure. The surface of his skin blackened and cracked from the electricity, crimson blood oozing forth. His facial expression was frozen in a visage of extreme agony and terror. His pupils dilated in fear, reflecting an indescribable inner horror. His body appeared to transform into a temporary conduit for the lightning, each pulse challenging the limits of life. Every tremor a lament at the brink of existence. Heiya could scarcely fathom the ferocity of the current unleashed by Shinbe. It was akin to a high-voltage electric grid. How could this be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. The very thought of a mere battlesuit yielding such violent electrical energy baffling him. Was this not akin to a miniature power station? He could no longer afford to remain in confrontation. He risked being electrocuted or rendered unconscious. To collapse in the ruins of the city was no jest. He could easily fall prey to lurking beasts. A chill of fear gripped him, as if his heart were ensnared by an iron hand, awakening an unprecedented and unparalleled sense of danger and crisis. In that instant, he endured the excruciating pain of the current crawling through his brain. His face was a vivid crimson, contorted into a ghastly visage, teeth bared, muscles taut, and glistening with explosive power. With all his might, he roared, "Die!" Boom. Heiya once more summoned every ounce of energy within him, his scarlet fist radiating with brilliance. The thin veil of air distorted instantaneously, sharp crimson shockwaves forming violently. Akin to a bomb detonating, the scarlet shockwave surged forth, silently obliterating everything in its path. Soon, the red shadow enveloped the alley, the earthen buildings on either side crumbling as if they were mere tofu, collapsing entirely. Shinbe was also hurled away by the force of Heiya's strike, his body uncontrollably soaring upward in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Creaking, Shinbe slowly rose from the ground, the joints of his battlesuit emitting harsh grinding sounds. Gently caressing the battle armor, Shinbe's smile was unceasing. Truly, it was worthy of its upgraded status, enduring even his most formidable strike. While supernatural abilities are formidable, technology surpasses them. He advanced step by step towards the writhing figure of Heiya, who lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. He casually picked up his revolver. Shinbe strolled leisurely, as if wandering through the void, his gaze sweeping over the scene with a look that was both nostalgic and contemplative. Some await death, others flee from it, while you chase after it. At that moment, Heiya opened his bloodshot eyes, which bulged grotesquely. His charred visage continually shed the decaying skin, revealing flesh that had been nearly scorched to a pulp. Veins throbbed violently, and his expression was one of terror and disbelief as he fixated on the approaching Shinbe. Who are you? Why is this happening? Shinbe raised a hand, silencing him. This holds no significance for you. He lifted the gun once more and calmly continued. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. All are tribulations of fate. Look around. In the end, we all perish together. What is the point? Do you regret it? Give me a reason not to kill you. Under Shinbe's unwavering gaze, Heiya reluctantly and mournfully laughed. Haha, can saving a bullet be a reason? Shinbe, initially inclined to take his life, found himself momentarily stunned by the man's words. He stared at the grotesque smile, chuckling in disbelief. Do you fancy yourself humorous? I have no need for your solitary bullet. Heiya's eyes trembled violently, betraying the intense turmoil within. With a somewhat humble tone, he pleaded, I regret it. Truly regret it. I was wrong. I was indeed wrong. Spare my life, and we can coexist peacefully. In Heiya's mind, if Shinbe were to show even a modicum of compassion, he could return to the shelter and continue to live. As for future consequences, they could be settled later. After all, this predicament was entirely Shinbe's fault. If he had not provoked the sinister forces, none of this would have occurred. Thus, Heiya believed that if he submitted, Shinbe would surely refrain from pulling the trigger. However, Shinbe merely shook his head. His eyes filled with an inscrutable cruelty. No, you do not comprehend your mistake. Rather, you realize that you are about to die. In an instant, Heiya's emotions erupted. Resentment, fury, and dread surged forth. How dare you? You are at odds with shelter number 12. May hell not be a refuge. Bang, the gunshot reverberated, echoing through the desolate urban ruins. Shortly thereafter, Shinbe emerged from the remnants of the city, now in possession of over 30 intermediate crystal cores, spoils of his conquest. He journeyed westward, maintaining a pace of 10 kilometers per hour. The battle armor could no longer endure excessive strain. Any further overuse would lead to total failure, rendering even the act of walking precarious. Beneath him lay a silent carpet woven from endless sands and rusted mechanical debris. The remnants of a once flourishing civilization now eroded by time, reduced to mere skeletal fragments, as if lamenting a bygone era of survival. The sky loomed a somber and oppressive lead gray, heavy clouds seemingly burdened by the world's grievances. A sparse drizzle began to fall. The rainwater is potable, yet it may lead to gastrointestinal infections. The sole safe water source in this world is the purified water found within the vast stomach of Titan. Shinbe did not seek shelter from the rain. He continued to traverse the terrain alone, burdened by his firearm. Approximately 5 hours later, he lifted his gaze, shielding his eyes with his palm, and in the distance, he spotted a vehicle that had collided with a great tree. He had found it. The vehicle he had used during his escape, now bearing the corpse of his significant target, the juvenile black bat. Whether he could obtain the RV license plate depended on Rock. Upon inspecting the vehicle, he discovered that the engine was intact but could not be started. Crawling beneath the car, he noticed a gaping hole in the chassis. A wire had been completely severed, broken into several segments, rendering reconnection impossible. Shinbe snapped a slender branch and soaked it in a puddle for a while, using it to bridge the broken wire. The engine roared to life. A clever little trick indeed. As he turned the steering wheel, carrying the black bat's corpse, he set off once more, speeding through the wilderness. After a couple of hours, Shinbe returned to the vicinity of shelter number 36, only to suddenly observe Titan, its colossal body undulating, making a turn. This direction is northward? Chapter 74. Obtaining the RV license plate having narrowly escaped death twice, Shinbe finally returned to the vicinity of shelter no. 36 with his spoils, the corpse of the black bat. At this moment, Titan was maneuvering, initially moving east, but now veering northward. Should Titan proceed northward, it would enter the frigid territories of the north. This was not favorable news for shelter number 36. The entire shelter was in a flurry of activity, with numerous individuals departing as if they were ants, venturing into the wild woods to harvest timber and branches to stockpile for warmth. No one knew if Titan would enter the north or when it might emerge after doing so. Thus, the acquisition of firewood became the most essential resource for the shelter. When Shinbe appeared in the garage to return the off-road vehicle, the busy residents wore expressions of incredulity and shock. They stared at him with a ghostly gaze, exclaiming in disbelief, "Hissed Shinbe? No way, he is still alive? Am I seeing things? How can this be? This is the first time I've heard of an ordinary person escaping from an aberration." In that moment, wherever Shinbe went, he stirred a ripple of astonishment. Oblivious to the commotion, Shinbe first dragged the black bat's corpse to the logistics department, delivering the target and receiving a storage receipt in return. Generally, for collection tasks like this, resources are first sent to the logistics department before rewards are settled at the task office, thereby minimizing the potential for corruption. After all, the shelter does not belong to everyone. It is the private property of General Yu Wuchang. Before the formidable General Yu Wuchang was vanquished, all were but mere appendages of the sanctuary. Any petty thievery was, in essence, akin to carving flesh from Yu Wuchang. Returning to the task office, Rock was abruptly roused from his drowsiness. He feigned rubbing his eyes, as if he were questioning the reality of seeing Shinbe. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback, only to burst into laughter, increasingly unhinged. Rock clapped his hands together, the sound echoing, "Excellent. I knew the goddess of fortune would favor you." Shinbe placed the inventory list on the table. "I am the goddess of fortune myself." Oh, Rock chuckled, playfully patting Shinbe on the shoulder with a lewd grin. "When did you undergo such a transformation? Given our relationship, would you mind if I indulged a little?" This jest fell flat, devoid of humor. Much like the absurdity of claiming that all malevolent beings would be obliterated, Rock scrutinized Shinbe, then seized the inventory list once more, exclaiming in disbelief, "It's truly astonishing. You were once merely an ordinary person lingering in the shadows of others, and now you've evolved into someone beyond my comprehension." Shinbe responded calmly, "Growth is inevitable, or perhaps a touch of miracles is required." "This transcends mere miracles," Rock retorted, waving the inventory list dismissively. "You are the one conjuring miracles. Setting aside everything else, do you not feel a shred of fear when confronting malevolent beings? Fear can strip one of the courage to resist and plunge one into a state of frantic despair. Those who succumb to such weakness are destined to become mere fodder for the vultures and carrion wolves of the wild." Leaning back in his chair, Shinbe spoke with an air of indifference. Rock stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. He held little interest in how Shinbe had managed to survive the onslaught of malevolent beings. He was only aware that he could finally shed the moniker of Godfather. Glancing outside, he observed the hurried residents, all busily stockpiling firewood. In a lowered voice, Rock deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Tell me the truth. What of Ian Hu and his companions?" The implication was clear. Shinbe had returned with the body of their mission target, while Ian Hu and the others were conspicuously absent. This suggested that an unpleasant incident had transpired during their hunt for the Black Bat. Shinbe, however, remained composed, displaying a facade of confusion. "I am not certain. Ian Hu instructed me to keep watch outside, and when I ventured in, he and the others had vanished. I attempted to search for them, but found no trace. Do you believe this excuse will suffice?" Rock paused, then exhaled deeply. "Can you Wuchang be convinced?" Shinbe, suddenly enlightened, hastily added, "My words may lack precision. I indeed found no living souls, but there were corpses, and the ground was littered with numerous shell craters." "Shell craters?" Rock tilted his head in bewilderment. "Bomb craters?" Shinbe nodded. Rock appeared perplexed. In the pursuit of the Black Bat, the presence of supernatural beings rendered bombs unnecessary. How could craters have formed? Did other sanctuaries launch a surprise attack? Rock probed cautiously. Shinbe held a modicum of admiration for Rock's imaginative conjectures. As for Shinbe himself, he harbored no fear regarding any subsequent investigation by Yu Wuchang. Such inquiries would prove futile. At the scene, apart from Ian Hu, nearly all others had fallen victim to the lethal strike of the Black Bat. Su Li and Ian Hu met their demise with a bullet to the head. However, as Shinbe prepared to depart, he did not forget to unleash a cluster bomb upon the two, obliterating them beyond recognition. There were no discernible traces of gunfire left behind, and Shinbe meticulously cleaned up the spent shell casings. General Yu Wuchang's quest to find a fault in him was fraught with difficulty. After all, one cannot suspect a survivor of murdering his comrades simply because he alone remained alive. Who would dare to undertake missions thereafter? At that moment, Luo Ku was mentally piecing together the details, ensuring that every gap was filled, so that during the report, General Yu Wuchang would find no fault. As for why only Shinbe returned alive, Luo Ku was aware. Only the victor is deserving of breath and a beating heart. Yet, he was still shrouded in profound doubt. Was Shinbe's method of dispatching the ability users solely reliant on the firearm in his hand? That seemed rather inconceivable and hard to fathom. Did he truly consider the ability users mere targets? Luo Ku chose not to dwell on it, as pondering the inexplicable was a futile waste of mental energy. Nevertheless, he earnestly advised, "Shinbe, you must always remember that you are an ordinary person. Perhaps at this stage, you can navigate the ability users, but once you encounter someone like the Blue Demoness, it is prudent to maintain reverence and bow your head. There is no shame in that." Shinbe smirked slightly. "We should focus on securing the mission rewards," he suggested. "If this research institute can achieve a breakthrough," Luo Ku, for the moment, ignored Shinbe and continued, "You might consider attempting a second awakening to become an ability user." Shinbe's expression shifted slightly, finding Luo Ku's suggestion somewhat reasonable. However, he was not inclined to gamble with his life. There was a 50% chance of awakening and an equal chance of a fatal explosion. There was no room for maneuvering. The risks were far too great. Here, a high-grade crystal core, Luo Ku tossed the mission reward into Shinbe's hands. Shinbe smacked his lips. "So soon? No need for accounting?" Luo Ku shrugged. "Had there been even one survivor, you would receive no rewards. Now that everyone else is dead, despite your undertaking the mission pro bono, the rewards must rightfully fall to you." Shinbe grinned. "The logic is impeccable." Luo Ku waved his hand dismissively. "Take your little K away. What's wrong?" Luo Ku's face displayed a hint of displeasure. "He dared to act behind my back." Shinbe's eyes widened slightly. "Could it be that little K had stolen something? He even cleaned my room. Damn, I detest a place that is spotless and orderly. Such a house lacks any warmth." Luo Ku nearly roared. "Do you understand? It lacks warmth." Shinbe stood slowly, inhaling deeply, and patted Luo Ku on the shoulder. "It seems you need a woman. One who can bear my children." Luo Ku was taken aback. Upon looking up again, Shinbe had already exited the mission center. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before spitting. "Children? Huh. This damned survival. Why subject future generations to such suffering?" Shinbe emerged from the mission center and made his way to the administrative hub, the very nerve center of the shelter. Regardless of whether one is an extraordinary individual or an ordinary person, any matter can be addressed here. For instance, one can pay various fees, handle immigration affairs, and receive policy notifications, among other tasks. The administrative center is constructed using repurposed metal sheets, concrete precast components, and reclaimed wood, embodying a rugged industrial aesthetic. Furthermore, the windows are designed as small yet robust bulletproof glass or iron-barred windows. At this location, Shinbe submitted a premium crystal core and received a permit for a mobile home. With this permit, he could construct a mobile home, attaching it to the Titan, and accompany the shelter in their flight from calamity. After departing from the administrative center, he arrived at the research institute. At this moment, Shenanji had already crafted all the templates for assembling the wheels and the mobile home, which lay neglected in a corner, gathering dust. Following another payment, Shinbe theoretically owned his mobile home. All that remained was assembly. It appeared that he needed to hire additional hands. Clad in a multifunctional work uniform and wearing goggles, Shenanji appeared behind Shinbe. Simultaneously, his gloved hands dripped with dark, pungent blood. Shinbe? Blood? Chapter 75. Constructing the mobile home, and unpleasant news. Shinbe gazed at Shun-Anji's bloodied hands in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, it seemed to be the blood of a black bat. "You?" Shun-Anji shook his hands. "Blood? Have you never seen it before?" Shinbe shrugged. "I thought you only focused on research and manufacturing." Shun-Anji, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Combat personnel requires specialization, while we researchers must be versatile. Otherwise, how could we justify our wages? Any progress? Hard to say." Shun-Anji replied while cleaning his gloves. "The information we have is incomplete. We still need to study how Shelter Number 1 managed to create the awakening agent. However, I have a nagging feeling that it may not be that simple." I trust you can justify your wages, Shinbe remarked calmly. This statement, upon reaching Shunanji's ears, seemed to carry an undertone of mockery regarding their ineptitude. Yet, Shunanji was not angered. One must accept being outmatched. I was considering whether, if we truly fail to make any breakthroughs, I could suggest General Yu Wuchang to dig a little deeper. Shinbei's eyelid twitched. That's rather excessive. It could easily ignite a war between shelters. However, Shunanji's expression darkened, and he sneered. War is what drives progress. It is the impetus of this world. There was some truth to his words. Shinbei rubbed his nose. Let us focus on my mobile home. Shunanji pointed to the housing construction module and explained succinctly. The so-called mobile home is supported by 4 movable wheels, achieving a perfect blend of residence and mobility. If you are willing to spend an additional crystal core, you can opt for superior materials to construct the module, ensuring excellent insulation, waterproofing, and durability. The interior is filled with high-efficiency insulating material, while the exterior is covered with a composite plastic layer that is UV-resistant and weatherproof. The modules interlock through precise docking structures, ensuring seamless sealing while allowing for quick assembly and disassembly. Unfortunately, you have chosen the cheapest option, which provides only one function: shelter from wind and rain. Shinbei interjected. That is sufficient. Shunanji spread his hands and continued. The housing unit comprises wall modules, glass window modules, roof modules, and basic living facility modules. The glass window modules ensure the stability of the windows during movement or under wind pressure. The roof modules are designed with streamlined contours, and waterproof clips secure the connections between modules, preventing leakage in rain or snow. The basic living facility module includes simple beds and chairs, while cabinets must be purchased separately. Shinbei expressed indifference, noting that they could be added gradually in the future. Subsequently, Shunanji elaborated on the installation methods, which were not overly complicated. Remembering the general sequence would suffice. It could be accomplished much like stacking blocks. In a brief moment, Shunanji had to attend to laboratory work, leaving Shinbei to transport materials from the upper level to the lower one. As for Shunanji's suggestion to hire help, it was certainly not feasible. The assembly of any module was a matter of experience points. Each hands-on effort contributed to the accumulation of these points, and missing even one would hinder the completion of the RV and subsequently prevent upgrades. In fact, Shinbei did not even call upon Rock or Little K for assistance, preferring to rely on his own efforts. In the past, whenever a new RV was constructed in the shelter, it would attract a considerable crowd. At the lower level of the shelter, there were only 2 matters that brought joy to the residents: the emergence of a new RV, signifying the growth of the shelter and an increase in its population, and the birth of a newborn. However, due to Titan's recent maneuvers, which may lead them into the harsh northern winter, everyone was preoccupied with stockpiling timber, causing Shinbei's RV construction to go largely unnoticed. People merely glanced from a distance before returning to their own tasks. Sunlight streamed through the battered skyline onto this desolate land as Shinbei commenced the first step of assembling the housing unit. He needed to lower the wheels and then suspend them on the public iron chain. Shinbei's RV was positioned quite far back, extending over 5 kilometers. He jumped down, gripping the iron chain in one hand and the wheel in the other, exerting considerable effort before finally suspending the RV's foundation onto Titan. At that moment, a notification flickered in Shinbei's peripheral vision. Housing construction, experience points 1. The experience points were remarkably stable. Next, he would build the house on the RV chassis, adhering to a construction order that progressed from the bottom up and from the outside in. It was crucial to ensure that the connections between each module were tight and crack-free to prevent structural loosening from severe jolts. Typically, RVs were constructed from wood, employing various connection methods, such as nails and rivets, while modular designs only utilized slots. If these slots did not fit perfectly, future bumps when Titan entered the ruins could lead to disassembly. This was one reason why the shelter's personnel were averse to modular designs. However, this posed no issue for Shinbei. He began securely installing the chassis components atop the wheels. Each screw and panel was meticulously fastened, ensuring the overall structure's stability and durability. Soon, the wall modules were seamlessly embedded, forming a closed and cozy space. Large transparent plastic window modules were integrated, allowing precious natural light to illuminate the interior. The internal wiring and piping have been meticulously embedded, and although the utility costs of the shelter are exorbitant, the Research Institute has nonetheless accounted for this option in the design of the dwelling. For Shinbei, this is all a matter of experiential knowledge. Construction of the dwelling. Experience 1. Construction of the dwelling. Experience 1. 3 hours later, a rugged and primitive-looking mobile home stands completed. Shinbei meticulously inspects every detail, nodding in satisfaction only after confirming that no module has been overlooked. The internal space is not overly expansive, measuring just over 100 square meters, divided into 2 rooms, a living area, and a kitchen. A restroom is deemed unnecessary, as the wilderness outside serves as a natural latrine. Shinbei steps out to purchase 2 blankets. Thus, a minimalist home is deemed complete. Seated cross-legged within the mobile home, he lights a cigarette. A home on the road is preferable to a house devoid of furnishings. Shinbei gazes at the mobile home, unable to suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. He then focuses his attention on the vehicle, as information regarding the mobile home materializes. Superficial mobile home LV1, 200-200. This mobile home exists solely in a literal sense, encompassing 113 square meters. The construction materials are substandard, and its stability is questionable, akin to a tent, providing merely a shield against the elements. However, the design of the exhaust vent is flawed, allowing rain to seep in. In high temperatures, it resembles a steam chamber. In low temperatures, it is akin to an icebox, lacking any defensive features or comfort. Tread lightly, lest it collapse, Shinbei remarks. This evaluation seems rather excessive. This mobile home is quite decent. Why does the external description render it so pitiful? Is it being judged against the standards of an all-terrain armored vehicle? He sniffs dismissively, somewhat exaggerated. I can scarcely imagine how terrifying it would be if this mobile home were to ultimately upgrade into a colossal mobile fortress. He decides not to dwell on it any longer. With a thought, he initiates an upgrade. An invisible aura spreads around the mobile home. Superficial mobile home LV2-0500. This mobile home exists solely in a literal sense, encompassing 113 square meters. The angle of the exhaust vent design has been improved to prevent rainwater from entering. The lock cylinder of the door has been upgraded, enhancing security. The connections between the construction modules have been reinforced, improving stability, and the materials used in the building modules have been upgraded, resulting in a slight enhancement in durability and defensiveness. After reviewing the information, Shinbe takes a deep breath. Indeed, upgrades are formidable. Although he has opted for the most basic construction materials, with the upgrade, it can achieve the defensive level of alloy steel. Simultaneously, while the exterior remains unchanged, the interior experiences a significant transformation. Delightful. Shinbe rises, stroking the mobile home, sensing that this vehicle might be the most crucial existence following the potential for a concentrated firepower upgrade. Surely, there will be surprises awaiting in the end. He mutters to himself. Subsequently, Shinbe begins to tidy the room. After dusting for a while, he abruptly abandons the task. Cleaning the room does not yield any experience points. How is he to continue upgrading in the future? Shinbe scratches his chin, momentarily at a loss. Where there's a will, there's a way, he muses, deciding to set it aside for now. At that moment, the sound of the door echoed as Rock entered with little K. Surveying the surroundings, Rock expressed some annoyance, saying, "Why didn't you inform me? I could have lent a hand." Shinbe picked up a broom and handed it to him, replying, "It's not too late now." Rock tossed the broom to little K, giving him a playful smack on the back of his head, saying, "Get to cleaning." Little K, fully aware that this was their new home, eagerly set to work. Meanwhile, Shinbe removed his battle armor and hung it on the wall, beginning to check the components that needed replacing, meticulously recording each one in preparation for a procurement trip. As Shinbe was about to leave, he cautioned, "If anyone breaks in, shoot to kill. Can you stop with the nonsense?" Rock shot him a glare. "This is a sanctuary. Who would dare commit murder? It's just petty thievery. A warning should suffice." Shinbe shrugged. The two headed towards the Titan's core. Rock cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "I have two pieces of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Shinbe replied. "Am I hallucinating? Shouldn't it be one good and one bad?" Chapter 76, Radio Communication Meeting, Confrontation. In the upper echelons of the sanctuary, a car passed by rows of dilapidated factories and smoking chimneys before halting in front of the only well-kept estate, surrounded by a wall, which housed a villa. The villa, spacious and immaculate, stood in stark contrast to the low buildings of the old industrial era that filled the territory, undeniably exuding luxury. In addition to its opulence, the estate was guarded by armed henchmen patrolling the grounds, and as the convoy came to a stop, a number of servants and stewards awaited respectfully, bowing as they greeted. "Welcome back, General." At that moment, the drowsy henchman in the car awoke, gazing at the grand estate with envy and longing. Compared to the gaunt and ragged lower-class populace, the servants within General Yu Wuchang's estate were well-dressed and well-fed, highlighting a stark disparity in living conditions. Upon disembarking, General Yu Wuchang was approached by someone who stepped forward to take his cloak. A steward then bowed and said, "General, In Hu, Su Li, Fei Shu, and others have fallen." A slight twitch at his temples betrayed Yu Wuchang's agitation, yet he maintained a charming smile, displaying no outward sign of distress. "Life and death are ever-changing," he replied, embodying his personal philosophy that everything is transient. All would eventually become part of this world of survival. Though he felt a pang of sadness, he moved on quickly, asking, "How did the mission fare?" As long as the mission was completed and the awakening serum could be developed, battle-type ability users like In Hu could be artificially cultivated. The Research Institute might need to dig into the corners of shelter number 1, but there were no definitive conclusions or plans as of yet. He merely wanted to give a heads up. The steward paused momentarily before continuing. As for the corpse of the Black Bat, it was brought back by Shinbe. Moreover, he was the only one who returned alive. "Shinbe?" Yu Wuchang exclaimed in astonishment. "This fellow survived an encounter with the evil spawn?" "Indeed, he was quite fortunate," the steward replied. Yu Wuchang appeared unfazed, seemingly lost in thought. Snipers were both dangerous and secure, merely a matter of luck. How did Locke report the situation? Locke conveyed that In Hu and others had encountered artillery fire. Artillery fire? Yu Wuchang paused. They couldn't possibly be carrying heavy artillery, could they? The steward shook his head. Yu Wuchang's expression darkened. "Dispatch personnel to investigate the scene, focusing particularly on the shell casings. We must ascertain which shelter has overstepped its bounds." The steward nodded in agreement, then added, "General, the radio communication conference is about to commence." The radio communication conference serves as a means of contact in this world of scarcity. Under ideal conditions, such as employing a high-powered transmitter, efficient antennas, and suitable communication frequencies, along with an unobstructed environment, radio waves can theoretically traverse thousands, even tens of thousands of kilometers. However, in this world of desperation, particularly concerning surface communications, the range is typically limited to several dozen to a few thousand kilometers due to various complicating factors. At designated times, each shelter must communicate with one another, initially to confirm their existence. Now, it has nearly devolved into a venue for verbal sparring among the leaders of the shelters. Yu Wuchang's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, tedious. With that, he stepped into the estate, entering a study. He lifted a tarpaulin to reveal an aged radio device, quietly resting on a dilapidated workbench. Its casing, once a sleek black, was now obscured by layers of thick dust and rust, resembling a mottled camouflage. The originally smooth edges had become rough and uneven. marked by numerous dents and wear. The knobs and buttons, though heavily worn, still displayed their original functional labels. The wires lay exposed, their connections tainted by oxidation, revealing patches of verdigrease. Yet, this antiquated radio persevered, still capable of emitting electromagnetic signals when the knobs were turned to adjust the frequency, attempting to penetrate the silence of the world in search of distant responses. Soon, a massive antenna was erected within the estate. The radio was powered on, and the operators began their work. The static of electric current quickly morphed into the cacophony of human voices. This is Shelter 25. You scoundrels, are you still alive? Haha. This is Shelter 8. By the Spider Queen's decree, silence yourself. Alright. This is Shelter 12. Chief Chi Yun-Lai is on the hunt for a human male, name unknown, height 180 centimeters, wearing red battle armor. Any shelter that harbors this individual shall be considered an enemy of Shelter 12. This is Shelter 36. General Yu Wuchang solemnly warns all shelters that a cowardly ambush and the bombardment of our personnel will incur a bloody price. This is Shelter 20. We are searching for our personnel. Chasing Horse and Gon Mo notable traits. Chasing Horse has skeletal hands, and Gon Mo's eyes are entirely white. This is Shelter 22. The chief sends greetings to the entire family of Shelter 20's women. On the 20th, at the shelter, our team encountered personnel from your side, who have already perished. I repeat, they have indeed met their demise. The entire radio communication devolved once again into a war of words. Tensions have always existed between the shelters, a customary reality for the various leaders. Only when the Spider Queen of Shelter 8 speaks does silence descend upon the gathering. At that moment, her voice resonates through the radio waves. Though slightly distorted by the static, her tone retains a chill that is both haughty and mysterious, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a pristine spring on a snowy mountain. Anyone who hears this voice can envision her unparalleled grace. Yet, when one seeks to possess such a heavenly sound, they find it simultaneously desirable and unattainable, accompanied by an ominous shroud of death. Then there is Yu Wuchang of Shelter 36. Upon being named, he promptly seized the intercom to respond. Present. Next, Chi Yun-Lai of Shelter 12 quickly replied, I am here. The Spider Queen continued, both of you have reported an evil seed's chaotic end. According to the description, the evil seed bears injuries. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlai immediately deduced the origin of the armored man. Suppressing his fury, he replied, according to our personnel's account, that is indeed the case. Yu Wuchang affirmed, yes, there is indeed an irreparable wound at the heart. The Spider Queen fell silent for a moment before inquiring, in what direction did it last vanish? Yu Wuchang remained quiet, as he had no knowledge of where Shinbe had led the evil seed. However, Chi Yunlai was aware. When the evil seed appeared, it was not far from Shelter 12. From his vantage point, he could still see the dark figure moving northward. Chi Yunlai reported this observation. After receiving the information, the Spider Queen fell silent once more before calmly stating, then I shall take action. Such simple words, to the ears of the other leaders. The 15th tier Spider Queen was preparing to pursue the chaotic end of the evil seed. Chi Yunlai trembled. Spider Queen, can you truly slay it? The Spider Queen decisively replied, it is utterly impossible if it remains uninjured. Only if it is wounded can it be vanquished. And how is the evil seed injured? She sighed. That is a force we can only gaze upon, a power from the depths of space. Now, you may continue your discussion. After the Spider Queen's departure from the communication line, the radio erupted into a cacophony of voices, debating the nature of the power from the depths of space. For those who were not members of the Blood-Soaked Council, comprehending this terminology proved challenging, not due to difficulty, but rather due to an unwillingness to contemplate. At that moment, many leaders gazed upwards, filled with confusion. Just then, Chi Yunlai exclaimed furiously, Yu Wuchang, you scoundrel. He directly called out, unleashing a torrent of invective. Yu Wuchang, bewildered and displeased, retorted into the intercom. Chi Yunlai, you are far too reckless. You are merely squandering your life. Your people have slain one of my teams. Who is truly being extravagant here? Skill is lacking, and life is unpredictable. Although Yu Wuchang was somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events, he remained undeterred. Upon reflection, the individual clad in crimson armor, as indicated by Chi Yunlai, is likely Shinbe. Only Shinbe has established a connection with the chaotic entity of the evil seed. Regardless of who it may be, once one enters the wilderness, the specter of death looms ever closer. If one perishes, so be it. They shall be reborn. Therefore, Yu Wuchang naturally would not indulge the other's unpleasant habits. However, what Chi Yunlai desires is not compensation, but rather the armor that adorns Shinbe. In Chi Yunlai's estimation, Yu Wuchang may not fully grasp the armor's true worth. The two exchanged barbs across the void, amidst discussions from other leaders. Ultimately, the first shelter declared, any attempts to undermine will face devastating retribution. Yu Wuchang scoffed, shutting off the intercom. He stroked his chin and gestured to his steward. Go. Summon Rock. Our assessment of Shinbe has clearly gone awry. An hour later, Rock emerged from the manor and encountered Shinbe on the lower levels. There are two pieces of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Chapter 77. I may be exposed, but I shall not perish. The first piece of troubling news. Rock's expression grew solemn as he continued. The Titans may advance into the frost of the northern territories. Shinbe was not taken aback by this information. Thus far, the Titans have been gradually shifting direction, and their route into the north is perceptible to anyone. Currently, the entire shelter is bustling with the collection of timber. They possess some experience in such matters. It's nothing, Shinbe replied nonchalantly. The second piece of news. Rock's gaze fixated on Shinbe, taking a deep breath. I have just returned from Yu Wuchang's manor. The leaders of the various shelters convened via radio, and Chi Yunlai from Shelter 12 has set his sights on you. This revelation caused Shinbe's focus to sharpen abruptly. How could this be possible? The Blacktooth team had been completely eliminated at his hands. He had never disclosed which shelter he hailed from. How could Qi Yunlai accurately target him? After much contemplation, Shinbe contemplated an absurd possibility, the chaotic entity of the evil seed. If Shelter 36 and Shelter 12 exchanged intelligence regarding the movements of the evil seed, it would be simple for Qi Yunlai to deduce that he originated from Shelter 36. Rock continued. According to Yu Wuchang, you single-handedly annihilated an entire team from Shelter 12? At this point, incredulity washed over Rock's features. It is one thing for Shinbe to be an ordinary person. Even an ability user would find it exceedingly taxing and time-consuming to hunt down and completely eradicate a team. Yet, not only did Shinbe escape the clutches of the evil seed, but he also effortlessly dispatched an entire squad. How peculiar. Who, indeed, is the true evil seed here? Initially, Rock found this news utterly unbelievable, even contesting with Yu Wuchang, adamantly asserting that it was merely Shelter 12 casting aspersions. However, the steward confirmed the communication over the radio. It must be the undeniable truth. At this moment, Shinbe hesitated not for long. After weighing his options, he answered with utmost conviction, it matters not. We are still far from Shelter number 12. Moreover, the Titans are also heading into the north, and in the short term, they cannot do anything to me. Did you truly do that? Did you shoot down those with abilities, one by one? Rock asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shinbe wore a mischievous smile, replying leisurely, it is simply that they lacked the sense of fear. Bullets killing those with abilities is hardly extraordinary, is it? Rock displayed a look of relief, relaxation, and even a hint of admiration as he remarked, it seems, just as Yu Wuchang said, your combat prowess was underestimated. This is both a blessing and a curse. How so? Shinbe queried. In the future, when you undertake missions, the difficulty will surely increase. Shinbe merely shrugged. The risk is proportional to the reward. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Rock chuckled, a fine saying indeed. So long as you possess an awareness of your own strength, no, of your firearms, it's sufficient. High-level ability users do not fear conventional weapons. Keep this in mind. And should the time come, flee decisively without hesitation. This advice warrants a drink on me. Pass, Shinbe replied. I am quite busy these days. Oh, what occupies your time? Rock scanned the vicinity, ensuring only the two of them were present before lowering his voice. Two matters. Yu Wuchang may establish a biological research institute and organize a team to extract individuals from Shelter number 1. Shinbe had indeed heard whispers of this from Chenanji. Tentatively, he inquired, will that not lead to conflict? Precisely. Thus, Yu Wuchang has asked me to assess the situation and determine what personnel to organize. Rest assured, I will not put you at risk. Shinbe merely nodded. Rock continued. The other matter is that before we enter the harsh winter of the north, other shelters will dispatch multiple teams to assemble here. Shinbe was taken aback. For the shelters, the others conducted their dealings beyond the Titans, in the wilderness. Only a select few could briefly enter the shelter for rest, such as chasing horse and gun MO. Allowing large, organized teams into the shelter would be akin to delivering the enemy's dagger straight to its heart. Should trouble arise from those in other shelters, it would be unmanageable. What is the purpose of this? Shinbe asked, confusion etched on his face. Rock's expression turned grave as he enunciated each word. The harsh winter of the north does not come silently. Rather, many are active in that region. And there are top-secret documents hidden within the ruins. This time, several shelters are set to collaborate on a mission to explore. Shinbe's curiosity piqued. Top-secret documents? Elaborate. Rock stretched and waved his hand dismissively. Details cannot be disclosed. Your current task is to gather timber. With your dilapidated RV, it is hardly of use. Once we enter the harsh winter of the north, it will merely serve as a mobile refrigerator. Watching Rock's departing figure, Shinbe smirked. From Rock, Shinbe gleaned several crucial pieces of information. The Red Cloud Flame had set its sights on him. The shelters might initiate a battle for recruitment, reminiscent of the last time when Chasing Horse and others had lost many lives. Furthermore, there was the potential for a joint mission between shelters, the purpose of which remained shrouded in mystery. None of these tasks fall within Shinbe's purview. Currently, his mission remains focused on upgrading the mobile home in preparation for the impending harsh winter in the north. Furthermore, seizing the opportunity, he plans to journey southward to retrieve the bag sought after by Chasing Horse and Gone MO from the subway tunnel. After Rock's departure, Shinbe visited the Research Institute to custom order replacement parts for his damaged battle armor, and subsequently made his way to the weapon shop, which had recently acquired new stock. The first item that captured Shinbe's attention was a robust, large-caliber sniper rifle, entirely cloaked in black, with a barrel measuring just over a meter. Its dark angles exuded a foreboding and ferocious aura. Noticing Shinbe's unwavering gaze, the shopkeeper promptly retrieved the sniper rifle, donning the standard smile of a salesman. With calloused fingers caressing the weapon's body, he introduced it. This is my latest creation, named the Reaper Series RS-107. A semi-automatic sniper rifle that utilizes 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. It features a 5-round magazine, a double-chamber recoil compensator, a detachable spiked bipod, and a standard Type 3 attachment rail. Equipped with the latest optical range-finding sight developed by the Research Institute, Shinbe, furrowing his brow, replied, could you simplify that? The shopkeeper, slightly disdainful, glanced at him. The design philosophy of this weapon is intended to combat armored tanks, missile launchers, and even low-flying fighter jets. It can effortlessly penetrate 50mm of special steel plate within a range of 2,000 meters. Many shelters are currently researching genetic soldiers to challenge the so-called fourth-tier enhancers. Wait, Shinbe exclaimed in astonishment. Tanks? Fighter jets? Genetic soldiers? He found himself bewildered by these terms, both familiar and unfamiliar. The shopkeeper tilted his head. Are you all right? You don't recognize a tank? Well, it's rare to see one, but our shelter has several collecting dust in the garage. Their firepower is indeed inferior to that of cluster fire discs. As for fighter jets, I mean helicopters, too wasteful of core energy, especially with the ferocious beasts flying about. So they become quite rare. We simply refer to genetic soldiers. The official term is Second Awakening. Shinbe expressed a realization, thinking the research institute had concocted some novel technology, only to discover it was merely the old ways, repackaged by the shopkeeper for comparison against firearms. The shopkeeper smirked. This rifle will thrill those arrogant young pups. In this era, the importance of a good weapon surpasses even that of your most prized asset. I'm referring to firearms, of course. I recommend you upgrade your sniper rifle. Your current one is utterly inadequate. In terms of both invisibility and power, it pales in comparison to the Reaper series. Shinbe scoffed. My prized asset begs to differ. The shopkeeper responded with a knowing glance as Shinbe focused intently on the rifle. A notification flickered at the corner of his vision. Reaper RS-107 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle LV-1, 010, range of 2,000 meters, capable of firing multiple types of ammunition, including grenades and armor-piercing rounds. Possesses formidable lethality. Shinbe felt the weapon lacked appeal, although its base damage was significantly higher than that of the Barrett. The Barrett's caliber was beyond that of this sniper rifle. Nevertheless, he inquired, how much is it? The benchmark model, devoid of any additional accessories, features 80 mid-level crystal cores, with ammunition priced separately. Shinbe's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, can this contraption eliminate the aberrations? The weapon shop owner shot a glance at Shinbe, cautioning, such jesting is best not repeated. Shinbe chuckled heartily, crossing his arms. You were the one who brought forth this exorbitantly priced item to tease me. The RS-107 stands as the pinnacle of the Reaper series, boasting impressive range, high precision, formidable power, and a diverse array of ammunition, rendering its performance virtually flawless. However, if one is willing to compromise on firearm specifications, I could recommend alternatives. After some contemplation, Shinbe realized he held no particular desire for the RS-107 sniper rifle. The reason was simple, it was burdened with excessive attachments. The more intricate the firearm, the more demanding the environmental conditions become. It is no wonder that even in times of scarcity, the AK series reigns supreme as the people's weapon of choice. Its durability is unmatched. Next, Shinbe's gaze roamed the iron rack, and a fleeting glimpse caught his attention as he focused on another firearm. A moment of contemplation led him to point. What is the price of this gun? Chapter 78. New weapons. What Shinbe referred to was a weapon of exceedingly peculiar design. It measured a mere 20 centimeters in length, its brass and silver hues intertwining, with a muzzle diameter exceeding 15 centimeters, comparable to a large apple. This rendered the firearm top-heavy and bizarre in appearance, reminiscent of the early German hand cannons of Earth. Particularly, the weapon bore stains and conspicuous signs of wear, making it stand out as particularly shabby and unattractive among its peers. The weapon shop owner appeared to stifle a laugh, tilting his head. It does seem rather suited for you. Shotgun LV-1, 010, an unorthodox creation of the weapon shop owner. Only this one exists. It is devoid of any accuracy, suffers from excessive recoil, possesses laughable range, and places undue strain on the muzzle, rendering it unusable after only a few shots. Due to its age, it has sustained damage. Even when intact, it carries a significant risk of catastrophic failure. The drum can hold 3 rounds, and upon pulling the trigger, all ammunition is discharged simultaneously. Shinbe had long ceased to pursue accuracy in firearms, instead favoring sheer, unadulterated destructive power. For long-range engagement, there are sniper rifles. For close quarters, revolvers suffice. However, he found himself lacking in medium-range firepower, and a shotgun, commonly referred to as a scattergun, fills that gap perfectly. Shotguns are known for their ability to fire a cluster of projectiles, exhibiting fierce firepower, high first-shot hit probability, and excellent rapid response capabilities. They are primarily utilized in ambushes and combat scenarios within complex terrains such as jungles and urban settings to effectively engage nearby targets. Generally, shotguns feature a thick barrel, a large caliber, and lack rifling, with ammunition typically composed of dozens of small pellets. Upon discharge, they produce a thunderous sound, and when striking close-range targets, they create a honeycomb pattern that can inflict widespread damage on foes. This is the large-scale lethality Shinbe has always ardently sought. Of course, cluster munitions could achieve similar effects, but their blast radius is far too extensive. A bomb descends, its impacts potentially affecting even the one who deploys it. However, the shotgun's fan-shaped discharge effectively compensates for this flaw. Yet do not fault me for not forewarning you. This weapon is defective and cannot fire bullets, the shopkeeper kindly cautioned. In his opinion, he would rather recommend the Reaper series sniper rifles, as they promise substantial profit. Shinbe picked up the oddly designed hand cannon, without raising his head. He inquired, defective is it? Then I shall treat it as a collectible. Name your price. If you desire this piece, 10 mid-level crystal cores will suffice. That is exorbitant. I shall include an additional 100 rounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbe tossed out 10 crystal cores, setting aside other considerations, despite the shotgun being in a damaged state. It could be repaired through upgrades. The complementary shotgun shells alone were worth it. It is important to note that shotgun shells differ from rifle cartridges. The conventional types of shotgun ammunition primarily consist of birdshot, buckshot, and slugs. The structure comprises a primer, a casing, a wad, and a projectile, distinguished from other ammunition by a wad that separates the projectile from the gunpowder within the casing. For example, in a handgun cartridge, there is no such separation between the projectile and the gunpowder. Thus, the manufacturing process of shotgun shells is more intricate than that of other bullets. A broken gun paired with ammunition presents exceptional value. While the shopkeeper rummaged for the bullets, Shinbe swiftly disassembled the shotgun. The smoothbore barrel, action, firing mechanism, magazine, sighting device, stock, and grip were all laid bare. Notably, the shotgun featured a revolving magazine instead of a pump-action one. This was inconsequential. The key was its ability to fire. He commenced the reassembly. Experience 1. Moments later, Shinbe had successfully reassembled the shotgun. Shotgun LV-1, 1010 upgrade. Compared to its initial state, the firearm appeared scarcely altered. Merely some aged components seemed polished and refined under the enhancement's influence. Shotgun LV2 050. This is a shotgun of average performance capable of firing, with a magazine capacity of 5 rounds. Upon pulling the trigger, all bullets are discharged simultaneously, sufficient to inflict lethal damage on standard armor. Post-upgrade, the magazine capacity increased, and its power augmented, now posing a lethal threat to ordinary armor. This was a significant upgrade for a weapon designed for area damage. How delightful. In future encounters, when besieged by a dozen foes, the sniper rifle would be inadequate, and the revolver's single-shot disadvantage would be glaring. With this shotgun, he could swiftly eliminate a multitude of enemies in mere moments. The thought alone was exhilarating. Shinbe caressed the gun's body, increasingly elated. Power 1. He stored away the bullets gifted by the shopkeeper and procured a modest quantity of sniper and revolver ammunition. Although Shinbe could manufacture bullets himself, the cost was prohibitively high. He had previously calculated that producing a single bullet would roughly equate to the expense of one mid-level crystal core. Recently, bullet prices had fluctuated. Yet 5 bullets required merely 1 crystal core. Whether it be the spirit element or the crystal source powder, one must utilize them sparingly. It is unnecessary to expend costly ammunition on ordinary foes. Exiting the weapon shop, he returned to the lower levels. Upon his arrival, a notification abruptly appeared in Shinbe's peripheral vision. RV Experience 2. Shinbe uttered a puzzled hum. RV Experience? After contemplating, he realized that he had not engaged in any activity that would warrant such an increase, save for Xiaoke cleaning the room, which naturally would not contribute to experience points. After some reflection, he glanced at the time and suddenly understood. The experience points accumulate automatically by the hour. Indeed, Shinbe felt elated at the thought of an RV that levels up effortlessly, far simpler than upgrading combat armor, which requires one to wear it for enhancement. Sleeping in the armor was exceedingly uncomfortable, yet the RV had this remarkable feature. Every hour, it autonomously accrued experience points. How extravagant. Shinbe laughed heartily. Subsequently, he traversed the wooden walkway to a second-hand shop, where he procured a fireplace to serve as a heating source. He transported it back to the RV. Xiaoke was still tidying up the room, seemingly having scavenged discarded vehicle parts to craft the furniture, with aged maps adorning the walls. The bed was fashioned from repurposed car seats, while the table and chairs were constructed from iron pipes and wooden boards. Simple storage shelves hung on the walls, laden with tools, canned food, and water supplies, alongside a hodgepodge of other items cluttering the otherwise vacant space. Shinbe's lips twitched at the peculiar aesthetic sensibilities of humanity in this world. After installing the fireplace, Shinbe commenced repairs on his combat armor. The toolbox lay open, filled with an array of sturdy wrenches and screwdrivers, arc welders, and laser welding guns, along with soldering materials. Would this endeavor yield experience points? A question arose in his mind before he began. If it were to grant experience, it would be an exploitable loophole for him. However, after laboring for half an hour and replacing all the components, he found that he had not earned a single experience point. Perhaps he had overthought it. Once the armor was restored, Shinbe stretched and initiated a self-diagnostic. Soon, the self-check was completed, confirming that all components and conduits were in optimal working condition. His gaze focused on the armor, and a notification emerged. Power Armor LV5, 10,023-10,000. There was little to remark upon, since returning from the wilderness, enduring the consumption of his rented abode, undertaking missions, fleeing from the malevolent entities, and vanquishing the Black Fong squad. 5 or 6 days had swiftly passed. The total experience points for a day amounted to 1,440, with over 5,000 experience points remaining from his last upgrade, coupled with the newly acquired experience. He was on the verge of leveling up. Level up. A day without advancement felt insufferable. Power Armor LV6, 2330-000. The power armor enables its wearer to contend against psychics, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, allowing it to withstand a full-force strike from a 4th-tier strength-based psychic. New features include a magnification module, capable of enlarging the view of objects 5 kilometers away, and an adhesion module, allowing vertical climbing on walls and glass surfaces. Shinbe inhaled sharply. Since ascending to level 5, the capabilities of this battle armor have become increasingly extraordinary. The night vision ability, the stimulation of electric currents, resistance to magnetic fields, and the capacity to withstand extreme temperatures are commendable, not to mention the amplification system. Just yesterday, I was fervently contemplating an expanded field of vision, and now it has manifested. Another remarkable addition is the ability to defy gravity while climbing, which proves invaluable in critical moments, an undeniable enhancement. As night descended, Shinbe languidly reclined in his quarters. Xiaoke, curled up with her legs tucked, savored roasted meat strips. Shinbe rose, recalling the satchel that Ganemo had mentioned. It was high time to retrieve it and investigate the secrets it might harbor. He lit a cigarette, his visage shrouded in swirling smoke. Xiaoke, he called. She set down her meat strip, straightened her posture, and turned to face him. I shall venture out tomorrow. Please gather some wood on your own to prepare for the impending harsh winter in the north. Xiaoke obediently nodded. For Shinbe, Xiaoke's age would typically find her in school back on Earth. Yet in this desolate world, labor knows no gender or age, and death is impartial to one's years. Such truths do not fill empty stomachs. Chapter 79. Progressing through the cracks, Shinbe remained in slumber, oblivious to the sounds of many traversing the wooden passage. A glance outside revealed the faintest blush of dawn at the horizon, heralding the arrival of yet another morning. The sun had not yet fully liberated itself from the clutches of the horizon, yet a latent energy seeped through the gaps in the clouds, casting a soft yet resolute glimmer of light. Outside, the populace commenced their daily toil, primarily focused on gathering timber, both for personal use and for sale to the upper echelons of society. At all times, social stratification persists. Some toil relentlessly, barely satiating their hunger. while others indulge in leisure, feasting on sumptuous delicacies. Xiao Ke awoke early. By the time Shinbe exited his room, she had already joined the main contingent leaving the shelter. Shinbe, however, was unhurried. He consumed some meat strips and dehydrated fruits, complemented by a rather unpalatable energy paste reminiscent of a rag soaked in vegetable juice. Donning his powered battle armor, he secured a revolver at his right hip and a dagger on his left, slinging a sniper rifle across his back while cradling a shotgun as he stepped outside. Whether the door was locked mattered little. It was wise to guard against the honorable, not the nefarious. In this world of survival, the noble breed of humanity had long since perished, and there was no education to cultivate virtue. Each day survived was a victory. Shinbei's mobile home was situated at the rear of Titan, and after a few paces, the slowly receding wilderness came into view. He calculated the distance. The location where he had discarded the satchel was 50 kilometers from Titan. As Titan was in constant motion, the distance had increased by approximately 30 kilometers, bringing the total to around 80 kilometers. It would likely take until nightfall to reach the subway's fissure. Shinbei leaped from the shelter, his feet firmly planting on the ground, steadying himself as he ventured away from Titan. After advancing approximately 10 kilometers, one could still glimpse the inhabitants of Shelter 36, busily transporting timber. Both adults and children bore the burden of dead branches upon their backs. However, after an additional 20 kilometers of travel, Shinbei found no further signs of human activity. Instead, he was surrounded solely by the vast wilderness and the ever-present menacing beasts. The faint yet steady hum of machinery emanated from within his battle armor, quickening his pace. He maneuvered around the beasts whenever possible, resorting to long-range shooting when necessary. As night fell, Shinbei found himself merely 2 kilometers from the location where he had discarded his bag. Throughout this journey, he encountered no one apart from the ferocious creatures. Upon traversing another 2 kilometers, he would complete his mission and unveil the secrets of the bag. Yet he halted, hesitating at the summit of a hill. The night wind rushed towards him, carrying a scent that hinted at blood. Shinbei was acutely aware that he had not witnessed any unusual signs. The night air was frigid, imbued with the cold, harsh essence typical of the wilderness. Devoid of any trace of blood, what he felt was a visceral instinct of danger, a primal warning resonating within him. He strained his gaze into the depths of the night. Despite the enhancements provided by his armor, night vision, and augmented perception, the obscurity of darkness rendered his view significantly limited compared to daylight. Scanning the surroundings, he detected nothing amiss. He employed the zoom feature of his armor's visor to scrutinize the mountains under the night sky, yet after cycling through all available modes, he remained unable to identify the source of his unease. Shinbei began to doubt his instincts, pondering whether he was merely overreacting. After all, it was not inconceivable for Shelter 12 to have dispatched personnel to monitor him. Yet, no anomalies surfaced within his line of sight. Everything appeared deceptively tranquil. Just as he began to question the accuracy of his perceptions, a distant crimson glow suddenly illuminated the mountain ridge, followed by the agonized scream of a human in their final moments, culminating in the dull report of a gunshot. A sniper. Shinbei spun around, his pupils constricting sharply. Were 2 factions engaged in combat nearby? His brow furrowed deeper. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no skirmishes, yet here, near the location of the bag, such coincidence seemed suspect. In quick succession, flashes of red light erupted from various locations, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and gunfire. There was more than one sniper involved. Bullets whizzed perilously close, one nearly grazing Shinbei. He crouched atop the hill, observing the points of gunfire with growing concern. Disturbingly, the trajectories of the 2 factions' fire aligned perfectly with his path, seemingly converging towards the subway fissures. Are their objectives aligned with mine? Shinbei's mind raced. He could not recall any valuable items worth scavenging in this nearly buried, fragmented urban ruin. If there were any, it would only be the bag itself. However, the location of the bag was unknown even to the enigmatic figures of Chasing Horse and Gonemo. How did these unidentified armed groups become aware of it? Shinbei took a deep breath, removed his rifle from his back, and plunged into the vast obscurity of the night. In the darkness, a fleeting glimmer of silvery light flashed by, and then everything returned to shadow. Shinbei cast aside the myriad complexities of the situation, no longer pondering why these 2 factions had appeared here, and instead focused on moving silently and swiftly through the night. Yet, a peculiar sense of joy stirred within him. He relished this moment. In the darkness, amidst the wilderness, and in solitary combat. Years prior to his crossing, he had served as a special forces operative, followed by a stint as a mercenary. The shift in identity did not alter the nature of bullets and bloodshed. This was the world he knew well. Shinbei advanced towards the position of the sniper, who was closest to the first flicker of flame. He seemed to merge with the darkness, as if he could sense the very pulse of the earth and the world itself. As he approached within 1,000 meters of the well-concealed sniper, the latter remained oblivious to Shinbei's presence. Simultaneously, Shinbei could hear their shouts through the amplification system. After listening intently for a few moments, his brows furrowed into a furrowed grid. These 2 groups were, in fact, combatants from Shelter Number 20 and Shelter Number 22. The defector researcher had originally come from Shelter Number 22, while Chasing Horse and Gonemo hailed from Shelter Number 20. Shinbei was certain that these individuals were after the bag. Yet, he was left perplexed by how they had discovered its location. Could it be a locating transmitter? This possibility crossed Shinbei's mind. His curiosity about the contents within the bag's compartment intensified. The incident surrounding the defector researcher had yet to conclude. This only reinforced Gonmo's assertion. The items within the bag were worth a fortune. To reclaim his belongings, one could only resort to lethal force. At that moment, Shinbei halted behind a rock, propped his rifle, and aimed at a mound of earth halfway up the distant hill. The sniper was hidden behind that mound, still searching for the positions of other enemies. Other snipers were either retreating or repositioning, but this one, the first to fire, remained steadfast. A novice. Shinbe muttered a disdainful remark typical of seasoned veterans. Those who had repeatedly traversed battlefields and lived to tell the tale often spoke in crude and venomous terms. Yet their words could be piercingly incisive. To become a proficient sniper, precise marksmanship was merely a minor aspect. However, to become a dancer of darkness, like Shinbe, far more was required. Bang! The instant the shot rang out, Shinbe was already in motion. The distant mound was obliterated. Even the most solid earth could not withstand the might of the Barrett rifle in Shinbe's hands. Along with the flying debris, fragments of flesh and a severed calf soared into the air. Shinbe's shot struck the sniper's lower body, but it did not deliver a fatal blow. It is not that he is incapable, but rather he seeks to transform the dying sniper into a distraction, a target to draw attention. Like igniting a lantern in the darkness, even the most focused minds cannot help but glance at it occasionally. The sniper rolls and cries out in agony. Shinbe's shot has severed his legs completely at the roots, inflicting a pain that no human could endure. Though this injury is fatal, it will not lead to immediate death, ensuring that this beacon in the night will continue to flicker for quite some time. On the battleground where life and death contend, Shinbe's heart turns as cold as stone. His methods are swift and ruthless, unyielding in their ferocity. The moment the sniper's screams resonate through the air, two fellow snipers halt, turning to gaze in his direction. This subtle shift between movement and stillness allows Shinbe, who lurks in the shadows, to lock onto their positions. In the wilderness, only a sniper can contend with another sniper, a statement that holds at least a measure of truth. Shinbe stealthily approaches one of the snipers. The distance of over 1,000 meters dissipating within mere minutes. The chaotic battle intensifies with Shinbe's arrival. Chapter 80. Equally matched adversary Shinbe begins to eliminate the enemies that lie in his path. One of them hails from shelter number 20. This adversary quickly selects a new sniping position and conceals himself. The snipers from shelter number 20 are well trained and coordinated. Some advance, while others set up ambush points. After approximately 10 minutes of searching for the next position under the cover of night and mountains, this tactic seems effective. Unfortunately, Shinbe is also a master of sniping. The sniper soon identifies a new target, expertly aligning his opponent within the crosshairs. Unbeknownst to him, his adversary from shelter number 22 remains oblivious, lying on the ground in a futile search for the enemy. The sniper's breathing is calm and steady, just as he is about to pull the trigger. A hand suddenly clamps over his mouth and nose, yanking his head upwards. With a forceful twist, a faint crack echoes as the sniper's cervical vertebrae snap, rendering his body limp. May you enjoy your time. With Chue Ma Gan Emo, Shinbe crouches beside the sniper's corpse, waiting a handful of seconds until he is assured of the man's demise. Only then does he bend low and stealthily approach another sniper he has already locked onto. In the blink of an eye, Shinbe has silently dispatched 4 snipers from shelter number 20, each met with a swift break of the neck from behind. In the enveloping darkness, Shinbe rekindles the joy he finds in his craft. His movements become increasingly fluid, swift, and light, as if the night breeze were gently supporting his form. It has been some time since he witnessed a sniper from shelter number 20 take a shot. On one hand, the personnel from shelter number 22 have already suffered heavy casualties. On the other, many snipers from shelter number 20 have also perished at Shinbe's hands. At this moment, a flash of crimson light flickered across the distant mountains, followed by a haunting scream echoing through the night. Shinbe surveyed his surroundings and raised his sniper rifle, locking onto the enemy sniper, who was repositioning. According to Shinbe's assessment, the adversary from shelter 22 had attempted to take his life, but misfired, instead killing the enemy from shelter 20. Indeed, a stroke of fortune. With precision, Shinbe steadied his sniper rifle, its sleek, dark body reflecting the moonlight and the faint glimmer of stars. The crosshair of the sophisticated scope was firmly fixed on the distant target. In an instant, a muffled yet thunderous gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night, the bullet soaring like a meteor across the sky, propelled with tremendous force towards its mark, leaving behind a fleeting trail of fire and a deafening echo. The enemy sniper's body jolted violently, his head exploding in a gruesome display, along with a significant portion of his shoulder. After firing, Shinbe did not linger to witness the aftermath. He swiftly moved laterally, racing against time to reach the subway tunnel and retrieve his bag. Concealing his sniper rifle, he began to sprint through the darkness, the rugged terrain serving as his optimal cover. 2 minutes later, he had dispatched 2 more enemies with swift precision. As Shinbe approached within 800 meters of the subway fissure, he cast his gaze towards a hill a kilometer away. He had an unsettling feeling that a sniper, or perhaps an ability user, was targeting him. Boom! From atop the distant hill, amidst the shadows, the muzzle of a weapon glimmered with an eerie, captivating blue light. A brilliant blue energy bullet erupted from the barrel, streaking across the night sky like a meteor, carrying with it a terrifying force rivaling that of artillery, heading straight for Shinbe's position. The blue energy bullet raced forth at a speed beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive, tearing through the air and creating a subtle, yet shocking sonic boom. Shinbe's foot propulsion system suddenly unleashed a burst of particle energy, the recoil propelling him sideways with lightning speed. In that fleeting moment, he narrowly evaded the destructive wave of energy, skirting perilously close to its devastating path. Though he successfully dodged the direct impact of the energy bullet, the formidable shockwave it unleashed spread rapidly, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Shinbe, though not struck head-on, could not entirely escape the wrath of the residual energy. His body quivered slightly, the gravel beneath his feet scattering explosively, his form momentarily staggering as though struck by an invisible tidal wave. He rolled forward several times, then, using both hands and feet, he crawled with the agility of a spider, moving with remarkable swiftness. In mere moments, he had traversed several dozen meters. Shinbe began to accelerate, like a nocturnal wolf, darting wildly through the darkness with the force of the wind at his back. As his speed reached the brink of his combat suit's limits, he suddenly shivered, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Shinbei's body coiled and sprung, abruptly coming to a halt. Just less than a meter ahead of him, a cloud of dust erupted violently, with gravel striking his face and shoulders, inflicting a searing pain. This was the formidable power of a long-range sniper energy bullet, wielded by an adept marksman. Had it not been for Shinbei's sudden vigilance, he might have been struck. Instantly, he gazed in the direction from which the bullet had come, catching a fleeting glimpse of a blue light flashing by. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei leaped to the right, landing and rolling before propelling himself forward with the swiftness of lightning. However, while still airborne, a tremor coursed through his body as if he had been struck by a high-voltage current, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Behind him, another plume of earth was kicked up. The visual panel of his battle armor flooded with nearly 1,000 data points in an instant, and Shinbei quickly realized that another bullet had narrowly grazed his body, shattering the armor on the outer side of his left arm and taking a significant chunk of flesh with it. Had it not been for the armor's defense, that shot could have obliterated half his body. Fortunately, the remaining muscle fibers still permitted movement in his left arm. Half crouched on the ground, Shinbei aimed at the direction from which the bullet had come. Yet to his dismay, there was no sign of anyone in sight. Frowning, he swiftly moved behind a large boulder, lying flat against the ground, constantly adjusting the color of his armor to blend with the surroundings like a chameleon. At this moment, Shinbei understood that the sniper was intent on thwarting his advance. This short distance of less than 800 meters posed a significant risk. Should he attempt to charge forward recklessly, he could easily be hit by a bullet, leading to the destruction of his armor and the potential shattering of his spine. That would spell disaster. After contemplating for a moment, as he cautiously peered over the ridge to search for the marksman's position, another bullet whizzed perilously close to his head. The helmet of his battle armor shattered again, and several singed strands of hair floated before his eyes. He caught sight of the sniper's position once more, but it was too late to retaliate. Shinbei quickly retreated along the slope, then shifted to the side. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a geyser of earth erupted from the spot where he had just been lying, as the sniper's bullet pierced through the soil, soaring into the vast night sky. This shot had utilized the power of the sniper round to penetrate the layer of soil atop the ridge. Had Shinbei remained in place, that bullet would have struck him squarely in the chest. This was the second time he had narrowly escaped death. Reclining on the hillside's reverse slope, his muscles trembled slightly, and a sense of fear began to creep into his body. Shinbei suppressed his terror, striving to think clearly. The sniper rifle had long been wrapped with camouflage strips made of composite materials, and his movements were erratic. In the darkness, whether under low light or infrared mode, it would be nearly impossible to detect Shinbei's whereabouts. How had he been discovered? How could he pinpoint his adversary? He hastily activated the internal cooling system of his armor, lowering his body temperature to match that of the surrounding environment. If the enemy was continuously locking onto him, it was likely employing a similar heat imaging ability or a life detection capability. This was the first time Shinbei had encountered such an opponent. In the past, he had seen many formidable individuals. In the wilderness, encountering someone who could so thoroughly suppress Shinbei in the realm of sniping was a first for him. Traditional sniping and counter-sniping techniques seemed utterly ineffective against this opponent. This adversary possessed remarkable athleticism, exceptional concealment skills, and ample patience. At the very moment Shinbei pulled the trigger, he was still able to lock onto his target, even if just for a fleeting instant. Shinbei resolved to employ a cunning strategy. He had barely emerged from the ridge when the opposing firearm swung around, aiming directly at him. Then came a rapid succession of 3 shots. One forced Shinbei back, while the other 2 whizzed by mere meters to his left and right. Had Shinbei exposed himself, he might have been struck. Fortunately, he merely retreated. Subsequently, Shinbei established a wireless connection to the clusterfire disc, which lay invisibly poised in the night sky. Explosions are an art. Shinbei borrowed a famous line from someone. Chapter 81. The increasingly confusing information obstacles are ever present. In this moment, Shinbei had to concede. In previous battles, he had always sailed smoothly, but now, beneath the veil of night, that sharpshooter specializing in marksmanship had indeed imparted a lesson upon him. Under the weight of overwhelming strength and skill, Shinbei found himself unable to lift his head. He had brushed perilously close to death several times, his armor riddled with enemy fire. The adversary played ruthlessly, leaving Shinbei no choice but to unleash his ultimate weapon in a cunning maneuver. If he did not resolve this predicament soon, not only would he fail to retrieve his belongings, but he would also be gradually eliminated by his foes. Shinbei's wireless connection remained cloaked in invisibility, safeguarding the clusterfire disc. In the darkness, even the silently emerging disc would be difficult to discern. The barrel subtly shifted, targeting a distant hill. At that moment, the sharpshooter appeared to sense something, abruptly lifting his head and gazing quizzically at the night sky. He suddenly squeezed the trigger, hastily firing a shot at Shinbei, and sprang into action, sprinting towards the hill with a speed rivaling Shinbei's own. Bang! With unwavering focus on his enemy, Shinbei finally fired his first retaliatory shot. The sniper abruptly halted his momentum, veering sideways and leaping 20 meters. Shinbei's counterattack missed its mark. However, the enemy was not evading Shinbei's fire. An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the direction he had originally charged, causing the very ground beneath Shinbei, even from a kilometer away, to tremble. In a mere instant, the explosion's force enveloped the entire summit of the hill. The shockwave sent enemies tumbling to the ground from dozens of meters away. As anticipated, this sharpshooter possessed a battlefield sensing ability. Although the shell did not land precisely on the enemy, its impact cloaked the entire hilltop in smoke and debris. What chaos would ensue with 10 consecutive rounds of firepower? The extraordinary individual had yet to rise from the ground when 2 silent projectiles descended almost simultaneously. One landed even closer than the first, propelling him several dozen meters into the air with the force of the explosion, casting him far down the hillside. akin to a ragged sack, before he crashed heavily to the earth. The adversary lay supine, gazing at the night sky, struggling for breath. It was truly astonishing that he had survived such bombardment and fall, reflecting on the explosive power and speed he had exhibited while evading the artillery fire. Shinbe harbored no doubts about the robustness of his physical capabilities. The enemy's left arm had vanished, and the lower portions of his legs had been obliterated, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Their gaze met across the distance, conveying a wordless message of shock. Shinbe gradually lowered his sniper rifle, his brow furrowing deeper. This sniper was anything but ordinary. The earth continued to tremble as heavy artillery relentlessly pounded the hilltop, sending tons of soil into the air. In this moment, the might of steel and flame was epitomized to its zenith. Within a minute, the barrage of 10 artillery rounds was complete. Yet, during this brief interlude, both the inhabitants of Shelter 20 and Shelter 22 were gripped by sheer terror at the sudden explosions, feeling as though time itself had elongated. Voices echoed through the night. What is happening? Who planted the mines? The shells are raining down from the sky. How is this possible? Why was there no sound of cannon fire? Damn it! Take cover. Even Shinbe, witnessing the artillery's aftermath as it sheared off more than a meter from the hillside, felt a profound silence. At that moment, Shinbe began his reverse charge, heading straight for the sniper, who was not yet wholly deceased. To Shinbe, this individual's sniping skills were on par with his own, likely a leading figure among them. Strangely, he was the only extraordinary being present on the battlefield. This was clearly illogical. Shinbe sought to extract information, to ascertain how many extraordinary beings were engaged, and where they had all gone. Understanding this would grant him control over the situation. Moreover, the other extraordinary beings appeared to be quite affluent. The crystal source core was the foundation of Shinbe's equipment upgrades. Additionally, it was noteworthy that the enemy had been ravaged by concentrated fire, reduced to a state of disarray and grime. Yet, Shinbe did not observe any splatter of blood, curious indeed. At this juncture, Shinbe moved like a shadow through the boundless darkness of night. The sparse moonlight illuminated his gleaming armor, casting a mysterious and austere silhouette. He held his breath, still as water, yet swift as thunder. Each step upon the dry leaves or gravel was soundless. The lightweight design of his armor rendered his movements more agile. As nimble as a cat, yet his strength was akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. At this moment, both sides continued to exchange gunfire. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shinbe's figure, accompanied by the sound of piercing air, penetrated the night, launching a surprise attack with unpredictable speed and angles. Upon approaching the specialized shooter endowed with extraordinary abilities, Shinbe reached out and pulled him into a shell crater. Bullets whizzed overhead, yet for Shinbe, it was a momentary refuge. He lifted his mask, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes that bore into the face of the extraordinary individual before him. Instantly, the man's pupils dilated slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his features. The individual was an elderly man with a hawk-like nose, emaciated, adorned with bone earrings. Despite his body being ravaged by explosions, his contorted face betrayed no sign of pain. His left arm and knees were not composed of flesh and blood, but rather of machinery. A cyborg? Meanwhile, blood blisters began to form at the corners of his mouth, peculiarly shifting from a vivid red to a bluish-green hue, with newly emerged blisters exhibiting the same eerie coloration. Shinbe, ever attentive to details, furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with intrigue. What on earth is this? A sharp pain shot through his mind as he struggled to recall such advanced biological prosthetics existing in this world. You should be retired. Shinbe quelled his curiosity, igniting a cigarette and taking a drag before placing it between the old man's lips. The adversary inhaled deeply, adopting a strangely relaxed demeanor. Smoke is the finest anesthetic. Do you feel pain? Yes. That just lacks any semblance of humor. Shinbe pointed at the man's severed limbs, his tone feigning levity while his eyes remained earnest. You have truly opened my eyes. I have never witnessed such prosthetic modifications. I had only encountered silent projectiles in books, thinking them a mere jest, yet here I stand, enlightened. However, I do not recall anyone of your ilk within the entirety of the church. Shinbe encountered a new term. The church. Lowering his stature, he rose slowly, gazing at the dark ripples that were gradually calming. Speak to me of the church. The old man gazed up at the starry night, fervor igniting his eyes. It is a power from the depths of space. The soul means to escape this world of desolation. You ignorant masses cannot fathom the debts that can never be repaid. I seek not such rhetoric. Shinbe brandished his revolver, pressing it against the old man's temple. What precisely is the church? The elder turned his head slowly, his eyes obscured by a thin veil of dust, his gaze resembling that of an antiquated television screen. You must be an escapee. Otherwise, you could not possess his power. The church will seize you and restore your incompleteness. Enough of your damned ramblings. I will end you. Shinbe perceived the elder as somewhat deranged, his words nonsensical. He craved core information, not cryptic utterances. Tell me, how many extraordinary individuals are there on both sides, and where are they located? Shinbe abandoned his fixation on the church, redirecting his inquiry towards the most pressing information. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the old man's body temperature surged alarmingly, prompting Shinbe to instinctively retreat a step. The sniper suddenly shrieked in agony, spewing forth a cerulean flame, which erupted from his nose and ears. Flames ignited wherever blood had touched the ground, fiercely consuming all in their path. You will undoubtedly be apprehended. The entire congregation shall bring an end to your escape, as your fated destiny calls forth the formidable powers of the deep void. The old man's words were fragmented, his body engulfed in flames, which reduced him to mere char within a minute. His attire and equipment were consumed by the blaze, and should there have been a control chip within his body, it would surely have been obliterated. Shinbe was taken aback by the realization that his blood could transform into such ferocious fuel. Could this sniper truly be human? At this moment, Shinbe's mind was in disarray. He had merely sought to uncover the truth, yet was instead met with bizarre and peculiar information. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that this world was rife with madness. For now, he would dismiss the ramblings of a lunatic. His current task remained to retrieve the backpack. As for the nature of the congregation, he was certain that Rock had encountered it before, and he could seek further understanding later. Subsequently, Shinbe collected the old man's skeletal remains and the crystalline core from the mechanical wreckage, rising to depart. He made his way directly toward the subway fissure. Chapter 82. Encounter in the subway. Beneath the subway fissure, in an underground passage as dense as a spider's web and teeming with countless lethal creatures, Song Yu and Wang Yi leaned against the corner, taking short breaths to regain their strength. Song Yu's pink shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of a Yasha tattoo. He was not tall, with sharply cut short hair that emanated an aura of menace. Wang Yi, clad in a disheveled military uniform with a twisted collar and a bandage wrapped around his neck, had the last button of his attire undone, causing the hem to protrude unattractively. From his demeanor to his appearance, Wang Yi exuded an air of untidiness. Song Yu inhaled deeply, reaching to turn over a corpse, his teammate, a third-tier ability user, whose heart bore a gaping wound. Having fled to this place, his fate was sealed. He had succumbed to death. Song Yu had intended to search for cigarettes, as his craving had struck, and a sense of indescribable anxiety and restlessness flickered in his eyes. Every nerve ending screamed for nicotine. Unfortunately, this teammate neither smoked nor drank, resembling the puritanical figures from legends of a bygone era. Even Wang Yi, who relished the torment of scorching others, deriving a peculiar pleasure from their anguished cries, abstained from all stimulants. Were it not for the raw and unabashed desire he displayed when gazing at women, Song Yu might have assumed he had no interest in them whatsoever. Resigned to the futility of his search, Song Yu found his fingers instinctively rubbing together, mimicking the motion of holding a cigarette and lighting it, as if an invisible force compelled him. In the end, he clutched a wrinkled piece of clothing belonging to his deceased comrade. Casting a glance at Wang Yi, he remarked, "Throw it away." Wang Yi, clutching a dusty yellow bag, urged him, "Otherwise, how shall we ascertain the distance to the enemies at Shelter 22? Song Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Can you even discern sounds to gauge distance?" "Anyone can determine position by sound," Wang Yi responded with audacity. With a sigh, Song Yu felt a surge of frustration. How had he ended up with a teammate who seemed incapable of understanding even the simplest of conversations? In the vast emptiness of the subway tunnel, the sound of gunfire could be transmitted far and wide, creating a multitude of echoes that rendered it impossible to discern the enemy's distance, ultimately exposing one's own position. Song Yu felt a twinge of displeasure, but had no choice but to obey. For Wang Yi was a fourth-tier ability user and the commander of this operation at Shelter number 20. With a forceful flick of his wrist, he sent the garments soaring through the air, tracing a smooth and powerful arc, akin to a specter imbued with life, plunging deep into the tunnel. Illuminated by the faint glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, the fabric danced gracefully through the air, each fold animated with such realism, as if a person were resolutely leaping forward. In the next moment, an ear-piercing sound of metal scraping echoed from afar, the rapid rotation of the barrels of a heavy Gatling gun. In an instant, gunfire erupted, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour, as the Gatling gun unleashed a fiery torrent of ammunition, forming a writhing dragon of flames. The bullets streaked through the night sky like shooting stars, each one leaving behind a dazzling trail. With each discharge, a wave of scorching air surged, churning the surrounding atmosphere as if it were boiling water. These trajectories wove into an impenetrable web of light within the dim subway tunnel, hurtling toward the spinning garment in midair. In the blink of an eye, the clothing that Song Yu had thrown was reduced to tatters, falling like scattered sparks. Powerless to reach the ground, Song Yu's lips twitched as he turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "Distance?" 300 meters, Wang Yi replied with unwavering certainty. "I estimate that those above cannot provide support. We charge forward 100 meters. Then you draw back to lure them into pursuing down the left tunnel, while I break through with the bag through the right tunnel." Upon issuing this command, Song Yu unfurled a map, revealing a complex network of tunnel routes. His finger traced to the left side, his expression darkening with palpable dread and even a hint of fear. The left fork in the tunnel ahead was a dead end. "What about your resolve?" Wang Yi questioned coldly. "If we both perish here, will you be pleased?" Song Yu's jaw tightened, a fleeting shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. He folded the map and nodded. "All right." Wang Yi exhaled in relief. Both were fourth-tier ability users, and should discord arise, the consequences would be dire and unpredictable. Fortunately, Song Yu complied with the command, obediently following orders. "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, we charge out," Wang Yi commanded, leaning against the wall. Song Yu remained a silent figure in the shadows, unresponsive, resembling a stone statue. On the ground, the clash between the two factions continued unabated. Personnel from both shelters were striving to prevent the other from entering the subway fissure. Yet in the depths of the night, a faint shadow moved with extraordinary agility, crawling close to the ground like a wildcat, leaping into the subway fissure, vanishing into the dark corridor. After Shinbe made the leap, he did not land. In an instant, the armored suit's climbing mode was activated, allowing its formidable magnetic adhesion device to gracefully and precisely suspend from the rough, uneven concrete structure of the ceiling. The intricate network of pipes above, now corroded and worn, hung like withered tendrils, exposing bare wires that dangled precariously. Occasionally, a gust of wind swept through the tunnel, stirring echoes that resonated in hollow, distant tones. Shinbei's head turned in a full circle. Under infrared vision, the dark corridor presented a clear view. Scanning the ground, he found no surprises. The bag was indeed missing. He had arrived too late, yet Shinbei understood that he was merely tardy, not entirely out of the race. If any party had secured the bag, the battle above would have long since concluded. The absence of a retreat command from those above indicated that the bag remained within the subway tunnel. As long as he could trace their footsteps, he could catch up and seize the opportunity to reclaim the bag. The term steal bore no derogatory connotation in his mind. Shinbe was acutely aware of his own capabilities. As a Tier 4 ability user, he could adapt readily and evade with ease. Against higher tier abilities, he could only rely on his wits and avoid recklessness. At that moment, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed from the left tunnel. A faint light flickered in Shinbe's pupils. Like a gecko, he swiftly traversed the ceiling of the tunnel, each movement imbued with rhythmic power and precise control. His agile arms and legs, regulated by the armored suit's intelligence system, extended and twisted fluidly, making him feel as though he were walking on solid ground despite his inverted position, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly. Intersections whizzed past him, although he was suspended upside down. It did not hinder his rapid ascent. The subway tunnel resembled a time-worn crypt buried deep underground, its tracks blanketed in thick moss and debris accumulated over the years. Once pristine white ceramic tiles had lost their luster, now dulled and faded, with remnants of old advertisements barely visible, like fossils left by the passage of time. In a fleeting moment, 3 men appeared within Shinbe's infrared vision. They formed a cautious cross-cover formation, advancing step by step deeper into the subway tunnel. Leading the trio was an ability user armed with a high-speed Gatling gun. His face was adorned with a ring of steel-like beard, making his head appear larger, though his hair was a striking gray-white, and he appeared to be in his 30s. Following closely behind the bearded giant was a slender youth with a messenger bag slung over his shoulder. He sported a fringe that slightly obscured his eyes. His features remarkably handsome. Bringing up the rear of the trio was a girl clad in ripped jeans and a black t-shirt emblazoned with a nuclear explosion mushroom graphic. Her hair was cropped short, with a light yellow tint in her bangs, and silver earrings dangled conspicuously from her ears. Shinbe concealed himself 200 meters behind the trio, intently observing. Ahead, the tunnel took a crooked turn, obstructing his view of what lay deeper within. Yet, Shinbe was certain that the individual who had taken the bag was not far ahead of the trio. To pursue one's goals, one must inevitably traverse the heads of 3 individuals. This is undoubtedly a perilous maneuver. Although the battle armor is of superior quality, the various modules operate in near silence. However, the ceiling of the subway tunnel is not particularly sturdy. During the grasping and movement, dust and small pebbles occasionally fall, easily alerting the trio below. The 3 fourth-tier individuals, Shinbe murmured to himself. Being in close proximity to them spells certain doom. Shinbe's advantage lies in his ability to eliminate targets from a distance, bolstered by the kinetic energy provided by his armor. With this in mind, Shinbe released his grip from the ceiling, allowing his body to descend slowly, securing himself with his legs to maintain a vertical position. A rugged and unrefined Barrett sniper rifle appeared in his hands, its barrel thick as an abandoned chimney, astonishingly long with a massive caliber. Lacking the embellishment of a precision scope, it instead featured bare mechanical sights, simple yet functional. Even the most basic suppressor or tactical rail had been ruthlessly discarded, leaving only the fundamental structure and functionality. In Shinbe's view, while the power of an esper is undeniably significant, precision is equally vital for survival. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Shinbe aligned his sights on the bald-headed man in the front of the group. The trigger, an embodiment of pure aesthetic force, produced a crisp mechanical click at his fingertips. In Shinbe's tactical mindset, the most pressing threat was evidently the bald-headed man. The Gatling gun, capable of firing over 1,000 rounds in a minute, posed a challenge even to battle armor, let alone 4th-tier espers. One could either evade its wrath or prioritize taking him down. Clearly, prioritizing elimination was the optimal solution. Despite the distance, Shinbe acted decisively, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In that instant, the previously still air seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen force, as a silent bullet, crafted from true spirit elements and fragments of a crystal core, soared from the chamber with an almost imperceptible velocity. The bullet transformed into an almost invisible black line, weaving through the dimly lit tunnel like a serpent concealed in the shadows of night. While the bullet was silent, Shinbe, due to his inverted position, was jolted by the recoil, causing him to sway violently. Despite the distortion in his movements, the sniper rifle in his grasp continuously adjusted its angle, keeping the crosshairs fixed on the bald-headed man's skull. In the next moment, blood began to seep from the back of the bald man's head, staining his collar with a shocking crimson hue. Yet, contrary to what one might expect, he did not collapse like an ordinary person. His face contorted in disbelief. His eyes widened in horror, the shock rendering his breathing labored, his expression a mix of pain and astonishment. His body swayed under the impact, resembling a colossal tree on the verge of toppling, staggering forward a few steps before nearly losing his balance, ultimately managing to steady himself. Ah, damn it. The bearded man, possessing a defensive ability at the 4th tier and a mastery of firearms at the 3rd tier, was struck by a bullet from Shinbe. Although he did not succumb to death, his muscular tissue was shattered, and his blood vessels ruptured, inflicting agony akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, sharp and enduring. The skin on the back of his head instantly ruptured, revealing a writhing mass of bloody flesh beneath. A sensation that could only be described as the breaking of sinews and bones, with every tendon and nerve crying out in torment. The bearded man's face contorted in extreme pain, his features scrunched up, and a low groan of suffering escaped his lips. Damn it, who ambushed me? This sudden turn of events left the 3 onlookers in utter disbelief and confusion. The young man trailing behind him felt his pupils constrict sharply, his expression shifting wildly as he exclaimed, "How are you injured?" The woman's gaze suddenly sharpened. An ambush? Where did it come from? In a fleeting moment, the two speculated on various possibilities. For a 4th-tier defensive ability user to be ambushed, it would require at least a 5th-tier strength to inflict such grievous wounds. But what of the assailant? Even if they were invisible, they would have to reveal themselves. Could it have been a firearm? That seemed even less plausible. Even the most powerful sniper rifle could not pierce through such defenses. Moreover, there had been no gunfire. The crux of the matter was the absence of any sound. A marksman adept at firearms would unleash a blue glow, yet what had just transpired was devoid of any such indication. How perplexing. Meanwhile, the bearded man was engulfed in chaos, unable to comprehend the situation, still reeling from the shock. How could he have been attacked from behind when he was clearly in the lead? In that fleeting moment, he even considered that his teammate had betrayed him. He instinctively reached for the foreign object embedded in the back of his head, intending to discern what had assailed him. But in the next instant, his body trembled violently. An energy surged wildly within him, sending his nerves into a state of disarray, manifesting as a mental shock. At that very moment, from the darkness, another fiery projectile shot forth. Precise and unwavering, it plunged into the wound on the back of the bearded man's head once more. The breached defenses could no longer withstand the force of the bullet. In the instant that the back of the bearded man's head exploded, it resembled the shattering of water droplets, as the tissues and bones within his skull scattered violently under the immense impact, creating a mist of blood and brain matter that blended into a hazy crimson fog, diffusing through the air alongside the extinguishing of life. With a heavy thud, the bearded man collapsed to the ground, lifeless, under the astonished gazes of the man and woman. Their hearts raced, as if missing a beat, their faces contorting gradually, their eyes reflecting a wild disbelief taking shape. What in the world was that? The young man, seemingly inexperienced in combat, could only shout in a panic. How could he be dead? The woman's horrified expression slowly turned chaotic, her demeanor becoming vacant. Yet her reflexes were swift. She abruptly turned to glance back towards the subway tunnel behind her. Even with the faint glow of bioluminescent mushrooms illuminating the area, she saw no one standing behind her. However, in the next moment, her pupils dilated, and she suddenly looked up. Several hundred meters away, within her line of sight, a figure dangled ominously from the cold, damp stone ceiling. His body swayed slightly, yet the sniper rifle in his grasp was steadily aimed at her. In an instant, the woman's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, leaving damp trails upon her cheeks. She could scarcely believe that someone had approached her from behind without a sound. In her mind, anyone traversing the space between the train tracks would inevitably make noise, except for those who lurked above. And, shockingly, it was an ordinary person. An ambush. The woman suddenly cried out, her figure lunging to the left. After a few agile rolls, she took refuge in a small alcove. Once she had secured her hiding place, an expression of eerie realization washed over her. How could a mere sniper rifle possess the power to kill a level 4 defensive ability user? The bullets were silent. It was utterly bewildering. Do not move. We shall lie in wait here. Even a sniper fears close proximity, though her adversary was but an ordinary individual. The peculiarity of his bullets suggested he might also possess a close-range handgun capable of posing a lethal threat to ability users, certainly not to be underestimated. This was the first time she felt such trepidation towards the bullets of an ordinary man. Her mind was in disarray. She had never heard of any shelter's ammunition wielding such formidable power, capable of challenging even ability users. Do you hear me? She questioned repeatedly, yet received no response. A chill ran down her spine as she slowly turned her rigid neck to survey her surroundings, finding herself utterly alone. Her eyelids fluttered as she cautiously peered out. A few meters away, her young teammate stood frozen in the tunnel, appearing dazed. She cursed inwardly. Useless. How could you be so frightened as to remain motionless? She urgently beckoned. Come here. Quickly. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a cold, emotionless voice drifting through the tunnel. Stop shouting. Let him rest. The woman recoiled abruptly, only to hear a thud. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes tightly, her teeth grinding together audibly. Even a cursory thought revealed that a level 4 defense could not withstand 2 shots. The young man, with barely level 2 defenses, was surely dead. A wave of terror surged through her soul, invading every corner of her mind. She simply could not comprehend how an ordinary firearm could fell a level 4 ability user. It was beyond imagination and utterly incredible. However, as the footsteps drew ever closer, she licked her lips, a glimmer of cunning appearing on her face. Slowly, she withdrew a dagger, poised like a mother leopard ready to pounce, concealed in the darkness, waiting for the enemy to approach. If they chose to close the distance, they would be courting death. To her, the adversary's decision to forego their long-range advantage in favor of a search was a grave mistake. Once entangled, she was confident she could sever their throat in a single swift motion. The footsteps echoed ever nearer within the tunnel. The woman curled into the shadows, her back pressed against the cold wall, straining to listen. She calculated the distance between them. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The footsteps continued unabated. The woman's face radiated a joy akin to that of a hunter who has spotted her coveted prey, filled with an indomitable determination. Now is the moment. In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted beneath her feet, and she surged forth like a specter, a glint of cold light trailing behind her, leaving a series of fleeting, ethereal afterimages, her speed eclipsing the human eye's ability to perceive. Her movements were as elusive as a wraith, the air slicing with a piercing shriek as a dark, ominous glow appeared in the tunnel, seemingly faster than sound itself. As a seasoned combatant from shelter number 22, her experience in life and death struggles was profoundly extensive. At this distance, she believed that her foe would have no time to draw a weapon and fire. She was confident victory was assured. However, the moment she envisioned herself lunging forward, her dagger aimed at the adversary's throat, her anticipation was abruptly shattered. For there, within the tunnel, she beheld a mechanical battle armor, its upper half conspicuously absent, executing commands autonomously as it advanced, emitting the sound of footsteps. The realization struck her with bewilderment. She had encountered such defensive equipment before. The weaker the individual, the more they relied on these contraptions for survival. Yet, they were impractical, primarily due to the technical challenges of connecting modules and coordinating control centers. The armor itself could evolve and achieve breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the emergence of supernatural abilities had propelled the scientific advancements of this world far beyond conventional understanding. Yet, she had never witnessed a lower half of battle armor that could walk on its own. Shouldn't this be controlled by a person? Where was the operator? What was there to stab? Air. The woman swallowed hard, her thoughts spiraling into chaos as she realized her ignorance had led her astray. No, perhaps it was not mere ignorance, but rather the enemy's technology transcended the current era. Suddenly, a chill swept over her neck. A cold gun barrel pressed against the back of her head. Shinbe's visage emerged from her side, akin to a malevolent specter. He let out a soft sigh, his voice raspy. Let me guess, are you searching for me? At that moment, the woman found herself with Shinbe's revolver poised at the nape of her neck. Her proximity to death measured merely by the length of the gun barrel. Her complexion shifted dramatically, pale and suffused with terror as she gasped. You, Shinbe. With a teasing inflection, remarked, surprised. I deceived you. My lower half of the armor was traversing the tracks while I remained suspended above. This cunning maneuver had been an impulsive thought, particularly when the woman had retreated into the chamber. Originally, Shinbe had intended to use a level 5 bullet to eliminate her. However, a significant drawback loomed. The bullets lacked infrared vision, rendering them ineffective in the pitch darkness of the chamber where even a glimmer of light was absent, making it easy to miss. Given the scarcity of level 5 bullets, such wastefulness was unacceptable. Thus, he detached the lower half of his armor, issuing commands on the visual panel to walk in a straight line, creating the illusion that he was approaching the enemy. Certainly, the clustered firepower disk is too large to traverse the rift. Otherwise, launching it would resolve the issue with a barrage against the chamber. However, as an empowered individual, you were so stunned that you failed to hear my landing behind you. Shinbe remarked with a low chuckle. The woman's mind jolted, and she finally comprehended why Shinbe had appeared behind her. This fellow had executed a clever ruse. Her eyes widened, her gaze filled with extreme distortion and a venomous glint. So what if you heard? It is already too late, isn't it? Shinbe wore a serene smile. Yet, I sense you seem to be seeking an opportunity to resist. Allow me to inform you in advance that the bullets from my handgun pack a greater punch than those from a sniper rifle. The woman gazed at Shinbe with a somewhat gentle look, playfully admonishing. Oh, come now, let us negotiate. You aren't from Shelter 20, are you? Her intuition was remarkably accurate, based on sound reasoning. During the ground engagement, Shelter 20 indeed had a sniper of exceptional tactical proficiency, nearly overpowering her side. However, a sniper rifle typically does not enter narrow terrains. Furthermore, that sniper was an adept shooter, wielding far superior weaponry compared to Shinbe's. A single elite sniper suffices for a team, there is no need for two. Thus, she surmised that Shinbe was an intervening third party. Shinbe, without preamble, responded directly. Indeed, I belong to neither side. Then what is your objective? The briefcase. How do you know about the briefcase? The woman's expression momentarily froze in shock. The information regarding the briefcase was tightly sealed. The positioning transmitter within it only emitted signals every few days. The last signal prompted Shelter 22 to investigate. Shelter 20 hurriedly followed upon observing Shelter 22's movements. Because it was I who left it here, Shinbe replied candidly. This revelation left the woman utterly astounded. She instantly connected to an unimaginable truth. You were the one who killed Ma and Gon Mo. Indeed, Shinbe did not deny it. The woman took a deep breath, her tear-filled eyes casting a reproachful glare at Shinbe. A slightly rigid smile surfaced on her face. I was not close to them. In fact, we had past grievances. You see, the briefcase is not in my possession. You must delve deeper into the tunnel to locate Wang Yi and Song Yu from Shelter 20. Shall we part ways here? What do you say? I won't divulge any information about you. I can guarantee that. I trust your character, Shinbe replied, lowering his gaze with implied meaning. But I do not trust your methods. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shinbe decisively pulled the trigger. The motion was fluid and resolute, as if time itself had suspended in that moment. The following second, a dull yet powerful click resonated. The sound of the hammer striking the firing pin. The bullet in the chamber erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering the surrounding tranquility. Amidst the flickering flames and swirling smoke, a brass .357 caliber bullet was instantaneously expelled from the gun's chamber, leaving behind a searing trail of fire. With a resounding boom, the woman, already lacking in defensive prowess, found herself incapacitated by the close-range gunfire. Her body stiffened momentarily, her head tilted slightly forward before she collapsed heavily, her skull a grotesque amalgamation of blood and flesh, revealing the fatal metal bullet embedded within. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the reverberating echoes of the explosive impact that lingered in the narrow alleyway. Shinbe twisted his neck, refusing to linger, and donned his half-body armor, pressing deeper into the tunnel in pursuit. He made no effort to lighten his footsteps, knowing such an endeavor would be futile. The sounds of gunfire and anguished cries had undoubtedly reached Wang Yi and Song Yu's ears. Shinbe's sole objective was to maintain distance and avoid ambush from the two, particularly around the corner where visibility was severely limited. After only a few steps, Shinbe's acute hearing caught the outrageous shouts resonating from the tunnel. Damn it, Song Yu, what the hell are you doing? Move to the left. Get the hell out of my way. The continuous screams from behind revealed the presence of a formidable adversary, someone intent on causing harm. Song Yu recognized that the cries from the trio of Shelter number 22 indicated a third party had intervened, and they were undoubtedly a powerful force. It was important to note that these were 3 level 4 superhumans. Now, the entire tunnel had returned to silence, save for the audacious echo of footsteps. This only underscored the intruder's confidence and skill, likely a level 5 or 6 superhuman. At this juncture, neglecting to flee would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Between life and death, Song Yu could hardly afford to concern himself with missions or noble causes. Self-serving? Perhaps. But Song Yu darted towards the left tunnel in his desperate escape. A fierce determination surged within him as Wang Yi barked, "Disobey my orders. And this is how you court death." In Wang Yi's eyes, if the trio from shelter number 22 were the pursuers, he might have overlooked Song Yu's insubordination. However, the newcomer was undeniably a terrifying powerhouse, and fear gripped him. Who wouldn't wish to survive? The right tunnel offered no refuge. He could only flee. Song Yu had to veer left to disrupt the pursuer's judgment and buy himself time. At that moment, Wang Yi's patience evaporated, his gaze turning steely. It seems only by bringing you to your knees will you grasp your true position. In the next instant, with the wind howling and energy surging, Wang Yi lunged at Song Yu like a ferocious tiger unleashed. "Get down," he commanded. As he uttered those words, his throat constricted violently, and a torrent of air erupted from him like a compressed explosive. In a flash, Song Yu caught sight of the movement in Wang Yi's throat, the sound barely registering before the air before him exploded, a tremendous shockwave and sound enveloping the space. The force of Wang Yi's breath unleashed a wave of energy that created an effect akin to an air bomb detonation. Superpower, sonic boom. The air was thick with a ferocious intensity, as if it had congealed into a tangible substance, rendering Song Yu momentarily breathless. He was astounded that a mere low shout from Wang Yi could unleash such a staggering effect. As surprise coursed through him, it was swiftly eclipsed by a violent gust of wind and a deafening roar. With a thunderous crash, the air erupted, and he beheld a formidable arm descending upon him like a mountain crashing down, instantly consuming his entire field of vision. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of danger enveloped Song Yu. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he instinctively thrust both hands forward, grasping and pushing, dispersing the tumultuous air around him. His counter was fierce, his arm muscles quivering and vibrating with an electrifying speed, synchronizing perfectly with Wang Yi's voice and movement. In an instant, he executed a counterattack, aiming to withstand Wang Yi's punch with the might of a titan. The collision was cataclysmic. As their fists met, Song Yu's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though he had been struck by a meteor plummeting from the heavens. His entire body vibrated violently, and within half a heartbeat, his knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the explosion of earth and stone, he found himself embedded in the ground like a helpless frog, overwhelmed by the sheer force. His internal organs feeling as if they were being mercilessly compressed, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. But the ordeal was far from over. Wang Yi barely glanced at the aftermath of his own doing. With his fingers splayed wide, he summoned a fierce gale. In a moment of thunderous intensity, before Song Yu could even muster a pained roar, Wang Yi seized him. Unbeknownst to him, Song Yu instinctively reached out. His ability, instantaneous shadow theft. It allowed him to pilfer an item from his opponent, either designated or random. In an instant, a dusty yellow bag materialized in his hand. The following second, without a second thought, Wang Yi hurled Song Yu into the dark tunnel to his left. Dazed, Song Yu struggled against the vertigo, unable to rise. At that moment, the echoes of Wang Yi's earlier command to lie down still reverberated through the tunnel, gradually fading away. The command had been clear: lie down. In a mere second or two, even before the resonance of Wang Yi's shout had dissipated, Song Yu was utterly defeated. Wang Yi's figure vanished into the right tunnel in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Shinbe, hearing the sounds of their battle, hurriedly navigated around the corner. Upon glancing at the straight path leading to a T-junction ahead, he realized the fight had concluded. It was evident that Wang Yi had emerged victorious, leaving Song Yu gravely injured. Knowing Song Yu was incapacitated, there was no need to concern himself with him. Wang Yi was in the right tunnel. After a brief analysis, Shinbe wasted no time. He activated his armor's full power output, propelling himself forward with explosive force. He surged ahead like a rocket, barreling forth. However, joy and surprise often arrive with startling swiftness. Just as Shinbe completed his sprint along the straight path and reached the T-junction, he prepared to dash into the right tunnel. A dull yellow backpack was abruptly tossed from the left tunnel, accompanied by a feeble voice pleading, "Big brother, here's your stuff. Spare my life." Shinbe stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that the yellow leather bag would be in Song Yu's possession. What sort of ruse were they orchestrating? Those who could flee did not carry the bag, while those who could not were burdened with the task item. Shinbe gazed at the bag at his feet, fully convinced it was the very one he had carelessly abandoned days earlier. Tilting his head, he observed Song Yu, who lay on the ground, slowly lifting his head to meet Shinbe's gaze, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. In Song Yu's mind, the intervening party should have been a formidable adversary, likely of at least a fifth-tier prowess, possibly even sixth. Yet, upon realizing that this third party was Shinbe, his entire countenance contorted in shock. Clad in battle armor and wielding firearms, Shinbe's bloodied visage radiated incredulity. An ordinary person? Song Yu could barely contain himself, spitting out blood in a fit of rage, clearly infuriated by the realization. He was utterly dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the one fighting behind him, who had dispatched 3 fourth-tier ability users, was merely an ordinary individual? It was as if the world had turned upside down. Song Yu found himself at a loss for words, while Shinbe calmly retrieved the bag, stowed it away, and politely remarked, "Thank you. Put that down." Song Yu grimaced in pain. Had he known he was dealing with a mere mortal, he would not have exerted himself so foolishly. Wang Yi could easily eliminate him without a second thought. Moreover, there was a certainty of annihilation, as Wang Yi possessed an ability known as the deflection field, specifically designed to counter bullets. In Song Yu's imagination, although he could not fathom how Shinbe had defeated 3 fourth-tier ability users, he assumed it must have been through the use of firearms, a notion that had led him to collide with Wang Yi's unyielding presence. However, Shinbe's lips curled into a cold smirk. "What I find is mine. If you have the ability, stand up and demand it from me. Song Yu struggled momentarily, but the severity of Wang Ye's assault rendered him incapable of rising. His bloodied face twisted with bitterness as he glared at Shinbe. He had initially contemplated abandoning the bag, hoping to plead for his life before a powerful ability user. Instead, his overactive imagination had led him to create a trap of his own making. Regret was beyond description. He felt a profound desire for death as he could only watch Shinbe walk away. Damn it! Song Yu pounded the ground with his fists, consumed by remorse. Approximately a minute after Shinbe's departure, hurried footsteps echoed from the left tunnel at the crossroads. An enraged Wang Yu burst forth from the shadows, exclaiming, "Damn you! Song Yu, you stole the bag. Are you still alive? Respond to me." Wang Yu was on the verge of exploding with fury. It was only after running a considerable distance that he realized the bag was missing. Without a doubt, it had been taken by Song Yu using his abilities, in a desperate attempt to survive under the powerful adversary's influence. Thus, Wang Yu swiftly retraced his steps, regardless of whether Song Yu still drew breath. For he was determined to vent his frustrations on the corpse. "Am I not fighting for my own survival?" echoed the vain voice of Song Yu. Wang Yu spat a thick phlegm. "Not dead? Well, that indicates the mastermind has already taken the bag, and you are merely clinging to life, are you?" It was futile to argue. We had indeed erred gravely. It was your mistake. No, the third party was not the mastermind, but an ordinary individual. What? Wang Yu stepped into the left tunnel and seized Song Yu, his eyes swirling with agony, malice, and disbelief. An ordinary person? Indeed, Song Yu gritted his teeth and bellowed. An ordinary person, armed with firearms. If it weren't for your misguided commands, how could we have ended up in this predicament? Nonsense. Wang Yu hurled Song Yu aside. Stepping out of the tunnel, his voice brimming with an irreconcilable fury. "You are merely afraid of death. Once I reclaim the bag, I shall certainly return you to the sanctuary, where you will face judgment and scorn." Song Yu's face bore a fierce expression, his gaze deep enough to instill fear. His voice hoarse. "We are both at fault. I fear no judgment." Wang Yu did not respond, but his eyes reflected an inexplicable cruelty as he fixed his gaze on the tunnel ahead. Suddenly, he crouched, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Muttering to himself, an ordinary person can kill a fourth-tier ability user with firearms, indicating exceptional combat skills and marksmanship, along with extraordinary armor. However, now that your true self is exposed, as long as you are not the mastermind, merely wielding firearms, I have little to worry about. In the next moment, Wang Ye's foot struck the ground, shattering it, and a cacophony erupted around him, akin to a fierce gale exploding. Just as the thunderous roar resonated, he had already covered over 30 meters, charging forward. Wang Yi unleashed his speed, racing through the intricate passageway at over 50 kilometers per hour. His objective was clear: to utilize his overwhelming physical prowess and velocity to catch up with Shinbe, eliminate him, reclaim the bag, and return to the sanctuary to complete his mission. Flames of rage ignited in Wang Ye's eyes. The world before him transformed into a vibrant tapestry, with a distinctly marked trail indicating the path taken by the bag. Ability, directional tracking. Any object imbued with his scent would outline a trajectory invisible to others. You cannot escape. Moments later, Wang Yi beheld another junction ahead. His combat instincts ignited, instantly alerting him. He suddenly leaned backward, bracing his feet against the steel track. The piercing sound of metal rang out as Wang Yi glided along the rails in a unique manner. The soft alloy embedded in his boots clashing violently with the rusted track, sending forth a trail of blazing sparks, akin to a meteor streaking through the abyss. Simultaneously, it seemed as though energy cascaded around him. The surrounding space warped and twisted, resembling liquid metal. Ability, deflection field. The intersection loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, connecting to a hidden maintenance tunnel. Shinbe stood silently amidst the shadows, his rifle held steadily in hand, the barrel gazing forward like a cold moon into the profound darkness ahead. His eyes sparkled in the night, akin to rare emeralds embedded in an endless canvas of black, glimmering with a mysterious and profound luminescence. As Wang Ye's figure came into Shinbe's sight, the entire underground tunnel was instantaneously illuminated by the flames belching from the rifle's muzzle. The deafening gunfire reverberated like thunder, echoing endlessly through the desolate corridor. Shinbe fired a shot. However, an inexplicable force field surrounding Wang Yi defied the laws of physics, acting upon the rapidly spinning, heated bullet. The bullet, which had initially flown in a straight line, underwent an astonishing alteration upon encountering the deflective force field, as if drawn and disrupted by an unseen power, its trajectory veering off course. The projectile hurtled towards the tunnel wall, where it collided violently, causing the concrete structure to shatter, with massive stones scattering like raindrops, striking Wang Ye's cheeks and palms, bringing waves of sharp pain akin to needles. Shinbe's attack was decisive and precise, the bullet whistling perilously close to the tunnel's edge. Yet he had not anticipated that Wang Yi would slide back in a manner nearly contrary to the laws of physics, simultaneously employing his powers to allow the lethal bullet to narrowly graze past his chest, leaving behind a fleeting shadow of death. In that brief moment, Wang Yi not only defended against Shinbe's shot, but also unleashed his left hand upon catching sight of Shinbe. In his grasp, a brilliant ice-blue radiance blossomed as if a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, transforming into a massive icicle over 3 feet in diameter, its edges as sharp as blades. With a flick of his wrist, the icicle was propelled forth, soaring like a meteor streaking across the sky, aimed directly at Shinbe. In its wake, the air froze into crystalline shards, leaving a breathtaking trail of ice. The ability, ice sealing through stone. When Wang Yi raised his head once more, searching for Shinbe at the tunnel's intersection, the cunning Shinbe had already vanished from sight. Yet, embedded in the concrete wall of the maintenance passage was a circular icicle over 3 feet in diameter, its edges razor-sharp, deeply embedded into the solid concrete structure. Nearly a palm's depth, Wang Yi cautiously extracted the shard, finding its blade untouched by blood. This unexpected ambush had yielded no decisive victory for either side. Shinbei's thunderous shot had temporarily quelled Wang Ye's furious wrath, yet it could not extinguish the fire burning within him. In pursuit of Shinbei's lingering traces, Wang Yi pressed on without hesitation, acutely aware that missing this moment could render another encounter with Shinbei a distant hope. The brief skirmish had revealed that even an ordinary individual like Shinbei posed a latent lethal threat, capable of snuffing out Wang Ye's life at any moment. Nevertheless, Wang Yi resolutely continued the chase, a consequence of the fool's Songyu. The mission's target item could not afford to be lost. Shinbei raced forward, his planned retreat route now disrupted. A formidable adversary, he conceded at that moment that Wang Ye's abilities severely constrained his own potential. The intangible force field possesses the capability to alter the trajectory of bullets, distinctly different from the three extraordinary individuals encountered earlier. However, Shinbei concludes that Wang Ye's force field cannot simultaneously accommodate multiple bullets. Otherwise, he would have held an undeniable advantage against the bearded brute at Shelter 22, armed with a Gatling gun, and would not have been pursued so relentlessly. If an opportunity for a surreptitious attack cannot be found, there remains but one course of action: escape. For Shinbei, a calm and decisive retreat is an essential skill, devoid of any shame. As long as he can elude his pursuers, it constitutes a victory that can infuriate his adversaries. Chapter 86. An opportunity for a single ambush. Wang Yi pursued along the trajectory of the bag, despite the directional tracking continuously depleting his energy reserves. He had no choice but to maintain it for an extended period, primarily due to Shinbei's exceptional combat prowess. Should he deactivate it, he feared losing track of Shinbei in mere moments. The maintenance passage soon reached its terminus, leading into a long-abandoned subway station. The traces left by Shinbei became increasingly pronounced, veering around a corner and vanishing into a restroom on one side of the platform. With a resounding crash, Wang Yi kicked down the locked restroom door and charged inside. The ceiling above had already been breached, revealing a deep ventilation shaft. The dimensions of the shaft were barely sufficient for a person to squeeze through. In his haste to escape, Shinbei had not even taken the time to close the grate at the shaft's entrance. Wang Yi leaped upward, his head and upper body entering the ventilation shaft, then delivered a lateral strike with his left elbow, which unexpectedly punctured the stainless steel wall of the shaft, anchoring his body in place. The initial segment of the shaft ascended vertically before extending horizontally into darkness, obscuring Wang Ye's view. Should he venture in recklessly? He hesitated momentarily. His ability to manipulate the force field was still cooling down, rendering it temporarily unusable. In such a confined space, Shinbei would hardly need to aim. A single shot could easily be fired, leaving him nowhere to dodge. After pausing for a second, Wang Ye's right hand erupted with blue ice crystals, instantly forming a circular icicle. With a forceful motion, he hurled it into the tunnel. There was a muffled thud, as if the entire subway station had trembled. The icicle careened through the shaft, spinning at high speed, causing the metal tunnel to warp and twist like a corkscrew. Wherever it passed, the stainless steel panels that constituted the ventilation shaft groaned and struggled, but under the almost irresistible force, the entire passage quickly contorted and collapsed, as if struck by countless boulders. At the other end of the tunnel, a Barrett sniper rifle was flung out, and then Shinbei burst forth from the shaft's mouth, gracefully catching the modified rifle midair and landing lightly on the ground. He suddenly lifted his gaze, staring at the entrance he had just emerged from. With a whoosh, the entrance expelled a cloud of dust and debris, twisting and contorting as if gripped by an invisible hand. Had Shinbei emerged just seconds later, he might have been crushed by the steel ventilation duct. Shinbei cast a brief glance at the distorted entrance before disappearing into the depths of the underground passage. For the battle was far from over. Although Wang Yi had disrupted the steel corridor and missed his strike, it inadvertently widened the distance between him and Shinbei. Despite his unfamiliarity with the terrain, Wang Yi was still able to clearly discern the trace of the briefcase in his line of sight. Stepping out of the restroom, he moved at a speed nearly double that of Shinbei, swiftly returning to the correct path even after taking a detour, steadily closing the gap to less than 100 meters. It was truly vexing. Shinbei traversed the tunnel, feeling as though he could not shake off the persistent follower behind him. This fellow possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. He certainly had a directional tracking skill. According to Shinbei's understanding of those endowed with powers, these abilities were varied and multifaceted. As long as one could afford the consumption of a crystal core, they could activate abilities akin to unlocking skills on a gaming skill tree, provided they met the requisite rank. In a specific domain of powers, the more specialized one became, the more potent abilities could be unlocked. However, one could also activate basic abilities at will, albeit with the drawback that such combinations tended to be elaborate, yet lacking in individual potency. While Wang Yi possessed ice elemental abilities, they were evidently inferior to the mastery exhibited by the Blue Enchantress. At this very moment, the subterranean passage teemed with a myriad of perilous creatures, yet none dared to emerge, keeping their distance from this area. Particularly with Wang Yi, who unabashedly exuded a sense of danger, they instinctively stayed away. This territory was unfamiliar to both Shinbei and Wang Yi. However, the combat armor Shinbei wore recorded every path he traversed on its visual panel, thus eliminating any possibility of getting lost. Wang Yi appeared to possess an extraordinary memory of the terrain. Despite following Shinbei through the labyrinthine passages, the distance between them was gradually diminishing. Once he had traversed a path, he would not find himself taking a longer or more circuitous route again. Shinbei quickly realized this fact, yet he maintained a steady pace, seemingly prepared to engage Wang Yi in a battle of endurance. Wang Yi's speed remained consistently over 15 times that of Shinbei, neither too fast nor too slow, showing no signs of substantial fatigue. As the distance between them shrank to 30 meters, Shinbei suddenly halted. Wang Yi's hair suddenly stood on end. He exerted himself, his military boots sparking against the steel tracks, and surged forward with renewed speed. He had previously traversed this segment of the corridor and knew that Shinbe was positioned just beyond 2 bends. With this distance, Wang Yi could reach Shinbe in a mere 2 seconds. Although his deflection force field was still cooling down, he was confident in his ability to evade Shinbe's bullets, or, at the very least, to avoid being hit in a vital area. Once he made his move, Shinbe would have no further opportunity. With the sound of rushing wind accompanying him, Wang Yi launched himself forward, hurtling towards the opposing wall. He landed forcefully on the wall, taking 2 powerful steps, barreling around the first corner as if sprinting along the surface itself. The concrete beneath his feet cracked significantly upon impact. As he rounded the corner, Wang Yi's pupils constricted sharply. He spotted an iron oil drum that had mysteriously appeared at the next bend, just as a tracer round shot into the drum from the side. The flames suddenly illuminated every shadowy corner of the corridor, surging forward with a ferocity that consumed the confined space of the underground passage. Wang Yi's heart pounded vigorously, the abrupt onslaught of danger causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He was hurtling towards the encroaching inferno at a staggering speed exceeding 70 kilometers per hour, suspended in midair with no possibility of altering his course. In a split second, Wang Yi arched his body, shielding his head with his arms, his legs poised in a defensive stance. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, a thin ice shield, measuring several dozen centimeters in diameter, materialized before him. This was his unique ability, the ice barrier, one of Wang Yi's 2 ice elemental powers. At that moment, the ignited oil barrels unleashed a torrent of flame and gas that entirely swallowed him, not only nullifying his momentum and shattering the ice shield, but also propelling him backward, violently slamming him against the corridor wall, mercilessly crushing his body. With the wall blocking its path, the fiery onslaught was forced to veer left into a side passage. In an instant, the explosive force waned, leaving the corridor ablaze with remnants of fire. These flames, fueled by gasoline, proved exceptionally difficult to extinguish, and the temperature within the underground passage surged to levels lethal for ordinary life. Wang Yi tumbled to the ground, landing in a somewhat graceful manner, yet nearly losing his balance. Large patches of his clothing were still ablaze, and his hair was singed to tatters. He erupted into a violent cough, his skin scorched, retreating rapidly and rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. Damn it! Wang Yi cursed under his breath. His current actions were perilous, yet he paid no heed. Under such extreme heat, Shinbe would undoubtedly also be unable to endure. It was likely that his armor had become as searing as molten metal. If he survived, he would be severely incapacitated. Who was suffering more was evident. This madman was clearly digging his own grave, Wang Yi mused. At the other end of the corridor, Shinbe remained unfazed by the flames. The high-temperature sensors of his armor activated the thermal modulation system without requiring a command, initiating a cooling process autonomously. Furthermore, after the upgrades, the armor was impervious to the scorching flames. At that moment, Shinbe steadied his sniper rifle, pointing it forward with determination. Before him surged the furious onslaught of flame and gas, the blaze painting the surroundings in vivid crimson. The most intense phase of the fiery assault swiftly passed. Contrary to Shinbe's expectations, Wang Yi did not emerge from the flames, suggesting he had sustained significant injuries in the explosion. Had he truly burst forth from the inferno, Shinbe would not have been surprised. This somewhat unscrupulous young man possessed a profound mastery of ice elemental abilities, rendering his feats anything but miraculous. A notion Shinbe had begun to grasp. Standing in the flickering shadows of the underground corridor, Shinbe gazed quietly at the inferno before him, persistently searching for any sign of Wang Yi. This young man was indeed formidable, endowed with an array of mysterious powers, undoubtedly a prodigious force to be reckoned with. However, this would not waver Shinbe's resolution and confidence to eliminate his adversary. The unexpected discovery of the oil barrel presented him with a singular opportunity for retaliation. In Shinbe's estimation, Wang Yi was oblivious to his indifference towards flames and would likely let his guard down, preoccupied with extinguishing the fire. He could easily take Wang Yi's life before he could even react. At that moment, the flames finally subsided. Within Shinbe's infrared vision, a writhing ball of crimson appeared. Found you. He aligned his sniper rifle's crosshairs on Wang Yi, who was still struggling amidst the flames in the tunnel. In the next instant, the still burning Wang Yi suddenly looked up. In his final moments, a silent bullet pierced the darkness, materializing before him, less than 30 centimeters away. Instantly, his body trembled violently, akin to chaff in the wind. His face was etched with sheer terror and dread of death, while his mind surged with tumultuous waves of unparalleled fear and regret, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Wang Yi's visage contorted as he let out a horrifying scream, reminiscent of a dying beast. No, he could not fathom why. Despite both enduring the impact of the flames, Shinbe remained unharmed and was able to fire first. Was this scientifically plausible? It was perplexing. As an ability user, he had been burned by the flaming oil from the barrel, while Shinbe, clad in battle armor, seemed impervious to the heat. Yet, pondering this was futile. Although the deflection field had cooled, it was too late to activate. The bullet penetrated his forehead, exploding at the back of his skull, sending blood and flesh flying. Wang Yi's face contorted in agony, his gaze dimmed, and he resembled a deflated balloon. His body convulsed involuntarily before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the flames continued to blaze more fiercely. Shinbe exhaled deeply, slowly lowering his sniper rifle, its muzzle angled toward the ground, not sparing a glance at his fallen foe. He steadily ascended a sloping staircase, making his way toward the surface. Each step echoed softly as he approached the half-closed wire gate. The dawn greeted him, with the stars still flickering above. Shinbe emerged into the light once more. Chapter 87. The Gate of Demons, unified chip at the break of dawn. The first light of morning illuminated the scene. The pale golden rays cascaded like shattered silk ribbons, quietly settling upon Shinbe's blood-streaked battle armor, casting a muted, chilling glow. The gentle morning breeze swept across the desolate earth, bringing with it grains of sand and dust. In the distance, dilapidated structures lay submerged in the sands, their remnants barely visible. Shinbe glanced back at the subway tunnel's exit, tightening the strap of his bag. He stepped over the gravel, producing a soft crunching sound. As he made his way toward Shelter 36, this time, Shinbe's haul consisted solely of his bag and a handful of crystal cores. 4 4th-tier ability users had perished within the tunnel, undoubtedly possessing numerous crystal cores. However, due to the frenetic pace of battle, aside from collecting a few crystal cores from the all-purpose doctrine's limb modifiers, the rest had been squandered. Nevertheless, Shinbe had accomplished his initial mission objective. The secrets concealed within the layers of the bag are undoubtedly of considerable value. Otherwise, they would not have incited the fierce clashes and struggles between the two shelters. At this moment, Shinbe had no time to inspect the bag's compartments. He hastened through the wilderness, propelled by the armored suit, leaving behind a swirling dust cloud in his wake. This is the advantage of battle armor. As long as there is a crystal core, an infinite source of kinetic energy is ensured, far superior to the meager reserves stored within the bodies of psychic users. In the distance, the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield were sparse, likely indicating that both sides had sensed something amiss and were in retreat. Shinbe circled around, skillfully avoiding unnecessary trouble, and advanced towards shelter number 36 via an alternate route. Approximately 5 hours later, Shinbe's vision captured the slow, sinuous movements of a titan. The titan resembled a moving mountain range, gradually unfurling its awe-inspiring and terrifying form upon the horizon. Its skin exhibited a blend of rust-like dark red and sandy gray hues, refracting an eerie sheen under the sunlight with each undulation. Even the winds of the wasteland seemed to hold their breath, hesitant to disturb this colossal entity, the solitary hope in a world ravaged by disaster. If humanity in this world still harbored a notion of home, it would be epitomized by the titan. No individual could stray far from the titan for long. The maximum duration was limited to the time it took for a water vessel to run dry, 3 days. Hence, a common adage circulated in this world: perhaps you might be fortunate enough in your lifetime to never encounter a vile creature, yet you will undoubtedly never find a clean water source. Shinbe sniffled and quickened his pace, gradually keeping up. After an hour or so, he caught up with the main convoy of RVs. With a light leap, he ascended the connecting planks and returned to his own RV, pushing open the door. Inside, a considerable amount of timber was stacked in the corner. Little K was absent, likely still toiling in the wilderness. Shinbe turned and secured his door. He shed his battle armor and hung it on a rack. Although the armor had been upgraded multiple times to fit the human form, it was still not akin to skin. During combat, it mattered little, but resting while clad in such gear became rather uncomfortable, akin to being enveloped in a balloon. Shinbe needed to breathe. Despite earning experience points with every minute spent in his armor, he changed into a lightweight linen shirt. This shirt was uniquely styled, handcrafted from wild hemp fibers resilient against sandstorms and boasting excellent breathability, its texture rough, yet durable. The collar rose high, effectively warding off sand intrusion, while metal buckles fashioned from repurposed vehicle parts adorned the edges, serving both decorative and emergency tool purposes. The cuffs and hem were skillfully tailored to ensure unimpeded movement for the wearer. Additionally, the shirt ingeniously incorporated practical pocket designs, including hidden multifunctional pockets. Should one be willing to spend a bit more, some tailors would stitch extra layers of protective fabric onto the back or shoulders, though their utility was often negligible. Feeling light and at ease, Shinbe sat upon his bed, a creation assembled from materials salvaged by Little K. The bed frame is constructed from rusted steel bars, discarded mechanical parts, and fractured concrete blocks, appearing chaotic yet remarkably sturdy. The sleeping surface consists of tattered tarpaulin layered with sandbags, topped with a recycled military blanket. Beneath the bed lie multiple storage compartments, fashioned from scrap metal sheets, designed to hold essential supplies and defensive weapons. Comfort is a distant notion. Merely being able to sleep suffices. In this wretched world, possessing a personal RV is regarded as the pinnacle of achievement for an ordinary person. Subsequently, Shinbe placed the leather bag on his lap and carefully retrieved a pair of scissors, beginning to dismantle the bag's inner layers with meticulous attention. He judiciously selected the point of entry, a spot most worn yet non-intrusive to the overall structure. Inserting the scissors tip into the seam, he gently twisted his wrist, allowing the scissors to slide in like a serpent's tongue. Gradually applying pressure, a slender fissure appeared in the bag's exterior, accompanied by a hissing sound. A distinctive friction between leather and metal. Each incision Shinbe made was precise and methodical, as if he were unraveling an intricately designed enigma. As he disassembled, he scrutinized the peeled leather pieces, carefully discerning any potential secrets concealed within. With the passage of time, the bag was progressively reduced to an array of uniquely shaped leather fragments. Ultimately, only the bottom layer of the bag remained on Shinbe's lap, devoid of any contents, not even a scrap of paper. Upon reaching the thicker base, Shinbe inserted his sharp knife, gently prying apart the upper and lower layers of leather. With a crisp sound, a chip, entirely shaded in gray-black tones, fell onto the floor. What? Shinbe exclaimed, astonished, as he watched the chip spinning on the ground. It was neither a document nor information, it was a chip. He swiftly snatched it up, examining it between his fingers. The chip's edges appeared to feature a biomimetic design, resembling the leaves of desert plants, with smooth lines that curled slightly upward. At its center lay a translucent, glimmering core, embedded with intricate and dense circuitry, evoking a sense of nano-level construction. Moreover, the back of the chip was equipped with a set of miniature magnetic interfaces, somewhat akin to USB connections, albeit in a different size. Shinbe was utterly bewildered by the chip's purpose. However, A lack of understanding did not preclude him from seeking answers. His gaze remained fixed on the chip for several seconds, and soon, information flickered at the corner of his vision. Unified chip, max level. This chip originates from an apocalyptic class starship. Once implanted in the human brain, bioelectricity can activate it, enabling remote control from the central command console. Effect, it can strip humans of their fear, transforming them into fearless warriors. Shinbe. The information was brief, yet profoundly explosive. The chip's energy derives from bioelectricity, which far surpasses the current technological capabilities of this world. Furthermore, once implanted in the human brain, it could eradicate human emotions. The mere thought sent shivers down Shinbei's spine. A fearless warrior, undeterred by any adversary, who dares to charge forth to the bitter end. Even an ordinary human can instill dread in those with extraordinary abilities. If such a chip were to be implanted in the extraordinary, what catastrophic scenario might unfold? For humanity, fear begets reverence. It teaches us what to provoke and what to avoid. In other words, the emotion of fear serves as a protective shield, prompting instinctual urges to flee and survive. The absence of fear transforms one into an enhanced version of a death seeker. Simultaneously, from the brief introduction, Shinbei discerned an unsettling horror. This chip could strip humanity of its fear. Might it not also eradicate other emotions? Could it thus manipulate human thought from afar, rendering them mere flesh and blood automatons? Shinbei rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of this chip. No wonder Gon Mo bluntly stated that anyone who meddled with this secret would meet their demise. If mass-produced, such a chip could unify human thought. Now that would indeed be a perilous endeavor. Shinbei felt the chip in his palm, akin to molten iron, as if confronting an electronic specter. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of the chip's functions and turned to another piece of information. This chip originated from the starship, a Doomsday-class vessel, yet another Doomsday class. Shinbei had yet to unravel the mysteries surrounding this starship, and now he was confronted with a revelation too daunting to contemplate. What role did this Doomsday-class starship play in the desolate world? Shinbei murmured to himself. On one hand, the bloody council led by the Spider Queen held the secrets of the Doomsday-class starship. On the other, remnants of such a ship could still be found scattered across the wilderness. Suddenly, Shinbei recalled the elderly marksman who had nearly brought about his demise. Did the power of deep space refer to the Doomsday-class starship? His thoughts became chaotic. Deep contemplation proved futile, as it was too intricate and distant. Shinbei's current task remained survival, especially as the Titan was set to enter the frigid north. He tucked the devilish chip away securely. He could have destroyed it, yet something compelled him to retain it. In other words, this object might, when the occasion arose, bargain him a reprieve from death. At that moment, a sound of the door opening echoed from outside. Shinbei stepped out of the room and immediately caught sight of little K, with his frail form laboriously stacking firewood in the corner. Initially, Shinbei paid it no mind. In a world of survival, there was no room for the idle. Little K's efforts were essential for his own survival. But when Little K turned to continue his work, Shinbei's gaze hardened, and he exhaled sharply. Halt. Little K froze momentarily. Shinbei's tone turned icy. Turn around. I still need to go work, Little K replied, lowering his head. Shinbei's voice rose in admonition. I said turn around. Chapter 88. Turmoil, bloodshed, the breeding ground of growth. Little K slowly turned to face him. Still keeping his head bowed, Shinbei took a few steps closer, lifting his chin with a finger. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Little K's face as his teeth chattered. Who did this? Little K's visage resembled a canvas that had been relentlessly ground by coarse gravel, marred by blood and grime. His once clear eyes were swollen and bruised, filled with terror and helplessness, while tears mingled with blood, etching deep, dark rivulets on his cheeks. A bruise adorned the bridge of his nose, as if an invisible hand had carelessly splattered his face with ink of suffering. Dried blood clung to the corners of his lips, and his slightly parted mouth twisted in pain. Upon closer inspection, his skin was a tapestry of fresh scars, overlapping and intersecting, creating a harrowing map. Disheveled strands of hair clung to his forehead, stained with flecks of crimson, akin to withered thorns entwined around an innocent life. It was my own carelessness, Little K replied defiantly. Shinbei placed a heavy hand atop Little K's head, pressing down firmly as he stated. You are quite harsh on yourself. Little K remained silent, his head bowed. Shinbei turned and returned to Little K's room, rummaging through the clutter until he found the P226 semi-automatic pistol. Opening the magazine, he observed the yellow-orange bullets nestled within, seemingly in a deep slumber. Subsequently, Shinbei returned to his own room, donned his battle armor, and tossed the P226 at Little K. Take this and follow me. If you do not eliminate those who have tormented you today, I shall do it for you. Little K shuddered at the words, nearly dropping the pistol. Unperturbed by Little K's thoughts, Shinbei, a man of authority, believed that obedience was the prevailing theme for a 10-year-old child. He roughly seized Little K by the collar and led him out of the mobile home, descending from the shelter. With a revolver drawn, he pressed it against Little K's head, commanding, lead the way. Little K stood frozen. Bang! Like a thunderclap, fire erupted from the muzzle, accompanied by a deafening gunshot and a searing wave of heat. The bullet sped toward the hardened ground with astonishing velocity, stirring a cloud of dust, resembling a fleeting, gigantic black flower in bloom. The earth erupted with a small crater, sparks flying and dirt scattering. Next time, it will be your head, Shinbei stated expressionlessly from behind Little K. At that moment, Little K trembled in fright, his shoulders quaking like a startled creature. Tears welled in his eyes, and as his shoulders shook more violently, he choked out, we cannot provoke them, we cannot. Shinbei sneered. The little horse crossing the river is you who cannot provoke them. Speak another word, and I shall reunite you with your mother. Little K bit his lip, blood seeping forth as he hesitated for a moment, ultimately lifting his feet to lead Shinbei into the dense forest. Along the way, members of the shelter returned, carrying firewood. Upon witnessing little K's demeanor and Shinbe's imposing presence, they paused in astonishment. Their steps faltered, and some followed the two into the thicket. The air was thick with incessant murmurs. Look, little K is wielding a gun with his right hand. Is he seeking revenge? Ha, ridiculous. A 10-year-old child, does he dare? He has Shinbe backing him, though. TCH, it's brave to outrun evil, but the targets of his revenge are not to be trifled with. Hasten to keep up. For the spectacle unfolds. Shinbe, undeterred by the murmurs of the crowd, maintained a composed demeanor and steady gait. In contrast, young K was visibly anxious. Despite being merely 10 years of age, he possessed an acute understanding of survival in a world marred by chaos, as if it were second nature to him. Endure. To falter is to perish. To resist is to meet one's demise. This truth held for all, be they ordinary folk or those gifted with abilities, particularly for children. Whether they were beaten or killed, the outcome remained the same. Resistance led to ruin. If one survived the initial onslaught, it was merely a matter of enduring the aftermath of someone else's wrath. Now, under the scrutiny of many, the notion of revenge was a fantasy K dared not entertain, especially as he walked with a sense of unsteadiness, feeling the weight of judgment upon him. Furthermore, he could sense Shinbe's presence looming behind him, delivering playful kicks to his rear, making him feel as though his backside might split from the pressure. After several moments of hesitation, the crowd traversed through the dense thicket and emerged into a clearing where several residents were busy sorting timber. Shinbe halted, surveying the area, before affectionately ruffling K's hair and inquiring, "Now, tell me, who struck you?" With a trembling left hand, K pointed toward one of the men. However, Shinbe was displeased with K's gesture and swiftly brought his palm down upon K's hand, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. K winced, bewildered as he gazed at Shinbe. "Point again," Shinbe insisted. Confused, K raised his left hand once more. With a sharp crack, Shinbe interrupted again, his tone turning icy. "I do not wish to see a third mistake." K's dazed expression flickered as he lifted his right hand, which held a pistol. Shinbe nodded approvingly, a smile breaking across his face as he tousled K's hair once more. "That's more like it. Fire the weapon." K, noticing that his fingers seemed unable to pull the trigger, felt the cold barrel of Shinbe's revolver pressed against his temple. "I said fire." At that very moment, the commotion caused by Shinbe had drawn the attention of all around. The crowd erupted into cacophony. "Huh? Do you really believe little K has the courage to pull the trigger? Though young, he must possess some sense and would never dare." Indeed, even Shinbe himself would hesitate in such a scenario. If something goes awry with someone from the Third Master's faction, it would spell disaster. Whispers circulated about the tensions between the Third Master and Shinbe. Was this confrontation intentional? Yet, returning to the matter at hand, the man K had pointed out was gaunt, his complexion ghostly pale, and his hair a disheveled mess reminiscent of a bird's nest. This man was acutely aware of the purpose behind Shinbe and K's visit. However, he showed no signs of intimidation. Although he was an ordinary individual, his ally was no mere mortal, but an extraordinary being. He crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he laughed heartily. "Ha, Shinbe, is your reputation so cheap that you must bolster a child's courage?" Shinbe's notoriety, albeit somewhat diminished, still held weight within the 36th shelter. He could be regarded as a formidable specter of the battlefield, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. Yet, that was the extent of his capabilities. He retained some utility for tasks of lesser difficulty, but once the challenge escalated, he proved to be of little value. Not being a supernatural entity, ignoring the man's derisive remarks, Shinbe found any glance in his direction to be a desecration of his dignity. He merely fixed his steady gaze upon Xiao Ke. The man's lewd stare grew more brazen as he taunted, "Shinbe, why not raise your gun and end me? When the Third Master comes looking for you afterward, don't shed any tears, haha." Shinbe's expression shifted slightly. What a coincidence. The Third Master's people? Intrigued, he crouched beside Xiao Ke, saying, "If you don't shoot him today, he will surely come for me tomorrow. Think it over." Xiao Ke's pupils constricted. Gripping the cold metallic gun firmly with both hands, he inhaled deeply and aimed at the man before him. With the crisp sound of the trigger being pulled, the handgun erupted with tremendous force. The recoil hit him with the ferocity of a beast unleashed, jarring his still youthful frame. In that instant, the gun trembled violently in his grasp, akin to a small creature striving to break free from its constraints. The impact slammed against Xiao Ke's shoulder, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward, his arms quaking like withered leaves in an autumn breeze. His face contorted slightly from the effort of clenching his teeth. And despite tears and smoke obscuring his vision, he pressed on. The bullet had already pierced the man's forehead, splattering blood across the ground. In his final moments, the man's blood-stained visage was etched with shock and terror, seemingly unable to fathom that Xiao Ke would indeed dare to fire after being summoned by the Third Master. At that moment, the gunfire acted as a mute button for the world, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Save for the sound of the man collapsing to the earth, Xiao Ke panted heavily, drenched in sweat from his first act of killing, his body weak and trembling. He raised his right hand, about to wipe the perspiration from his brow, when Shinbe interrupted once more, "Safety off." Xiao Ke nodded in understanding. It seemed that Locke's assessment of him had been somewhat exaggerated. Shinbe offered a disparaging remark, recalling that Locke had believed Xiao Ke would become a ferocious beast upon awakening. However, given his evident fright at having taken a life, it was clear that the expectations were too lofty. It is worth noting that when Shinbe killed for the first time, he felt no emotion, as if he were inherently a cold-blooded machine of slaughter. Of course, there was little to compare. Shinbe had taken his first life at the age of 16. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the dense forest. Simultaneously, a voice filled with rage pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone in the clearing. "What audacity! You dare to kill my men!" Shinbe slowly turned his gaze, revealing an extreme coldness and ruthlessness. He saw the Third Master emerge from the thicket, Chapter 89. The complexity of human existence. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves, casting a dappled mosaic of light and shadow upon the dust-laden ground, creating patches of varying brightness. Within the luminous spot, a lifeless body lay supine, its blood still bubbling and flowing. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with the acrid odor of gunpowder from metallic bullets. Third Master emerged from the dense thicket, positioning himself at the center of the scene. He cast a fleeting glance at the deceased, his complexion ghastly, as dark as a soiled rag, seeming capable of squeezing out water. This marked the second time Shinbe had provoked him. With a scruffy beard and a visage marked by the passage of time, Third Master, though of unremarkable appearance, possessed eyes of profound depth, as if they could pierce the very soul. A chilling and fierce demeanor emanated from his face. Shinbe, I believe you are courting death. In response, Shinbe's gaze was laced with derision and coldness. Indeed, but do not merely contemplate. I implore you to take tangible action. No sooner had the words left his lips than he raised his revolver, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Third Master's forehead. The hand gripping the revolver exhibited no tremor or hesitation. This hand, forged through countless life and death trials, seemed like a finely tuned machine, each movement imbued with strength and precision. The revolver felt like an extension of his very being, seamlessly melding with every inch of his palm, showcasing an innate harmony. His foundational skills were exceptionally solid, beyond reproach. Third Master's ferocious countenance bore an intensely profound gaze, glinting with a murderous chill. He boldly pressed his head against the barrel of Shinbe's gun, his tone exuding unyielding dominance and brutality. Come, I shall grant you an opportunity to see if your bullet can indeed kill me. This is your assertion. Shinbe's expression remained indifferent as his finger decisively pulled the trigger. Yet in the next moment, silently and without warning, the moisture in the air crystallized into fine, dense ice shards. These ice crystals adhered quietly to the surface of Shinbe's revolver trigger, as if whispering the frozen prelude. Instantly, as the temperature plunged further, the ice crystals began to proliferate and spread wildly. In Shinbe's astonished gaze, countless ice crystals enveloped the revolver, transitioning from mere speckles to a complete encasement. The process akin to time being momentarily frozen, revealing a serene beauty. The once cold and unfeeling revolver was transformed into a radiant artifact shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence under the influence of the ice crystals. This spectacle unfolded so swiftly that Shinbe scarcely had time to pull the trigger. Then, a voice emerged, crisp and clear, each syllable seemingly meticulously sculpted from millennia of glacial ice. Everyone disperse. What is all this commotion? Shinbe tilted his head. The voice was familiar. It belonged to the Blue Enchantress. With graceful strides, the Blue Enchantress approached, her eyes glistening like blue crystals, illuminating the area for a fleeting moment. Coupled with her pure, flawless visage, she resembled a true angel descending to earth. Her hair danced in the wind, her flowing white robe revealing the exquisite form beneath. She lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze flitting between Shinbe and Third Master. Her expression tinged with impatience. Are you two not tired of this? Third Master radiated malevolence, his anger palpable. This time, it was Shinbe who instigated trouble. He killed my people. It was he who did it. Little Case stubbornly shouted from the side. In Shinbe's eyes, a clear contempt flickered as he gazed at the Third Master. Some have perished to pay for their own wrongdoings. It's akin to the necessity of settling one's bill after a meal. If he dares to seize timber and resort to violence, he has already resigned himself to his fate. Of course, Shinbe spread his hands. If the Third Master intends to abandon reason, I am equally untroubled by discourse. Reason is often indistinct and ambiguous. A duel, however, yields but two outcomes, life or death. Certain individuals ought not to interfere. Shinbe turned to the Blue Enchantress. What say you? The Blue Enchantress's gaze was profound and inscrutable, as if she pierced through layers of snow and wind, revealing an essence of uncertainty. I have truly indulged you. Shinbe shrugged. I shall offer you 3 counts. Vacate my sight immediately, or else. The Blue Enchantress raised a hand, and the air suddenly shifted. A deep azure radiance shimmered in her palm, manifesting from the intangible to the tangible, akin to the nascent ice forming on a tranquil lake in winter, gradually spreading outward. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that instant, and time appeared to stand still. In this silence, under the collective gaze of onlookers, a crystalline ice spear began to take shape, its tip sharp as an icebreaker's sword, emanating a chilling brilliance. The shaft flowed with intricate ice patterns, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by nature, each line infused with boundless frost power. Within the unfathomable depths of the Blue Enchantress's eyes, blue light surged. Die. Shinbe grasped Little K and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. As the Blue Enchantress revealed her lethal ice spear, a volcanic fury erupted within her. A murderous intent seething and uncontainable. Shinbe felt somewhat humiliated. He had anticipated a more courteous demeanor from the Blue Enchantress. After all, their relationship should be reasonably amicable, shouldn't it? Yet, the woman's temperament had turned, reflecting the capriciousness of storms. This reminded Shinbe of Bailuo. Women in this world are indeed troublesome. He murmured to himself. They are far less agreeable than those who lie in a state of unconsciousness. In the open space, the Third Master could no longer contain his wrath, his patience frayed by the Blue Enchantress's repeated interventions. He spoke without restraint. This is excessive. Are you Shinbe's personal bodyguard? The Blue Enchantress replied with an unruffled tone. He stands equal to you in rank. Do you think he would hesitate to kill you? At her words, the Third Master's expression froze, disbelief exploding in his eyes as he roared. Enchantress, while I may be your subordinate, I am not your jester. Is it amusing to mock me? Yu Wuchang had recalibrated his assessment. It was merely a matter of Rock's discretion, nothing more. Impossible. The Third Master nearly choked out. He is an ordinary man. What right does he have to be vice captain? The blue enchantress raised her ice spear, staring directly at the third master. Exhaling frigid air. Are you questioning me? The third master's lips twitched. I did not mean that. You should inquire of Rock. The blue enchantress turned to the gathered crowd and admonished. What do you stare at? Do you wish to freeze to death in the harsh winter of the north? Get to work. A single utterance jolted the members of the sanctuary, immersed in the audacity of little K, who dared to wield a firearm. Their thoughts struggled to keep pace, and in a mere heartbeat, the group vanished without a trace, burdened by timber. The blue enchantress strolled back, her head slightly inclined, and remarked, according to Rock's arrangements, you have an upcoming mission to undermine the first sanctuary. Tread carefully. Do not jeopardize yourself and delay the task. Third Master's gaze darkened. The mission was of little concern to him. His sole focus rested on one matter. Since Shinbe could stand equal with him, would he participate? The blue enchantress paused, stating, if he attends, you may meet your demise. A jest indeed. Yet Third Master's eyes flickered with intensity. To speak bluntly, women are inherently timid. The blue enchantress lifted her gaze, amusement dancing in her expression. Are you offering me the chance to find a new deputy? That would require Shinbe to possess the requisite skills. Third Master, unfazed by her taunts, retorted, what? Does Shinbe owe his position to your endorsement? What harm is there in bringing him out for a stroll? Are you afraid he will lose his life, or you will lose face? What was it that Yu Wuchang once said? Forge heroes through trial, and true men through battle. Third Master persistently provoked the blue enchantress. In his heart, Shinbe had become a target he must eliminate. Until he was eradicated, sleep would elude him. As long as the blue enchantress refrained from interference, all was negotiable. Very well, I shall create an opportunity for you, she replied curtly before turning and departing. Inside the RV, little K tended to his wounds alone, meticulously wrapping bandages. Shinbe lounged on the floor, igniting a cigarette, his gaze flickering amidst the smoke. Third Master's anxiety loomed large. Brother. At that moment, little K raised the bandage. Seemingly in need of assistance, Shinbe extended his hand, skillfully tying a bow at either end of the bandage. This task should be handled by your godfather. Little K paused, Uncle Rock. Shinbe nodded. Remember, address him as godfather upon meeting. Why aren't you my godfather? I could die at any moment. Little K fell silent. Shinbe patted little K's shoulder, chuckling. A reliable ally is far more significant than mere effort. The pat caused little K's wound to split open, eliciting a sharp gasp. Shinbe grimaced. Allow me to impart another piece of wisdom. Little K, adopting a poised posture, leaned in to listen. If you experience pain, it is because your kindness or malevolence lacks purity. Little K was utterly bewildered by this profound statement. Far too complex for someone of his age. Tentatively, he inquired, what should I do? Should I be kind? My mother once explained that this term signifies something beautiful. Shinbe shook his head. You should oscillate continuously, until the day the seeds of evil are entirely eradicated. I don't quite understand. Isn't that lack of purity more painful? Shinbe reclined on the ground, arms spread wide, and replied, at least, in biological terms. Oscillating repeatedly can still be classified as human. Little K curled up, resting in the crook of Shinbe's arm, yawned, and succumbed to slumber. Shinbe gently patted Xiao K on the back, softly expressing a hope that, following today's events, their future would be devoid of any fatal flaws that were all too apparent. Chapter 90. Upgrading the battle armor. Days later, the Sanctuary No. 36 welcomed an unexpected visitor in the dead of night. Though referred to as an uninvited guest, this individual was, in fact, a covert operative dispatched by Yu Wuchang. He returned with news that an esteemed researcher from the Biological Research Institute of Sanctuary No. 1 was tempted by the offer presented by Yu Wuchang and was contemplating defection. In a world ravaged by scarcity, with the exception of Sanctuary No. 8, which was to be avoided at all costs, all other sanctuaries could be considered rivals. Each one relatively subordinate compared to the Spider Queen. The power dynamics among the various sanctuaries were evenly matched. While there was much commotion, none could truly overpower the others. This created an environment ripe for betrayal, contingent solely upon who was willing to invest and sacrifice. Thus, Yu Wuchang's plan quietly commenced. Rock was diligently selecting suitable personnel for the task at hand. The primary challenge in this defection lay in ensuring the safe return of the defector from Sanctuary No. 1. Deploying high-ranking operatives was not advisable. Should they fail, the loss would be too great. It is essential to understand that training high-tier abilities required an immense expenditure of core crystal resources. Unless absolutely necessary, they could not be deployed. Moreover, it was prudent to keep them hidden, regarding them as trump cards to maintain an air of uncertainty regarding their strength, thus serving as a deterrent to other sanctuaries. Conversely, if lower-tier abilities were dispatched, the efficacy of the mission could not be guaranteed, leading to potential failure that would yield more losses than gains. After careful consideration, Rock deduced that if Sanctuary No. 1 were to discover a defector, they would likely refrain from deploying high-ranking abilities, especially in the absence of clarity regarding the personnel composition of Sanctuary No. 36. Consequently, he searched through the records, compiling a list of 5th and 4th tier abilities from Sanctuary No. 36 to formulate his team. Rock's strategy was cunning. He divided his forces into 3 teams of varying sizes. Team A would serve as the bait, Team B would provide lateral support, and Team C would act as the main force. Each team's advance would follow distinct paths, and their retreat routes would also differ. Yu Wuchang paid little heed to these details, trusting in Rock's capabilities, although he subtly suggested that Shinbe should serve as a sniper, acting as a forward reconnaissance sentinel. Rock, however, disregarded this entirely. Just as he was finalizing the personnel roster, the Blue Demoness paid a late-night visit, leading to an in-depth discussion lasting 3 hours. Ultimately, Shinbe's name was included in the mission roster. As time passed, the Titan's course was officially determined, embarking on a direct path toward the frigid northern territories after navigating a sharp turn. The personnel within the sanctuary faced a stark choice: either venture into the wilderness or accompany the Titan. Anyone with a modicum of